Chapter 1. What a blow. Bragging. The sky was overcast, hinting at rain. Linyin lowered her head, looking at her full bosom, still unable to calmly accept that she had transformed from a towering man into this delicate-looking woman. She furrowed her brow and rubbed her temples. In her mind, fragmented images flashed by. Demons and chaos, the people living in misery. Currently in Qingping County, the terrain was remote, the court's reach was limited, and demons thrived, leaving the county unable to exterminate them. Thus, the county magistrate, that dog of an official, colluded with the demons, demanding 10 women each month to ensure the county's safety. Her cheap old man, Yin Shotsai, was the first to respond, sending his own daughter. He called it a sacrifice for the people, but in reality, arrangements had already been made. Someone would later rescue her from the demons unharmed, and she would gain a good reputation. She sighed helplessly, still feeling dizzy. Even if it was a prearranged matter, the original owner of this body, a young lady born into privilege, had never seen such a spectacle of demons and was scared to death, ultimately benefiting this stranger from another world. Retracting her thoughts, she surveyed her surroundings. The room was dimly lit, with only a narrow high window allowing a bit of light to trickle in, barely illuminating the space. Several women, mostly in plain clothing, either curled up in the corner or sat on the floor, their hair disheveled and faces filled with fear. Their gazes were mostly downcast, and when they did look up, it was blank, showing no joy or sorrow, only complete numbness. They were all pitiful people. Linyin sighed. As a mere woman with no means, even if she wanted to help, she was powerless. Even she herself was now worried about whether her cheap old man could be relied upon. If anything went wrong, her life might be in danger. At that moment, a very soft sob broke the silence beside her. It was a girl who looked no more than 15 or 16, dressed in coarse clothing, her pale face secretly wiping away tears. Linyin didn't even lift her eyelids. What was the use of crying? Could crying drive away demons, or could it save her life? Yet that suppressed sobbing, like a small beast wailing, tightened her heart. "Sister, are we going to die?" The girl timidly spoke with a heavy nasal tone. Linyin had been resting her eyes, but upon hearing this tender voice, she finally lifted her eyelids. The girl trembled at her gaze, but gathered the courage to look back. Despite the dim light, the girl could still see that this woman was different from the others. While everyone else was in shabby clothes and looked disheveled, she wore a watercolored silk dress that, although dusted with dirt, still revealed its original elegance. Her hair was slightly loose, with a jade hairpin inserted at an angle, glimmering subtly in the dimness. What stood out even more was her composure. While the other women either cried or were numb, she alone had a cold demeanor, as if this calamity falling from the sky only made her frown slightly. How could such a person also become a sacrifice for the demons? "I don't know if I will die, but you will most likely die," Linyin said bluntly. Upon hearing this cold statement, the girl could no longer hold back and burst into tears. "You see, telling you the truth doesn't make you happy either." Linyin rolled her eyes internally, too lazy to care anymore. However, a flicker of light suddenly passed before her eyes. On the screen, fine small characters flowed silently, exceptionally clear. Binding character. Linyin current martial arts. Huanhua Sword Rain beginner can exchange lifespan for martial arts advancement, those with less than 1 year of lifespan should not act rashly. Current remaining lifespan 54 years. Linyin's breath caught. What is this? Could it be the essential golden finger for a transmigrator? Thoughts surged, and a segment of memory deeply buried in the original owner's body surfaced. The original owner of this body was also named Linyin and indeed longed for the exciting tales of vengeance and adventure depicted in those novels. She had persistently pestered her cheap old man to find someone to teach her martial arts. Yin Shotsai, unable to bear her nagging, actually found a down-and-out wanderer from who knows where to teach her swordsmanship for a few years. Unfortunately, the original owner was truly a piece of rotten wood in this regard, with talent so mediocre it was astonishing. That master was probably also a mere show, having taught for several years, yet this supposedly ancestral Huanhua sword rain still remained at the threshold of the beginner stage. When she danced, the moves looked somewhat good, but she was likely too timid to even kill a chicken. She was pondering this golden finger. She suddenly heard a creak as the wooden door was pushed open from the outside. A beam of light pierced in, quickly blocked by two figures. The one in front was not. Should be called a demon, a burly figure with a large, hideous pig head. Its tusks protruded, nostrils flaring, and its large eyes gleamed with a fierce light in the dimness. It was wearing a tattered piece of leather armor that had lost its paint, and the stench hit her face. Behind the pig demon followed a middle-aged man in ordinary martial attire, carrying a long sword at his waist, the hilt old and unremarkable. He had a cautious demeanor, keeping his head down. The pig demon sniffed with its long nose and said in a gruff voice, "Is this all?" The middle-aged man kept his head lowered, respectfully replying, "Sir, it's just these." The demon's gaze swept over the trembling women, its brows knitting in dissatisfaction. "Humph, in such a poor rural place, there really isn't anything decent." Linyin felt a pang in her heart, instinctively holding her breath, observing with her eyes closed, trying to minimize her presence. However, the pig demon's gaze slowly moved over, finally landing on her. The pig demon's eyes first flashed with surprise, then turned into unabashed greed, its mouth curling to reveal its tusks. "This one has a bit of appeal." Linyi's heart sank, cursing her luck inwardly, and braced herself for the worst. Before the pig demon could speak again, the middle-aged man had already stepped forward, bowing and saying, "Demon Lord, this is my lady, as previously agreed." Upon hearing this, the pig demon looked somewhat annoyed. It had expected to find a good sacrifice and show off in front of the king, but unexpectedly, it turned out to be the previously agreed person. After all, this was the first trade with Qingping County. It wouldn't be good to be too ruthless. It understood the principle of long-term benefits. Forget it, forget it." The pig demon waved its large hand impatiently, rumbling, "Since she is your family, take her away. Don't block my view here." The middle-aged man, hearing these words, felt as if he had received a great pardon and repeatedly said, "Thank you, Demon Lord. Thank you, Demon Lord." He hurriedly turned and urgently gestured to Linyin, gently tugging at her sleeve. The tension that had been tightly coiled in Linyin's heart finally began to ease. This cheap old man was actually somewhat reliable at critical moments, not making any mistakes. She maintained her cold demeanor, slowly standing up with the help of the middle-aged man. The other women, who had previously held onto a glimmer of hope, now all looked dim. They glanced at Linyin and then at the pig demon, their lips moving but ultimately daring not to speak. Even the dullest person understood. This young lady was different from them. As for what would happen to them, entering the demon lair, what good could come of it? The best outcome was to leave a whole corpse offered to that pig king. The second best outcome was to be eaten on the spot, and if luck were worse, they might not be able to survive or die. Linyin allowed the middle-aged man to support her as she stood up. The gazes from behind made her feel uneasy. Linyin silently hypnotized herself. This world was like this when has there ever been justice? What does it have to do with me? The pig demon waved its broad palm, seemingly unwilling to look at Linyin any longer. It then turned its gaze toward the trembling women, snorting out 2 breaths of foul air. However, just as Linyin took a step forward, the pig demon's hand suddenly stopped. "Wait." The pig demon turned around abruptly, staring intently at Linyin. Damn! Linyin's heart raced with alarm. This demon wouldn't give up so easily after all. The middle-aged man felt his legs weaken and nearly knelt down. "Demon Lord, you." The pig demon grinned widely and chuckled. "You can leave, but before you go, let this young lady give me a blow." "Blow what?" "Blow a cow." Everyone present instantly understood the pig demon's meaning. Immediately, a wave of nausea surged towards Linyin. Say she was a man in her last life. Even if she were a woman, she would definitely refuse to do such a thing. It would be better to kill her. Demon Lord, this is absolutely unacceptable." The middle-aged man's face turned pale as he crawled forward, hugging the pig demon's thigh. "This is my lady. It was agreed beforehand. Just a formality. You can't break the rules." The pig demon flashed a hint of impatience, feeling annoyed. "Get lost." It lifted its hoof and kicked the man over. Then, it casually scratched its groin, its gaze wandering over Linyin without restraint. "Are you coming over by yourself? Or should I invite you?" Linyin clenched her fists tightly, a blaze of anger igniting within her. "Want me to do that? In your dreams. IFCK. Your mother." She glared at the pig demon, her eyes filled with killing intent. A virtual panel appeared. Infuse lifespan to deduce martial progress. Current remaining lifespan. 54 years. Do you want to spend lifespan to infuse and deduce the Huanhua sword rain? Current realm classification. Tongmai Ningong Huai Manifestation Chapter 2. A shocking sword. In an instant, the panel in front of Yin Linyin flashed. Current remaining lifespan. 54 years. The numbers jumped wildly, rapidly decreasing. 44 years. 31 years. 9 years. Finally, it barely stopped at a single word. On the panel, the words Huanhua, sword rain flickered slightly. Immediately, the real change occurred. You practiced Huanhua, sword rain diligently. Breaking through to a minor achievement in the 11th year, you continued to practice hard. Breaking through to a major achievement in the 25th year and the 48th year, you comprehended the secret of perfection in the cycle of life and death, Huanhua sword. Rain reached its peak. A thought blooms. A thought withers even after achieving perfection. You remain enamored with this style, occasionally experiencing flashes of inspiration, as if touching a higher realm, yet like fishing for the moon in the water, unable to capture it all. The pig demon was enraged upon hearing this. How dare this mortal insult it? You little wench, still dare to talk back? I'll send you on your way right now. It seemed like a long time, but in reality, it was just a moment. Yin Linyin slowly opened her eyes. She clearly felt the change within herself. Lifespan had flowed away, yet she had not aged, but instead felt an unimaginable strength. Countless sword moves flashed in her mind, as if she had truly practiced swordsmanship for 48 years. Yin Linyin did not look at it and walked straight towards the middle-aged man who had been kicked over. The other women, including the previously crying girl, widened their eyes in disbelief, unsure of what this beautiful girl intended to do. Approaching him, she crouched down and drew the long sword from the middle-aged man's waist. The man sensed her movement and struggled to open his eyes. Mississippi, you mustn't. Everyone knew how little skill his lady had. If she dared to take action against the pig demon now, she would likely die on the spot. With a swish, the sword was drawn. The sword tip pointed diagonally at the pig demon's brow. The pig demon squinted its small eyes, finding it somewhat amusing. Just moments ago, the little wench was too frightened to raise her head, and now she dared to point a sword at it. Surely she had read too many novels and really thought she could do it? Little lady, you have quite the temper. Just right, I like you like this. You're so tender and delicate, don't cry out later. Before it finished speaking, Yin Linyin was already in front of it. With a thrust, she aimed directly for the pig demon's heart. A fierce glint flashed in the pig demon's eyes, and did not dodge instead. Its massive fist swept through the air, ignoring the incoming sword, and aimed to smash Yin Linyin's face. That IT had tough skin and flesh, so a sword would be nothing to it. But a punch would turn this little wench into a puddle of meat. The wind from the punch rushed towards Yin Linyin, causing her hair to flutter. She suddenly lowered her body, twisting her wrist as the sword tip sank. That powerful punch nearly grazed her scalp. In a split second, Yin Linyin twisted her waist and used the wall behind her to propel herself forward. A water-like figure suddenly darted past the side of the pig demon. Swish! The sound of flesh piercing. A drop of blood splattered on Yin Linyin's face. The pig demon froze, looking down at the wound on its waist. You dare to hurt me? You actually dare to hurt me? This feeling was like having a 3-star 5-cost character, but being countered by a single 1-star card from the opponent, breaking its winning streak. Roar! It no longer held back, taking a big step forward, arms wide open, intending to crush Yin Linyin in its embrace. Yin Linyin's gaze sharpened. Facing this overwhelming attack, she did not dodge instead. She lowered her body, slipping through the pig demon's outstretched arms like a swimming fish. The two figures crossed paths. Yin Linyin was already behind it. Not pausing for a moment, she leaped onto the pig demon's back. She wrapped her legs tightly around its waist, grabbing its mane at the back of its head to steady herself. With her right hand, the long sword swiftly moved from behind to rest sharply against the pig demon's neck. Only then did the pig demon realize what was happening and began to thrash wildly, trying to throw off the person on its back. Yin Linyin remained expressionless, her arm muscles tensing, using all her strength to press the sword down hard, pulling back and forth inch by inch. Huh! The foul black blood gushed out from the gap between the sword blade and the flesh, splattering all over the room. Thud! A massive pig head rolled onto the ground. Yin Linyin dropped down from the corpse. The headless body swayed twice before crashing to the ground. The entire room fell into a deathly silence. The remaining women, including the previously crying girl, stared wide-eyed, looking at her as if she were a ghost. Yin Linyin raised her hand and wiped the blood off her face. 53 years of lifespan for one sword strike. Worth it. The surroundings were silent. The place that had once been filled with demonic energy now lay only with blood and dust, along with a suffocating stillness. The middle-aged man slumped on the ground, his eyes nearly bulging out as he stared blankly at Yin Linyin, then at the lifeless pig head. This was his lady? The one who would complain about being tired, even while traveling? The one who, apart from reading some miscellaneous books, would occasionally touch a sword but had never mastered a complete sword technique? His mind was in a daze, repeatedly echoing the sword light that had just been so fast. Yin Linyin sheathed her sword, her movements smooth and unhesitant, as if that earth-shattering sword strike had not come from her hand. She glanced at the stunned crowd and frowned slightly. What are you all standing there for? Are you waiting for its companions to come and collect your corpses? As soon as Yin Lingyin's words fell, those terrified women seemed to wake from a dream. They cried out, not caring about appearances, scrambling to get up, thanking her with trembling voices, and soon, like frightened birds and beasts, they fled in a frenzy, quickly, dispersing. Only one small figure remained, the little girl who had spoken to Yin Linyin earlier, huddling in a corner, not leaving with the others. Yin Lingyin's gaze turned to her, and she said lightly, "Aren't you leaving?" The girl trembled slightly at her words. My father sold me to the county magistrate. I have no home. I can't go back. In this world, children were treated as goods, bought and sold at will, which was common. But as a parent, knowing they were sending their daughter into a demon's lair, they still had the heart to do so. Yin Linyin paused for a moment and said, "Then follow me." The little girl was taken aback, seemingly unable to believe it. "Miss," the middle-aged man, who had been slumped to the side, finally caught his breath and crawled closer, his voice hoarse. "Miss, we should leave. This Qingping County is no longer safe." Yin Linyin was puzzled. "It's just a dead monster. Why can't I stay in Qingping County? This dead pig demon is just a minor demon. Behind it is the pig demon king of Nanlin. That demon king is extremely vicious, with many subordinates that, if he finds out that you killed his demon minion, he will definitely pursue you relentlessly, not stopping until he gets revenge." Relentlessly pursue? That mere demon dares to openly enter Qingping County? Yin Linyin was confused. No matter how small Qingping County was, it was still royal land. It was one thing for demons to lurk in secret, but openly attacking the county was another matter entirely. Did they really think that the laws of the land were as flimsy as paper? She remembered that there was a demon suppression office specifically for dealing with such filthy matters. Though she spoke lightly, it made the middle-aged man feel increasingly heavy-hearted. No, the demon wouldn't personally come to this county, but if the county office finds out that you killed the pig demon king's minion, he suddenly stopped, seemingly afraid to continue, and finally lowered his head in despair. The county magistrate will send you away to give the demon king an explanation. Chapter 3. The Yin Mansion, Collusion with Demons. Yin Linyin had forgotten about this matter. It couldn't be blamed on her. She didn't have much knowledge about demons in her previous life. She only knew that there were two notorious demons near Qingping County, the Southern Forest Pig Demon and the Northern Lake Fish Demon. She had thought that the pig demon she had slain was the culprit from the Southern Forest, but it turned out to be just a small minion. Yin Lingyin's gaze sharpened slightly. The situation in Qingping County was darker than she had imagined. "Miss, the laws of the court are indeed strict, but here the emperor is far away. If you do not leave soon, even the master might be implicated because of you." Yin Linyin was not in a hurry. She lightly tapped her finger on the sword sheath. "What about the Demon Suppression Division? Is it just a decoration set up by the court?" The man let out a bitter laugh, growing more desperate. "The Demon Suppression Division is indeed the place to suppress demons across the land. Its reputation is formidable. But the world is vast, with countless counties, and demons are endlessly emerging, making it impossible to kill them all. No matter how many people the Demon Suppression Division has, how many places can they cover? In major cities, if a demon problem arises, the Demon Suppression Division might arrive in full force. But in a small county like Qingping, if something really happens, they are too far away to help, and most of the time, They can only rely on the counties to handle their own affairs. Linyin frowned. If they cannot handle it themselves, they report to the court and ask the Demon Suppression Division to intervene. Isn't that common sense? Common sense? The middle-aged man shook his head vigorously, his tone shifting. Miss, you do not understand. This is the deadlock we face. Once the situation gets out of control and cannot be handled independently, if the Demon Suppression Division is alerted according to the iron laws of the Yi, they have the right to take over all military and political matters of that county, thoroughly investigate the source of the demon problem, and the county magistrate, regardless of the reasons, will be dismissed first, stripped of their official status, and await the court's decision. Just think, how many officials in Qingping County would be willing to take such a risk and lose their official hats? Linyin slowly raised her eyes, her gaze sweeping past the corner where a small girl was curled up and shivering. So, they would rather cover it up, rather decorate the peace, even sacrifice the innocent, to keep the matter contained within the county, desperately holding onto their positions? Exactly. The middle-aged man nodded heavily, his tone carrying a hint of a sob. That pig demon king has been entrenched in the southern forest for many years. Its ferocity is unmatched. The county magistrate must have already reached an understanding with it, providing tributes year after year. Now that you have killed its demon minion, you have undoubtedly stirred up a huge mess. To protect himself, the county magistrate will only hand you over to give that demon king an explanation. The official word has two sides. One faces upward, to the court's laws and future with official rank, while the other faces downward, to the citizens of the city, and to her, an outsider who is unaware of the times. Damn it. Linyin bent down and pulled up the small girl who was trembling on the ground. The girl had tear-filled eyes, her head hanging low. Lead the way. I can't let you lead the way. Go to the county office? Miss, absolutely not. If you kill the county magistrate, it would be a grave crime. Linyin looked at him oddly. What did I say? I was going to kill an official. Return to the Yin mansion. Oh. He fell silent, swallowing back a belly full of words. Once they returned to the Yin mansion and heard Lord Yin explain the situation, this young lady would probably give up on that idea. The middle-aged man watched Linyin take the lead. As the wind blew, her hair slightly lifted, brushing against her sharply defined profile. He suddenly felt that his young lady seemed to have really changed. The sky over Qingping County was gray and dim, rarely bright. In the Yin mansion study, behind the Nanu writing desk, Yin Qinghe had an indelible worry in his brow, his wolf hair brush hovering over the paper, hesitating to fall. Father, is the matter with the pig demon really over? You know my sister's temperament. I'm afraid she... Yin Shotsai lifted the teacup, gently stirring the floating tea leaves with the lid, without raising his eyelids. His voice steady. Qinghe, you know your sister's nature better than I do. Once she sets her mind on something, even a herd of oxen cannot pull her back. This girl truly believes that just because she learned some mediocre skills, she can become a hero who slays demons like in the stories. Let her experience some hardship. That will be good for deterring her thoughts in the future. After a pause, he took a sip of tea and continued, moreover, I have already made arrangements with the county magistrate. The Imperial Academy in the capital has already helped Linyin find a way in. Once this matter is settled, she will be sent there. Qingping County is too shallow a pool, and the demon winds are too fierce. It is not a place for her to stay long. Hearing this, Yin Qinghe's brow relaxed slightly. He said in a deep voice, that's best. As a young lady, it is better to read some books, understand some principles, and find a good family in the future than to live in this small place in fear. But what about those demons? Yin Shotsai put down the teacup, making a slight clinking sound. It's fine. No matter how chaotic Qingping County gets, it can't turn upside down. Our Yin family won't be so easily troubled. I've made all the necessary arrangements. If those demons want to stay long, they will naturally know Linyin's worth. Don't be fooled by Yin Shotsai's calm demeanor. He understood how much gold and silver had to be spent and how many connections had to be maneuvered behind the scenes. However, Yan's mother passed away early, and Yin Shotsai had not remarried. The most important thing for the father and son was Yin Linyin. No matter how much money it took, no matter how many people died, it didn't matter. Just then, a house servant hurried in from outside, bowing and reporting, Master, Second Master, Miss has returned. Yin Shotsai put down his teacup and stood up with a smile. Look, Qinghe, speak of the devil, and the devil appears. This girl must have been frightened. You, as her brother, should comfort her well. Yin Qinghe's heart, which had been hanging in suspense, suddenly relaxed. He could no longer sit still and hurriedly stood up. What father said is right. I will go see my sister. I hope she hasn't really been wronged. The father and son quickly made their way to the main hall. Before they reached the hall, They heard a heavy, oppressive sound of footsteps. When they turned the corner, they saw Linyin standing there. But the once clean clothes were now stained with large patches of dark red blood, making her already cold face appear even more menacing. The smile on Yin Shotsai's face instantly froze, the warmth in his eyes dissipating, replaced by a heavy solemnity. He suddenly turned his head, fixing his gaze on the middle-aged man following Linyin, the one who had led the way earlier, and his voice turned icy. What happened? Didn't I tell you to take good care of her? How could the miss be injured? The middle-aged man knelt to the ground with a thud. Master, please calm down. Second master, please calm down. This is not the miss's blood. Not Linyin's blood? Is it that demon's then? Lord Yin was furious, wanting nothing more than to order the man to be beaten to death on the spot. It is indeed that demon's. The middle-aged man lowered his head, secretly lamenting. Linyin stood there quietly, letting the two gazes, one fiery and one icy, lock on her. She was also observing her father and brother before her. One was furious like thunder, the other was anxious like fire. Such a scene was not unfamiliar. In her memories, Lord Yin and young Master Yan's care for the original body was etched in their bones. Linyin felt a strange emotion in her heart. In this world where demons and ghosts run rampant, and where humans are worse than dogs, to have two people who purely, unreasonably protect you like this. It wasn't too bad after all. Father, I'm fine. Linyin spoke. Yin Shotsai's chest heaved violently, his worry deepening, just as he was about to ask in detail. Father. Chinga stepped forward half a step. Linyin seems tired. Let her go wash and rest first. He turned to Linyin, his gaze softening. Iner, go ahead. Yin Shotsai listened and looked at his daughter's face, ultimately swallowing his words. He nodded. Someone, help the young lady back to her room. Several maidservants who had been waiting nearby hurried forward to support Linyin as she left, until that slender figure stained with blood disappeared behind the shadow wall. The warmth and anxiety on Yin Shotsai's face instantly vanished, leaving only a coldness. He said nothing and turned to leave. Yin Xinghe's gaze suddenly turned icy as he stared at the trembling middle-aged man on the ground. He stepped forward slowly, without warning. A heavy fist struck the man's face hard. The sound of bones cracking was clearly audible. The middle-aged man let out a pained groan, blood streaming from his nose. You should be thankful that Linyin is unharmed. If she were injured, it wouldn't just be a lesson from this punch. Yin Xinghe's expression remained emotionless as he bent down, grabbed the man's collar with one hand, and dragged him along to follow in his father's footsteps. Chapter 4. The magic sword of the flower washing pawned the steam from the hot water dispelled the lingering smell of blood on her clothes. Linyin closed her eyes, allowing the maidservants to help her undress. The wooden tub was already filled with medicine at a suitable temperature. Petals floated on the surface as she stepped in barefoot. The water rippled gently, covering her shoulders. The maidservants were gentle yet efficient, saying little and not looking much. This was the custom of a wealthy household, and Linyin didn't mind. They were all women. What was there to hide? One maid took a cloth and wiped her back, the pressure just right, quite comfortable. Linyin tilted her head back slightly, enjoying this moment of tranquility. Her gaze inadvertently landed on her reflection in the water. Her skin was as white as snow, delicate and flawless. She truly had an exceptional appearance. She extended her hand and watched as droplets slid off her fingertips. This body was not just beautiful. 53 years of swordsmanship training, day and night without pause, had woven strands of strength into her being. Though she seemed fragile, every inch of her skin held an indescribable resilience and power, especially her pair of white rabbit-like feet, incredibly bouncy. A slight movement could cause a stir. What a pity. This vibrant appearance would last only a year. She sighed softly, feeling a sense of emptiness after having sacrificed so much. After a long pause, she suddenly wanted to slap herself. Damn it, she could have achieved perfection in 48 years. Why did she have to show off and not fill her lifespan directly? 5 years. She wasted a full 5 years. 5 years was enough for her to work at a construction site and save for a down payment on a house. Of course, it would be in a third-tier city. No, that's not the point. She vaguely remembered that after slaying the pig demon, there seemed to be some notification on the panel. But at the time, she didn't pay attention. Now, she had the time to check. Slayed the enlightened pig demon. Total lifespan 137 years. Remaining 45 years. Absorption complete. Linyin's eyes widened suddenly, droplets falling from her eyelashes. She stared blankly at the words. Soon after, more text slowly appeared. Current martial arts. Flower washing sword rain. Perfect. Current remaining lifespan. 1 year. Demon lifespan. 45 years. Demon lifespan can only be used to infuse martial arts. Cannot be converted back to personal lifespan. The flower-washing sword rain was already perfect. A thought flickered in her mind, recalling that during her previous deductions, the panel seemed to have mentioned something. Could it be that above perfection, there are still realms? Infuse for 10 years, deduce the flower-washing sword rain. She silently contemplated. In the realm of the perfected flower-washing sword rain, you sought the ultimate truth. 10 years passed in the blink of an eye, yet due to mediocre talent, the sword's spiritual light only occasionally appeared, ethereal and elusive, ultimately failing to comprehend. 10 years. A snap of the fingers. Linyin felt around, but noticed no change. Is that it? She felt a bit frustrated. In other martial arts, she would have achieved minor success. Yet, in this already perfected sword technique, not even a sound could be heard. Linyin ground her back teeth. She, Linyin, in this life and the next, had never made such a losing deal. That pig demon wouldn't rest in peace, and neither would she. Well then, it had come to this. She couldn't give up halfway. She didn't believe in this evil. Linyin's gaze hardened. Since only 35 years remained, she would invest them all. She wanted to see what lay beyond perfection. In the 18th year, amidst the flow of sword intent, a faint light flickered like stars in the dark night, revealing its brilliance. Linyin's spirit lifted. There was hope. She focused her mind, immersing herself in the fleeting spiritual light, savoring it. In the 45th year, you delved deeply into studies, pouring your heart and soul into it. Ultimately, you fully integrated that strand of spiritual light into the sword technique. The sword intent transcended everlasting. You exhausted your efforts to refine and perfect the sword moves, finally creating a method of your own. This method has transcended the flower-washing sword rain, taking a different path, its power far greater. You named it flower-washing demon dispersing sword. Remaining demon lifespan, 0 years. Flower-washing demon dispersing sword open meridians, entry level. Linyin silently recited these 5 words. Each move was vividly clear, engraved deep in her mind. Compared to the previous flower-washing sword rain, the difference was like heaven and earth. This sword technique had transcended the mundane barriers. She even had a strong intuition. If she were to encounter that pig demon again, no, perhaps dozens of them, one sword would suffice. Linyin took a deep breath, suppressing her excitement. However, the term open meridians at the end of the sword technique's name puzzled her. Open meridians, what did it mean? It sounded like a classification of some realm. She furrowed her brows. After 53 years of training, reaching perfection in the flower-washing sword rain was a level that ordinary warriors could hardly aspire to. Yet above perfection, there were still open meridians. Linyin's eyes flickered. It seemed that this small Qingping county was indeed somewhat isolated. This kind of secret was likely unknown to anyone. 1 year. She only had 1 year of lifespan left. Would open meridians be the key to breaking the deadlock? Light footsteps came from outside. Soon, a maid led a little girl into the room. It was the girl she had saved earlier, and she had almost forgotten about her. The leading maid bowed her head and said, "Miss, the eldest young master instructed that this girl will be your personal maid from now on." Linyin responded with a sound of acknowledgement. Being a maid was certainly better than falling into the hands of those beasts. She didn't consider herself a bodhisattva. Saving one life from the clutches of demons was her limit, and she couldn't possibly secure a bright future for these people. That would be wishful thinking. After she finished washing up, the little girl stood shyly to the side, several times wanting to speak, but hesitating. Linyin didn't look at her or ask. The little girl blushed and swallowed her words again. Linyin took a set of black fitted clothes from the rack instead of the ornate skirts. She didn't have the leisure to act like a delicate young lady now. At that moment, miss, a servant stumbled in, looking flustered. The master wants you to go over immediately. Linyin paused in her steps. What was meant to come had finally arrived. The demoness head would undoubtedly come with a price. The Yin family might not be able to protect her. At that time, she only thought the middle-aged man's warnings were exaggerated. Now, it seemed that not a word was false. This was to demand an explanation. She stepped forward towards her father's study, silent all the way. The heavy atmosphere had already spread throughout the Yin residence. The study door was tightly shut. She pushed it open. Yin Shoucai and Yin Qinghe were both present. Before them, the low table had cooled tea. It was evident they had been waiting for a long time. Linyin quietly entered and stood in the hall. The air was tense. After a long while, Yin Qinghe slowly spoke. "Linyin, that pig demon, did you really kill it?" Linyin nodded. The color drained from Yin Shoucai, in Yin Qinghe's faces. Yin Qinghe's throat moved, his voice tight. Linyin, how'd you kill it? You only learned some superficial techniques. That was a demon. Yin Shotsai suddenly raised his hand, stopping his son's words. His slanted eyes narrowed, glinting with sharpness. This was not the time to question how Linyin had killed the pig demon. If things were peaceful, the pig demon in Nanlin wouldn't dare to act against the Yin residents. But now that Yin Linyin had killed its subordinates, it was a blatant provocation. No matter how much wealth the Yin family had or how many connections in Qingping County, they were ultimately just a merchant family. How could they withstand the wrath of a demon king? Yin Linyin suddenly spoke, her voice calm and steady. I will take full responsibility for this matter. She never intended to involve others. In her past life, she was an orphan. Now that she has returned, it is merely to satisfy her curiosity and concern. Having seen her blood relatives, she has no intention of lingering any longer. Nonsense. Yin Qing has suddenly stood up, his eyes filled with bloodshot anger, and said sternly, What ridiculous talk! How can my father and I stand by and watch you get into trouble without doing anything? His chest heaved violently, clearly in a state of extreme urgency. Yin Shotsai took a deep breath, his gaze shifting back and forth between his daughter and son. After a moment, a look of determination flashed in his eyes. Qinghe, there's no time to waste. You must take Ener and leave Qingping County tonight. The farther you go, the better. Never come back. Yin Qinghe felt as if struck by lightning, staggering back a step. His lips moved, unable to believe what his father was saying. Dad, we're leaving you. Once he and his sister left, the wrath of the Demon King would fall solely on their father. The outcome was self-evident. Yin Shotsai looked at his daughter, each word heavy with meaning. Linyin, Qinghe, I let you lose your mother at an early age. It was I who caused you to suffer. His voice was low, tinged with a hint of choking emotion. Before your mother left, she made me promise to take good care of you. Go, don't worry about me. Yin Qinghe's eyes turned red, and he turned his head away. Yin Linyin felt a stirring in her heart. She had never liked such emotional displays, finding them too sentimental. Yet faced with her biological father's heartfelt sincerity, she felt a pang of reluctance. Just as she was about to refuse, a sudden flurry of hurried and chaotic footsteps came from outside the door. The expressions of the three changed. Bang! The study door was violently pushed open from the outside. A chilling voice followed, filled with intense malice. Leave? Let's see who can walk out of the Yin family estate today. Chapter 5. Get out of the Yin family's door. The study door was pushed open, and Yin Linyin squinted her eyes and turned to look. A dozen or so people dressed like constables streamed in, wearing blue and green short shirts, with copper badges hanging from their waists. The leader, a tall man with a purple-red face and a fierce aura, had eyes like knives beneath his bushy brows. The overwhelming killing intent sent a chill down one's spine. Captain Wang, this is the Yin family. What do you mean by this? Yin Qinghe suddenly stood up, his long hands pressing against the table. What do I mean? Captain Wang sneered, his voice like thunder. He stepped into the study, deliberately making heavy footsteps, his hand resting on the hilt of his sword as he surveyed the room. Boss Yin, Lord Yin, the county magistrate has heard that a monster has been killed in Nanlin and has specifically ordered me to investigate. His gaze fell on Yin Linyin, a flash of unusual light passing through his eyes before returning to calm. Yin Shotsai's smile froze on his face, his slanted eyes narrowing as he forced out a smile. Captain Wang is joking. That pig monster in Nanlin is notorious. Our Yin family is merely merchants. How could we dare to confront such demons? Boss Yin is truly humorous. Captain Wang's lips curled into a cold smile, revealing a mouth full of yellow teeth. Before coming here, I'd already found out who killed that pig monster subordinates. Your daughter's actions are suspicious, and the county magistrate requests her to come to the yamen for a discussion. Yin Qinghe's hands clenched tightly in his sleeves, a flash of killing intent flickering in his eyes. Captain Wang, do you not know the status of the Yin family in Qingping County? I know, of course I know. Captain Wang's smile became even more sinister, exposing his yellow teeth. It is precisely because I know that I am here to ask Miss Yin to come along. The county magistrate said that if the Yin family is willing to hand over the person who killed the monster, this matter can be put to rest. Yin Linyin observed coldly, sneering in her heart. These hounds of the court not only fail to express gratitude to the one who killed the monster, but now also wish to hand her over. Captain Wang, Yin Shotsai suddenly stood up, his fat face trembling, but he showed no sign of fear. You go back and tell the county magistrate that I will personally visit tomorrow with a heavy gift. It is getting late today, and it would be inappropriate to disturb you recklessly. No need to go through so much trouble. Captain Wang waved his hand, and the constables behind him stepped forward, hands on their sword hilts. The county magistrate has ordered that someone must be taken back today. Yan Qinghe's expression changed, and Yin Shoutsai's face turned ashen. Enough of this chatter. Take her down. Captain Wang commanded, and over a dozen constables responded in unison, drawing their swords, the cold light flashing. Captain Wang, have you thought this through? If you act against my Yin family today, there may be no place for you in Qingping County tomorrow. Ha ha. Captain Wang laughed 3 times. Boss Yin, it's not that I lack respect, but that lord has given the order. Someone must be taken back to the yamen today, otherwise. He lightly drew his thumb across his neck, making a gesture of slitting. Yin Qinghe's eyes flashed with cold light, and his folding fan suddenly opened, his aura turning sharp. I want to see who dares to touch a single hair on my sister. At this tense moment, Yin Linyin suddenly spoke. This matter originated because of me, so let me go with you. What has the harm? No. Yin Qinghe and Yin Shoutsai spoke simultaneously. It's easy for you to say that. If you leave, how will you ever come back? Yin Linyin gently shook her head, adjusting her sleeve as if she were only going out to buy candied hawthorn. Big brother, father. Don't worry. It's just a trip to the county yamen, not the execution ground. Captain Wang narrowed his eyes, sneering. Miss Yin is quite reasonable. But today you must be taken by force. This is the county magistrate's exact words. Yin Linyin frowned. I can walk by myself. Why must it be such a grand show? You have no say in this. Captain Wang laughed coldly. Yin Shoutsai suddenly stood up, his fat face turning red. Captain Wang, my daughter is a young lady of a prominent family in this county. How could she be subjected to this humiliation? If you want to take her, that's fine, but must not be in such a disgraceful manner. The emperor's law applies equally to nobles and commoners. Not to mention, she is merely a young lady of a prominent family. Captain Wang remained unyielding. You. Yin Shoutsai's face turned crimson with anger. Yin Linyin scoffed. You still have your little tricks. A dog that can't tell black from white dares to bark in front of me? She originally thought it wouldn't hurt to go along and see what the county magistrate wanted. But now, given the situation, she changed her mind. She no longer wanted to leave. This statement shocked everyone in the room. Yin Shoutsai and Yin Qinghe looked as if they had seen a ghost. Although Yin Linyin usually had a lively personality, how could she be so crude? Captain Wang's expression changed drastically, veins bulging on his forehead. How dare you? Fuck your mother. Edited. Captain Wang was rendered speechless, his face turning red, unsure of how to respond. The eldest daughter of the Yin family. How could she be so rude? Arrogant lunatic. How dare you insult my lord? One constable drew his sword, pointing the blade directly at Yin Lingyin's forehead. The tip of the sword was sharp and cold as snow, but stopped abruptly halfway. Yin Linyin casually raised her hand. Her sword remained sheathed, and merely the scabbard lightly tapped, causing the constable to spit out a mouthful of blood, staggering back 3 steps, his face pale as a sheet. How dare a dog of a corrupt official show off in front of me? Her gaze was indifferent, her wrist flicked, and the dark scabbard glided through the air like a dragon, precisely landing on Captain Wang's shoulder. Captain Wang's expression changed drastically, his pupils constricting violently, as if he encountered something incomprehensible. His knees buckled, and he fell to one knee, arms bracing on the ground, veins bulging on his forehead, unable to move an inch despite using all his strength. All of this was caused by that seemingly light scabbard. Tell your men to stand down, Yin Linyin said calmly. Otherwise, Yuan Ti have the chance to speak next. Captain Wang stared hard at the slightly smaller black boots in front of him, struggling to lift his eyes. He saw the usually gentle Yin family young lady, her eyes cold as knives, a slight indifferent smile on her lips, looking down at him as if he were an ant. Stop. Captain Wang's voice was hoarse, cold sweat pouring down his forehead. The other constables looked at each other, slowly lowering their weapons. Yin Shoutsai watched in disbelief, his wrinkled forehead filled with incredulity. When did his obedient daughter acquire such skills? Captain Wang, now we can have a good talk. Yin Lingyin's tone softened slightly as she leaned down. As for that lord you mentioned, whether he is a monster or a human, you know in your heart. I killed a man-eating monster. If he seeks revenge for such a beast, then he stands against the laws of the court. Tell me, who can bear the blame for this crime? Captain Wang's face turned ashen, but he had no words to refute. Yin Linyin raised the scabbard slightly, and Captain Wang felt as if he had been granted a reprieve, collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Go back and tell your master that I, Yin Linyin, have never regretted killing a monster. Her eyes glinted coldly like blades. If he dares to touch a single hair on my Yin family, I will make him pay in blood. You. What? Don't believe me? Yen Lingyin's lips curled into a cold smile. This young lady always keeps her word. Now, take him in and get out of my Yin family store. Chapter 6. One must have the awareness of being a pig. Captain Wang stumbled to his feet, leading a group of constables in a hasty retreat. Their backs looking extremely disheveled. Yin Shoucai stood frozen in place for a long time before managing to squeeze out a sentence. Iner, when did you? Yin Lingyin sheathed her sword, replying indifferently. I have always been, just didn't want to reveal it. The father and son did not believe it at all. But now was not the time to delve deeper. Yin Shoucai watched his daughter's figure, the earlier ferocity and composure lingering in his mind. He understood clearly now. Today, as hurdle, his daughter was determined to cross it herself. Trying to make her avoid disaster and run away was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Yin Lingyin turned around, her face devoid of expression. Dad, I'm going out for a bit. Iner outside right now. Yin Lingyin waved her hand, interrupting him. It's fine, I'll be back soon. Yin Shoucai swallowed hard. He stared at his daughter for a while, then sighed heavily. Forget it. Once children grow up, they no longer listen to their parents, especially a daughter with such strong opinions. After Yin Lingyin left, he suddenly clenched his teeth. Qinghe, Dad, now. That county magistrate has set his sights on Linyin. If he wants to leave, it seems he won't be able to. You must set off immediately for Liangzhou Prefecture. Yin Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. Report everything about the monster causing trouble here, and all the events to the Demon Suppression Division. Yin Qinghe's expression changed drastically. Dad, if you do this, if it really reaches the Demon Suppression Division, the Yin family's past collusion with the magistrate would be enough to get you killed 1,000 times over. Yin Shoucai waved his hand, his face showing unprecedented fatigue. I can't care about that anymore. As long as your sister is safe, I'll accept the consequences. Yin Lingyin stepped out of the Yin family's gate. She let out a pitch-black steed from beside the gate. Mounting the horse, she found the streets sparsely populated, with a few hurried passers-by looking panicked. It seemed that Qingping County had been suffering from demonic troubles for a long time. She did not take the official road, but chose a secluded path heading straight toward the south of the city. South Lin, 30 miles south of Qingping County. There lay a continuous stretch of forest. Ordinary woodcutters dared not venture too deep. Yin Lingyin lowered her gaze, silently observing her surroundings. A small one is dead, and there's an old one too. Such a cliché unfolding of events was truly enough. In her past life, she had never been this busy with projects. The horse's hooves did not stop. If that nobleman truly sought revenge, the Yin family would be the first to bear the brunt. Her father, her brother, and her own little life would all be at stake. Sitting and waiting to die was not her style. Rather than waiting, it would be better to probe the situation first. Since the court could not be relied upon, she would have to rely on herself. If she could first figure out the nobleman's roots, or even take the initiative, lost in thought, she vaguely spotted the outline of houses ahead. Yin Lingyin squinted. There were indeed villages around South Lin. However, this village had lost its vitality. The houses were crooked, the doors half ajar, with no smoke rising. Only an eerie silence remained. Several figures sat scattered under a withered tree at the village entrance, appearing dazed. Upon hearing the sound of hoofbeats, they turned their heads slightly toward her and her horse, then quickly lowered them again, as if she were merely a gust of wind passing over graves. Yin Lingyin frowned slightly. What was going on in this ghostly place? She reined in the horse before an old man. Old man, where's this place? The old man didn't even lift his eyelids, as if he hadn't heard. The others nearby were the same, remaining completely still. A surge of unnamed anger rose in Yin Lingyin's heart. Speak. Still, no one responded. Yin Lingyin gritted her teeth silently. Fine, you all are tough. If the monsters come and nibble you one by one, don't expect me to collect your corpses. Just as she pondered whether to dismount and drag someone up to ask questions or simply seek another method, she suddenly heard cries coming from within the village. Help! Ah, no. A woman with disheveled hair stumbled out from deep within the village. Following closely behind her were 3 or 4 black shadows, slightly smaller than the pig demon Yin Lingyin had encountered earlier, leisurely chasing after her. Yin Lingyin's eyes narrowed, and without saying a word, she nimbly dismounted. The horse, seemingly intelligent, nervously pawed the ground but did not stray away. She stepped forward slowly. The few small pig demons had been circling the woman, but upon seeing a human approach, they abandoned the crazed woman and, grunting, surrounded Yin Lingyin instead. The first pig demon, with tusks protruding, grinned with a mouth dripping with saliva, saying in a deep voice, Look who's come from afar. This little lady seems more tender than those old hags in the village. It stretched out its long tongue to lick its nose, followed by lewd words. I've never tasted something so fresh. Let me have my fun first. The other pig demons also let out strange laughs, closing in on her. A faint cold smile tugged at the corners of Linyin's lips. She placed her slender fingers on the hilt of her sword. However, the calmness in her eyes suddenly ignited, shooting out a chilling light. When did it become the pig's turn to walk upright? In the next moment, clang! A clear sword cry shattered the air, shaking the trees. The demon-slaying sword of Huanhua. A beam of concentrated cold light swept up from below, slashing through with a determination to sever all. The grinning faces of the pig demons froze. In the next instant, 4 pig heads flew up, black blood gushing out, splattering onto the barren ground. The headless demon corpses staggered and fell one after another, kicking up a cloud of dust. Linyin flicked her wrist, shaking off the blood droplets from her sword, which remained bright and clean, and then she sheathed it. The entire process happened in the blink of an eye. Her gaze shifted to the woman who sat slumped on the ground, her eyes wide with shock, already speechless. Linyin couldn't be bothered to pay her any mind and continued walking inward. Slain intelligent pig demon. Total lifespan 113 years, remaining 94 years, absorbed. Slain intelligent pig demon. Total lifespan 102 years, remaining 82 years, absorbed. Slain intelligent pig demon. Total lifespan 143 years, remaining 105 years, absorbed. Slain intelligent pig demon. Total lifespan 120 years, remaining 90 years, absorbed. Demon lifespan 371 years. A flurry of panel messages popped up, but Linyin had no time to pay attention. The scene ahead made her pupils constrict sharply. An open area, surrounded by crooked wooden fences, revealed a hellish sight. Dozens of women, scantily clad, with disheveled hair and blank expressions, huddled in muddy corners. Some were covered in wounds, while others stared blankly like walking corpses. What was even more horrifying were the scattered, severed limbs and broken arms, already blackened and decaying. Several larger pig demons lazily lay in the mud inside the fence. Some had swollen bellies, snorting loudly, while others casually poked at a broken bone, not knowing whose it was. Beneath them lay thick filth, mixed with food scraps and excrement. This was not a village at all. It was these demons, keeping humans like livestock. The unnamed anger in her chest had now transformed into an overwhelming rage. Inside the open area, the largest pig demon was playing with a human bone, completely unaware that its death was imminent. Suddenly, the pig demon felt an immense force pressing down on its shoulders, overwhelming and irresistible. Before it could finish its thought, its massive body was slammed to the ground like a rag doll. With a loud crash, mud and water splashed everywhere. It only felt the world spinning and darkness closing in. The entire pig's head was firmly pressed into the stinking mud by a pair of slightly smaller black boots, its skull creaking as if it were about to crack. Who is it? Who dares to strike a nail in? The pig demon struggled to move its only remaining eye, desperately glancing upward and backward. A stunningly beautiful face came into view, but it was as cold as ice. The woman leaned slightly forward, looking down from above, her calm gaze filled with the fury that could burn everything to ashes. And a cold, long sword was silently resting against its neck. To be a pig, one must have the awareness of being a pig. What gives you the right to think you can ride on the heads of others? Chapter 7. Hua Dung Magic Sword. Completion. Slaying the intelligent pig demon. Total lifespan of 193 years. Remaining 35 years. Absorption completed. PFF. The massive pig head completely separated from its body. Black blood gushing from the severed neck like a spring, instantly staining the muddy ground she was treading. Linyin spun her black boots to avoid most of the filthy blood, then kicked the heavy headless demon corpse several feet away. She cast a cold, electric gaze towards the remaining pig demons in the enclosure. After a brief moment of shock, the few slightly smaller pig demons let out angry roars. Clearly undeterred by the gruesome death of their companion, they became even more ferocious. Linyin silently assessed the situation. The pig demons in the circle were significantly stronger than the first one she encountered. If it weren't for the ambush, she wouldn't have been able to easily slay them. Now she was facing several of them head-on at once. To be safe, she opened the panel. Current martial arts, Hua Dung Magic Sword Tongmai, entry level. Current remaining lifespan, 1 year. Demon lifespan, 406 years. This Hua Dung Magic Sword had ample killing power, but she was currently only at the entry level and had yet to comprehend many of its intricacies. She made a decision. As her thoughts settled, the panel flickered slightly. A cold inquiry appeared. Please select infusion years, 306 years. Leaving 100 years as a backup. 300 years would be enough to reach completion. Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword Tongmai. Entry level. Confirmed infusion of 306 years of lifespan for simulation. The panel's brilliance flashed, and lines of text rapidly swept by, as if time itself was flowing before her eyes. In the first year, you practiced Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword under a waterfall. The sound of water roaring, sword light like a thread, gradually becoming familiar with the moves. In the 7th year, you encountered fierce beasts in the forest, engaging with sword techniques, facing numerous dangers, and comprehending the essence of sword moves in real combat, becoming 3 parts ruthless. In the 15th year, feeling significant progress in swordsmanship, you attempted to take a different path and create new moves, but ended up straining yourself and lay for 7 days and nights, cursing this sword technique for being unworthy of a person. In the 30th year, observing the torrent of the mountains, you comprehended its relentless momentum, and the previously stuck places in the sword moves were suddenly understood. Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword finally entered the minor achievement stage, already possessing a certain aura in your strokes. In the 130th year, you encountered a senior in the sword path who enlightened you, but then fell into new confusion. Feeling as if the sword path was like the sea, and even exhausting a lifetime would be hard to understand its wonders. Locking yourself in a small room for 3 days, emerging with red eyes, mumbling about having understood loneliness. In the 170th year, observing the tide under the moon, as the tide rose and fell, the sword techniques fluctuated correspondingly, sometimes fierce, sometimes restrained. Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword reached great success. In the 220th year, you visited famous mountains, attempting to merge the sword intent with heaven and earth, but always felt a layer of window paper blocking you, unable to enter. In frustration, you nearly threw your sword into the valley. In the 280th year, a heavy snow sealed the mountains. You sat in silence amidst the stillness, realizing the beauty of the falling snowflakes. Your heart stirred, and the sword techniques gradually became harmonious, just lacking the final push. On the 306th year, on the day of frost, you practiced sword techniques at the mountain peak. As the move was executed, inspiration struck, and a torrent of sword intent poured down from the crown of your head, penetrating through your whole body. Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword finally reached great completion, and you felt that with this sword in hand, you could sweep away all injustices in the world. Gain trait, Clear Sword Heart. Linyin let out a long breath, even though it was just a flow of text on the panel. The 300 years of hard practice seemed to weigh heavily on her heart. Current martial arts, Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword Tongmai, completion. Trait, Clear Sword Heart. When practicing sword-type martial arts, comprehension slightly increases, and training speed accelerates. Current remaining lifespan, 1 year. Demon lifespan, 100 years. In reality, only a breath had passed. Inside the enclosure, the few, slightly smaller pig demons, still stirred by the gruesome death of their companion, suddenly froze in place. Their not-so-bright minds struggled to understand what had happened. They felt that the woman before them looked the same as before, yet her aura had suddenly changed. Linyin lightly raised her wrist, the sword tip angled. In an instant, a faint, clear radiance flowed from the sword body. What Tongmai truly was, she still could not know. But, after reaching completion, the sword style of the Hua Hua Dung Magic Sword gave her a vague feeling. She was missing something. Now, with her mortal body wielding this sword, its power was less than 50%. But it should be enough. The sword moved. That clear radiance moved along with it, like a stream of living silver. As the light passed, the movements of the pig demons abruptly halted. Their massive bodies froze in place, even their unfinished roars frozen in their throats. Then, fine white cracks emerged on their bodies. The cracks spread, yet not a drop of blood seeped out. With just one sword, all the raised pig demons were completely wiped out. Linyin sheathed her sword, the blade still untainted, the clear radiance dissipating, returning to its ordinary state. She tilted her head slightly and uttered, 300 years just to chop you guys seems a bit of loss. Forget it. Early death leads to early reincarnation. In the next life, get a good start. Don't be a pig, especially don't be this ugly, brainless pig demon. Slave 4 intelligent pig demons. Absorb demon lifespan, 160 years. Lifespan absorption and transformation completed. Demon lifespan, 260 years. The dust settled, and the smell of blood had yet to dissipate. The few surviving women still huddled in the corner, their eyes vacant. Hey, it's okay now. Yin Linyin spoke, attempting to bring them back to their senses. This place is not a place to linger. Where do you live? Do you still remember? The women showed no response, as if they were made of wood or clay. She sighed. In this state, she wouldn't be able to ask anything. But she couldn't just leave them here. All right, you wait here, don't run around. Yin Linyin left a sentence, not caring whether they understood, and turned to walk towards the black horse. This horse actually had some spirit, having not run away earlier. She mounted the horse, deciding to return to Qingping County first. The horse's hooves thudded on the slightly muddy road, splashing a few starry mud droplets. Arriving at the gate of Qingping County, Yin Linyin reined in the horse. Looking at the somewhat desolate yamen not far away. Reported to the authorities? The thought flashed through her mind. She knew very well the character of the officials in Qingping County. Rather than relying on them, it was better to rely on herself. Yin Linyin turned the horse's head and headed straight back to the Yin residence. She was now the young lady of the Yin family, so commanding a few hands was not a problem. Moments later, several servants from the Yin residence and 2 horse-drawn carriages followed Yin Linyin out of the city again, heading towards the forest. Qingping County Yamen. A bailiff stumbled in. Sir, the county magistrate Qian Songyin was already overwhelmed with anxiety over the recent matters concerning the Yin family. Hearing the voice, he suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. What is it that is so urgent? The bailiff collapsed to the ground, trembling as he spoke. In the southern forest, a big incident has occurred. The young lady of the Yin family, Qian Songyin's temples throbbed, already sensing an ominous premonition. What happened to her? Speak quickly. She slaughtered all the pig demons in the southern forest. Bang! With a loud crash. The county magistrate Qian Songyin slammed his palm on the redwood table in front of him. Another one dead? That girl really dares to kill in the southern forest? What kind of place is the southern forest? It's the lair of that group of pig demons. Killing demons in their lair, purely looking for death. Qian Songyin's chest heaved violently. After a long while, he finally squeezed out a sentence through gritted teeth. Is there more? The Yamen runner trembled even more. There's more. That lord has already sent someone to convey a message. What did he say? That lord said if within 3 days, the county office doesn't capture that girl from the Yin family and send her over, he will personally come to Qingping County to demand an explanation. Qian Songyin nearly lost his balance. Once the monster truly steps into Qingping County, no matter what, his position as the county magistrate will be finished. Chapter 8. Surviving, not embarrassing in the early morning. Yin Linyin opened her eyes to see the intricately carved canopy of her bed. Beneath her was a soft brocade quilt. Everything reminded her that she was no longer the corporate worker rushing to complete plans at her computer, but the eldest daughter of the Yin family. A real woman. She raised her hand, her slender fingers and delicate skin catching her attention. Such beautiful hands, it would be a waste not to do something with them. TSK. She pouted slightly, lifted the quilt, and got out of bed. The women from yesterday had already been arranged to go home. Those who remembered the way home were sent back, while those who didn't would still find a meal at the Yin residence. Beautiful and kind-hearted. Nothing could be better than this, she thought smugly. Miss, you're awake? Yes, come in. 2 maids entered, one carrying a basin of water and the other holding clothes. They helped her wash up and change. The copper mirror reflected an exceptionally beautiful face. Her brows and eyes were like paintings, and her lips were naturally rosy. Indeed, she was a top beauty. Unfortunately, her core was rough. Yin Linyin tugged at the corners of her mouth, managing a smile at her reflection. Miss, the master is waiting for you in the front hall for breakfast. Got it. Yin Linyin walked towards the front hall. Yin Shoucai had been waiting for a long time. When he saw her come in, a big smile immediately filled his face. Daughter, come quickly. I had the kitchen prepare your favorite bird's nest porridge. Yin Linyin took her seat. Yin Shoucai eagerly pushed a bowl of porridge in front of her. Eat more. You've lost a bit of weight these past few days. Yin Linyin picked up the spoon and sipped slowly. However, her mind was calculating. The magic sword of the flower washing pond had reached perfection, sufficient to deal with ordinary demons. But relying solely on one set of sword techniques was somewhat lacking. Not to mention, there was also the mysterious realm of meridian opening. She felt skeptical that the pig demon king of Nanlin would be on par with those ordinary pig demons from yesterday. Originally, she had no thoughts since she had only a year left to live. But now, she felt that stepping into meridian opening might very well extend her life. At the very least, since there are demons in this world, it wouldn't be too much to seek out treasures that prolong life, right? Better to live poorly than to die well. Father. Yin Linyin set down her spoon. Ah, daughter, what is wrong? Is the porridge not to your taste? Not that, Yin Linyin replied. I want to look for some other martial arts to study. Upon hearing this, Yin Shotsai was slightly taken aback. Daughter, martial arts are not like common cabbages on the street. He put down the jade chopsticks in his hand and sighed. Nowadays, Qingping County is not as peaceful as before. The mix of fish and dragons has decreased, and those who come to this remote place from the martial world are particularly rare. Yin Shotsai paused, glancing towards the county office, hinting, those who know some martial arts, aside from those in the county office. He didn't continue. The county office was currently the least likely place for the Yin family to go. Yin Linyin frowned slightly. She understood perfectly. After breakfast, Yin Linyin returned to her room. The window was open, and a breeze blew in. As long as the demon problems in Qingping County weren't resolved, she would find it hard to be at ease. But now, where could she find other martial arts? Did she really have to continue focusing solely on sword techniques? Just as she was deep in thought, a maid's voice came from outside the door. Mississippi, what is it? Yin Linyin pulled her thoughts back. Outside, young Master Zhang has come again. He said. He wants to invite the young lady to go boating on the lake. Yin Lingyin's brows slightly furrowed, barely noticeable. Young Master Zhang? She had no impression of this person in her mind. Which Zhang family? The maid seemed somewhat surprised and quickly replied. It's the Zhang family from the south of the city, the owners of the Kaiwei Yuan escort agency. Young Master Zhang Yang, your father mentioned it before, saying, that young Master Zhang has been infatuated with you for a long time and has previously come to propose marriage. Propose marriage? Yin Lingyin's fingertips lightly tapped the table. She remembered. She recalled that this escort agency had some reputation in Qingping County. Those who transported goods certainly wouldn't lack martial skills. If we talk about where there is a systematic martial arts inheritance in Qingping County, aside from the county office, the escort agency would indeed qualify. However, her cheap old dad had always looked down on these martial artists. Just like in her previous life, her father was afraid that his daughter would be ruined by some rogue. It was probably why he had intentionally not mentioned it earlier. Damn it, the old man almost ruined my good thing. Yin Linyin bit her back teeth. Let him in. Yes, Mississippi. The maid responded and retreated. Yin Linyin got up and walked to the window. However, she, a big man, had to deal with a man who was lusting after her body. Sigh. For the sake of survival, it's not embarrassing. Before long, footsteps approached. Yin Linyin turned around. A young man in splendid attire stood at the door. His figure quite robust and his face well-proportioned. Why, young lady Yin? Zhang Yang's eyes brightened upon seeing Yin Linyin, and he spoke a bit stutteringly. Such a lack of composure. Yin Linyin rolled her eyes and nodded slightly. Young Master Zhang. Zhang Yang rubbed his hands together, grinning. I apologize for the intrusion. The weather's been nice lately, and the scenery at Mirror Moon Lake is splendid. I wonder if Miss Yin would be interested in going boating? His tone was earnest, his gaze fervent. Yin Linyin sized him up. His outfit was not cheap. It seemed the Kaiwei Yuan escort agency was doing well. Even better, if they were so well off. They must have some real skills. Young Master Zhang is quite thoughtful, she replied. Hearing this, Zhang Yang was overjoyed. So, Miss Yin agrees? Yin Linyin said, prepare the carriage. Zhang Yang nearly jumped with joy. Great, great. I'll go right away. Miss Yin, please wait. He turned around and hurried off. Yin Linyin watched his retreating figure. Her expression calm. The fish is on the hook. Mirror Moon Lake. It was not the lake plagued by demons, but a small lake not far from Qingping County. Many people in Qingping relied on fishing here for their livelihood. The surface of the lake was like a mirror, reflecting the sky and clouds. A small boat drifted leisurely. Yin Linyin sat at the front of the boat, the gentle breeze brushing through her hair, her clothes billowing, resembling a fairy from a painting. Zhang Yang sat at the back, vigorously rowing, but his gaze frequently darted towards Yin Linyin, unable to get enough of her. Miss, how do you find the scenery here? Zhang Yang soaked a topic. Yin Linyin responded with a faint hum, her gaze falling on the water birds in the distance. She was actually wondering if there were any demons in this lake. Seeing her not very enthusiastic, Zhang Yang felt a bit anxious and added, what does Miss Yin usually enjoy doing? I've heard that you like to study matters of the martial world. He was trying to curry favor. If the other party were indeed like that, then he would have no worries at all. What do escort agencies lack the most? They lack interesting stories from the martial world. If he could just talk a little and win over beauty, wouldn't that'd be a huge profit? Yin Linyin's lips curled slightly, a smile that was neither here nor there. I've heard that young Master Zhang travels widely and must have encountered many remarkable figures in the martial world. Her words made Zhang Yang's heart race. Is the eldest lady praising my extensive knowledge? Of course, I've encountered many remarkable people. Zhang Yang perked up. Our Kaiwei Yuan escort agency transports goods from all over the country, and we VE faced all sorts of situations. Without a few real skills, one cannot survive in this line of work. He patted his chest, quite pleased with himself. Linyin took the opportunity to say, speaking of which, for the Kaiwei Yuan escort agency to be renowned in Qingping, young Master Zhang's skills must be quite impressive as well. Of course, when it came to his father, Zhang Yang was even prouder. My father's mountain-splitting palm is feared by all in the martial world. Mountain-splitting palm? Linyi's heart stirred slightly. From a name, it sounded quite powerful. Young Master Zhang, you must have inherited your father's true teachings? Linyin asked casually. Zhang Yang paused slightly at the words, his smile faltering for a moment, and then he looked a bit embarrassed. I only learned a little of my father's mountain splitter palm, and I'm still far from mastering it. However, our escort agency has a set of ancestral techniques called Yin-Chi-Ju, which I have practiced reasonably well. Chapter 9. The True Method of Nurturing Qi. A glimmer of brilliance flashed in Linyin's eyes. The nurturing Qi technique? Zhang Yang nodded broadly. This technique is our Zhang family's ancestral treasure, specifically used to cultivate inner breath and strengthen the foundation. It is different from my father's mountain-splitting palm, which is destructive and powerful. This is a rare inner skill. His pride was not without reason. People in the martial world often practiced external techniques. A simple set of breathing methods could attract many martial artists. Obtaining a set would provide the foundation for survival. The so-called inner practice of a breath is the foundation of martial arts. Such inner techniques must be extremely precious and not easily passed on, right? Linyin calmly poured him a cup of tea and deliberately asked. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang indeed showed a troubled expression. Miss Yin is correct. This is the foundation of our Zhang family, and it cannot be taught to outsiders. I see. I was indeed too forward, she said, revealing a hint of disappointment and letting out a soft sigh. The beauty furrowed her brow, making one feel pity for her. Zhang Yang quickly said, Miss Yin is being too modest. Although the technique is ancestral, if Miss Yin truly wishes to learn, it is not completely impossible. His words were stammered, and his face turned red. Linyin lowered her eyelashes slightly, her voice lighter. Is what young Master Zhang said true? But wouldn't he that break the rules of your esteemed house? She was both rejecting and welcoming, perfectly embodying the image of a naive girl full of curiosity about the martial world. Under her watery gaze, Zhang Yang felt his blood rush to his head. Rules? What are rules compared to a beauty? It's no problem. No problem. I'll go talk to my father, as long as Miss Yin is willing. His voice trailed off, his gaze burning with unspoken meaning. Linyin sneered inwardly. Do you think I would fall for that? Trying to use a technique to seduce me? She raised her eyes and smiled lightly, like a spring breeze brushing over the lake then. I shall trouble young Master Zhang. Zhang Yang was overjoyed, almost jumping up. No trouble at all. Please wait a moment, Miss Yin. I will now share the essence of the nurturing Qi technique. For the next while, Zhang Yang indeed began to teach the key points of the nurturing Qi technique. Linyin listened attentively, occasionally asking a few questions, pretending to be confused. Zhang Yang became even prouder, eager to share everything he knew. Half an hour later, Linyin's thoughts stirred, and a panel appeared. Indeed, under the technique section, a new entry for the nurturing Qi technique showed up. She happily closed the panel. Thank you, young Master Zhang, for your kindness. This technique is exquisite. I will practice it diligently. It's getting late, and I should be heading back. Zhang Yang was taken aback, quickly saying, Miss Yin, are you going back already? Linyin nodded. Thank you for your company today, young Master Zhang. Zhang Yang hurriedly replied, It's my duty. He paddled the boat towards the shore, contemplating when it would be appropriate to propose. When they reached the shore, just as Linyin was about to disembark, Zhang Yang suddenly spoke up. Miss Yin, when should I come to propose? Propose? She tilted her head slightly. What are you talking about, young Master Zhang? Zhang Yang was completely bewildered, pointing at himself and then at Linyin. Miss Yin, you just agreed to this nurturing Qi technique. Linyin's expression was flat. Accepting your teaching does not mean I agree to marry you. Zhang Yang felt as if struck by lightning. But just now, what about just now? Did I ever say I would marry you? Linyin couldn't be bothered to continue the conversation and turned to leave, leaving Zhang Yang alone on the boat in a daze. Poor Zhang Yang. He was knocked out by an unexpected inequality. Linyin returned to her room and closed the door behind her. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, she thought, and a panel appeared. Under the technique section, the nurturing Qi technique lay quietly, marked as not yet mastered. The usual routine, Let us try it out for 10 years. Nurturing Qi technique, not yet mastered, confirming infusion of 10 years of lifespan for simulation. The panel shimmered, and the simulation began. In the first year, you start practicing the nurturing Qi technique, but find it boring and would rather lie down comfortably. You practice 3 days and slack off for 2. In the third year, you finally practice seriously for a few months, but soon slack off again, feeling that this thing is too difficult. In the fifth year, you start to doubt whether you have any talent for martial arts and simply give up. In the ninth year, you think of that Zhang Yang kid, feeling you can't just take someone else's technique for nothing and reluctantly practice a few times. In the 10th year, you still Haven team mastered it. Linyin. Looking at this result, her mouth twitched. No, my comprehension is really something else. Forget it. Let us go for 100 years. Nurturing Qi technique, not yet mastered, confirming infusion of 100 years of lifespan for simulation. The panel shimmered again, and a longer simulation began. In the 36th year, you can no longer tolerate your poor performance and start practicing earnestly. You finally master the nurturing Qi technique. In the 50th year, you achieve minor success with the nurturing Qi technique and start pondering whether you can improve this flawed technique. In the 60th year, you fail and lie down for 3 years. In the 97th year, you achieve major success with the nurturing Qi technique. And you can now freely manipulate the true Qi within your body with considerable power. Soon, changes began to occur in her body. A trace of Qi wandered within her. Rising from her dantian, it flowed slowly along her meridians, making her bones tremble slightly where it passed. This is true Qi? Linyin pondered. In her previous life, she was just a 996 corporate worker. How could she have seen such mystical things? But now this trace of true Qi, while able to roam within her body, could never break through some kind of shackles. What exactly is this blockage? She frowned and thought. Demon lifespan. 150 years, forget it. If I can't figure it out, then I want to think about it. Let us go all in. Nurturing Qi technique, major success, confirming infusion of 150 years of lifespan for simulation. In the first year, you are single-minded, and the nurturing Qi technique progresses rapidly. In the 23rd year, the nurturing Qi technique reaches perfection. You sense that after mastering this technique, there seems to be another level to reach. The path ahead is not a dead end. In the 24th year, you read extensively in search of the secret to unblocking meridians, but find nothing. In the 25th year, you attempt to forcefully break through the various barriers of the meridians with perfected true Qi, but repeatedly fail, injuring your meridians and spitting out 3 liters of blood. In the 30th year, you begin to sit in meditation and perceive the world. The sounds of the wind, flowing water, and the withering and flourishing of plants are all scenery in your eyes. In the 50th year, you observe the operation of your true Qi, comparing it to the sword intent flowing in the Huanhua River demon sword, vaguely sensing a connection between the two, yet separated by a layer of window paper. In the 70th year, you abandon all active attempts to break through and turn inward to observe how that trace of true Qi emerges from the dantian and how it flows through the meridians. Repeating the cycle. In the 80th year, you discover that while the true Qi flows freely, it always circulates within your body, like a trapped beast, unable to escape. Nor can any external force enter. This is the blockage. In the 90th year, a sudden thought strikes you. The nurturing Qi technique nurtures Qi. If it does not break, how can it reach the next level? You began to go against the grain, no longer nourishing your true energy, but instead continuously compressing it, refining it into a single point in your dantian. In the 105th year, the true energy in your dantian was compressed to the limit, causing unbearable pain, and you fainted several times. In the 110th year, just when you thought your physical body was about to collapse, the compressed true energy suddenly expanded outward, not in an explosion, but in a peculiar breathing pattern. With each breath of true energy, a trace of ethereal primordial energy from the world was drawn into your body, merging into your meridians. In the 125th year, you repeatedly attempted this breathing technique, guiding the primordial energy of heaven and earth to refine your body and cleanse your meridians. The process was peerless, a matter of life and death, but that layer of shackles began to loosen. In the 140th year, you finally developed a complete method, using your perfected true energy as a guide, connecting the bridge of heaven and earth, drawing in primordial energy to flush your meridians, making them truly unobstructed. In the 148th year, you organized this method into a formula, naming it the Tai Chu In Shi Tong Mai Zhen Ju. Once this formula was established, you stepped into the long-desired realm of unobstructed meridians. Remaining lifespan of the demon, 2 years. Chapter 10. Please, Miss Yin. Exorcise the demons. Linyin slowly opened her eyes. The energy within her was no longer the same as before. She stood up and raised her right hand. The sword that had been casually thrown on the table flew into her hand. Ordinary people might not see it, but in her vision, countless streams of true energy surged from her arm, entwining around the sword like threads. So this is what it means to open the meridians. Linyin stared at the long sword in her hand, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes. She drew the sword and waved it casually. As the blade moved, the air seemed to hum with a faint sound. This feeling, Linyin's lips curled up slightly. It was like switching from a tractor to a sports car. Although she was still the same driver, the horsepower was on a completely different level. She sheathed the sword, and the true energy naturally flowed back in her body. After opening the meridians, the energy within her could not only be cultivated internally, but also be released externally to merge with weapons. In this way, the full power of the Huanhua exorcising demon sword could reach its peak. Just then, there was a commotion outside the door. Linyin frowned slightly. Who would be causing trouble in front of the Yin residence at this hour? Miss, it's bad. A young maid rushed into the courtyard, panting for breath. What's the panic about? Outside, so many officials from the county have come and surrounded our front door. The maid's voice trembled with a hint of crying. Officials from the county? Linyin's eyes flashed. The county magistrate really couldn't hold himself back and acted so quickly. She wanted to see what kind of scheme was afoot. When they arrived at the main gate of the Yin residence, Yin Shotsai was already there. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back to the inside of the residence, making it impossible to see his expression. However, Linyin could sense that her father's usual cheerful demeanor had completely vanished at this moment. The air was filled with a tense, iron-gray heaviness. The gate of the Yin residence swung open. Outside, it was a sea of black. Dozens of bailiffs, dressed in dark uniforms and holding firewood sticks, stood in 2 rows with solemn expressions. At the forefront was a middle-aged man in his 40s, wearing a green robe and a square cap, resembling a scribe. Linyin remembered that this man was Liu, the most trusted aide of County Magistrate Qian Songyan. Beside Liu, 2 bailiffs carefully held a plaque covered with red silk. In front of the Yin residence, people were gathered in layers, watching the spectacle with pointed fingers and murmurs. Linyin stepped out of the gate alongside Yin Shotsai. As soon as Liu saw the two, a smile appeared on his face, and he clasped his hands, saying, "Master Yin, Miss Yin, I pay my respects." Yin Shotsai snorted coldly, forcing a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "Liu, what is the meaning of this grand display? Is it possible that my Yin family has committed some crime?" His words carried a hint of rudeness. "Master Yin, you jest. I come today on the orders of the esteemed county magistrate to present a commendation to Miss Yin." Saying this, he stepped aside, signaling the bailiffs behind him to raise the plaque high. "Dear fellow villagers, you must have heard that recently there have been rampant monsters in Qingping County, causing great suffering for the people. Miss Yin, fearless of danger, ventured into the southern suburbs, slaying dozens of chaotic pig demons and rescuing innocent citizens. Such righteous deeds are truly a model for our Qingping County and a blessing for the common people." Cheers erupted from the crowd. "Miss Yin is mighty." It turns out it was Miss Yin who took action. "I heard that the wife and daughter of Liu's family, who were captured by the pig demon, were returned. I was wondering who had such great ability. We thank Miss Yin for saving our lives." Liu watched the scene with satisfaction, and when the noise subsided slightly, he raised his voice again. "The county magistrate has heard of Miss Yin's righteous deeds and praises her endlessly. He has specially ordered me to bring this plaque to highlight her merit." As he spoke, he lifted the plaque in his hand. The 2 bailiffs stepped forward and pulled off the red silk. There were 4 big characters, exorcising demons, safeguarding the way. Next to it was a line of smaller characters, in commemoration of Linyin, unmatched in valor, ridding the people of harm. The signature was from a Qingping County office. "Good. This plaque is excellent. Miss Yin deserves it." Linyin listened to the flattery, barely raising her eyelids. She glanced at those who cheered the loudest. Most of them were unfamiliar ruffians, likely hired by the county office in advance. Yin Shotsai's expression darkened further. "This is a trivial matter, hardly worth mentioning. Liu, we appreciate the county magistrate's good intentions. We will accept the plaque." He wanted to dismiss these people quickly. However, Liu seemed not to have heard his intention to send them away and continued to smile. "Master Yin, you are too humble. Miss Yan's actions are not a small matter. He shifted his tone, raising his voice a few notches. Dear fellow villagers, you must have also heard that the Pig Demon King is exceedingly vicious, with many monsters under its command. The county office has sent troops several times to encircle it, but all have returned in vain, and we lost many brothers in the process. Lu's tone was sorrowful, drawing sighs from some of the people. The county magistrate has been restless and worried about this. Fortunately, the heavens have favored us, and we have a person like Miss Yin. He suddenly turned around, his gaze fixed on Linyin with intensity. Miss Yin can easily slay ordinary pig demons, so it's likely that dealing with the Pig Demon King would be a piece of cake. He continued, to relieve the suffering of the common people in Qingping County and to protect the peace of the region. The county magistrate and all the citizens implore Miss Yin to take action again and go to the southern forest to slay that Pig Demon King. At these words, Yin Shotsai's face changed dramatically. Lu, what do you mean by this? My daughter is just a girl with some knowledge of martial arts. How can she be the match for that Demon King? Is the county office trying to push my daughter into the fire pit? Yin Shotsai was genuinely anxious, his voice trembling. Yin Linyin scoffed inwardly. Here it comes. The plot was finally revealed. This was the true purpose of today's grand spectacle. In the crowd, those hired hands began to make noise again. Miss Yin is highly skilled and will surely be able to slay the demons. Yes, Miss Yin, please show some mercy and save us. Some even knelt down, crying out, we asked Miss Yin to take charge for us. In an instant, the crowd was stirred up. It was as if Yin Linyin did not agree, she would be seen as heartless and indifferent to suffering. Yin Shotsai was so furious that he shook all over. Pointing at Lu, you are going too far? Lu wore a righteous expression. Master Yin, you are mistaken. With great power comes great responsibility. Miss Yin possesses extraordinary skills and should naturally help the people. This is not only the county magistrate's expectation, but also the well-being of all the citizens. His words were grand and flawless, clearly placing Yin Linyin on the moral high ground, using public opinion to pressure her. Finally, Yin Linyin spoke. Lu looked at her, a glimmer of pride in his eyes. What does Miss Yin wish to say? The county magistrate sent you here just to deliver a plaque and perhaps to plead for the people? Lu paused for a moment, then smiled. Exactly. The county magistrate believes that Miss Yin is well aware of righteousness and will not refuse. A mocking smile appeared on Yin Linyin's lips. What if I refuse? As soon as she said this, the scene fell silent. Lu's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Miss Yin is joking. The pig demon in the southern forest is causing havoc, and the people are suffering greatly. If you do not take action, who else can resolve this crisis? Can Miss Yin bear to see the villagers continue to suffer? This was already an outright threat. With this heavy hat placed on her head, an ordinary person would likely be unable to bear it. Chapter 11, I won't slap him. Yin Linyin smiled coldly. Lu Zhubu's words were quite interesting. She slowly stepped forward. The county office's soldiers failed to encircle and suppress. Losing brothers. This was the county office's incompetence. Now to expect a mere woman to take action. This was the county office's shamelessness. Lu Zhubu's expression changed slightly. Forcing a smile. Miss Yin, you have gone too far, the county office. Too far? Yin Linyin interrupted him. Then let me go a bit further. The county office knows it cannot win. Why not report to the state government for reinforcements? Instead, it places hope on a young girl with only a bit of skill. Lu Zhubu opened his mouth to speak, only to find he had nothing to say. The answer was too embarrassing. If the county office reported a defeat, the county magistrate would lose his position. If Yin Linyin died in Nanlin, the responsibility could be completely shifted away. After all, it was the common people who implored her to take action. Yin Linyin saw through this point, her smile becoming even more mocking. Lu Zhubu, you say that with great power comes great responsibility. Then I must ask, how capable is the county magistrate? Governing the people of a county, receiving salary from the court. What responsibility does he bear? Lu Zhubu's face turned ashen. Among the crowd, those who were instigators dared not make a sound. Yin Linyin's words pierced the heart, dissecting the county office's calculations clearly. Yin Shotsai stood to the side, both worried and proud. He was worried that his daughter had completely offended the county office, yet proud of her sharp tongue. The female hero is right. Suddenly, someone in the crowd spoke up. The county office is useless. Why should the female hero go to her death? Exactly. What nonsense reasoning is this? Lu Zhubu's face turned pale. This was completely different from the script he had envisioned. Logically, Yin Linyin should have reluctantly agreed under pressure. Even if unwilling, she would still consider her reputation. Miss Yin, what about me? Yin Linyin said coldly. I'm merely a weak girl with some skill in martial arts. What extraordinary abilities do I possess? Since Lu Zhubu thought so highly of her, why not? She shifted her tone. Why don't you accompany me to Nanlin? Lu Zhubu's face turned ashen. Accompany her to Nanlin? What a joke. Even if the county magistrate had some dealings with that pig demon king, a demon is still a demon. Who could guarantee those pig demons would need him? If it came to that, even if the magistrate helped him, what use would it be? This. Miss Yin, you must be joking. Lu Zhubu forced a smile. I'm just a civil servant. What martial skills do I possess? Oh, Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. Did you not say that with great power comes great responsibility? As the county office's Zhubu, receiving a salary from the court and managing the county's documents. That is no small ability. By your logic, shouldn't you also be worried for the people? Lu Zhubu's forehead was dripping with cold sweat, stammering. I. What's wrong? You hesitate when it comes to your turn? Yin Linyin sneered. A bunch of cowards. As soon as she said this, the crowd of onlookers burst into laughter. The few constables turned red with embarrassment, wishing they could find a crack in the ground to hide. Yin Linyin waved her hand, impatiently saying, get lost. Go back and tell your county magistrate that if he truly wants me to kill the demon, let him come in person and kneel before me. I might consider it. These words shocked the entire crowd. Let the magistrate kneel? How dare she say such a thing? Lu Zhubu was so angry he trembled all over. Ew, you are too bold. How dare you insult the county magistrate? Insulting him would be mild. If he dared to stand in front of me, I wouldn't hesitate to slap him. Lu Zhubu was infuriated but could only leave in disgrace. The crowd of onlookers dispersed, murmuring among themselves. Yin Shotsai walked to his daughter's side, worried. Ener, offending the county office like this, I'm afraid. Father, what is there to fear? Yin Linyin said nonchalantly, when soldiers come, I will fight. When water comes, I will cover. Yin Shotsai shook his head with a wry smile, feeling both worried and helpless. His daughter's temper was indeed getting stranger. Sir. Qian Songyan was leisurely drinking tea. As the respected official of the county, he valued his dignity greatly. Seeing Lu Zhubu rush and looking flustered, he frowned. What is so urgent? What kind of manners is this? Lu Zhubu didn't have time to wipe his sweat. Kneeling on the ground with tears in his eyes, Sir, that Yin Linyin. She's too much. He recounted what had just happened, embellishing it, especially emphasizing how Yin Linyin looked down on the county office and spoke disrespectfully. She said for you to come and kneel before her. Bang! Qian Songyan's tea cup shattered in his hand, tea splattering everywhere. His face turned iron blue, eyes wide open, his body trembling with anger. What did you say? She wants this county magistrate to kneel before her. Qian Songyan was so furious he paced back and forth in the room, kicking over a low table. Documents scattered everywhere. Who does she think she is? A yellow-haired girl daring to insult my Qingping County office. Lu Zhubu shrank back, not daring to look up. Qian Songyan's anger subsided slightly, but was replaced by a sense of helplessness. That Yin Linyin could slay so many pig demons, she was definitely not an ordinary martial artist. If he forced the issue, even if all the constables rushed out, they might not be able to capture her. Lu Zhubu trembled. Sir, what should we do now? Qian Songyan's expression was indecisive. The pig demon king had already stated that within 3 days, if that girl was not handed over, he would personally visit Qingping County. Once the demon entered the city, it would absolutely not escape the court's notice. Qian Songyan suddenly turned around, gritting his teeth, a glint of ruthlessness and humiliation flashing in his eyes. She wants me to kneel, does she? Good. I will kneel for her to see. Yin Linyin waved her hand, dismissing the maidservants who were helping her bathe. She stepped barefoot into the wooden tub, warm steam rising, obscuring her beautiful features. Wrapped in warm water, Yin Linyin let out a long sigh. She startled herself with that sound. What kind of noise was that? Yin Linyin's face flushed red, and she quickly looked around, confirming no one had heard before she relaxed. Damn, this body is too sensitive, she muttered, unable to resist rubbing her chest. A shiver ran through her. Great. Her hands enjoyed it, but she felt uncomfortable herself. She shook off the distracting thoughts in her mind. Closing her eyes, she focused her thoughts. Demon's lifespan, 2 years. Current remaining lifespan, 21 years. Yin Linyin frowned slightly. As she expected, after stepping into the meridian, her own lifespan had also increased. But 2 years of demon lifespan was now somewhat insufficient. The Tai Chu Chi meridian technique was only at the entry level. If she could cultivate it to perfection, perhaps she could indeed confront that pig demon king. But now, There were quite a few pig demons who had died at her hands. The pig demon king would definitely be on guard. What if she practiced with the fish demon over at Behu? While she was contemplating, a faint sound suddenly came from outside the window. Linyin's eyes widened sharply. Initially puzzled, her expression instantly turned iron blue. Who the hell was looking for death, peeping at me? Chapter 12. The arrival of the demon suppression department. She suddenly stood up, splashing water everywhere. Grabbing a garment hanging on the rack, she spun lightly, the robe wrapping around her delicate figure like butterfly wings. With a slight thought, a thread of energy surged from within her, pulling the long sword hanging on the wall. Whoosh! The sword was drawn from its sheath, a flash of silver, and it landed steadily in her hand. Without saying a word, Linyin thrust the sword backward toward the window. The long sword shattered the window, but struck nothing. Don't panic, I'm also a girl. A woman's hurried explanation came from outside the window, her voice slightly flustered. It doesn't matter if you're a beast. Linyin leaped out of the window, landing barefoot. The tip of her sword pointed directly at the shadow in the darkness. Speak. Who sent you? Under the moonlight, the outline of the figure gradually became clear. A woman dressed in dark armor, her robe torn in several places, blood-stained and appearing weathered. She slumped to the ground, her face as pale as paper, breathing weakly, clearly heavily injured. Her eyes fixed on Linyin, a glimmer of surprise flickering in her gaze, followed by a hint of caution. You have entered the meridian? What does it matter to you if I have entered the meridian? Linyin frowned, her voice cold. Do you not understand the situation? Answer my question. I am Lu Hongxiu from the Demon Suppression Department. It's a pleasure to meet you, miss. The woman struggled to rise and salute, but her body swayed dangerously. Linyin's sword tip trembled slightly, stopping her. People from the Demon Suppression Department? Why are you sneaking around? Lu Hongxiu forced a smile, explaining that due to her severe injuries, she couldn't afford to alarm anyone. I heard about your righteous deeds, slaying demons and monsters, so I came to seek your help. She laboriously raised her hand, holding a token engraved with an eagle and the words demon suppression. Linyin's gaze fell on the token. She had never seen one before and couldn't tell if it was real. However, it seemed that this woman had some confidence. Unlike someone trying to fake it, she sheathed her sword and said impatiently, Speak. What is it? Seeing her sheathe the sword, Lu Hongxiu's tense heartstrings relaxed slightly. Holding the token, she breathed heavily. This matter is of great importance. Please, miss, step inside so I can explain in detail. Linyin glanced at her still damp feet. Damn, she had heard that girls could easily catch a chill and suffer from abdominal pain. She hoped that wouldn't happen to her. She furrowed her brows, thinking of all sorts of random things while glaring at Lu Hongxiu. Kumin. She turned around and walked straight into the house. Lu Hongxiu struggled to rise, each movement making her face paler. She slowly followed, her steps heavy and breath unsteady. Inside, Linyin casually draped an outer robe over herself and sat at the table. Lu Hongxiu entered, sat cross-legged across from Linyin, leaning against the wall for support. Speak. I am here on orders from the Demon Suppression Department of Liangzhou Prefecture, asking you, Miss Yin, to help eliminate a water demon causing trouble at North Lake. A generous reward will be offered upon success, and your merits will be recorded by the Demon Suppression Department. What use are merits? If needed in the future, you can request the Demon Suppression Department's assistance. Oh, Linyin responded nonchalantly, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. You people from the Demon Suppression Department seem quite idle. A water demon at North Lake? Lu Hongxiu nodded. Indeed. Linyin suddenly stopped tapping, her eyes sharp. There is a pig demon wreaking havoc in the southern forest of Qingping County, causing the people to live in unrest day and night. Since the Demon Suppression Department is here, why not deal with the nearby issue first instead of going far? As soon as she spoke, the atmosphere in the room became tense. Lu Hongxiu's expression froze, as if she hadn't expected such a direct question from her. What you said is very true, Miss Yin. I am aware of the situation in the southern forest, but the North Lake water demon involves a broader matter, concerning a significant person in Liangzhou Prefecture. She paused, suddenly hesitant, her expression troubled. Linyin raised an eyebrow. What? Stopping at the critical point? Is this how people from the Demon Suppression Department act? It's not that I intend to conceal anything. It's just that this matter involves secrets, and it's inconvenient to say more. Lu Hongxiu clenched her fists, only able to say, if the North Lake water demon is not eliminated, the consequences are unimaginable. Unimaginable consequences? Linyin chuckled. The pig demon in the southern forest eats people daily. Isn't that already enough to imagine? Miss, you do not know. Within the Demon Suppression Department, there are distinctions between internal and external affairs. The internal department manages the defense of various cities and gathers information from all directions. Serving as the center of the department, Lu Hongxiu paused, her voice weakened by her injuries. The external department is responsible for military campaigns, exterminating various demons and evils, taking risks to cleanse the world. Linyin raised her attractive eyes, waiting for more. I am unworthy, just a minor officer in the internal department. Lu Hongxiu's face showed a hint of bitterness. Due to my responsibilities, it's not that I am unwilling to help the people of the Southern Forest. It's just, my reach is limited. I see. Linyin nodded silently. This was her first time understanding the situation of the Demon Suppression Department. I can promise that once the matter at North Lake is resolved, I will immediately report to the Demon Suppression Department to gather personnel to exterminate the Southern Forest. Lu Hongxiu earnestly looked at Linyin. At that time, the elite forces of the external department will be dispatched, and within 10 days, we will ensure that the pig demon is completely destroyed. Linyin sneered. If you have this ability, why not do it now? Lu Hongxiu fell silent. Linyin narrowed her eyes, already having a suspicion in her heart. Leaning back in her chair, her voice carried a hint of amusement. Is the matter at North Lake something that cannot be seen in the light? Could it be that the demon at North Lake is the illegitimate child of that significant person? Lu Hongxiu was taken aback, looking at her strangely. Why would you think that? Demons and humans cannot produce offspring. TSK. Linyin curled her lips. Damn it, isn't that how the tropes in novels from my previous life were written? She stood up, pacing in the room, suddenly turning to look at Lu Hongxiu. Since you are unwilling to speak directly, I won't make it difficult for you. But I won't take this job. Miss Yin, Lu Hongxiu exclaimed anxiously. This matter truly concerns great significance. Significance? Linyin scoffed. If you're not even willing to reveal the truth, how can I trust you? Besides, the people of Qingping County are living in uncertainty. If I abandon the nearby issue for a distant one, wouldn't that be putting the cart before the horse? Lu Hongxiu's expression changed several times, and after a long while, she finally sighed deeply, as if making a tremendous decision. Fine, since you want to know, I will speak the truth. Linyin sat down again, resting her elbows on the table. I'm all ears. The North Lake water demon was originally tamed by Lord Zhao, the governor of Liangzhou. During his youth, Lu Hongxiu's voice was low. At first, everything was fine, but in recent years, for some unknown reason, the water demon escaped to North Lake and began to harm people. The governor of Zhao doesn't want this matter to become public and has tried to resolve it privately. Lu Hongxiu sighed. He has sent several batches of people, all of whom have gone without return. Linyin shook her head. This Lord Zhao must have been foolish in his youth. Lu Hongxiu looked embarrassed. Miss Yin, so you came this time to carry out that Lord Zhao's secret orders? You must resolve the situation before it spirals out of control. And you cannot let his reputation be damaged? Exactly. I see, this is just a cleanup job. Linyin stretched lazily, already having made her decision in her heart. What a mess. I can't be bothered to get involved. Then let the external department of the Demon Suppression Department handle it. Since you have the ability to eliminate the Southern Forest within 10 days, I assume a mere water demon is nothing to you. Lu Hongxiu remained silent for a moment before finally saying, the external department cannot be moved. Why? If the external department is mobilized, it will inevitably alarm the higher-ups of the Demon Suppression Department, and at that time, Lu Hongxiu gritted her teeth. The deeds of Lord Zhao will inevitably be exposed. Linyin's eyes widened. Are you from the Demon Suppression Department or from Lord Zhao's side? She truly couldn't understand. In front of her, Lu Hongxiu was flanked by two Zhao, and if one didn't know better, they might think the other was a subordinate of the Zhao. Lu Hongxiu was momentarily taken aback by her crude remark, her face alternating between pale and flushed. After a long while, she suppressed her anger and said, Miss Yin, the Demon Suppression Office has its own rules. For the external office, as long as they eliminate the demon and settle the matter, that's enough. However, the internal office has many more considerations. If a governor from a state gets involved, and this matter follows the usual procedures of the external office, it could stir up a huge uproar in the officialdom of Liangzhou. At that time, the people will be in a state of panic, and the local situation will be unstable. Who will bear that cost? Linyin sneered. So you're just going to dump this mess on me? You've misunderstood, Miss Yin. The Demon Suppression Office has no such intention. My answer is simple. I won't take it. Miss Yin, Lu Hongxiu exclaimed urgently this matter. There is nothing more to say. Linyin waved her hand. You can handle it however you like. Just don't think of dragging me into it. Lu Hongxiu remained silent for a long time before finally letting out a long sigh. Since Miss Yin has made up her mind, I want to insist. She took a jade pendant from her bosom and placed it on the table. This is the token of the Demon Suppression Office. If Miss Yin changes her mind, I won't change my mind. Then let it be a token of remembrance. Lu Hongxiu stood up and took her leave. Chapter 13. Now, bro, are you really kneeling? Yin Linyin eventually sent Lu Hongxiu away. After dispatching this messenger from the inner ministry, she leaned against the doorframe, lost in thought. From Lu Hongxiu's words, she managed to pry out some information. The people from the Demon Suppression Department were all severely injured, and their initial intention to go to Beihu to slay demons and extend their lifespans was temporarily dispelled. Forget it. At this point, it's best to get some sleep. In her previous life, she had heard that girls who stay up late age quickly. Although she didn't care much about her appearance, becoming a saggy old woman was something she couldn't accept for the time being. The next day, outside the Yin residence, just as dawn broke, the streets were already bustling with noise, and the common folk surrounded the Yin residence tightly. In the center of the crowd was Qian Songyin, the county magistrate of Qingping, who had surprisingly shed his official robes and was kneeling in plain clothes before the tightly shut door of the Yin residence. His forehead was bulging with veins, his complexion yellow, and his lips cracked, clearly having been kneeling for quite some time. What is Master Qian doing? Didn't the young lady of the Yin family say yesterday that she wanted him to kneel and beg her for help? Look, early this morning, the magistrate is already kneeling at the door of the Yin residence. TSK, a dignified county magistrate actually performing such a grand gesture. Truly a rare, good official. The gate creaked open a crack, and the steward peeked out. Upon seeing the scene, he was so startled that he quickly retreated to report. Soon, Yin Shouzai hurriedly emerged from within. When he saw the scene outside, the head of the Yin family was first taken aback. Then his face drained of color, both shocked and angry. Master Qian, what are you doing? Please rise. Yin Shouzai hurried forward, wanted to help him up. However, Qian Songyin remained as steadfast as a rock, not moving an inch, and simply knocked his head heavily against the ground, muttering, "There's no need for more words, Lord Yin. If Miss Yin does not agree to help today, saving the lives of the tens of thousands of people in Qingping County, then I shall kneel here and not rise." Yin Shouzai was so anxious that sweat beaded on his forehead. Your words are too heavy. My daughter is not capable of such things. This matter, it needs to be discussed further. He truly did not expect that Qian Songyin would go to such lengths. At this moment, the onlookers among the common folk were thick as bees, pointing and discussing the two men. Before he could finish speaking, the crowd had already begun to murmur. Discuss further? That demon is eating people without waiting for anyone. Exactly. Master Qian has been kneeling here for nearly half an hour, and Miss Yin hasn't even shown her face. What is the reasoning behind that? I heard that the pig demon king in Nanlin is incredibly fierce. Miss Yin isn't afraid, is she? A sharp female voice rang out, tinged with sobs. My husband went to gather firewood on the outskirts of Nanlin the other day and never came back. Will Miss Yin please be kind? Yes. Miss Yin, if you don't help, what hope do we common folks have? The Yin family looks so prosperous, yet they don't care about the people's suffering. What kind of heroine? I see she just relies on her abilities and looks down on us common folk. The murmurs grew louder, transforming from whispers to blatant accusations. Yin Shouzai's old face turned crimson, from the nape of his neck to the tips of his ears. Having lived for most of his life, he valued his reputation above all, and he had never faced such public humiliation and doubt. He glared at Qian Songyin, wishing he could devour him. This was clearly trying to force Linyin to death. A young scholar with a square cap snorted coldly and stepped forward. Master Qian is kneeling for the people's sake. And if Miss Yin continues to avoid her responsibility, she will lose her sense of chivalry and break the hearts of the people of Qingping. At that time, don't blame us for trampling down the threshold of the Yin residence. Right? Let's trample down her Yin family threshold. Force her to come out. The crowd's emotions were already out of control, and some troublemakers began to push forward, making the scene look like it was about to descend into chaos. Yin Shouzai felt dizzy, nearly falling over. What are you shouting about? Early in the morning, whose family has a dead person? Before he could finish speaking, Yin Linyin had already appeared at the door, casually fixing her slightly disheveled clothes, still half asleep, with a fierce look on her face. She glanced around, her gaze landing on her father's pale face, then shifted to the dark crowd, finally settling on the figure kneeling in the center of the door. Where did this beggar come from, and why is he begging at her doorstep? Yin Shouzai's lips trembled, and before he could respond, a quick-witted servant rushed over and whispered, "Mississippi, that's the county magistrate." Yin Linyin dug in her ears, doubting she had heard correctly due to sleepiness. "Who?" "The county magistrate." Her beautiful eyes widened in disbelief. "Wait, bro, are you really kneeling?" "Damn it." Yin Linyin was completely speechless. She truly did not expect that this Qian would lower himself to such a degree and put on such a show in public. Qian Songyin, seeing her come out, perked up and raised his voice. "Miss Yin, didn't you say you wanted me to kneel? Then today, I shall kneel here. I only ask for you to consider the lives of the hundreds of thousands of people in Qingping and take action against the demons." His voice was mournful, and combined with his tragic appearance, it was somewhat moving. Yin Linyin frowned and fell silent. This Qian was clearly pushing her into the fire pit by putting on such a performance in public. It was true that Nanlin was dangerous. The pig demon king was no good creature. She had no confidence. Not responding, she caught a glimpse of the surrounding crowd, now dark and dense. The eyes of those common folk, who were previously just whispering, had changed as they looked at her. "Yisnt Miss Yin speaking. Master Qian is like this. She can't really be afraid, can she?" She spoke so bravely before, wanting the magistrate to kneel, but now that he truly is kneeling, she is backing down. The woman who had previously cried about her missing husband wailed again. "Miss Yin, please have mercy. We common folks are relying on you." "Yes, Miss Yin. If you don't act, Qingping County will be finished." "What nonsense, heroine. I see she is just afraid of death. With a bit of skill, she puts on airs and doesn't care about our lives. We thought she was a living bodhisattva, saving the suffering." The waves of accusations grew louder and more severe, becoming increasingly unpleasant. Yin Shotsai was so furious that he trembled all over, pointing at those people, his lips quivering. You. But he was drowned out by the even more tumultuous voices. The young scholar in the square cap stood up again, speaking with righteous indignation. "Miss Yin, Master Qian has already humbled himself to this extent. He has shown great mercy. If you continue to hesitate, it will be as if you were opposing the common people of Qingping. At that time, don't blame us, the righteous men of Qingping, for trampling down your Yin residents and eradicating the threat for the people. We urge you to take action. Trample down the Yin residents. Force her to act, right? If she doesn't go, we'll just kidnap her." The crowd was completely in an uproar, some people showing fierce looks and starting to push forward. The 2 weak servants at the Yin residence could not hold them back and were pushed around. Yin Linyin looked at this group of angry people, who seemed ready to devour her, and then at Qian Songyin, who was kneeling on the ground, the corners of his mouth showing a hint of satisfaction, quickly masked by a look of pain. She suddenly found it a bit amusing. Truly, it was laughable. She took a deep breath. "Is everything said?" Chapter 14. Kneel down before me. Is that all said? The scholar with the square scarf thought she was frightened by the commotion, and with certainty in his heart. He straightened his neck, looking righteous. "Miss Yin, do not be so obstinate." Before he could finish speaking, Yin Linyin had already interrupted him. "What is your name?" The scholar was taken aback, instinctively straightening his back with a hint of pride. "I am Wang Fu, a student of Qingping County." Slap. A crisp sound echoed. Wang Fu was slapped and spun half a circle on the spot. With a muffled sound, several teeth mixed with blood flew out, and he stumbled a few steps before collapsing to the ground, covering his face, his eyes filled with disbelief. The crowd suddenly fell silent. Yin Linyin shook her wrist and said something incoherently. "I ask you, what is your dog's name?" You dare to hit me? This is disgraceful." He struggled to get up, turning to the crowd, try to incite them again. "Fellow villagers, you all saw it. This violent woman." Yin Linyin frowned, and before he could finish, she stepped forward and directly grabbed Wang Fu. "What are you doing?" Wang Fu screamed in terror. Yin Linyin, expressionless, held onto Wang Fu's collar and dragged him step by step towards the few not-so-high stone steps in front of the Yin residence. The blood and foam spilling from his mouth and nose mixed with dust, leaving a glaring dark red mark on the stone slab with her steps. She threw him down the steps, and he did not even make a sound, slumping like a pile of mud. Only then did Yin Linyin brush her slightly disheveled sleeve, take 2 steps, and casually sit down on the highest step. With her forearm resting on her knee, she looked drowsy, but her eyes were like a cold pool. She had her back to the gate, her gaze sweeping over the dead, silent crowd below, finally landing on Qian Songyin's face, which was twitching in fear. "Chuntao," she called without turning her head, "bring me my sword." The maid named Chuntao hurriedly ran into the residence. Moments later, her face pale, she rushed out holding a long sword in its sheath, quickly presenting it with both hands. Yin Linyin took the long sword, casually extended a foot, and precisely stepped on Wang Fu's still twitching face. The once noisy commoners now looked pale, not daring to make a sound. Qian Songyin, kneeling on the ground, had a deathly pale face, his jaw trembling uncontrollably. Yin Linyin lightly ground her toe on Wang Fu's face, then extended a slender finger. 1 incense stick's time. Within 1 incense stick, if anyone dares to linger in front of the Yin residence, the next will end up like him. In the crowd, someone finally remembered something. The South Forest. A voice trembled, filled with tears. Those pig demons, she killed them. This statement was like a stone thrown into stagnant water, instantly awakening everyone. Yes, the pig demons. This woman can slay pig demons. What had they been clamoring about earlier? What were they forcing? On what grounds did they dare? A chill ran through everyone from the soles of their feet to the top of their heads. The woman who had been crying about her missing husband now covered her mouth tightly with both hands, her face smeared with tears and mucus, not daring to make sound. The few young ruffians who had shouted about flattening the Yin residents were now pale-faced, their legs weak, wishing they could relieve themselves on the spot. Yin Linyin did not even lift her eyelids, impatiently saying, "Not leaving? There's still half an incense stick left. Run!" Someone shouted first, and the crowd scattered like frightened birds and beasts. They pushed, trampled, cried out for their parents, wishing their parents had given them 2 more legs. In the blink of an eye, only a few scattered people remained in front of the Yin residence. The limp and muddy Wang Fu and Qian Songyin, who was kneeling in the center. Qian Songyin's face was pale, cold sweat pouring down his forehead, looking at the chaotic ground and the quickly emptying street. Then glancing at the woman sitting with a sword on the steps, her expression indifferent. He felt a chill seep through his bones. He wanted to run. He had to run. If he didn't run now, the next one to be trampled underfoot would be him. Qian Songyin. He pushed against the ground with his hands, trying to get up with all his might. However, having knelt for too long, his legs were already numb and he couldn't muster any strength. Ugh! Qian Songyin groaned, and not only did he fail to stand up, but he also stumbled, nearly falling over. He awkwardly adjusted his posture, using both hands and feet, resembling a turtle out of water. Yin Linyin finally allowed her gaze to shift from Wang Fu's face to him, a trace of a barely perceptible smile curling at the corner of her mouth. "Master Qian, where are you going?" Qian Songyin's body stiffened, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. "Miss Yin." "I. Who told you to get up?" Qian Songyin froze. "Don't you like kneeling?" Yin Linyin lightly tapped the ground with the sword sheath, continuing, "Kneel down before me." The sky changed suddenly, and by noon, dark clouds had gathered. Raindrops quietly fell, initially fine, then gradually heavier, pattering against the blue tiles of the Yin residence. In the dining room, father and daughter sat across from each other, the table laden with dishes, steam rising. Yin Shotsai pushed around some rice, but ultimately found it hard to swallow, putting down his bamboo chopsticks and looking at his daughter. Yin Linyin ate calmly, as if nothing had happened. Is this still his naive daughter? He found it increasingly difficult to understand this precious daughter of his. Finally, as the sound of rain intensified, Yin Shotsai sighed heavily and spoke. "Here." Yin Linyin raised her eyes, lightly replying, indicating for him to continue. "You should leave." Yin Linyin set down her chopsticks, lightly tapping her fingers on the table. "Father thinks I should go where?" Yin Shotsai was taken aback, then said, "Leave Qingping, anywhere is fine." Yin Linyin shook her head. "Not leaving. That Qian Songyin is still kneeling outside. He won't come to trouble you again, but you killed so many pig demons. The pig demon king of the South Forest. Can just let it go?" Yin Linyin placed her bowl and chopsticks down, leisurely wiped her mouth with a handkerchief, and looked at her father. "Father, I know. You know." Yin Shotsai was so angry he nearly jumped up. "You know, and you still stay here waiting to die? What is there in this broken place of Qingping that you want to cling to? Listen to your father. Quickly pack your things. I will prepare enough silver for you to head south to those big states. The Demon King won't dare to find you." Yin Shotsai grew more anxious as he spoke, wishing he could pack his daughter up and send her away right now. As long as the Green Mountains remain, there's no fear of not having firewood. You're still young. There's no need to. What will you do if I leave? Yin Linyin's gaze swept across the familiar dining room, the sound of rain outside pattering. What about the Yin residence? The family business passed down for generations. Just like that, you want to abandon it? Father is old, and my death is not regrettable. Yin Shotsai's eyes turned red. His voice choked. "I do not ask you to slay demons. I only ask for your safety. Father, do you think I, Yin Linyin, and the kind of person who would abandon my father and run away? She paused, her tone carrying an inexplicable meaning. Moreover, this vast world, where there no demons. Today I avoided the pig demon king. What other wolf demons or tiger monsters will I encounter tomorrow? Sigh. He slumped in his chair, looking at the increasingly dense curtain of rain outside. Yin Linyin was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Father, do you know why I want to kill those monsters? Yin Shotsai was taken aback and instinctively replied, Naturally, it's to eliminate harm for the people. Before he could finish his sentence, he stopped. His daughter's previous actions did not seem like those of someone with pure chivalrous intentions. A faint curve appeared at the corner of Yin Lingyin's mouth as she self-mockingly said, What if I said it's just because I find them unpleasant? Avoidance is of no use. She wouldn't leave. At least not now. Chapter 15 Lousy Hangs You Up. The rain was continuous. Raindrops fell in lines from the eaves, splashing onto the bluestone slabs and creating fine water droplets. It had been raining for 2 days straight. Yin Linyin leaned against the window, her fingertips unconsciously tracing patterns on the window paper. For the past 2 days, aside from eating and sleeping, she had been staring blankly at the endless rain outside. Her cheap old man, Yin Shotsai, had wanted to say something to make her run away, but with just one glare from her, he could only sigh and sulk by himself. Behind her, footsteps approached softly. Mississippi, are you feeling unwell? Yin Linyin turned her head. Oh, it was the little girl she had saved from the pig demon and brought back to the Yin residence. The girl timidly walked closer, holding a white porcelain teacup with steam rising from it. Miss, this is freshly made snow fungus and lotus seed soup. Please have some. Yin Linyin took the teacup, feeling the warmth in her palm. She took a sip. It was sweet and warmed her stomach. Miss, are you thinking about matters in Nanlin? Do you really want to go? The girl's voice grew even softer. I heard the people in the residence say that the pig demon king is very fierce. Even the officials. You really have a big mouth. Yin Linyin turned to lean against the windowsill. Do you believe the gossip from those busybodies in the residence? The girl's face flushed red, and she quickly shook her head. No, I'm just worried about your safety. Mississippi, seeing her nervous expression. Yin Linyin felt a little more relaxed. Tell me, what's your name? Replying to Miss, my name is Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu? Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. Who gave you that name? I chose it myself. Xiaoyu lowered her head. Back home, my parents always called me girl, and when I came to the magistrate's residence, no one gave me a name, so I thought of calling myself Xiaoyu. Yin Linyin nodded and suddenly asked, You've lived in Qingping County for so long. Is there any fun place? Xiaoyu was taken aback, clearly not expecting the question. Fun place? She thought for a moment. I haven't been to many good places, but what? There's an old man on West Street in the county who makes particularly fragrant and sweet pastries. He makes only 1 pot a day, and once it's sold out, he closes up shop. As Xiaoyu spoke, a look of longing appeared on her face. The pastries melt in your mouth. Sweet, but not greasy, even better than the snacks in a residence. Yin Lingyin's eyes sparkled with interest. Oh, such a delicacy exists? Talking about food made Xiaoyu more talkative. Her little face flushed. When my mother was still around, during festivals, she would buy some back. That old man is kind and never shortchanges anyone. He would even give us poor kids an extra piece. Sounds nice. If you want to try it, go buy some. But it's raining. You're just a little girl, why run around? Yin Linyin waved her hand, intending to refuse, but saw Xiaoyu's face dim instantly. Forget it, since that's the case. Go buy some back for me to try. Yin Linyin took out a few copper coins from her sleeve. Xiaoyu's eyes widened. Really? Miss, you really want to eat? Of course, if I didn't want to eat, why would I send you to buy? Xiaoyu eagerly accepted the coins, bowed, and turned to leave. Wait. Yin Linyin called her back, unfastening a jade pendant from her waist. Take this, so that some fool doesn't fail to recognize you as a member of the Yin residence. Xiaoyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she nodded vigorously, clutching the tray and hurriedly leaving. Yin Linyin watched her happy figure, the corners of her mouth curving slightly. This little girl was quite interesting. She turned her head and continued to look out the window. In her previous life, she disliked rainy days the most. They were damp and sticky, making one feel moldy all over. Glancing at the window paper, she had boredly poked a hole in it earlier. Now rainwater was seeping through the gap, dripping everywhere. I'll have to ask the maid to change it later. Just as she was lost in thought, footsteps sounded outside the door. Miss, young Master Zhang has come, saying he has important matters to discuss. Yin Linyin frowned. Zhang Yang? Why does he dare to come? Last time, she had tricked him out a set of qi cultivation techniques on the lake, and when she left, his face had looked as if he had eaten something terrible. Normally, after being played like that, A normal person would have a bit of shame and avoid her. Why was he coming right to her door? Was he looking to settle scores? Linyin thought for a moment and shook her head. I want to see him. But young Master Zhang said he has something to present to the Mississippi. Oh, could he be an old sycophant now? She chuckled to herself. It was just right to pass the time since she was bored. Let him in. Before long, Zhang Yang was ushered in. Today he was dressed neatly, wearing a green long gown, his hair tidy, and he was holding a food box. Miss Yin. He cupped his hands in greeting, looking much more restrained than last time. Young Master Zhang, what brings you to my humble abode today? Linyin asked with a half-smile. Zhang Yang's face turned a bit red as he placed the food box on the table. I heard that Miss has not left the house these past 2 days. Presumably worried about the matters in Namlin, so I had the kitchen prepare some snacks as a small token of my regard. Linyin glanced at the food box but didn't move to open it. Young Master Zhang is very thoughtful, but I'm curious. Have you just let go of what happened last time? Zhang Yang's face reddened further, stammering that. Miss Yin is right. I was too abrupt last time. As for the cultivation techniques, let it be a humble offering to you. Oh, you're being so generous? Linyin raised an eyebrow. After thinking it over, I believe what you said is reasonable. Marriage matters cannot be forced. Zhang Yang took a deep breath. I came today to ask if you're still in need of any cultivation techs. Although the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau isn't large. We have traveled far and wide these years and gathered quite a few. Linyin gasped in surprise. Seeing her change in expression, Zhang Yang quickly added, does Miss think I have ulterior motives? No. Linyin waved her hand, staring at Zhang Yang with a strange look in her eyes. I was just thinking, you're not just a sycophant. You're... She paused, looking at him as if he were crazy. You really are sick. Zhang Yang was taken aback by her words, a hint of embarrassment flashing across his face. What do you mean, Miss Yin? I played you so badly, and you not only bear no grudge, but also come to offer me cultivation techniques? Linyin stood up and circled around Zhang Yang. Did a donkey kick your brain? Or did you take the wrong medicine? Zhang Yang's face turned beet red. I just feel that being able to associate with someone like Miss Yin is a blessing for me. Associate? Linyin raised an eyebrow. Zhang Yang stammered. After a long while he said, I do indeed admire you, Mississippi. But since you have no intention, I wouldn't dare to force it. I just hope we can be friends, and if you ever need my help in the future, just say the word. Linyin stopped and looked at Zhang Yang seriously for a few moments. This guy really was infatuated? All right, stop being so wishy-washy. She waved her hand. What cultivation techniques do you have? Show me. Zhang Yang was overjoyed and quickly took out a thin booklet from his pocket. This is the chasing wind body technique. Although at isn't top-notch, it is light and swift. If Miss doesn't mind. Linyin took the booklet and flipped through a few pages casually. Lightness skill? This is just what I need. She had been worried about not having a body technique to match, and Zhang Yang had indeed brought her a pillow when she needed a nap. You're just giving this to me? If Miss likes it, feel free to take it. Zhang Yang had a sincere expression on his face, saying that the success of the Wei Yuan Escort Agency today was all thanks to the support of friends from all walks of life, and that his skills in martial arts were nothing special. Linyin put away the booklet, feeling quite pleased. All right, I'll remember this favor. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yang's face lit up with ecstatic joy as he repeatedly cupped his hands. Thank you, Miss. Thank you, Miss. Don't be too happy too soon. Linyin shot him a glance. I remember both grudges and kindness. If you treat me well, I won't mistreat you. But if you have any ulterior motives. She paused, her hand resting on the hilt of her sword. I'll have you hanged and chopped. Zhang Yang quickly shook his head. Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Chapter 16, Do you have a brain? At that moment, a maid rushed in from outside. Linyin was puzzled. Why were there so many incidents today? Miss. The maid cried, almost stumbling as she entered. You should go look at the door quickly. Shall you? Linyin's heart sank, and she stood up abruptly. Zhang Yang noticed her sudden change in expression and followed her. They rushed to the gate of the mansion, where many servants had already gathered. Yin Shouzai was among them. His face ashen. A sense of foreboding surged in Linyin's heart. She pushed through the crowd and hurried forward. The rain was still falling. On the bluestone slab, Xiao Yu lay quietly, no longer alive. Her delicate little face was twisted and deformed, blood streaming from her 7 orifices, her eyes wide open, unclosed in death. Her clothes were tattered, as if torn apart by sharp claws. What was even more shocking was that she tightly held a small bamboo basket meant for pastries in her arms. The basket was broken, and the pastries were scattered all over the ground, mixed with blood and rainwater, a sight to behold. Linyin's breath caught for a moment. She crouched down and gently brushed the blood and dirt off Xiao Yu's face. Those eyes, which should have been bright, were now dull and lifeless. Who did this? Her voice was as soft as the falling rain. It sent a chill through everyone present. Replying to the young lady, there was movement at the door just now, and we opened it to check. A housekeeper stammered, "We don't know who it was." Yin Shouzai took a deep breath and stepped forward to examine Xiao Yu's body closely. After so many years of navigating this world, he had seen a share of bloody scenes, but this moment still sent chills down his spine. After a moment, he found a piece of paper in Xiao Yu's embrace. The paper was soaked with blood, but the writing was still clear. Yin Shouzai unfolded it, and his face instantly turned pale. "Come to the county outskirts. I have something to discuss with you." Zhu Sanyi. Zhu Sanyi was not a person, but the self-proclaimed title of the Pig Demon King. Yin Linyin crouched on the ground, raindrops dripping from her hair. She picked up a piece of the fallen pastry, which was stained with blood, dirt, and raindrops. Despite the filth, she put it in her mouth. "It's delicious," she said with a smile. Yet her smile was more tragic than tears. Yin Shouzai hurriedly grabbed his daughter's sleeve. "Iner, don't be impulsive. That Demon King clearly wants to lure you over." "I know." Yin Linyin stood up, but it shouldn't have touched her. Suddenly, she felt that she had been a bit foolish before. Demons were not NPCs in a game that would obediently wait for her to level up before she killed them. The Pig Demon King was able to return Xiao Yu today, and could easily attack Yin Mansion tomorrow. Zhang Yang, watching from the side, was filled with fear. The expression on this young heroine was even more terrifying than when she had rejected him on the lake. Yin Shouzai wanted to stop her, but was forced back by the cold light in his daughter's eyes. "Iner, don't do this. Don't do this. Father, what do you want me to do?" She turned to face the south, where the south forest was. "Xiao Yu did nothing wrong. She just wanted to buy me some pastries. She died such a tragic death just because she was close to me. I have made up my mind." Zhang Yang suddenly stepped forward. "Miss Yin, if you don't mind, I am willing to accompany you." Yin Linyin glanced at him. "You want to go to your death? Though my martial arts are mediocre, I can still help a little." Zhang Yang gritted his teeth. "Moreover, the Wei Yuan Escort Bureau has some friends in the martial world. If there is a need." "Forget it." Yin Linyin waved her hand. "With your skills, you would only be a burden." Zhang Yang's face turned red, but he didn't dare to refute. Yin Linyin pushed aside Yin Shouzai and walked straight out. "Father, take care of yourself." She didn't look back. "Wait for me to return." The rain continued to fall, and her figure quickly disappeared into the rain. Yin Shouzai stood at the door, speechless for a long time. Inside the county office, Qian Sonyin was wrapped in a thick blanket, his face pale, as a maid fed him warm ginseng soup. "Sir, please drink slowly." The maid carefully held the soup bowl. Qian Sonyin's knees ached faintly, and thinking of Yin Lingyin's cold, frosty face made him feel uneasy. Damn it, if I hadn't pretended to faint, I wouldn't know how long I'd have to kneel. Sir, good news." Lu Zhubu rushed in, looking excited, his clothes still unkempt. "What has you so flustered?" "Sir, guess what? That Yin Linyin, she has left the county." Qian Sonyin paused with the soup bowl in his hand. "Really?" "Absolutely true." Lu Zhubu recounted the news he had just learned. "Did we not inform that esteemed official of Yin Mansion's movements earlier? That official killed that maid, sent her body to Yin Mansion's door, and left a note. Yin Linyin saw it and rushed straight out of the city." Qian Sonyin burst into loud laughter. "Huh, this girl is still too young after all. I thought it would take a few more deaths to have an effect. But I didn't expect that just one maid's death would make her unable to sit still." He threw off the blanket, stood up, and even forgot the pain in his knees. A sinister glint flashed in Qian Songyin's eyes. That Pig Demon King is so vicious. How can a young girl like her, no matter how capable, do anything? Once she goes, she probably won't come back. Lu Zhubu also showed a sinister smile. "In this way, we can continue to be carefree in Qingping County." "Exactly." Qian Sonyin slowly stood up, looking out at the overcast sky in Qingping County. "It is ultimately I who has the final say." The rain grew heavier. Yin Linyin stepped out of the city gate, and, on the official road outside, several figures stood in the rain, as if waiting for a long time. 4 fierce-looking pig demons carried a black soft sedan chair. Inside the sedan was a giant demon. Its size several times larger than an ordinary pig demon, muscles bulging, fangs exposed, and eyes red as blood. It was the Pig Demon King. It lazily lifted its head, looking down at the slender figure in the rain, casually digging at its nails with its claws. "I didn't think you would come, let alone stand before me so boldly. Since you're here, let me ask you a question. Did you kill so many of my children? Tell me, should I kill you first or wipe out your whole family first? Or should I eliminate your whole family and let you watch them die one by one? After speaking, it leaned back into the sedan chair, and the four pig demons beneath it moved their lips, revealing their cold fangs. Linyin was silent for a moment before suddenly laughing. Your children? She wiped the rain from her face. Which ones? The ones I beheaded with one sword, or the ones I trampled underfoot while questioning? The pig demon king's eyes glowed with a fierce light. You're quite direct. That's just how I am. Linyin slowly drew her sword. Since you asked, I have a question for you too. The sword tip pointed at the black sedan, raindrops gathering on the blade before sliding off. Do you have a brain? Chapter 17. Slaying the Pig Demon King. The Pig Demon King's blood-red eyes suddenly narrowed. Interesting. You little girl, I thought you would cry and beg me, but you are tougher than many. Thank you for the compliment, Linyin replied calmly. But I would prefer you to compliment my beauty. The Pig Demon King laughed heartily, his laughter like thunder. You've killed so many of my piglets. Logically, I should tear you to shreds, but I appreciate your courage. Kneel down, and I might consider leaving you with a whole corpse. In the next moment, Linyin answered with action. The sword light burst forth like a rainbow, slicing through the air. The four pig demons carrying the palanquin hadn't reacted yet when they were pierced by the sword energy and fell to the ground with a thud. The black palanquin crashed down, splattering mud and water everywhere. Absorb demon lifespan. 274 years. So you've already entered the Meridian realm. This is your alliance, huh? No wonder my piglets were helpless against you. Linyin sheathed her sword, her expression indifferent. Since you can't remember how many died, let me help you count. She stepped forward slowly, each step treading in the blood of the pig demons. The first one, I cut off his head with one sword. The second, third, fourth are the same, but they seem a bit smaller. They probably haven't reached adulthood yet. The sixth, enough. The pig demon king roared in anger, his demonic aura surging violently. You little girl, do you really think you could be arrogant in front of me just because you're in the Meridian realm? But you must know, there are differences even among those in the Meridian realm. Before his words fell, the pig demon king had already charged in front of Linyin, swiping a claw towards her head. The wind from his claws howled, bringing a wave of stench. Linyin quickly dodged back, drawing her sword, and the sword light burst forth. The sword light shot out like a silver dragon, directly targeting the pig demon king's chest. Bang! The pig demon king took the blow head on, leaving a bloody mark on his chest, but not mortally wounding him. He grinned maliciously and swiped back with his claws. 5 sharp claws rushing towards Linyin's face. Linyin's expression changed slightly. The pig demon king's strength exceeded her expectations. She hurriedly blocked with her sword, but was shaken back several steps by the tremendous force, her palms numbing. Is this all you can do? The pig demon king sneered. I thought you would be stronger. He charged in again, both claws coming down, sealing off all of Linyin's escape routes. The sword light surged, like a silver dragon emerging from the sea, clashing hard against the pig demon king. Boom! The two forces collided, sending mud and water flying everywhere. Linyin was knocked back, crashing heavily into a large tree, blood oozing from the corner of her mouth. The pig demon king only took half a step back, receiving a few sword marks on his body but remaining largely unscathed. Initial Meridian Realm against great perfection of Meridian Realm. Are you looking for death? The pig demon king licked the blood from his claws, eyes filled with mockery. But it's not bad. A foe like this is interesting to kill. The pig demon king grinned as he stepped closer. I will slowly torture you, making you experience pain before you die. Linyin wiped the blood from her mouth and looked at her status panel. Demon lifespan, 274 years. Suddenly, she smiled. What are you laughing at? I laugh at your blindness, Linyin coldly replied, confirming infusion of lifespan into Taichu Inchi Meridian True Art for deduction. Year 17. You diligently cultivate the Taichu Inchi Meridian True Art. Your internal true energy becomes increasingly pure, reaching minor success. Year 45. You comprehend the flow of the world's primal energy, achieving great success in your technique, doubling the width of your meridians. Year 105. You attempt to break through to perfection, failing 7 times, finally gaining insight on the 8th attempt. Year 164. You completely perfect the Taichu Inchi Meridian True Art, with true energy surging like a river, achieving great perfection of Meridian Realm. Consumed demon lifespan, 164 years. Remaining demon lifespan, 110 years. Taichu Inchi Meridian True Art perfection. A surge of immense power erupted from Linyin's body. her aura suddenly rising. The mockery on the pig demon king's face froze instantly. This is impossible. He widened his eyes. You were just. That was then. This is now. Linyin slowly straightened up, her aura deep and vast. Now, let us practice more. You, die for me. The pig demon king no longer had his previous nonchalance, roaring in anger. As he spoke, the bulging muscles on his body swelled abruptly, with veins popping out, a thick, foul black gas seeping out from his fur, more viscous than rainwater, quickly enveloping him in a radius of several feet. Wherever the black gas passed, the ground sizzled lightly, and raindrops that fell into it turned to green smoke and vanished. Linyin's gaze remained calm. She had anticipated that this demon would not rely solely on brute strength. In a breath, the perfected energy within her surged and flowed, a thin layer of translucent white energy attaching to her body's surface. Upon contact with the black gas, it emitted a harsh grinding sound. Linyin did not wait any longer. Her figure flickered, and her long sword thrust out. Countless strands of translucent white energy surged into the sword's body. Swoosh! The sword tip accurately pierced the previous wound on the pig demon king, effortlessly breaking through its tough skin and flesh, burying the blade nearly halfway. The pig demon king let out a thunderous roar, black gas pouring out of the wound like crazy, several times thicker than before. His massive head suddenly lowered, trying to bite the sword with his tusks. At the same time, he clasped his claws together, creating a fierce wind as he aimed to shred Linyin apart. In a flash, Linyin's eyes turned cold. She did not dodge or evade. Her left knee thrust upward against the pig demon king's clasping claws, blocking his thunderous attack. At the same time, her right foot pushed off with force, delivering a hard kick to the pig demon king's abdomen. Let go of me, with a muffled sound. The pig demon king winced in pain, his massive body leaning back slightly. Linyin seized this recoil and the force of the kick to violently pull the embedded sword out with a loud shoo, tearing through skin and flesh. Crimson demon blood splattered like rain. The perfected Taichu Inshi meridian true art within her operated wildly, and all the translucent white energy surged toward her long sword without reservation. The sword trembled violently, emitting a clear sound like a dragon's roar, as the rainwater that touched the blade was vaporized by the invisible energy. Huan DNGM. Linyin shouted sharply, her wrist twisting lightly, the sword tip drawing a brilliant arc in the rain. In an instant, the sword light bloomed like 100 flowers, layering and unfolding. The Huanhua Di Ing M sword, reaching perfection. Once this sword was unleashed, even the winds and rain seemed to pause. With the support of her meridian realm cultivation, the translucent white energy on Linyin's long sword surged. Each sword light contained unmatched sharpness, aiming directly at the vital points of the pig demon king's body, seeking to tear it apart and shatter its flesh. Good sword technique. The pig demon king, instead of being surprised, became furious, letting out a deep roar. But you think you can kill me with this? A daydream. The already thick black gas on his body surged violently, turning a deep black and becoming sticky. The stench intensified. The area covered by the black gas quickly expanded beyond 5 yards. Wherever it passed, raindrops turned to green smoke before hitting the ground, and any grass or trees that touched it withered instantly. Linyin's heart sank slightly. This demon was desperate. Such an evil technique, while powerful, would also require a substantial price from the demon itself. No wonder it had not used it lightly even when injured before. Under the cover of the black gas, life energy dimmed. However, fortunately, a layer of translucent white energy was still attached to Linyin's surface. In the current situation, it was merely a contest of who had more foundation. The pig demon king's blood-red eyes were fixed on Linyin, filled with cruelty and arrogance. He had realized that this woman was somewhat peculiar, and her sword techniques were indeed exquisite. But it absolutely does not believe that a human woman who has just entered the Meridian realm could possess a foundation of true energy that could rival its nearly 200 years of hard-earned demonic power. Linyin remained silent. She simply drew her sword. The previously blooming layers of sword light were now even more overwhelming, each layer stronger than the last, continuing without end. The pig demon king initially roared in frustration, mobilizing all its demonic power to continuously wear down the incoming sword light with thick black energy. 10 swords, 20 swords, until Linyin had unleashed over 50 strikes. Her sword momentum remained as sharp as ever, showing no sign of exhaustion. Her breathing was still steady and prolonged, without a hint of disruption. The seemingly thin layer of translucent white energy surrounding her flickered uncertainly under the relentless erosion of the surging black energy, almost on the verge of collapse. Yet, just at the critical moment when it seemed about to dissipate, new strands of energy surged forth from within her body, solidifying it once more, continuously. Impossible. Your true energy, how could it be so profound? This defies logic. Yen Lingyin's lips curled up as she glanced at the panel. Year 21, you continue to operate the Taichu Chi Meridian True formula. Besides continuing to absorb and transform true energy, there are no other insights. Year 22, you continue to operate the Taichu Chi Meridian True formula. Besides continuing to absorb and transform true energy, there are no other insights. Every physical change brought about by the simulation and deduction would be accurately reflected in her body. In other words, as long as her lifespan was sufficient to support the simulated operation, the true energy within her could truly be inexhaustible and everlasting. At this moment, the Pig Demon King was already somewhat deranged. It couldn't comprehend it. It completely could not comprehend. Finally, it became afraid. Spare me. I am willing to offer all my treasures, just to save my life. Yen Linyin did not stop her steps. The sword light retracted. The sound of rain fell softly. The Pig Demon King stood frozen in place, its face full of unwillingness. In the next moment, countless fine bloodlines erupted from its massive body, and then it suddenly disintegrated, turning into chunks of flesh. Slay the Meridian Pig Demon. Total lifespan 305 years, remaining 95 years, absorption complete. Chapter 18. This account can only be settled with you. The county gate was already crowded with people, under the secretive dissemination by the county magistrate. The entire Qingping County populace was aware that Yen Linyin had ventured out of the county town alone to slay the Pig Demon King. Yen Shouzai stood at the forefront, flanked by the steward of the Yen residence and a bunch of servants, all craning their necks to look outside the city. My lord, don't worry. The young lady has good fortune and will surely return safely, the steward whispered to comfort him. Yen Shouzai ignored him, pacing back and forth while occasionally glancing up at the sky. The rain had stopped, but the sky remained overcast. The crowd was buzzing with discussion. Do you think that Yen heroine can win? Hard to say. That's the Pig Demon King. No matter how skilled Miss Yen is, she can't possibly be its match. Exactly. So many constables from the county office couldn't handle it. How could she alone? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't let Lord Yen hear. Although Yen Shouzai didn't turn around, he heard all their words. He was already worried about his daughter, and upon hearing such gossip, he was instantly infuriated. He spun around, pointing at those gossiping, and shouted, Now you know that Iner is no match for it. Who forced her to go in the first place? Can't you at least wish her well? My daughter is risking her life to exterminate demons, and you're not grateful, yet you're here gossiping. If you have the ability, go kill the demon yourselves. A bunch of cowards who can only hide behind and talk. The chastised townsfolk exchanged glances, not daring to speak. My lord, why don't we go back to the residence and wait for news? The steward tentatively suggested. What the hell? Yen Shouzai glared at him. Hasn't returned. I'm not going anywhere. Just as he finished speaking, there was suddenly movement outside the city gate. A slender figure slowly appeared. Yen Shouzai's eyes lit up, just about to speak, but he noticed something was off with his daughter. Her clothes were torn in several places and stained with some blood. But what was most striking was the thing she was holding in her left hand. A large pig head, bloodied and still dripping. The crowd instantly fell silent. All chatter ceased abruptly. Yen Linyin walked expressionlessly to the county gate and raised her hand to throw the pig head onto the ground. Bang! The massive head smashed onto the ground, splattering blood everywhere. Its blood-red eyes were wide open, unable to close. Holy crap! Someone in the crowd couldn't help but curse. Only then did Yen Linyin raise her head and calmly scan the crowd. The Pig Demon King of Nanlin is dead. After saying that, she turned and walked away. Yen Shouzai hurriedly approached, examining his daughter up and down before finally breathing a sigh of relief upon confirming she was mostly unharmed. You. Yen Linyin shook her head. As long as you're fine, as long as you're fine. Yen Shouzai sighed in relief, reaching out to pull his daughter. Let us go home. However, Yen Linyin lifted her leg and continued walking forward. Yen Shouzai was taken aback. This wasn't the direction of the Yen residence. I know. Then you. I still have some things to take care of. Yen Linyin didn't look back and kept walking. Yen Shouzai was startled and quickly followed. Where are you going? The county office. Inside the county office, Lu Zhu, the clerk, rushed in again in a fluster. Qian Songyan was smiling and teasing the maid beside him, one hand wandering uncomfortably around her waist. "My lord, I'm scared." The maid's face turned crimson. "What are you afraid of? I want to eat you." Qian Songyan laughed heartily. "That girl from the Yin family has been like a thorn in my heart these past few days. Now, she is about to die." He was in a good mood. "In the future, this Qingping County will still be under my control." My lord, Lu Zhu burst in. "Not good, not good." Qian Songyan's expression darkened. "What now? Didn't I say I'm not seeing anyone today?" "My lord, the pig demon king was slain by that girl from the Yin family." "What?" Qian Songyan sprang up, the teacup in his hand clattering to the ground and shattering into pieces. The maid was so frightened her face turned pale and hurriedly hid aside. "What did you say?" Qian Songyan's face turned ashen. "The pig demon king is dead?" "Absolutely true. That Linyin is coming to the county office now." Qian Songyan felt the world spinning and fell back into his chair. It's over. Completely over. He had dealings with the pig demon king, and Yin Shotsai. That old fellow had also been involved. Linyin must have sensed something. Now that the pig demon king was dead, she would definitely come to settle accounts with him. "My lord, we should escape," Lu Zhu said with a mournful face. "Escape? Where to?" Qian Songyan smiled bitterly. "She can kill the pig demon king. With our little abilities, can we escape?" Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Make way! Make way! The Yin heroine is here." Qian Songyan's heart raced, and his legs began to tremble. "My lord, should we pretend to be sick?" Lu Zhu suggested a terrible idea. "Pretend to be sick?" Qian Songyan gritted his teeth in anger. She is not an idiot. Just as he finished speaking, the county office door was kicked open. Qian Songyan was so startled he nearly fell off his chair. "Lord Qian." Linyin wiped the blood from her hands. "Let us have a chat." I didn't recognize the great mountain. Please spare my life." He was crying and snotting, no longer having any semblance of the county magistrate's authority. Linyin walked in, casually glancing around the not-so-luxurious courtroom. "What is Lord Qian doing?" Qian Songyan kept bowing. "I was wrong. I truly was wrong. Please have mercy, heroine." "Wrong? What did you go wrong?" Linyin raised an eyebrow. I shouldn't have colluded with the pig demon king. I shouldn't have thought of using demons to eliminate people." Qian Songyan cried. "I was blinded by greed, being misled by that demon, which is why I did such foolish things." Linyin nodded. "At least you have some self-awareness." Qian Songyan was overjoyed, thinking he had a chance. "Heroine, you are magnanimous. I am willing to offer all my savings from these years to you, just asking you to spare my life. Do you think I lack money?" This. Qian Songyan was stunned. Linyin sat down on a chair, crossing her legs. "I want to know how you got in touch with it." Qian Songyan didn't dare to hide it, trembling as he spoke. "When I first arrived in Qingping County, the pig demon king sent someone to find me. And then, it said as long as I offered regularly, it wouldn't enter the city to harm people, and we could keep our waters separate." Linyin sneered. "What a good deal." Qian Songyan was sweating profusely. "I thought since it could keep the county safe, I agreed. Keep the county safe." Linyin stood up. "What about the people who were eaten by the pig demon?" I. Qian Songyan was speechless. Just then, hurried footsteps sounded outside. Yin Shotsai rushed in, panting, and upon seeing the scene in the county office, his heart sank. "Iner, what are you doing?" Linyin didn't turn back, chatting with Lord Qian. Yin Shotsai grew anxious and hurriedly grabbed his daughter's sleeve. "Iner, let us go home. This matter is already settled." "Settled?" Linyin turned to look at her father. "You think this is settled?" Listen to your father." Yin Shotsai lowered his voice. "Although Qian Songyan colluded with demons, he is after all a court official. If you kill him, how will the court explain it? So, what Dad means is that I should let him go." Yin Shotsai was sweating profusely and said, "Iner, to be honest, I have already reported your brother to the provincial government. Soon, the Demon Suppression Division will come to handle it." Qian Songyan, hearing this, felt as if he had grasped a lifeline and quickly said, Yes. Let the Demon Suppression Division handle it. I am willing to confess all my crimes truthfully." Linyin looked at Qian Songyan, who was kneeling on the ground, and then at her anxious father. After a moment, she suddenly smiled. Dad was right. Yin Shotsai breathed a sigh of relief. Qian Songyan was overjoyed. "Thank you, heroine. Thank you, heroine." Linyin slowly walked in front of Qian Songyan, crouched down, and looked him in the eye. "Mr. Qian, I want to ask you something." "Please, Miss Yin. I will speak without reservation. Did you kill Xiaoyu? Or did the pig demon king kill her?" Qian Songyan was taken aback. realizing she was talking about that maid. Stammering, he said, It was the pig demon king. Slap. A resounding slap. Qian Songyin felt stars in his eyes and blood at the corner of his mouth. Say it again. Who killed her? Covering his face, Qian Songyin trembled and said, It was the pig demon king who killed her. I only informed it of the movements of the Yin family. Oh, Yin Linyin nodded, so it was just providing information. She stood up and clapped her hands. Then it's no big deal. Just as Qian Songyin was about to breathe a sigh of relief, he heard Yin Linyin continue. Anyway, since the pig demon king is already dead, this debt can only be settled with you. Chapter 19. Demon Suppression Department. Arrival. On the official road, dust billowed. A team of black-armored horses galloped in from the south, their hooves thundering like thunder, a formidable presence. On the horses, the riders bore a fierce golden wolf emblem embroidered on their chests, their gazes unwavering, exuding a chilling aura of killing intent. At the front of the team, Yin Qinghe, dressed in a brocade robe, seemed somewhat out of place among them. He urged his horse forward to ride alongside the leader, speaking with urgency. My lord, we're only 5 miles away from Qingping County. The leader, a man around 27 or 28 years old with a handsome face and high nose, wore a flowing black cloak that billowed in the wind. He merely responded with a curt HM. Yin Qinghe felt a pang of despair in his heart. This esteemed figure was well known in the Demon Suppression Department of Liangzhou Prefecture. He had hastily reported that County Magistrate Qian Songyin was colluding with the Southern Forest Pig Demon to wreak havoc in the area. As for the misdeeds he himself was involved in, he didn't dare to report everything, only mentioning some trivial matters. He wasn't foolish enough to reveal all the wrongdoings of his father. But he hadn't expected that this esteemed figure would come. At the county gate, a crowd had gathered. When Yin Qinghe caught sight of the massive pig head from a distance, his heart sank. What the hell is going on? He urged his horse forward, and the onlooking citizens quickly made way. The leader pulled on the reins, his gaze fixed on the bloody pig head on the ground. What a size! Its tusks were bared, its eyes wide open, and it looked utterly tragic in death. Judging by its size, it was no ordinary pig demon. What happened? He asked flatly. Yin Qinghe swallowed hard and beckoned a nearby citizen. You come here. The citizen approached, trembling, when, Young master, where did this pig head come from? It was killed by the young lady. She single-handedly went out of the city and beheaded that demon king. The citizen stammered. Which young lady? Yin Qinghe's heart skipped a beat. The young lady of the Yin family. Which Yin family? As soon as he spoke, he realized he had made a mistake. In this little Qingping County, where would there be a second Yin family? But he couldn't believe that this demon creature was killed by his sister. Ordinary demons might be manageable by martial artists, but what was this? This was a demon king. He had spent some time in Liangzhou Prefecture and knew more than the average person. Ordinary martial artists merely train their bodies. To slay a demon of this level, one had to reach the rumored channeling realm to have any hope. But how could he not know what caliber his sister was? The leader's eyes flickered with interest. The young lady of the Yin family? Reporting to my lord, it is Yin Linyin, the young heroine. The citizen added, lowering his head. Interesting. The leader dismounted and walked over to examine the pig head closely. The one who struck was skilled with the sword and possessed considerable cultivation. Definitely not an ordinary channeling realm martial artist. My lord, Yin Qinghe hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Go to your home. Huh? Yin Qinghe was taken aback. Weren't they going to the county office? The leader shot him a glance. Compared to Qian Songyin's trivial matters, your sister piques my interest. Yin Qinghe felt a sense of caution. My lord, my sister is still young. The man looked at him with a strange expression. The citizens nearby were terrified by the black-armored elite. The killing aura emanating from these people was many times stronger than that of the previous county office's constables. My lord, the young lady is currently in the county office. A citizen reminded. She just returned after killing the pig demon king and went straight to confront the county magistrate. The leader narrowed his eyes. The group marched towards the county office in a grand manner. Inside the county office. Spare my life. Spare me. I was wrong. I was truly wrong. Qian Songyin curled up on the ground, his limbs twisted at odd angles, making pig-like screams. Yin Linyin squatted beside him, holding a broken bamboo skewer, leisurely cleaning her nails. Lord Qian, does it hurt? Spare me. It hurts, and that's right. Yin Linyin tossed the skewer onto the ground. Don't rush, we have plenty of time. After saying that, she squatted down again and took hold of Qian Songyin's hand, applying gentle pressure to his fingers. Crack. Yin Shouzai stood to the side, his face pale, wanting to speak several times, but swallowing his words instead. Ener, that's enough. He finally couldn't help but remind her. If you really kill this county magistrate, things will escalate. Before he could finish, a sound of orderly hoofbeats came from outside. Demon Suppression Department is handling a case. All bystanders quickly disperse. The citizens gathered at the entrance of the county office instantly scattered like birds and beasts. Linyin paused her actions upon hearing the commotion outside. Demon Suppression Department? Yin Shouzai let out a huge sigh of relief. Stop. The people from the Demon Suppression Department have arrived. At that moment, Qian Songyin, hearing the news, felt as though a savior had come, wriggling like a maggot towards the exit. Save me. Demon Suppression Department, please save me. Linyin glanced at her hand, still stained with blood. Great. It seems she wouldn't be able to personally end the county magistrate's life. She stood up, brushed off her sleeves, and wore an indifferent expression. The sound of steady footsteps grew closer. Yin Shouzai hurried to grab his daughter. Don't talk too much later. Let your father handle it. Why are you so nervous, Dad? Linyin raised an eyebrow. I didn't do anything wrong. Qian Songyin had crawled to the door, trembling with excitement upon seeing a line of black boots. My lord, please save me. That Linyin. She wants to kill me. The leader looked down at Qian Songyin on the ground, frowning slightly. This is the county magistrate of Qingping County? His hands and feet were broken, his face bruised, looking just like a dead dog. You are the county magistrate of Qingping County, Qian Songyin? Yes, I am Qian Songyin. My lord, please save me. The man ignored him and stepped into the county office. Yin Xinghe followed behind, casting a complex glance at Qian Songyin on the ground. The moment the man entered, he was instantly drawn to Linyin, openly sizing her up as if trying to see through her. Linyin felt uncomfortable under his gaze. What's his problem? Is he glued to her or something? She suppressed the urge to roll her eyes just as she was about to speak, but her father covered her mouth. Yin Shouzai smiled widely, bowing repeatedly to the man. My lord, I apologize for the lack of proper greeting. The man finally shifted his gaze from Linyin, stating blandly, Deputy Commander of the External Division of the Liangzhou Demon Suppression Department, Subai. Linyin narrowed her eyes. The External Division looked even fiercer than the Internal Division. At that moment, Yin Xinghe also entered, looking at the family with a complex expression. My lord, this is my sister, Linyin. He introduced stiffly. And this is my father, Yin Shouzai. Subai nodded and turned his gaze back to Linyin. Is it you who killed the pig demon king? Linyin pushed her father's hand away and brushed off her sleeves. Is there a problem? No problem, just wanted to confirm. It seems that your aura indeed indicates you have reached the peak of the channeling realm. Linyin's heart jolted. This man could see through her cultivation at a glance. Yin Xinghe's eyes widened even more. What the hell? Peak of the channeling realm? His sister? Are you kidding me? Chapter 20 Who Dares to Marry My Daughter? Subai looked at Linyin with great interest, as if he were observing some rare object. How old are you this year? None of your business. Yin Shouzai, anxious and sweating profusely, quickly tried to smooth things over. My lord, please forgive her. She is just a straightforward girl and doesn't understand etiquette. It's fine. Subai waved his hand. I actually appreciate this kind of personality. He paused for a moment and continued. However, I am indeed curious. At such a young age and with such cultivation, who is your master? Linyin thought to herself that this was troublesome. This guy clearly came with ill intentions. A self-taught rogue, no master, she casually fabricated. Oh, a glimmer of amusement flashed in Subai's eyes. That makes it even more interesting. Interesting my foot. Linyin replied angrily. Is this how people from the Demon Suppression Division conduct investigations? Not asking about the real issues, just staring at people? Subai laughed heartily. Real issues? Are you talking about Qian Songyin? He kicked the barely breathing Qian Songyin on the ground. His tone light. Just a county magistrate colluding with demons. Killing him is nothing significant. Qian Songyin's eyes widened in disbelief. My lord, I am an official of the court. Subai turned to his subordinate behind him and nodded slightly. The subordinate understood and announced loudly. According to the investigation by the Demon Suppression Division, Qian Songyin, the county magistrate of Qingping County, colluded with demons, harming the local populace. The evidence is conclusive. The Demon Suppression Division, under imperial orders, patrols various regions and holds the authority to execute first and report later. He will be executed immediately to warn others. His property will be confiscated, and his wife and children will be exiled 3,000 miles. Qian Songyin's eyes widened. His face filled with despair. No, it's impossible. I am an official of the court. According to the law, I should be escorted back to the capital. Subai sneered. Escorted back to the capital? What do you think you are? A mere 7th-rank county magistrate. Do you deserve to mobilize the troops? Qian Songyin was dragged out, his screams gradually fading away. Yin Lingyin felt a stir in her heart. The Demon Suppression Division acted so domineeringly. No wonder Qian Songyin would rather befriend demons than provoke the people from the division. Miss Yin. Su Bai's voice pulled her thoughts back. Yin Lingyin glanced at him, waiting for him to continue. Are you interested in joining the Demon Suppression Division? Both Yin Shouzai and Yin Qinghe's expressions changed simultaneously. My lord, my daughter, Yin Shouzai was about to speak. Father, brother, you go out first. Yin Lingyin interrupted. Yin Shouzai wanted to say something, but was pulled by Yin Qinghe. The father and son exchanged worried glances and had no choice but to retreat, closing the door of the county office behind them. Only then did Yin Lingyin look at Su Bai. Tell me more. The benefits of the Demon Suppression Division far exceed your imagination, Su Bai said unhurriedly. Salary, elixirs, weapons. These material things are secondary. The most important thing is the subsequent cultivation methods. The court never mistreats the talented individuals who serve it. Miss Yin, you are still young, but have already reached the peak of the meridian opening stage, which is truly rare. I don't know how you achieve that, but the path after meridian opening is not so easy to traverse. Su Bai spoke in a calm tone and continued. As far as I know, aside from the court, only those top families with a 1,000-year legacy can provide stable cultivation methods above the meridian opening stage. Common sects in a martial world only possess a complete meridian opening technique, which is a treasure of their sect. Yin Lingyin gently tapped her fingers on the table, remaining silent. This Su Bai had effectively blocked her path. Now that she had perfected the Taichu, Inki, Tongmai, Zhenjue, moving forward indeed left her in the dark, although she had a golden finger that could deduce martial arts. The current techniques and martial arts at her disposal would likely require an unimaginable amount of lifespan to forge a path ahead. Not to mention, the lifespan of demons must be obtained from the demons themselves. In this small place of Qingping County, apart from Nanlin, there were only demons in Beihu. Once she killed them all, she wouldn't know where to look next. The Demon Suppression Division was a place dedicated to dealing with demons. Wasn't this a tailor-made job for her? Yin Lingyin calculated in her heart. If she wanted to live steadily, she had to be strong enough. Perhaps joining the Demon Suppression Division was indeed a good choice. At least it would allow her to focus on killing demons. What do you think? Su Bai asked when he saw her pondering. What are the conditions? Yin Lingyin asked. The conditions are very simple. Su Bai held up a finger. Obey orders and complete tasks. Is that all? That's all. All right, I agree. Su Bai nodded in appreciation. Very well. Tomorrow we will return to Liangzhou Prefecture together. Yin Lingyin raised an eyebrow. So soon? The Demon Suppression Division always acts swiftly. Su Bai stood up. Besides, Liangzhou Prefecture is in need of personnel. In need of personnel? Yin Lingyin asked curiously, what happened? Temporarily unrelated to you. Su Bai walked towards the door. Remember to bring your luggage. We depart tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit. Outside the door, Yin Shouzai and Yin Qinghe were anxiously waiting. When they saw Su Bai come out, Yin Shouzai hurriedly approached. My lord, my daughter, congratulations. Master Yin, Su Bai said flatly, your daughter has agreed to join the external division of the Demon Suppression Division. Yin Shouzai's face turned pale, his body swaying. Yin Qinghe quickly supported his father and looked at Su Bai. My lord, my sister is still young, and her temperament is straightforward. I'm afraid she won't adapt to the rules of the Demon Suppression Division. Adapt? Su Bai interrupted him, his voice icy. Are you questioning the decision of the Demon Suppression Division, young Master Yin? At that moment, Yin Lingyin also walked out of the county office. Father, brother. She looked at their expressions with some helplessness. Don't make that face, I'm not dead. Yin Shouzai's eyes were red. Iner, why did you agree? The Demon Suppression Division is a place where one dances on the edge of a knife. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Yin Lingyin patted her father's shoulder. All right, you two go back. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, we will gather outside the city gate. There are still matters to wrap up here, so I won't see you off. Su Bai turned and left. That night, in the study of the Yin residence, Yin Qinghe lit an oil lamp, the light outlining 3 figures. Yin Lingyin leaned listlessly against the window, gazing at the hazy moonlight outside. Tomorrow at the hour of the rabbit, she would leave Qingping County with that Su Bai. Finally, she was leaving her hometown. Iner, are you really sure about this? Father, I've already agreed. Can I backtrack? But the Demon Suppression Division. Yin Shouzai hesitated. Yin Qinghe stood aside, his face dark. He knew better than anyone what kind of place the Demon Suppression Division was. People there were like weeds, coming and going, and a moment's carelessness could lead to disaster. Iner, I really can't rest easy with you going alone. Yin Lingyin smiled and patted her father's shoulder. Don't worry, I'm not a 3-year-old child. I could take care of myself. Seeing his daughter's carefree demeanor, Yin Shotsai felt increasingly uneasy. He sighed heavily and paced around the study. Suddenly, he slapped his thigh. In that case, he stopped, his gaze shifting between the siblings before landing on Yin Qinghe. Qinghe, you should go with Iner to Liangzhou Prefecture. Yin Linyin, who was turning to look at the moonlight outside, was taken aback and nearly thought she had misheard. She turned back to look at her father and then at Yin Qinghe, who also showed a hint of surprise. Father, what did you just say? Yin Shotsai said matter-of-factly. Qinghe, weren't you previously studying in Liangzhou Prefecture? If it weren't for Iner, you wouldn't have come back. Now it's perfect. You're familiar with that place. And you can look after Iner. That way, I can rest easy. Yin Qinghe was silent for a moment, his gaze falling on Yin Lingyin's face. The previous gloominess faded a bit, replaced by a touch of warmth. Father said that in Liangzhou Prefecture, the son is indeed more familiar than the younger sister. If the younger sister goes alone, the son is also worried. After saying this, he turned to Yin Linyin, a faint smile on his lips. Sister, with your elder brother here, there will be less trouble. Yin Linyin looked at this scene of brotherly love and fatherly kindness, and her lips twitched. This cheap elder brother, actually willing to return from Liangzhou Prefecture to this small Qingping county for the original owner. Forget it. After all, it's not good to push away their good intentions. All right, as long as you're happy. Yin Linyin pouted, showing a reluctant expression. All right, you go rest first. I still have something to discuss with your brother. What good things can two big men chatter about? Yin Linyin didn't need to guess. She knew it must be related to her. She was too lazy to ask more and left the study. After Yin Linyin left, only the father and son remained in the study. Qinghe, I have something to tell you. Please speak, father. Yin Qinghe sat up straight, waiting for more. Yin Shotsai was silent for a moment, then suddenly sighed. I'm afraid your sister might be in great danger going there. Father, although the demon suppression division is dangerous, Iner is quite capable, and I will be with her. It should be— You silly boy. Yin Shotsai glared at him. I'm not talking about those demons being dangerous. Yin Qinghe was taken aback. Your sister looks like that. Do you think she can be safe going alone? Yin Qinghe's face instantly darkened. How did he not think of this? Although his sister is strong, she is still an innocent young girl in such a place. Your sister may talk tough, but she is just a naive girl. Those seasoned veterans in the demon suppression division are all shrewd. What if they use sweet words to deceive her? The more Yin Shotsai spoke, the more agitated he became. What if your sister foolishly runs off with someone? We won't even have a place to cry. Yin Qinghe's lips twitched. With Yin Lingyin's current temperament, who could deceive her? However, the old man did have a point. Although his sister is clever, she is indeed naive when it comes to emotions. What if a rogue truly appears? Thinking of this, a cold light flashed in Yin Qinghe's eyes. The son understands and will definitely look after his sister. By the way, Yin Shotsai suddenly remembered something. How much silver do you have on you? It should be enough. How much? 500 taels. Yin Shotsai stood up and walked to the desk, taking out a bundle from a hidden compartment. Here are 10,000 taels in silver notes. Take them. Father, I don't need this much. Your sister has always been a little ancestor. What does she not have that is the best? In a place like Liangzhou Prefecture, can we let her suffer? Yes, that's right. Yin Shotsai nodded in satisfaction, then suddenly remembered something else. Oh, that jar of daughter's red that old Wang's family sent last time. Take it with you. If your sister feels bored in Liangzhou Prefecture, she could drink a couple of sips to refresh herself. Yin Qinghe was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Father, didn't you always say daughter's red is for marrying off daughters? Nonsense. Yin Shotsai glared. Who dares to marry my daughter? I'll break their legs. I'll remember that. All right, you go prepare. We need to set off at the hour of the rabbit tomorrow. Don't delay. Yin Qinghe stood up to take his leave, and as he reached the door, he suddenly turned back. Father, you must take care of yourself too. Don't worry, I won't die. Yin Shotsai waved his hand. Go on. Go on. After Yin Qinghe left, Yin Shotsai sat alone in the study, staring blankly out the window. Both children are leaving. This Yin family is likely to be quiet for a long time. Chapter 21 Departure. Just past the hour of the rabbit, Yin Shotsai had red circles around his eyes, holding a large bundle in his hand, stuffed full. Iner, this bag is filled with the candied fruits you love, and also that. Yin Linyin tugged at the corner of her mouth. Dad, that's enough. I'm not going away forever. What if you get hungry on the road? What if the food there doesn't suit your taste? What if? Yin Qinghe stepped forward to take the bundle. Father, you can rest assured. I will take good care of my sister. Yes, yes. Qinghe, you must keep a close eye on Iner. Don't let her be stubborn. Yin Shotsai held his son's hand, giving countless reminders, And when you reach Liangzhou Prefecture, don't skimp on spending where you need to. Our family isn't short of this little silver. Subai stood not far away, expressionless. The people from the Demon Suppression Division behind him all had stern faces, looking like door gods. Is it almost done? Subai finally couldn't help but speak. Only then did Yin Shoutsai reluctantly let go of his hand, his eyes moist. Iner, remember to write home. Got it. Yin Linyin waved her hand and turned to Subai. Let's go. Subai glanced at her, but said nothing, mounting his horse. The team slowly set off, and Yin Shoutsai chased after them for quite a distance until he could no longer see his daughter's figure. Then he finally stopped. On the official road, dust swirled. Yin Linyin rode on her horse, bored, looking at the scenery on both sides. To be honest, the scenery in this world was quite nice. Green mountains and clear waters, birds singing and flowers fragrant. It was far better than her previous life. If there were no demons and monsters, being a rich young lady here wouldn't be bad at all. Miss Yin. Subai rode up alongside her. What do you want? Subai smai, shouanui. No interest. Then I'll speak, and you listen. Subai didn't get angry. I'm very curious, with your cultivation level. Who is your master? Here we go again. Yin Linyin cursed inwardly, but her face showed a nonchalant expression. I told you, I have no master. Oh. Subai raised an eyebrow. Then where did your cultivation technique come from? Picked it up. Picked it up? Yes, picked it up by the roadside. Yin Linyin said earnestly. What's wrong with that? Subai couldn't help but laugh at her righteous demeanor. You can pick up a Meridian Realm technique by the roadside? Then I should go pick one up too. That's because you're unlucky. Yin Qinghe, listening from the side, frowned. He always felt that this Sudaran had ulterior motives. However, due to the other party's status, he couldn't say too much. All right, since we're idle on the way, you might as well tell me about the situation in the Demon Suppression Division. Yin Linyin yawned, too lazy to continue talking. Subai thought for a moment and found it reasonable. The Day dynasty had been established for more than 300 years, with vast territory. The current ruler was considered diligent and placed great trust in the Demon Suppression Division. Liangzhou Prefecture, being the northwestern gateway, had always faced more troublesome demon issues than the Central Plains. Yin Linyin murmured in agreement. Isn't that obvious? If it weren't for that, how could a small Qingping county have two major demon threats? However, the water monster in North Lake rarely attacks the county residents. Remembering North Lake, Yin Linyin suddenly asked, by the way, Qingping County still has the North Lake demon threat, and in South Forest, although the Pig Demon King is dead, there's still some minor demons. Are you just going to leave it at that? Subai paused and shook his head. I've already investigated the demon in North Lake. Its strength is considerable. With the manpower I brought, it will be difficult to kill it easily. Moreover, that demon is relatively well-behaved. Currently, the division is short-staffed, so we can't spare the resources to deal with it. As for the minor demons in South Forest, I've already taken care of them last night. Yin Linyin frowned. If even a team from the Demon Suppression Division can't handle it, how strong is that demon in North Lake? Fortunately, she hadn't easily stepped foot there. Otherwise, she would be in deep trouble. By the way, Miss Yin, do you know the difference between the internal and external divisions? I would like to hear more. Yin Linyin had already heard that internal division girl mention it, but she still wanted to understand more now. The internal division, Subai said with a slight smile. Besides regularly checking the documents submitted by each state, they usually guard the 4 city walls of Liangzhou Prefecture, reviewing files and sipping tea. They are well-versed in the essence of the suppressing the Demon Suppression Division and rarely move, living a leisurely life. Yin Linyi nodded. So it's just an office job. Better pay. Lower risk. Our external division is different. Among the notable figures in Liangzhou Prefecture, who isn't someone who climbed up from the external division. Moreover, the external division carries out missions freely and often gets to experience the customs and culture of different places, living carefree. Oh, if you're often outside, doesn't that mean you encounter demons every day? Subai? Yin Qinghe, who had been listening intently, turned pale and quickly said, Sudarin, my sister. She talks like this, please don't take it to heart. It's just, with such freedom in the external division, the dangers must be extraordinary, right? Young master, you need not worry. Fighting demons is indeed dangerous, but your sister has exceptional talent. At a young age, she has already reached the peak of the Meridian Realm. With such cultivation, even in the external division, she is a key figure. As long as she acts cautiously, she should be safe. Moreover, the court never treats those who have made contributions poorly. Compensation has always been the most generous aspect of the Demon Suppression Division. Yin Qinghe was still nodding, but upon hearing the word compensation, he panicked. What do you mean by compensation? Isn't that something that applies only when someone dies? Sudarin, you're joking. Compensation should be unnecessary. Naturally, it is best if it is unnecessary, Su Bai said lightly. But the external division must have a foolproof plan. Foolproof your leg. Yin Qinghe cursed inwardly but kept a straight face. In that case, why not let my sister go to the internal division? A young girl shouldn't be facing swords and blades all day. The internal division is more leisurely and suits her well. Young Master Yin really loves his sister. Su Bai said, sibling love is natural. However, Su Bai changed the topic, but the choice between the internal and external divisions still depends on her own wishes. Saying this, he turned to Yin Linyin. Miss Yin, what do you think? Yin Linyin pondered this matter. The internal division was safe, but she wouldn't encounter any demons, which posed a problem for her lifespan. The external division, although more dangerous, allowed her to travel widely, with demons everywhere, which suited her intentions. What she wanted wasn't temporary stability. She wanted strength, longevity, the capital to survive in this world. Yin Linyin valued her life, but she understood that in this world, lacking strength truly meant seeking death. I choose the external division. Yin Qinghe's face turned pale. Su Bai, however, showed a satisfied expression. He smiled and said no more, spurring his horse to quicken their pace. The external division is really not a place to joke around. If you say that again, I'll take it as you cursing me. Behind them, the bickering between the siblings continued. The demon suppression division was never a place for idle living. Su Bai, as the deputy commander, was particularly clear about this. Within the division, merit and rewards were assessed, seniority was considered, and it was also about who had a strong fist and who had more powerful subordinates. For ordinary people to climb up, they had to risk their lives. Those in high positions also needed others to charge in a battle for them. The commander who had been stationed in Liangzhou Prefecture for many years had recently even trembled while serving tea, indicating his time was running short. Once the position of commander became vacant, countless eyes would be watching from below, and Su Bai was naturally one of them. Unfortunately, compared to those veteran deputy commanders who had been entrenched in the Demon Suppression Division for many years and had numerous disciples, Su Bai's qualifications were still lacking a bit. Yin Linyin, a skilled practitioner of the great perfection of meridian opening at such a young age, has already mastered the sword technique to perfection. With a clean foundation, she may still need refinement in the eyes of those discerning veteran deputy commanders. However, to Su Bai, she is undoubtedly an elite talent presented right at his doorstep. And bringing her under his command ahead of others is undoubtedly a strategic advantage. Chapter 22. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons on the official road, dust still swirled. Ordinary people walking through these wild and desolate areas would wish to curl up into a ball, fearing they might disturb some wandering demons. But this team of armored black horses went against the tide, their hooves thundering, unabashed, as if proclaiming to the world, the Demon Suppression Division is here, demons retreat. Ahead, the terrain gradually widened, and the towering city walls could be faintly seen. That must be Liangzhou Prefecture. The team moved forward again, and before long, they arrived at the city gate. Upon entering Liangzhou Prefecture, Yin Linyin was truly taken aback. Before her was a wide avenue, wide enough for 12 horses to run side by side. Countless tall buildings lined both sides, with taverns and tea houses, banners fluttering, and the sounds of people bustling. This scene of prosperity made her momentarily dazed, as if she had returned to some commercial street in her past life. Little sister, Yin Qinghe urged his horse forward. I will go find a place to settle down and visit a few former classmates along the way. In the evening, I will have someone bring you a message with the address of the house. All right, you go ahead, just don't sell me off. Yin Qinghe smiled helplessly, already accustomed to his sister's increasingly unruly nature. Rest assured, brother is counting on you to support him in his old age. Having said that, he cupped his hands to Su Bai and then left the group, blending into the crowd. Su Bai led Yin Linyin and the others straight to a residence in the city, with a vermilion gate guarded by stone lions. A large plaque with the words Demon Suppression Division hung above. The Demon Suppression Division had many rules. Su Bai dismounted and casually said, but that as for the internal division, those sticklers for rules, we in the external division don't need to worry too much about those restrictions. Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. That's good, fewer constraints. Following Su Bai into the residence, she felt a chilling atmosphere hit her face. The residence was vast, with courtyards upon courtyards stretching endlessly. The people passing by were hurried, their expressions stern, and occasionally, shouts and training noises added a touch of iron-blooded intensity. Just as they rounded a corridor, a few men in external division attire approached. Upon seeing Su Bai, one burly man with a square face grinned, his gaze sweeping over Yin Linyin, and he chuckled, Su Head, you went out to exterminate demons and brought back such a beautiful young wife? Planning to keep her in a golden house? Another man chimed in teasingly, exactly. Su Head, when are you treating us brothers to some wedding wine? Subai laughed and scolded, a bunch of unruly fools, if you dare to talk nonsense again, watch your skins. Hearing the term young wife, Yin Lingyin's teeth clenched. Damn it, I was also someone who could stand on fists and ride horses, although that was in my past life. But I can't stand this kind of joking. Just as she was about to step forward, Subai gently shook his head and whispered, once in the Demon Suppression Division, we are all brothers. We have a bond forged in blood. They're used to being unrestrained. Don't take it to heart. After a pause, he turned to the men, his expression serious. This is Yin Linyin, Miss Yin, a new talent in our external division. From now on, we are all comrades. So be polite. If anyone dares to bully newcomers by relying on seniority, don't blame Su for being unkind. The men, upon hearing this, straightened their expressions. Their earlier teasing subdued, and they all cupped their hands towards Yin Linyin. Miss Yin, we apologize for earlier. Please don't take offense. Yin Linyin knew these men meant no harm. In her past life, she often joked like this with her buddies. With a light huff, she considered it brushed over and didn't bother to argue with these rough men. Seeing that she didn't pursue the matter, the men sighed in relief, exchanged a few pleasantries with Subai, and then left. Subai led her further inside. The Demon Suppression Division was indeed grand, winding through many turns. And after what felt like a long time, they finally arrived at a courtyard with a plaque reading Xian Wolf Courtyard. It seemed like Subai's own territory. Since you are under my command, you will be working in Xian Wolf Courtyard from now on. Subai opened the door to a side room and went in to fetch some items. He called over a lean man waiting in the corridor and instructed, take Miss Yin to the storeroom to get a set of external division attire, also a good long sword, and this month's Longhu Dan. The man complied and led Yin Linyin away. Before long, she returned with a pile of items. First was a long sword in its sheath, the sheath black and heavy in her hand. She casually drew it out 3 inches, and the sword emitted a subtle glow. Its blade cold and sharp enough to cut through hair. Not bad, much better than the broken copper scrap she had taken from someone in the Yin family. There was also a set of dark black attire, made of satin fabric, cool and smooth to the touch, with a fierce wolf pattern embroidered in gold thread on the chest, looking quite imposing. Lastly, there was a jade porcelain bottle. Seeing her return, Subai pointed at the porcelain bottle and said, this is Longhu Dan, exclusive to the Demon Suppression Division. It can strengthen muscles and bones, increase strength, and is somewhat beneficial for cultivating in the Meridian realm. In the external division, you can receive 3 pills each month. Since you're new here, take this month's first. Yin Linyin weighed the porcelain bottle, surprised that the Demon Suppression Division offered such benefits. She hadn't done any work yet, but the perks were already in her pocket. Subai observed Yin Linyin as she carefully put away her items, then took out something from his bosom. This is your waste token. You will use this for entry and exit in the Demon Suppression Division. Saying this, he handed her a black iron token, cool to the touch, with a fierce wolf's head engraved on the front and the word Xian Wolf on the back. Yin Linyin took it, feeling its weight. She glanced at Subai. Is that all? Subai looked somewhat surprised. What else do you want? Don't you want some kind of cultivation manual or something? Subai looked at her with a smile that wasn't quite a smile. For new recruits, there's a standard entry-level cultivation technique, but your swordsmanship is already proficient, and your own cultivation method is not ordinary. Those standard techniques from the Demon Suppression Division likely won't interest you. Moreover, in martial arts, the essence is in purity. Being greedy is not necessarily a good thing. Yin Linyin rolled her eyes internally. You don't understand a thing. I have a cheat. You are right. Yin Linyin maintained her calm demeanor, but thought to herself, having more options is always better. What if one day, my swordsmanship becomes ineffective? Upon hearing this, Subai furrowed his brows and thought. After a while, a meaningful smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. You girl, your mind is quite agile. Well, if you really want it, I do have a top-secret technique that others can't even ask for. It wouldn't be impossible to make an exception and teach it to you. What technique? Subai leisurely extended his hand, rummaging in his bosom for a moment. Soon, a thin booklet was produced. The cover of the booklet was made of an unknown leather, yellowed with age, and the edges bore some wear and tear. It had 4 large characters on it, controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Chapter 23. The Great Thief is not bad either as dusk approached. The streets of Liangzhou Prefecture were still bustling. Yin Qinghe had purchased a house in a corner of the southern part of the city. The 2-entry courtyard was not particularly spacious, but Yin Linyin was not too particular about it. 2 lanterns at the entrance had already been lit, and Yin Qinghe dressed in a blue robe, was standing at the door waiting for her. Yuinea. When he saw her coming, a smile appeared on Yin Qinghe's face. This place is not bad. It must have cost quite a bit, right? Yin Linyin surveyed the courtyard gate. It needs to be a stable place for you to settle down. Yin Qinghe led her inside. Everything was tidied up, and dinner was prepared. The courtyard was filled with lush flowers and trees, with a stone table and stone benches arranged neatly. The dishes were laid out in the main hall, for dishes and a soup, all of home-style flavors. The siblings sat across from each other. How was it at the Demon Suppression Division today? Yin Qinghe poured her a glass of water. Did Subai make things difficult for you? How dare he? Yin Linyin replied. The outer division of the Demon Suppression Division is a mixed bag. Be cautious in everything you do. Yin Qinghe added, if you encounter any difficulties, tell me in time. I know you're starting to sound like our father, so nagging. The meal was relatively peaceful. After dinner, Yin Linyin stretched lazily. I'm going back to my room. I've been traveling all day, and I'm tired. Yin Qinghe had already prepared a room for her, right next to his. Back in her own room, Yin Linyin closed the door and slapped the book Controlling Cranes and Capturing Dragons onto the table. Let me see what kind of treasure you are. Current martial arts. Washing Flower Demon Slaying Sword. Connecting Meridians, completed. Primordial Chi Connecting Meridians True Formula, completed. Special trait. Sword Heart Clear. While practicing sword martial arts. Comprehension slightly increases and training speed accelerates. Current remaining lifespan, 21 years. Demon lifespan, 185 years. 185 years of demon lifespan. Yin Linyin stroked her chin. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons sounds quite imposing, but I wonder how good it is. Well, let us invest 100 years of lifespan into it first. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons confirmed infusion of 100 years of lifespan for simulation. In the 30th year, you have some understanding of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, and a subtle power begins to emerge from your fingertips, entering the threshold. In the 70th year, after prolonged immersion, you begin to glimpse the path. Crane shadows and dragon claws exhibit some charm, entering minor completion. In the 100th year, you faintly feel that you are just one step away from great completion. It's a pity. Logically speaking, the more martial arts techniques one learns, the more beneficial it is for future simulations. After all, the more methods one has, the more one can understand martial arts through analogy. But in this 100 years, only minor completion? A hint of surprise flashed in Yin Lingyin's eyes. Continue. In the 140th year, controlling cranes and capturing dragons finally reaches great completion. You can now easily operate this skill, capturing and locking with considerable power. Consumed demon lifespan, 140 years. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, great completion. Remaining demon lifespan, 45 years. Reaching great completion in controlling cranes and capturing dragons actually consumed 140 years of lifespan. It seems Subai did not completely fool her. Right now, there are 45 years of demon lifespan left. Yin Lingyin's eyes flashed as she suddenly remembered the wind-chasing technique that Zhang Yang had given her. She had almost forgotten about it. She pouted. It was better than nothing. She couldn't let it go to waste. Continuing to infuse wind-chasing technique, infuse as much as possible. You begin to simulate wind-chasing technique. In the first year, you start practicing wind-chasing technique. Having read it twice, you memorize it. You think to yourself, how could such an unremarkable technique possibly compare to your own? In the 5th year, you feel the wind at your feet. Your movements become light, and you have entered the realm of wind-chasing technique. In the 12th year, your figure becomes elusive, chasing the wind and lightning, gradually achieving minor completion. In the 27th year, you step into great completion. In the 45th year, you fully integrate wind-chasing technique, reaching perfection. Your movements are like a rabbit escaping, leaving no trace in the snow. Yin Linyin smacked her lips, achieving perfection in 45 years. Zhang Yang truly did not deceive me. At that time, she thought he was just being polite. She didn't expect it to indeed be such common stuff. 140 years. Exchanged for one great completion and one perfection, and her demon lifespan account was reset again. Killing demons could no longer be delayed. Yin Linyin pushed open her room door and strolled into the courtyard. The night wind was cool, brushing against a few strands of hair on her forehead. She stood still and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. Since she had invested her lifespan, she had to see how good it was. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons is divided into 2 parts, the crane technique and the dragon technique. Yin Linyin first tried the crane technique. She spread her 5 fingers, lightly shook her wrist, and an invisible force spread from her palm. Just then, a bamboo leaf floated down from branch, and with her intention, the leaf paused slightly in mid-air, then turned direction and slowly flew in her palm, landing lightly. Interesting. Linyin weighed the bamboo leaf in her hand, casually flicking it, causing the leaf to shoot out and pierce into a bamboo pole a few steps away, embedding itself deep. Using it to grab things, sneakily stealing, or as a hidden weapon, would be quite convenient. She mused that if it were iron objects, the effect would probably be even better if used unexpectedly. Linyin's gaze sharpened as she focused on a fist-sized stubborn stone in the corner of the courtyard. She extended her right palm into the air, her 5 fingers slightly bent into claws, and her true energy surged between her knuckles, creating a pulling force out of thin air. The stubborn stone trembled slightly and was actually pulled out of the ground, slowly levitating into the air. She then twisted her wrist and suddenly exerted force with her fingers. Crack! The stubborn stone shattered with a sound, breaking into several pieces that fell to the ground. Linyin raised her eyebrows. This strength was not bad. She then reached out again into the air, producing a series of explosive sounds. If this were to grab onto a person, crushing skulls with bare hands wouldn't be difficult. The stone that had been crushed in the courtyard was not yet cleared away when Linyin turned her gaze to the newly acquired wind-chasing technique. She couldn't just flounder in her small courtyard. She lightly tapped her toes on the bluestone slab, slightly bent her legs, and then suddenly sprang forth, soaring into the air like an owl, landing lightly on her own roof. The tiles were slightly cool, and the night wind was gentle. She smiled broadly, feeling inexplicably refreshed. In an instant, a shadow darted across the rooftop like a ghost, moving swiftly and leaving behind a trail of afterimages. Under the moonlight, Linyin felt exhilarated. As she dashed about, she playfully released the power of controlling cranes and capturing dragons from her right hand. Unknowingly, she snagged a string of dried sausages from a windowsill, feeling the greasiness in her hand. Disgusted, she casually flicked it away, not knowing where it was thrown. Moments later, her fingertips felt heavy again, and she had grabbed a rattle drum, which jingled twice before she threw it away. With this skill, if I run out of money in the future, being a thief wouldn't be so bad. Just as she was feeling pleased, her fingertips brushed against something. It felt soft and warm, with a faint fragrance of orchids. Linyin looked down in the moonlight and saw a splash of peach pink in her palm. What the hell? Whose belly band is this? Help! There's a pervert! A woman's sharp scream suddenly rang out. Linyin jolted, instinctively throwing the hot potato-like belly band behind her, and ran towards her courtyard without looking back. I'm out of here. Chapter 23. The Demon Trouble the next morning. Linyin appeared in the main hall of the Xianlang Institute with 2 faint dark circles under her eyes, yawning repeatedly. She had tried 2 new martial arts techniques the night before and had been pondering over that belly band, which had left her a bit sleepless. Subai sat at the head of the table and, seeing her appearance, smiled faintly. Miss Yin, didn't you sleep well last night? Linyin raised her eyelids slightly. If you have something to say, Lord Su, just say it. Very well, Subai responded, not beating around the bush. There's a task for you. You need to go take a trip. After saying this, he nodded slightly to the 3 men standing at the bottom of the hall. Only then did Linyin realize there were 3 men in the hall. The man at the front was burly, with a dark complexion and a rough beard, looking to be about 30, but his eyes revealed a certain sharpness. To his left was a skinny young man, with shifty eyes and a habitual grin, looking rather carefree. To his right stood a silent giant, even more robust than the leader, like a tower, just standing there without saying a word. This is Linyin, the new recruit. Her swordsmanship is quite good, Subai said, and then he said no more. The introduction was extremely perfunctory. The 3 men's gazes fell on Linyin in unison. This woman had a graceful figure and stunning looks, and even her dark black attire could not hide her elegance. However, her pretty face was cold, looking nothing like someone who could lick blood off a blade. Good swordsmanship? How good? The 3 exchanged glances, each seeing a hint of meaning in the other's eyes. Linyin observed their little actions. After all, her appearance was indeed out of place in the Demon Suppression Division. It was normal for them to have their thoughts. She remained expressionless and simply said, Linyin. The burly man grinned, revealing a row of white teeth, though his smile seemed somewhat perfunctory. Zhou Chong, I'm honored to be the captain of this mission. The skinny one followed suit with a bow, his voice sharp. Lu San, good at gathering information. Sure Gontang, good at taking hits. Linyin nodded, considering it an introduction. 1 brute, 1 clever monkey, 1 meat shield. She had already labeled these 3 men in her mind. Subai tossed the dossier to Zhou Chong. 30 miles west of the city, at Wild Boar Village, things have been unsettled lately. Reports indicate that there are demons causing trouble, injuring many villagers. Go handle it. Zhou Chong received the dossier, frowning slightly. There have only been some unimportant mountain bandits there. When did demons appear? The specifics are in the dossier. Subai waved his hand. Miss Yin is new here. Zhou Chong, you take care of her. Understood. Zhou Chong replied. For fast horses were already prepared. Zhou Chong mounted his horse with a nimble motion. However, when Shi Gontang mounted, the horse let out a low whinny of burden, drawing a chuckle from Lu San. Yin Linyin remained expressionless, took a deep breath, and lightly leapt onto her horse. Settling firmly, the four of them set out from the Demon Suppression Division, heading westward. The sound of hooves raised some dust along the way. After riding for about 10 miles, the official road began to narrow, and the trees on both sides grew denser. Lu San, unable to hold back, urged his horse to Yin Linyin's side, grinning with his yellowed teeth showing. Miss Yin, our journey to Wild Boar Village will take at least a couple of hours. You, being so young and beautiful, why would you come to our Demon Suppression Division, which is like licking blood off a blade? Could it be that you have some untold secrets? Yin Linyin didn't even lift her eyelids. This skinny monkey had a mouth that could grind tofu. Seeing that she ignored him, Lu San was not discouraged. He chuckled and continued. Miss Yin, someone like you must have extraordinary skills. I wonder, what are you good at? His question sounded almost like an interrogation. Finally, Yin Linyin turned her face slightly, her cold eyes glancing at him. Killing demons. Lu San felt a chill at her gaze. Awkwardly smiling, quite direct. Killing demons? Who in the Demon Suppression Division isn't skilled at killing demons? That was no answer at all. Zhou Chong, hearing this, coughed lightly, trying to ease the tension. Lu San, say less, we need to hurry. He then turned to Yin Linyin. Miss Yin, Lu San speaks without thinking. Don't take it to heart. However, on this trip to Wild Boar Village, the situation with the demons is unclear, so we must be cautious above all. Safety first, don't act recklessly. His words seemed to show concern, but were actually a reminder for her to follow along and not slow them down. Yin Linyin sneered inwardly. On the surface, she merely replied with a soft and said no more, lightly squeezing her horse's belly, increasing her speed, and creating some distance from the two men. Wild Boar Village. Though it was called a village, it looked more like a graveyard that had been gnawed at by wild dogs. The sparse thatch houses were leaning, their roofs had holes, and when the wind blew, it howled like a widow mourning her dead parents. The surroundings were eerily quiet. Not even the sounds of chickens or dogs could be heard. Yin Linyin pulled her horse to a stop, instinctively wrinkling her nose. There was a strange smell in the air like rotting wood mixed with the stench of livestock. Zhou Chong furrowed his brow, made a gesture, and the four of them slowly entered the village. The sound of hooves on the dry branches and fallen leaves was particularly jarring in the deathly silence. Several figures poked their heads out from behind a barely standing, dilapidated house. They were ragged and emaciated, looking like zombies just dug up from the ground. But upon seeing living people, their eyes suddenly lit up. It's the lords of the Demon Suppression Division. An old man, so thin he looked like nothing but bones, leaned on a crooked branch, trembling as he approached, followed by several similarly gaunt villagers. You finally came. Please save us. The old man fell to the ground with a thud, and the villagers followed suit, kneeling and banging their heads like pounding garlic. Zhou Chong dismounted and said solemnly, Please get up, elder. We are here on orders. What exactly has happened in the village? What does the demon look like? The old man raised his head, his lips trembling, but his gaze was somewhat evasive, not daring to look directly at Zhou Chong. Instead, he kept glancing at Yin Linyin, perhaps because her face was too eye-catching in this dilapidated village. The demon. The old man stammered, unable to articulate a coherent sentence. Only repeating, it eats people. It eats people. A woman nearby chimed in with a sharp voice. At night. It only comes out at night. As soon as it's night, that thing appears. Oh, my second daughter was dragged away. Zhou Chong frowned, trying patiently to ask a few more questions. Just then, several young men with unfriendly expressions emerged from behind a broken house. The leader, in his 20s, wore faded coarse cloth clothes and had a chipped machete at his waist. He was followed by 2 or 3 similarly dressed men, all looking at the group from the Demon Suppression Division with hostility. You are from the Demon Suppression Division? Zhou Chong's expression darkened as he clasped his fists. Indeed, we are from the Liangzhou Prefecture Demon Suppression Division, here to investigate the demon trouble. Demon trouble? The young man snorted, spitting on the ground. This wild boar village is just fine. Where did the demon trouble come from? Chapter 25. The mountain got everyone. Please go back. There are no monsters in this wild boar village, just some rumors. Zhou Chong squinted, his voice low. Whether there are monsters or not is not for you to decide. It's for the demon suppression office to decide. The young man laughed loudly, and a few men behind him sneered. The demon suppression office? Just you few? You don't seem so impressive. His gaze roamed over Linyin, speaking in a flirtatious tone. This young lady is quite charming. Why not stay in our village? It's much better than following you rough men. The men behind him joined in the jeering. Linyin was originally observing the strange aspects of this broken village. But upon hearing this, her expression instantly turned cold. Zhou Chong's face darkened, and just as he was about to speak, a flash of sword light cut through the air. Puff! Blood splattered. The young man let out a scream as his right hand was severed at the wrist, the hatchet dropping to the ground along with his severed hand. Blood gushing out like a fountain. Linyin sheathed her sword, her expression calm. Since when does the Demon Suppression Office need your permission to investigate? The young man rolled on the ground, clutching his severed arm, his face twisted in pain. The few men behind him turned pale with fear and retreated repeatedly. Zhou Chong's face was grim as he urged his horse forward, his voice low. Miss Yin, that was too heavy-handed. Too heavy? Linyin glanced at the young man on the ground. He was still alive, so it was considered light. But these are just ordinary villagers. Ordinary villagers? Linyin interrupted him, her gaze sweeping over the group of villagers hiding behind the house. Then to the few men holding knives. Have you ever seen any ordinary villagers who would dare to attack someone from the Demon Suppression Office? Zhou Chong was taken aback. Normally, when the Demon Suppression Office comes to exterminate monsters, the villagers should be grateful. But the reactions of these people were clearly abnormal. Moreover, if you want to rise in status, I have no such concerns. As soon as he said this, Zhou Chong's expression changed slightly. He understood the implication of Linyin's words. The external office of the Demon Suppression Office values military achievements the most. Killing monsters naturally brings significant merit. But if innocent villagers are accidentally harmed, and this is reported back to Liangzhou, it would have a considerable impact on oneself. Zhou Chong wanted to make achievements in this task, so he had to be cautious. But Linyin was different. She was new here, had a clean slate, and even if something went wrong, she had Su Bai to protect her. Moreover, she had no interest in high positions. She joined the Demon Suppression Office merely to facilitate killing demons and for subsequent cultivation methods. Zhou Chong secretly resented her, but did not dare to express it. The young man with the severed arm rolled on the ground for a moment before gradually falling silent, clearly having lost consciousness from excessive blood loss. The few men exchanged glances, no longer daring to speak. Only then did Linyin turn to the old man. Can we talk properly now? The old man trembled as he got up, his gaze still wandering. And my lords, that monster. It truly eats people. What kind of monster? I don't know. Linyin frowned. These villagers contradicted each other. One said there was a monster, another said there wasn't. Those who claimed there was a monster couldn't say what it was, while those who claimed there wasn't a monster didn't want them to investigate. This village was indeed strange. Just then, a spirited old man, accompanied by several strong men, hurried out. The old man had white hair and beard, but walked steadily, wearing a coarse long gown that had faded, and though his face was lined, he looked quite spirited. Please forgive me, my lords. The old man bowed from a distance. I am the village chief of Wild Boar Village, Li Zhengin. Just now, the ruffians in the village offended you, and that was truly unforgivable. He said this, and was about to kick the young man with the severed arm. Zhou Chong breathed a sigh of relief. Having someone in charge made it easier to talk. Village chief, no need for such politeness. The Demon Suppression Office's work has disturbed your village's peace. Zhou Chong dismounted and returned the greeting. Li Zhengin shook his head repeatedly. What are you saying, my lord? Having the esteemed members of the Demon Suppression Office come to exterminate monsters is a blessing for our Wild Boar Village. However, there truly isn't any so-called monster problem in the village. He said this while glancing intentionally at the few villagers hiding behind the house. Those people immediately lowered their heads and dare not say more. If that is the case, then what are these people talking about? Zhou Chong asked again. Li Zhengin sighed. It's a long story. Why don't you, my lords, first enter the village to rest? I can slowly explain to you. Zhou Chong glanced at the sky. It was almost dark, and they couldn't possibly spend the night in this wilderness. Then let us trouble the village chief. Li Zhengin was overjoyed. Where? It is our honor that you lords can look favorably upon our Wild Boar Village. He turned and instructed the few strong men behind him. What are you still dawdling for? Quickly prepare food and drink. We must not neglect our lords. The few men hurriedly responded and went to prepare. Village chief Li Zhengin specially cleared out the largest courtyard and set up 3 tables of food and drink. My lords, this is our village's free-range chicken, and these wild vegetables are all good things from mountains. Li Zhengin personally poured wine, and this wine is brewed from mountain spring water. Please have a taste, my lords. Zhou Chong and the others exchanged glances, but did not move their chopsticks. There are no fools in the demon suppression office, or rather, the fools have all died. Once they return to Liangzhou, what kind of delicacies can't they eat? Why take such risks for a meal? Seeing that everyone remained unmoved, Li Zhengin quickly stood up. My lords, is the food not to your taste? Or is my hospitality lacking? No need to be so polite, village chief. Zhou Chong waved his hand. We are here on official business. Let us discuss the matter first. Only then did Li Zhengin let out a long sigh, a worried look appearing on his face. Speaking of this matter, it goes back a month. A month ago, a few young men in the village drank and grew bolder. They went to the mountain god temple in the west of the village to cause trouble. The mountain god temple? It's a temple dedicated to the mountain god, where villagers usually go to worship and pray for good weather. Li Zhengin explained, but those rascals insisted that the mountain god was just putting on a show and even smashed the statue. And then the mountain god brought down calamity. Li Zhengin slammed his thigh. From that day on, people in the village began to go missing, 1 every few days, and now 7 have died. How did they die? Some went out at night and never returned, while others went to work in the fields, leaving behind only a pool of blood. Lucen couldn't help but interject. Maybe it was a wild wolf that took them away. Li Zhengin shook his head vigorously. It was not a wild wolf. In the following days, more villagers dreamed of the mountain god, saying that a blood sacrifice was needed for atonement. Otherwise, the whole village would not find peace. A dream? Linyin raised an eyebrow. Absolutely true. Li Zhengin patted his chest. I also dreamed of it, and the mountain god spoke like thunder, very imposing. We have pooled our money to buy 3 fat pigs, and we plan to send them to the mountain god temple tonight for sacrifice. Li Zhengin continued, as long as we sincerely atone, the mountain god will surely calm down and spare our wild boar village. Zhou Chang's expression was strange. Village chief, do you really believe that is the mountain god? Of course, Li Zhengin said confidently. Our ancestors have worshipped the mountain god for generations without error. It must be those unfilial children who brought disaster. If it is truly the mountain god, how could you provoke it, and then think a few fat pigs would appease it? Linyin mocked. There are naturally other offerings. What offerings? Li Zhengin hesitated. There is also a yellow flower maiden. Chapter 26. Demonic energy. Li Zhengin was taken aback by the situation and waved his hands repeatedly, saying, Gentlemen, please calm down. This is not my idea. It's that girl's own wish. Willing. Linyin sneered. Who would willingly go to their death? Absolutely true. Li Zhengin patted his chest. That girl is named Xiaocui, an orphan who relies on the village for support. She said she is a burden, and if she can exchange her life for the safety of the entire village, she would do so without regret. Shigandang spoke up dully. If the mountain god demands a life, then what kind of god is that? It is clearly a demon causing trouble. Impossible. Li Zhengin grew anxious. The mountain god has protected our village for hundreds of years. How could it be a demon? It must be those rascals who caused the trouble. And now we can only appease the god with a blood sacrifice. Zhou Chong took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Village chief, since we are here, we will investigate the truth. Let tonight's sacrifice be cancelled. Li Zhengin's expression changed. Gentlemen, that won't do. If the mountain god brings down punishment again, our entire village will suffer. If they're really demons, we will deal with them ourselves. Li Zhengin's face was filled with difficulty as he exchanged glances with several villagers behind him, all showing displeasure. Linyin narrowed her eyes and suddenly asked, Village chief, where's that girl Xiaocui now? Li Zhengin stammered. She's currently purifying herself and praying, preparing for tonight's sacrifice. Take us to see her. This. Li Zhengin hesitated. According to the rules, one cannot meet outsiders before the sacrifice. What nonsense rules? Linyin stood up now. Immediately lead the way. With no other choice, Li Zhengin led the 4 towards the village. Linyin walked at the back, deep in thought. At present, it seemed that the so-called mountain god's dream and voluntary sacrifice were nothing more than a group of foolish people being misled by demons, still thinking they had found a way to be liberated. Poor girl Xiaocui, she probably still had no idea. She thought she could truly save the entire village. Linyin shook her head inwardly. At the end of the village, a relatively intact adobe house served as Xiao Zui's residence. After hesitating at the door for a long time, Li Zhengyan finally, tremblingly pushed open the creaky wooden door. Xiao Zui, the gentleman from the Demon Suppression Bureau, have come to see you. Inside, the light was dim, and a figure could be vaguely seen sitting on the edge of the bed. Hearing the noise, the figure slowly stood up and walked out. Linyin looked up. She was quite a clean and neat girl. Although her small face was somewhat pale, her features were well-defined, especially her pair of eyes, which were timid yet sparkling with a hint of vitality. Commoner Xiao Zui, greetings to the gentleman. Zhou Chong examined her for a few moments and glanced around the simple room, his brow slightly furrowing. After pondering for a moment, he said to Li Zhengyan, "Village chief, you wait outside." Li Zhengyan opened his mouth to say something, but seeing Zhou Chong's expression, he could only nod and retreat, closing the door behind him. Although the door was closed, it was almost as if it had never been shut. The room fell silent. Zhou Chong finally spoke, his voice softening. "Miss Xiao Zui, do you truly volunteer to be a sacrifice to the mountain god?" Xiao Zui lowered her head, fiddling with the hem of her clothes, and after a long while, she responded with a faint, hesitant "Why?" The village chief said, "The mountain god is angry. Need someone to appease him. I am alone, so if I can do something for the village, it is also good." Zhou Chong sighed and did not ask further. He turned to Linyin and Shi Gondang. "Tonight, Lu San and I, along with the village chief, will go investigate the mountain god's temple." He paused, his gaze landing on Linyin. "Miss Yin, you and old Shi stay here, want to take care of Miss Xiao Zui and the other. To keep an eye on the other villagers, ensuring they do not create any trouble during the night, especially regarding the sacrifice." Shi Gondang said in his deep voice, "Boss, don't worry." Linyin shrugged, having no objections. Zhou Chong then stopped talking and left the dilapidated house with Lu San. Inside, Xiao Zui remained in her timid posture. Shi Gondang, a strong man, was at a loss. It felt awkward for a big man to be in the same room with two young women. He chuckled awkwardly, scratched the back of his head, and said, "Miss Yin, it's a bit stuffy in here. I'll go guard at the door." Without waiting for Linyin to respond, he pushed the door open and stepped outside. Linyin turned her gaze to Xiao Zui, who was trembling even more. "All right, stop shaking. I'm not going to eat you. Sit down and save your strength." The room fell into silence once more. Linyin found a relatively clean wall to lean against and sat down lazily. In this world, the weak are like this. They cannot even control their own lives. She, Linyin, was also a pitiful creature in her past life, working overtime until she exhausted herself. In this life, she had changed her shell, and the heavens had granted her a face resembling a calamity, yet she was destined to be short-lived. If she didn't struggle, would she just wait to die? Xiao Zui curled up at the edge of the bed, secretly observing Linyin. This lady from the Demon Suppression Bureau looked like a fairy from a picture book. Too beautiful to be real. After a long time, so long that Linyin could almost count the stars shining through the holes in the roof, Xiao Zui finally spoke. "Madam." Linyin responded with a sound, indicating she was listening. Xiao Zui mustered the greatest courage of her life, her voice still trembling. "Madam, you are also a woman. Why can you be like this?" Linyin finally glanced at her. "Like what?" It's just not like us." Xiao Zui's voice grew softer. We can only leave it to fate." "Leave it to fate?" "The heavens are busy. They have no time to manage your trivial matters." She paused, looking at Xiao Zui's bewildered little face, and continued. "As for me being a woman, so what? Should women just cry and wail, unable to do anything? That's not what I meant." Xiao Zui hurriedly waved her hands, her face turning pale from fear. "Then what do you mean? You want to be like me?" Linyin raised an eyebrow. Xiao Zui suddenly looked up, a glimmer of hope flashing in her eyes, but quickly faded as she muttered, I just envy you, madam." "Envy what?" Linyin said bluntly. "If you want to live, fight for it yourself. Relying on others, relying on gods and Buddhas, in the end, you won't even know how you died." Xiao Zui stared blankly at Linyin's figure. She seemed to understand, but not fully. She just felt that what this lady said was different from what the village chief and everyone in the village said. The night grew deeper. Linyin closed her eyes, seemingly dozing off. Suddenly, an extremely strong demonic energy approached. Linyin's eyes snapped open, a cold light flashing in her gaze. She swayed and was already outside the door. The night wind grew fierce. A mass of thick black mist silently surged out from a corner deep within the village. Initially, it was only the size of a fist, but as it met the wind, It quickly expanded, spreading several feet in an instant. Linyin stood under the eaves of the dilapidated house, her hair blowing softly in the wind. Demon! Shurgondang shouted angrily, just as he was about to take action. The rolling black mist seemed startled, suddenly retracting and transforming into a vague, dark shadow, skimming close to the ground and hurriedly fleeing towards the outskirts of the village. Seeing this, Linyin sneered. Without saying a word to Shurgondang, she lightly tapped her toes on the damp ground and, in a flash, transformed into a shadow, silently giving chase. Shigandang only felt a flash before his eyes, and that slender figure had already merged into the night. At that moment, from the dilapidated house behind him, where Xiaotsue was staying, a sudden burst of even more intense erupted. Shigandang's face instantly tensed. He suddenly thought of something. It's over. Chapter 27. The three brothers of the dog demon, Linyin lightly tapped her toes, moving like a ghost, closely following the black shadow as it swept out of the village. With the perfected chasing wind body technique, she moved effortlessly through the night. The black shadow was indeed fast, but it was still not enough to shake her off. After chasing for about 3 miles, the shadow suddenly stopped ahead. Linyin halted, focusing her gaze. It was a black-furred dog demon. The dog demon was the size of a calf, its fur as dark as ink, with sharp white fangs and a pair of green eyes that emitted a chilling light in the night. Upon seeing Linyin, the dog demon was momentarily stunned. "Why are you the one who caught up?" it asked, its voice hoarse and unpleasant. "You think you can handle this?" It had intended to lure out the people from the Demon Suppression Division one by one. Now that this seemingly weak woman had caught up, it meant that its third brother would have to face an experienced member of the Demon Suppression Division alone. TSK. Troublesome. Of course, it was only a nuisance. Although its third brother was heavily injured, he could still hold on for a moment. As long as it killed quickly, it could return to help him deal with that experienced member. As for the eldest brother, he should be able to hold out for a while longer. "Look at you, with that appearance. It's clear you're a soft target." The dog demon licked its sharp claws, ready to use her as practice to warm up. Linyin expressionlessly drew her long sword, the blade shimmering with a ghostly light under the moon. "What did you just say?" "I didn't catch that," she said calmly. "I said you're soft." Before it could finish, a flash of sword light was already before it. The dog demon's pupils dilated as it hurriedly dodged. Puff! Its left ear was severed, blood splattering. "Now, I heard you clearly," Linyin said, standing still with her sword. The dog demon covered its severed ear, gritting its teeth in pain. Another sword stroke swept past. Its right ear was also gone. "Is there more?" The dog demon was completely enraged, its claws digging into the ground, demonic energy surging. "You filthy woman. I'll tear you apart." It lunged forward, claws aimed at Linyin's chest. Linyin's figure flickered, easily evading. She countered with a sword, the tip leaving a bloody gash on the dog demon's hind leg. The dog demon cried out in pain and turned to pounce again. Linyin flickered once more, the sword light rising again. This time, she aimed straight for the dog demon's waist. The dog demon howled in agony, rolling on the ground, blood pouring out. It lay gasping for breath, its green eyes filled with unwillingness. "Impossible. You clearly look like the easiest to deal with. Otherwise, how could it be said that a dog's eyes look down on people?" Linyin was too lazy to waste words with it. She lightly tapped her toes, her figure like an arrow, heading straight for the dog demon's throat. Seeing this, the dog demon desperately tried to get up, but was already too late. A flash of the sword. The dog's head fell to the ground. Slayed a pulse-connecting realm dog demon. Total lifespan 170 years, remaining 65 years, absorption complete. Linyin nodded in satisfaction. 65 years obtained, not bad. Just as she was feeling pleased, she suddenly remembered what the dog demon had said earlier. She instantly understood. Turning, she ran back. In the wild boar village, Shurgondang was engaged in a fight with a yellow-furred dog demon. Although this dog demon was unstable and clearly heavily injured, its speed was extraordinarily fast, darting around Shurgondang in guerrilla tactics. Shurgondang was adept at defense, having honed his skills to perfection, but he was not good at offense, and for a moment, he was unable to deal with the dog demon. "Damn slippery," Shurgondang cursed, throwing a punch at the dog demon, but it easily dodged. The yellow-furred dog demon gasped for breath, secretly resentful. "Damn it, leaving me with a tough one to deal with. Why hasn't that girl returned yet? Logically, that little woman looks so weak. My second brother should have no problem handling her." Just then, footsteps echoed in the distance. The dog demon's expression brightened, and it perked up its ears to listen carefully. "Is my second brother back? Why so slow?" Killing a woman takes this much effort. Before it could finish, a bloody dog head was thrown out from the darkness, rolling to its feet. The yellow-furred dog demon's eyes widened in shock as it looked at the familiar dog head, instantly going dumbfounded. That was none other than its second brother's head. The woman you're looking for is right here. Linyin's voice came from the darkness, followed by a graceful figure slowly stepping out. The yellow-furred dog demon looked at the bloody dog head on the ground, its tail bristling in fear. How? Is this possible? Its voice trembled. My second brother has been cultivating for over 100 years. How could he not be a match for you? A yellow-haired girl? Shurgondang looked at the dog demon's head, his heart secretly astonished. This dog demon, judging by its aura, was clearly in the late stage of pulse-connecting realm. Yet it was not a match for Linyin. Moreover, she looked completely at ease. Damn, I underestimated her. She's a master. Seeing the situation turned dire, the dog demon turned to flee. Trying to escape? Linyin sneered. She raised her right hand, fingers slightly splayed, and an invisible pulling force suddenly emerged. Control crane. The yellow-furred dog demon had just taken 2 steps when it felt its body lighten and was involuntarily pulled back. What kind of demon technique is this? The dog demon struggled in midair in terror. The pulling force grew stronger, and it was uncontrollably drawn towards her. Just as it was about to crash into Linyin, she suddenly retracted her hand, forming her fingers into claws. Dragon capture. The dog demon landed, but had no time to react before it felt a delicate hand tightly gripping its neck. Wait, my elder brother is... Crack. The dog demon's head twisted at an unnatural angle, and it instantly fell silent. The entire process took no more than 3 breaths. Shurgondang stared wide-eyed, completely stunned. This was even more unbelievable than before. The bones of demons were as hard as iron. Even a pulse-connecting realm martial artist would find it impossible to break them with bare hands. Yet this seemingly fragile young woman had twisted the dog demon's neck as easily as if it were a twist of dough. Is she even human? Slayed a pulse-connecting realm dog demon. Total lifespan, 110 years. Remaining 45 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan, 110 years. After a moment, Shurgondang regained his senses and said, Missy, this group of dog demons is not right. The dog demon's last words about its elder brother indicated that there were more than 2 of them. As for the elder brother, Shurgondang hesitated, fearing trouble. Linyin nodded. You keep an eye on Xiao Chui. I'll go take a look. As soon as she finished speaking, her figure flickered and disappeared into the night. Shurgondang watched her leave, secretly clicking his tongue. He hadn't realized before, but now it seemed that Miss Yan's speed was even 3 points faster than Lu San's monkey. Damn, she's a person he can eat. How could someone so young be proficient in so many techniques? And she's a girl. In a mountain ghost temple, a chilling wind blew, causing the tattered strips hanging from the eaves of the temple to flutter, resembling a soul-calling banner. Zhou Chong leaned against the mottled doorframe, his expression heavy. Damn, this ghostly place. Lu San shrank his neck, his shifty eyes darting around, his voice trembling. Boss, should we retreat? That old man probably spoke the truth. This place has some wickedness. Before he could finish, a stench-laden demonic wind suddenly swept out from deep within the temple. Accompanying the demonic wind was a colossal figure slowly striding out. It was a dog demon, but its size was more than 10 times that of an ordinary house dog, almost like a small calf. Even more terrifying was that its body was covered with large and small, dark-colored tumors, some of which were even pulsating slightly, as if there were some living creature inside trying to break through the skin. Zhou Chong's pupils suddenly constricted. The meridian. Great perfection. Zhou Chong struggled to squeeze out a few words through clenched teeth. This beast, it was merely a step away from breaking through to the next realm, if it succeeded. At this thought, a layer of fine cold sweat instantly broke out on Zhou Chong's forehead. This was beyond what they could handle. Lu San. Zhou Chong suddenly shouted in a hoarse voice, You better get the hell out of here. Go notify Miss Yin and Old Sure. Tell them to retreat immediately. Then report to the Demon Suppression Division and request support. Lu San was so frightened by the fierce aura of the dog demon that his legs were trembling. He was stunned for a moment upon hearing this. Then a trace of hesitation flashed across his face. Boss, then you. Cut the crap. I'll hold him off. Get going. Chapter 28. Within the meridian, I am invincible. Zhou Chong's hand gripping the hilt of the knife was trembling, veins bulging, and his palm was drenched in cold sweat. At this level of monster, let alone the 2 of them, even if 2 more came, they might not fare any better. It seems that only someone of the 100 household level would have a chance to kill it. How could this cursed place, Wild Boar Village, give birth to such a ferocious creature? Boss, I. Lucen wanted to say something more. Lucen, Zhou Chong suddenly shouted hoarsely. Get the hell out of here. He then took a deep breath, slowly pointing his dagger at the dog demon. The blade glimmered with a cold light in the dim temple. Remember, bring the news back. Otherwise, I'll haunt you as a ghost. Lusan's eyes turned red. He knew Zhou Chong was determined to fight to the death. Boss, get lost. Zhou Chong roared, not looking at him again. Lusan gritted his teeth, knowing this was not the time for hesitation. He turned sharply, using his movement technique to rush out of the temple. Trying to leave? The dog demon let out a roar, its voice like muffled thunder. Its massive body suddenly moved, creating a gust of foul wind, and it was faster than Lu San, blocking his path. Bang! Lu San felt a tremendous force hit him, and he was sent flying, crashing heavily against the temple wall, making a dull sound, and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lu San, the dog demon let out a chilling laugh, its face covered in tumors appearing especially vicious. Now that you're here, don't think of leaving. It stuck out its tongue, licking its lips as it scanned Zhou Chong and the fallen Lu San. 2 Meridian Realm warriors. Not bad, not bad. Zhou Chong's heart sank. This beast's target from the beginning was them. Once I eat you, I'll be able to completely stabilize my realm, and maybe even advance further. Ha ha ha. Beast, you wish. Zhou Chong shouted angrily, exerting force in his legs and charging at the dog demon. There was no hope for survival today. He could only fight to the death. The knife flashed as he aimed for the dog demon's face. The dog demon did not dodge. It simply raised its paw. Clang! It was a loud noise. Zhou Chong felt a tremendous force travel up the blade, his hands trembling, blood gushing from his tiger's mouth. The dagger nearly slipped from his grasp, and he was knocked back several steps, his blood surging, feeling sweet in his throat. Mid-stage of the Meridian Realm. Too weak. Damn it. Die for me. Zhou Chong roared, suppressing the surging blood and attacking again. However, the dog demon's figure had vanished from his sight. Boss, watch out behind you. Lucen struggled to get up from the ground, shocked and furious at the scene before him. PFF. Zhou Chong felt a chill in his left shoulder, followed by a sharp pain. Looking down, he saw that his left shoulder was torn, 3 deep claw marks glaringly visible, blood pouring out. Boss, Zhou Chong grunted, enduring the intense pain, and swung his long knife backward to force back the dog demon. The dog demon avoided the blow, licking the blood from its claws with a satisfied expression. As expected of a warrior, this blood is much more fragrant than that of the villagers. Zhou Chong gritted his teeth, forcibly circulating his true energy to stop the bleeding. The dog demon lunged at him again. This time, it showed no intention of holding back, opening its massive mouth to reveal its white fangs, charging straight for Zhou Chong's face. Damn! Zhou Chong raised his knife to block, but was struck by an overwhelming force, sending him flying back and crashing heavily against the statue. PFF, I'll fight you to the death. Lu San, in a fit of rage, pulled out a flying knife and was about to strike. The dog demon sneered. Just you? A shadow flashed, and Lu San was sent flying along with his knife, crashing against the temple wall, unable to get up for a long time. 2 useless fools. Since you want to die so badly, I'll oblige. Zhou Chong struggled to get up, but found his legs as soft as noodles. Many thoughts flashed through his mind. His mother was still waiting for him to come home for the new year. His brothers were waiting for him to treat them to drinks, and he and T even married yet. Forget it, damn it all. Zhou Chong tightened his grip on the knife. Come on, beast. Even if I die, I'll take a piece of flesh from you. A flicker of anger flashed in the dog demon's eyes. It raised its paw, ready to give Zhou Chong a quick death. Whoosh! A streak of sword light suddenly shot in from outside the temple, fast as lightning. The dog demon's pupils constricted, and it quickly dodged to the side. Who? At the temple entrance, a slender figure slowly walked in. Moonlight poured down, illuminating a cold face. Miss Yin? Zhou Chong widened his eyes. The dog demon was startled upon seeing the newcomer. You, how are you still? Yin Linyin sneered. I helped send your 2 brothers on their way. Impossible. The second one practiced for 100 years, and the third, although injured, should be able to handle a little girl like you. A little girl? Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. You dog creatures really have poor eyesight. She stepped into the temple without picking up the sword. Miss Yin, this beast is at the peak of the Meridian Realm. You are no match for it. Yin Linyin glanced at him. Who said I'm not? I. Zhou Chong's face turned red. The dog demon laughed in rage. Good, good. Since you've delivered yourself here, I'll eat you first and then deal with those 2 useless ones. It exerted its limbs, its massive body charging at Yin Linyin like a cannonball. The enormous figure seemed ready to crush Yin Lingyin's frail form. Zhou Chang's heart nearly jumped out his throat. What on earth is going on with this Miss Yin? Facing such a monster, she doesn't even need a weapon? Is she crazy? The dog demon's form loomed like a mountain, foul wind rushing at them, the stench almost suffocating. Yet Yin Lingyin seemed unfazed. She exerted force in her legs, advancing rather than retreating, and actually propelled herself into the air against the foul wind. Her figure danced lightly, already dodging the dog demon's heavy pounce. In the blink of an eye, as she brushed past the massive demon body, her hands moved like a flower, winding around a tree, 10 fingers hooking perfectly onto one of the dog demon's forearms. Crack! Crack! The sound of bones dislocating rang out sharply. The dog demon's massive body suddenly froze, letting out a howl of pain. Its other paw instinctively swung down, tearing through the air towards Yin Lingyin's head. Yin Lingyin's black boots stomped hard against the dog demon's side, using the recoil to slide back, narrowly avoiding the attack. TSK. This beast, its flesh and bones are indeed much tougher than that previous one. The mastery of the controlling the crane and capturing the dragon at the Great Completion realm, those rapid moves only forcibly dislocated its arm bones rather than crushing them like before. The pain of the severed arm was nothing compared to the hatred in its heart at this moment. You seek death. The dog demon spoke slowly, wishing to swallow Yin Lingyin alive, and suddenly shook its body, the dark, tumor-covered flesh glowing with a faint red light. Within the temple, the already chilling wind turned even colder. The dog demon opened its massive mouth, not to bite, but to unleash a deafening roar. Oh, whoa! Zhou Chong covered his ears, still feeling his brain boiling, stars dancing in front of his eyes. Lu San, lying on the ground, groaned and spat out another mouthful of blood. After the roar, the dog demon's body visibly swelled. The tumors on its body writhed even more violently, as if something was trying to break free from within. Its eyes turned completely red, devoid of any clarity. 230 years. Do you know that for these 230 years, I have been honing my skills day and night, surviving countless life and death situations, yet I am still in the realm of connectivity? What am I striving for? Its crimson gaze swept over Zhou Chong, then landed on Yin Lingyin, carrying a cruel delight as if looking down on ants. Within the realm of connectivity, I am invincible. Chapter 29. You are invincible. What about me? Yin Lingyin quietly watched this scene. 230 years. In the next moment, her thoughts stirred. Current martial arts. Washing flower, slaying demon sword, connecting veins, perfection. Primordial chi, connecting veins, true formula, perfection. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, great accomplishment. Chasing wine body technique, perfection. Traits, clear sword heart. When practicing sword martial arts, comprehension slightly increases and training speed accelerates. Current remaining lifespan, 21 years. Demon lifespan, 110 years. My current achievements are all the result of my own hard work. Bit by bit, striving to cultivate. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Fill it up for me. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Great accomplishment. Confirming infusion of lifespan for deduction. In the first year, you delve deeper into controlling cranes and capturing dragons. The crane form became increasingly agile, and the dragon claws gained an additional 3 points of dominance. In the 30th year, you observe the clouds rolling and dispersing, comprehending the meaning of cranes soaring in the 9 heavens, the suction between your fingers fluctuating unpredictably, changing in ways hard to fathom. In the 50th year, you also made progress in the transformation of dragon forms, fighting in the wild, its blood dark yellow, with a subtle sound of wind and thunder in every move. In the 85th year, you finally deduced controlling cranes and capturing dragons to the realm of perfection. The lightness of the crane and the might of the dragon merged into one, effortlessly expressing boundless uses. Consumed demon lifespan, 85 years. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, perfection. Remaining demon lifespan, 25 years. In an instant, a completely different realization surged in Yin Lingyin's heart. The dog demon, still immersed in its fantasy of being invincible, saw Yin Lingyin silent and thought she was stunned. What? Afraid? If you beg for mercy now, I might give you a quick end. It grinned wickedly, its swollen body lunging forward again, a giant claw covered in flesh lumps, shrieking as it tore through the air, aimed straight at Yin Lingyin's head. With his claw, it used all its demonic power, confident it could crush this woman into mush. Yin Lingyin scoffed. 230 years? Sorry, I have 20 more years of power than you. Her 5 fingers were delicate, as white as jade. In front of the mountain-like claw, she appeared insignificantly small. Bang! A muffled sound. The dog demon's unstoppable charge came to an abrupt halt. Its claw, capable of splitting rocks, was caught by a dainty hand. A flicker of astonishment passed through the dog demon's red eyes. This is... Linyin's 5 fingers exerted a slight force. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds, dense enough to make one's scalp tingle, spread from the dog demon's claw, wrist, and arm, all the way up to its spine. The sneer on the dog demon's face froze, replaced by disbelief. No. Impossible. My bones. Its demonic body was harder than refined iron. Difficult to injure with ordinary swords. Even if a mid-stage connecting veins martial artist like Zhou Chong attacked with all his might, it would only result in superficial wounds. But now, its bones were shattering inch by inch under that woman's seemingly casual grip. Awoo! The dog demon let out a chilling scream, more like that of a dying creature, as its entire forelimb twisted like a pretzel, the stark white broken bones piercing through flesh, blood spraying wildly. Its massive body lost balance, crashing to the ground. Zhou Chong was utterly dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, the dog demon had been arrogant and self-proclaimed invincible in the connecting veins. Now it lay on the ground like a true dead dog. Linyin stepped forward, reaching out her hand in the face of the dog demon's extreme terror. A delicate little hand pressed down on its enormous head. This scene looked absurd from any angle, but the dog demon couldn't laugh. No one understood the woman's terrifying abilities better than it did. You. Linyin tilted her head, puzzled. What did you just say? Spare me. The dog demon's eyes rolled back, staring intensely at the hand on its head. Invincible in the connecting veins? What am I? Before it could finish speaking, puffed. The enormous dog head suddenly erupted with red and white mixed fluid from its 7 orifices. Killed a connecting veins dog demon. Total lifespan 397 years, remaining 105 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan 260 years. Linyin disgustedly shook her hand, cursing under her breath. Really too fragile. It disgusts me to death. Zhou Chong was completely stunned. Lu San, who was already weak, watching this scene, was so excited that he rolled his eyes and fainted. Linyin glanced at the disheveled Zhou Chong and then at the unconscious Lu San, lightly clicking her tongue. Can you still walk? I can't be the one supporting you 2 big men, can I? Zhou Chong struggled to move his numb arm, nodded, his voice a bit dry. I can walk. He struggled to rise from the ground, walked over to Lu San, gritted his teeth, and carried the unconscious Lu San on his back. In the temple, only his heavy breathing could be heard. After a long time, Zhou Chong, carrying Lu San, turned around, solemnly addressing Linyin. Miss Yin, we indeed underestimated you earlier, and we apologize for our offenses. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the mess on the ground, his voice growing more difficult. But if it weren't for you today, no matter what you thought before, today, you indeed saved both our lives. Linyin stretched lazily, rolling her eyes. A big man, and he thanked me so hesitantly. So sentimental. Outside the city gate of Liangzhou Prefecture, a black horse weakly dragged a creaking cart, piled high with 3 enormous dog demon corpses, blood congealed. Even from a distance, the faint stench still crept into the nose. Linyin reined in her horse, riding parallel to the cart, her brows furrowed tightly. After all this effort, dragging these stinking corpses back, what for? Wouldn't it be easier to burn them or bury them on the spot? Zhou Chong, riding beside her, smiled bitterly. Now he dared not underestimate Miss Yin even a bit. Miss Yin may not know. He slowed his speech, tried to sound respectful, according to the rules of the Demon Suppression Office. All demon corpses that can be brought back must be taken back as much as possible. First, to prevent the demon corpses from being stolen by petty thieves for evil purposes or causing trouble by resurrecting. Secondly, the skin, bones, claws, and even organs of these demons have their uses, whether for medicine or crafting. They're quite valuable. Especially, some long-cultivated demons can even yield demon pills. Linyin had initially been impatient to hear these trivial matters, but her ears perked up slightly at the last 3 words. Demon pill? Zhou Chong nodded. Exactly, demon pill. This item contains the essence of a demon's lifetime, making it a rare treasure for both martial practitioners and alchemists. Linyin's expression finally changed slightly. Her cold eyes fixed intently on Zhou Chong. Damn it, after killing so many demons, wouldn't that all be wasted? Chapter 30, Yin Zongqi Cough. Miss Yin. This demon core is not something every demon possesses. It must be from those who have cultivated for a long time and have some special qualities. Ordinary minor demons are empty inside. Even if you dissect them, they would only have a bag of rotten flesh. Zhou Cheng carefully added, fearing that Linyin might get upset and dissect him too. Linyin ignored him and began to ponder which of the previous demons could have condensed a demon core. The more she thought, the angrier she became. The cart creaked as it finally entered the city gate of Liangzhou. The guard saw the attire of the demon subduing division and the 3 enormous demon corpses on the cart, and they were already used to it. They waved their hands as a routine and let them pass. However, the common folk at the city gate were greatly startled by this spectacle. Look, the people from the demon subduing division are back. My goodness, what are they pulling on that cart? It looks like a dog. But what kind of dog is this big? Fool, that's a demon. The demon subduing division is out here. Are they just taking a dog for a walk? TSK. These demons look much more formidable than the last ones. It must have been a fierce battle. Amidst the discussions, many gazes fell upon Linyin, who was at the front of the group. She wore a tight, black outfit that accentuated her fair skin, and her delicate features were like a painting. Yet, her pretty face was cold as ice, forming a stark contrast with the bloody corpses of the demons behind her. Hey, who is that woman? I've never seen her before. What a handsome girl. Why is she mingling with the demon subduing division? Look at those people from the demon subduing division beside her. They seem to be dwarfed in her presence. Could she be the daughter of some big figure, here to gain experience with the demon subduing division? Linyin found the fragmented discussions around her amusing. What kind of rich girl would have her brain fried to come to the demon subduing division for training? However, these people had good eyes. Indeed, the 3 men around her didn't dare to act tough in front of her. Miss, may I know your name? Are you a new recruit in the demon subduing division? A somewhat slick-looking man by the roadside boldly stepped closer and called out from a distance. Linyin couldn't be bothered to respond. Zhou Cheng, however, turned around and glared at the man. The demon subduing division is on official business. Idle people should stay back. The man chuckled awkwardly and retreated, but he still whispered to those nearby. Look at this grandeur. She must be extraordinary. Liangzhou is about to have an extraordinary female hero. Another person resting his chin on his hand chuckled. This heroine looks remarkable, but I wonder if she is married. My son just turned 18 this year. He is quite handsome, give a rest. With your son who only knows how to fight roosters and dogs all day, does he deserve someone like her? The cart made quite a noise as it entered the demon subduing division, drawing many onlookers from the outer division. Wow, this dog creature looks really fierce. 3 of them? Old Joe, you guys really did well this time. You made a big achievement. A bearded man who seemed familiar with Zhou Cheng strode over and punched Zhou Cheng in the shoulder. Zhou Cheng staggered from the punch and laughed awkwardly. Brother Zhang is joking. It was just luck. The man called Brother Zhang clicked his tongue in amazement and reached out to touch the largest demon corpse. He leaned in to sniff it, and his expression changed slightly. This demonic energy. Goodness, it must have reached the complete mastery of meridian circulation. Old Joe, what kind of stuff are you hiding? You need to tell me how this demon died. The surrounding onlookers perked up their ears. For such demons. It was already a blessing for an ordinary team to come back intact, let alone kill them. Zhou Cheng awkwardly glanced at the distance. Linyin was leaning against a crooked tree, boredly observing them. Zhou Cheng cleared his throat, lowered his voice, and gestured towards Linyin. Brother Zhang this time. It really wasn't Timmy showing off. It was this. New Miss Yin who took care of it single-handedly. Huh? Brother Zhang followed his gaze and saw the slender figure, raising an eyebrow in disbelief. Is it really her? His tone was filled with skepticism. Not just him, but the surrounding men were also in an uproar, whispering to each other. What kind of joke is this? A little girl like her? Is old Joe making fun of us? Look at her delicate skin. Can she even lift a knife? Brother Zhang suspiciously examined Zhou Cheng again, seeing that he didn't seem to be lying. This girl looked completely unfamiliar. Whose subordinate was she? Such fierceness? She asked from Deputy Commander Su. He personally brought her back. Just as he mentioned Su, the figure of the man in question appeared. Sure enough, a figure parted the crowd and walked over. The leading person wore a tight black outfit that outlined his tall figure, casually draped in a matching cloak that fluttered slightly in the breeze. His gaze lingered briefly on the 3 demon corpses on the cart, especially on the one with a shattered head and a tragic death, glancing at it again as if his lips twitched, though it was unclear what he meant. Count the demon corpses and check them carefully. Subai Gasu Institute, and the waiting clerks from the demon subduing division bowed and quickly began their work. Afterward, he turned his gaze to Linyin and the others not far away. You all follow me. Zhou Chong and the others were taken aback, quickly responding, "Yes, sir," their demeanor somewhat anxious. Subai led them through the vast premises of the demon subduing division, navigating through twists and turns. Soon, they arrived at a hall with a sign for the affairs hall, where the noise was even more pronounced than outside. Subai didn't stop his steps, walking inside while explaining mainly to Linyin. Within the demon subduing division, rewards and punishments are clear. Achievements are categorized from low to high into 4 levels. Ding, Bing, E, and Jia, each level further divided into major and minor achievements. This is your first mission, and you single-handedly kill the demon at the complete mastery of meridian circulation. This counts as a minor achievement of level Bing, considering the demon's formidable strength and that you preserved your colleagues' lives. I'll record you an additional minor achievement of level Bing. Together, that counts as a major achievement of level Bing. Linyin was somewhat confused. How do you know I fought alone? Subai smiled, subtly glancing at Zhou Chong, who looked as if he wanted to bury his head in his chest, and Lu San, who was still pale and half supported by Shi Gondang. I know very well what kind of people they are. After Subai finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Zhou Chong and the others. What are you 3 still standing there for? Do you want me to teach you how to claim that trivial merit step by step? Zhou Chong jolted and quickly bowed. I wouldn't dare. I'll go right away. The 3 hurriedly left. Subai then led Linyin deeper into the affairs hall, approaching a row of windows. Linyin looked up and saw a large ebony cabinet, behind which sat several people. They all wore dark robes, different from the outer division's tight outfits, looking more composed. Instead of the fierce golden wolf pattern of the outer division, they were embroidered with golden eagles. Fierce wolves roam thousands of miles. Golden eagles watch from all directions. These must be the so-called elite officers Subai mentioned. Seeing Subai leading Linyin over, someone immediately stood up. However, their smiles didn't reach their eyes, and they appeared polite yet distant, exuding a sense of restraint, or rather, superiority, distinct from the rough men outside. Deputy Commander Su, what brings you here personally today? Subai casually waved his hand, stepping aside to let Linyin be seen, and pointed at her. This is my subordinate, newly joined, and this is her first time achieving merit. Please take care of it. The man's gaze swept over Linyin, pausing for a moment on her remarkably striking face. Good. Just as he was about to ask about her accomplishments, another internal officer hurriedly approached, holding a stack of briefs, and whispered a few words in his ear before handing him the top document. The man took the brief, glanced at it casually, but the next moment his expression froze. The demon problem in Wild Boar Village has been resolved. 3 canine demons at the Pulse Realm were killed, one of which was at the perfected Pulse Realm. He raised his head, his gaze falling on Linyin once more, this time with much more scrutiny. This woman looked young and slender. She certainly didn't seem like someone capable of independently slaying a perfected Pulse Realm demon. However, having spent some years in this affairs hall, he had seen all sorts of bizarre beings. Those children from noble families, or those who entered through connections, often embellished their records with fabricated accomplishments. It was not the first time he had seen such things. Subai seemed to speak up. What? Is there doubt about the report from my external department? The man quickly chuckled awkwardly. Deputy Commander Su is joking. It's just, this merit is indeed considerable. According to the rules, it needs to be verified clearly. He paused, looking at Linyin. Miss Yin is so young, yet possesses such skill, truly a woman who does not fall behind men. What does this grade C merit intend to exchange for? A healing elixir, or a handy magical weapon, or perhaps a martial arts manual? Finally, he spoke about something he was interested in. Linyin stepped forward, her goal clear. Martial arts. Oh, our internal department has quite a few martial arts manuals. I wonder what kind Miss Yin is looking for. Is it for enhancing inner breath circulation, or for tempering the body, or perhaps certain esoteric techniques? I want one that can break through realms. Break through realms? A hint of surprise flashed in the man's eyes. What realm are you breaking through? It certainly can't be breaking through the mortal realm, no matter how the Demon Suppression Division operates. It wouldn't be possible for someone who hasn't entered the Pulse realm to join. So, does this mean that this woman in front of me has truly perfected her Pulse realm? The officer paused and, after a while, slowly said, to not hide anything from Miss Yin, within the entire Liangzhou Prefecture's Demon Suppression Division, there's only one manual capable of breaking into the condensation realm. Cold Wolf Smoke Condensation Shadow Secret Technique. When the officer mentioned this name, his chin instinctively lifted slightly. Has the girl thought it through? I've already taken off my pants. You asked if I've thought it through? That's the one. The officer cleared his throat and said in a routine manner, Wolf smoke condensation, shadow, secret technique requires a grade C merit for exchange. As for Miss Yan's accomplishments, he shifted his tone, casting a cautious look at Su Bai. Right, Lord Su, Miss Yan's merit is indeed enough for a promotion to General Flag Officer, I wonder. Upon hearing this, Su Bai waved his hand grandly. Promote. Why not promote? With such merit, she deserves to be promoted. Give her the promotion. Hearing Su Bai's words, the internal officer no longer dared to show any contempt, quickly bowed and responded. Yes, I understand. I will handle the procedures for Miss Yan's martial arts exchange and promotion right away. The corners of Linnyin's brows lifted slightly. She hadn't expected to be promoted as soon as she arrived. General Flag Officer. It actually sounded quite good. Chapter 31. Stepping into the condensation realm. Half a stick of incense later, the internal official returned, holding a neatly folded black robe, a new token, and a handwritten booklet. The new robe was still the familiar black, but there were additional dark golden cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar. The token was also new, feeling considerably heavier than the previous one. The front still bore the fierce wolf head, while the back, in addition to the original words Xian Wolf, now had the small seal characters for General Flag, with sharp strokes. Finally, the handwritten booklet had a plain blue paper cover, with the 6 small characters Wolf Smoke and Gang Shadow Secret Method written on it. Linyin took them one by one and casually tucked the booklet into her bosom. Su Bai led her directly back to the Xian Wolf courtyard. Upon entering the courtyard, Su Bai waved away those around him, sat down in a Grandmaster chair, and then spoke. This time, you did well. I'll grant you a 3-day break to rest. Come back in 3 days, and I will reassign personnel to you. As a General Flag, according to regulations, you should have 30 lieutenants under your command. In the Demon Suppression Division, a lieutenant is the lowest rank. People like Zhou Chong are all lieutenants. He paused and added, as for those demon corpses, if they can be dissected for demon cores, they will also be sent to you. Linyin responded with a simple holding the new robe and token. She did not leave immediately. Instead, her bright eyes fixed intently on Su Bai. Su Bai felt somewhat uneasy under her gaze and instinctively touched his nose. What? Is there something on my face? Lord Su, did you already know that there was a fully developed dog demon hidden in the wild boar village? Hearing this, Su Bai met her gaze for a moment, then smiled lightly, picked up a teacup, took a sip, and said leisurely, You've just entered the Demon Suppression Division, and with your skills, being reduced to a common lieutenant is a bit of a waste. Although everyone here is like family, if someone were to suddenly soar to great heights, there would inevitably be whispers behind their back, saying sour things. This statement could be considered an acknowledgement. Linyin rolled her eyes, wanting to ask more, but Su Bai, seemingly unaware of her thoughts, lightly coughed and waved his hand. All right, let's discuss other trivial matters another time. You should go back and rest well. Focus on your future tasks. Who knows, one day, you might even sit in my position as the commander. Linyin was too lazy to listen to his grand plans for the future. Whether she could survive until then was still uncertain. She cupped her hands, bid farewell, and, holding her new robe and token, left the Xian Wolf courtyard without looking back. On her way back to her own residence, she secretly pondered her upcoming plans. She had the method for the next realm, but she was unsure if her remaining lifespan was enough to fully cultivate it. After all, she was aware of her own talent. As soon as she stepped through her home door, she saw Yin Qinghe seemingly entertaining someone in the main hall. Linyin didn't look closely, casually waved her hand in greeting. Brother, I'm back. After saying that, she went straight to her room, closed the door, and prepared to study her new technique. In the hall, the young man in the brocade robe across from Yin Qinghe had been talking with him. Upon catching sight of Linyin entering, he paused mid-sentence, his gaze fixated on her black silhouette. Only after her figure had disappeared did he come to his senses. Ahem. Yin Qinghe lightly coughed, lifted his teacup, and took a sip. Brother Yin, who was that just now? Yin Qinghe was vigilant. What do you want? That's my sister, my real sister. The young man quickly waved his hands. Brother Yin, look at you, I'm not that kind of person. Yin Qinghe snorted coldly. By the way, what is your sister's name? In her room, Linyin casually tossed the black robe and the Xian iron token onto the table, producing a light clanging sound. She walked to the table, sat down, and stretched her arms without much expression. With a thought, a faint glow appeared before her eyes. Current martial arts, Huanhuadi Ing Mo Sword Tong Mai, perfection. Tai Chu Yin Chi Tong Mai, true formula, perfection. Kong He Qin Long, perfection. Zhui Feng Shun Fa, perfection. Characteristics, sword heart clarity, slightly increases comprehension when practicing sword martial arts. accelerates cultivation speed. Remaining lifespan, 21 years. Demon lifespan, 285 years. Yin Linyin took out the booklet from her bosom. Wolf smoke? Gong Shedu? Sound impressive, but who knows if it's just a fade. She flipped it open casually and glanced at it. The characters were familiar, but strung together. She couldn't make sense of it at all. What is this about chi sinking to the dantian to condense gang yuan, and intent circulating to transform into wolf smoke? Nonsense. Until a line of small characters floated up on the panel. Wolf smoke and gang shadow secret method. Not acquired. Only then did Yin Linyin toss the broken booklet onto the table. Alright, let's get started. 285 years of demon lifespan should be enough for this thing to drink a pot. Infuse. Wolf smoke and gang shadow secret method. Infuse as much as you can. Wolf smoke and gang shadow secret method confirms infusion of lifespan for deduction. In the first year, you compare the diagrams in the manual, try to understand what gang is. You feel like a dog trying to comprehend a celestial scripture. In the 10th year, you attempt to compress and refine the true chi in your body, resulting in a dull pain in your dantian, nearly injuring yourself. You suspect this technique is trying to teach you to master breath holding first. In the 70th year, you ponder in front of the wall, trying to visualize the form of wolf smoke, but end up feeling only hunger. You finally touch the threshold of entry. With a thin layer of faint gang chi covering your body, as light as a cicada's wing, probably able to block a gentle breeze. In the 150th year, you catch a glimpse of the path in wolf smoke and gang shadow secret method. The gang chi slightly condenses, occasionally forming a vague wolf shadow, bearing its fangs, entering minor success. In the 285th year, through day and night of hard work, enduring countless hardships, the gang chi finally roars and surges within you. The form of wolf smoke now possesses some ferocity. You silently curse this broken technique for burning through your lifespan. Achieving major success. Lifespan consumed, 285 years. Wolf smoke and gang shadow secret method. Major success. Remaining demon lifespan, 0 years. 285 years just for a major success. This condensation realm thing is indeed not something trivial. Killing demons is, yet again, urgent. Yin Linyin slowly stood up, her joints emitting a series of faint cracking sounds. The condensation realm. It was indeed vastly different from the Tongmai realm. Now, the true chi in her dantian felt like it had been tempered 1,000 times, refined like mercury. Gang chi protecting the body. With a slight thought, it felt as if an invisible armor covered her skin. She lightly flicked her wrist, producing a dull sound. Then she tried to urge that gang chi to her palm. Fingers curled, suddenly pushing forward. Whoosh! A faint black wolf head phantom shot out from her palm, about a foot in size, exuding a savage and wild aura. Boom! A thunderous sound shook the entire room, causing the whole place to tremble thrice, with tiles raining down from the roof. The thick brick wall in front of Yin Linyin, along with half a window, was directly blasted out, creating a huge hole. Outside the courtyard, Yin Qinghe's surprised and furious shout came, accompanied by hurried footsteps. The next moment, the door was slammed open, and Yin Qinghe, in a blue robe, rushed in, disregarding his usual calm demeanor. Are you all right? What has happened? Yin Linyin coughed twice awkwardly and said, Brother, I'm just practicing my skills. I couldn't hold back for a moment. Chapter 32. Cold Anger. When can we women stand up? Fortunately, the newly bought house is big enough, with many rooms in the courtyard. So Yin Qinghe doesn't have the time to look for any servants or maids to attend to him. Yin Linyin accidentally dismantled half a room, so she simply changed to another guest room and managed to get by for the night. The next day, in the early morning, the sky was just getting light, and the thin mist had not yet dissipated when a leisurely knock was heard at the gate. Yin Qinghe yawned, slipped on his shoes, and sleepily went to open the door. With a creak, the courtyard door opened a crack. Yin Qinghe squinted his eyes and, upon seeing the visitor, frowned. The person outside was dressed in a brocade robe, tall and slender, with a warm smile like a spring breeze, revealing a set of neat white teeth. Brother Yin, it's been a long time. How have you been lately? I miss you a lot. Lin, brother, you're being polite. We just met yesterday. One day apart feels like 3 autumns. Brother Yin, you still have your charm. I admire you. As he spoke, the man tried to slip inside. Yin Qinghe blocked his way with his hand. Brother Yin, we are brothers. Surely you won't deny me entry? Yin Qinghe looked at him with a blank expression. The two stood there facing each other at the doorframe. One smiled like a spring breeze, while the other had a face as dark as water. What are you doing? Brother Yin? Lin Gongzi blinked innocently. Yin Qinghe replied expressionlessly, Lin brother, let us not beat around the bush. I can see through your little schemes. I told you, she is my biological sister, not someone you can covet. Give up on this idea as soon as possible. Don't even think about it in your dreams. The man, realizing he had been seen through, no longer concealed his intentions, lightly shook his folding fan and recited, Brother Yin, as the saying goes, just because you glanced at me once, I think of you morning and night. My feelings for your sister are such that I fell in love at first sight, and this hard-ass fervor is beyond my control. Yin Qinghe. Seeing that Yin Qinghe still wore his usual indifferent expression, the man couldn't help but thump his chest, speaking earnestly, Brother Yin, love is just so unreasonable. I can't control myself. Yin Qinghe. He took a deep breath, feeling that saying another word to this guy would be a waste of saliva. Get lost. Hey. Brother Yin, don't close the door. Brother Yin. Bang. A muffled sound. He touched his nose, which had almost been flattened, and sighed faintly at the two unyielding door panels. Brother, who is that? A lovesick wild dog. Iner, be careful in this city. Don't get infected by his lewdness. Outside, Lin Gongzi, who was lamenting, was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Yuan, what nice name. Wait for me. I will definitely win her over from your brother. By the time the sun was high, the leaves of the parasol trees in the courtyard were slightly yellow, and the autumn air was growing stronger. Yin Linyin rolled out of bed. Having overslept after trying out the new technique she had learned last night, she was too lazy to tie her hair up, just casually combed through it, and then put on an outer garment before stepping out of her room. In the main hall, Yin Qinghe was sitting upright, dressed in a clean blue robe, with a few light dishes placed in front of him, along with a bowl of warm white porridge. Seeing his sister walk in with sleepy eyes, he spoke gently. Just woke up? The porridge is still warm. Yin Linyin sat down opposite him and picked up the bowl to drink. The porridge was cooked just right. The rice grains soft and glutinous, sweet in taste. After finishing a bowl, her stomach felt warm. Yin Qinghe watched her leisurely manner, frowning slightly. Yuan, don't you have to go to the Yamen today? The Demon Suppression Division has strict military discipline, and even external offices have rules for roll call at the crack of dawn. It's already late in the day, and this girl is still leisurely having breakfast at home. It's quite strange. After finishing the last spoonful of porridge, Yin Linyin took out a token from her waistband and slapped it on the table with a bang. I forgot to tell you, I got promoted. Deputy Commander Su gave me a 3-day leave. Yin Qinghe took the token and looked closely, stunned. You got promoted so quickly? The difficulty of promotion in the Demon Suppression Division is well known. It takes a lot of merit to rise from a corporal to a chief banner. Iner has only been in the division for half a month, yet she has already been promoted a level? I killed a few demons a few days ago. The merits were enough. She spoke lightly, as if slaying demons were as ordinary as chopping vegetables. Yin Qinghe's heart tightened. Although he was not a member of the Demon Suppression Division, he knew the dangers of those demons. For Iner to be promoted so quickly, she must have gone through life and death battles again, thinking of his sister fighting desperately outside while he could only worry in this safe courtyard. An overwhelming sense of helplessness surged in his heart. Seeing the expression on her brother's face, Yin Linyin knew what he was thinking. After all, she was also a man and understood this feeling of being a man. She patted his shoulder and comforted him. All right, don't think too much. Since I'm on leave in Liangzhou, and I haven't explored it yet, let us go out and have a look while I have the time off. Yin Qinghe raised his eyes to look at her. Where do you want to go? Just wandering around, to see the customs and culture of Liangzhou. Yin Linyin stood up and stretched lazily. She couldn't be cooped up in the broken place of the Demon Suppression Division every day or stuck in this small courtyard. It's my fault for being incompetent. I will go find a bigger house. No, that is not what I meant. Yin Linyin was taken aback and quickly stood up. Then it's settled. I'll go change my clothes. Wait for me. Soon, Yin Linyin came out wearing a green RU skirt, her black hair casually pinned up with a hairpin, looking somewhat like a refined young lady. Yin Qinghe was slightly lost in thought. This girl had been in the Demon Suppression Division wearing tough clothes, exuding heroism. Now that she had changed into women-esque clothing, he had almost forgotten how stunning his sister could be. No wonder that Lin's scoundrel was so infatuated. Brother, what are you dazed about? Nothing. Yin Qinghe withdrew his gaze and said, Let us go. The siblings exited the courtyard and walked along the bluestone path toward the bustling area of the city. Liangzhou was indeed different from the small place of Qingping County. The streets were wide, with shops lining both sides and crowds bustling about. Various colorful signs hung high, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air, making it quite lively. Yin Linyin walked among the crowd, feeling at ease. However, her striking face attracted many lingering glances as they walked along. Of course, every time someone looked over, Yin Qinghe would glare back. Brother, is there anything fun to do in Liangzhou? In the north of the city, there's the Moon Viewing Tower, where you can get a panoramic view of the entire city. In the south, there's Yinji Alley, which has a variety of snacks. If you like lively places, you can go there. In the west of the city, there's the Qingfeng Temple, which has a flourishing incense business. It's said to be very effective for fortune-telling. Yin Linyin blinked. Is that all? There's also. Yin Qinghe paused. In the east of the city, there's a pear blossom garden, which is in full bloom right now and looks quite nice. But what? But that place often has some young rascals gathering there, so it might be a bit noisy. Yin Linyin listened to Yin Qinghe's introduction. Oh, since she had no interest in that anyway. Suddenly, she leaned closer to Yin Qinghe, lowering her voice mysteriously. Brother, have you ever been to that kind of place? Yin Qinghe was taken aback, not understanding. What kind of place? You know, Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. Yin Qinghe looked at his sister's expression, which was reminiscent of a worldly young scoundrel, contrasting oddly with her stunningly beautiful face. The veins on his forehead couldn't help but throb. What do you mean by you know? Speak clearly. Do I have to spell it out for you? It's south, that kind of place. Yin Linyin blinked, with the scent of rouge and powder, where the songbirds sing and the nights are filled with revelry. Yin Qinghe instantly understood her meaning. His face flushed, stammering. Iner, how could you, a girl, ask about this? Just say whether you've been or not. Yin Linyin stared at him. If you lie, our father will be struck by lightning. Yin Qinghe felt utterly embarrassed under her gaze and turned his face away. Earlier, when he was studying at the academy, he had indeed been invited by his classmates to go there a few times, but that was merely among cultured gentlemen, indulging in poetry and music, nothing more. Yin Linyin felt a sudden itch in her heart. In her past life, she was a man, naturally very curious about such places. Although she had changed her shell now, that curiosity had not disappeared. Then take me there once. Yin Qinghe almost choked on his own saliva. What? Are you crazy? What's wrong? It's just to take a look? I'm not going to do anything. No way. Yin Qinghe firmly refused. The kind of dirty place, filled with filth, and you a pure young lady. What do you want to go there for? Aren't there ladies there too? That's different. Brother, you're being double standard. Yin Linyin pouted. You can go, but I can't. Is it the same? I'm a man. So what if you're a man? Men can visit brothels, but women can't broaden their horizons? You're infuriating. Forget it. In short, when can women stand up for themselves? Nonsense. Yin Linyin dug at her ears, completely unconcerned. Whether it's nonsense or not, it's not up to you. If you don't take me, fine. This Liangzhou prefecture is so big. I'm sure there are plenty of kind-hearted heroes. Yin Qinghe's temples throbbed, feeling a splitting headache. He looked at Yin Linyin. His sister's face, even when walking down the street, attracted countless gazes. If she really went to such a chaotic place, what she really found someone? Who knows what kind of strange characters she might encounter? He took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, but the frustration just wouldn't dissipate. Ever since that incident in Qingping County, his sister's temperament had become increasingly unpredictable. The obedient and well-behaved Yin Linyin from before probably only existed in dreams now. Fiend, rather than letting you venture into that den of tigers and wolves alone, it's better for me to go with you. At least I can protect you. All right. I'll do as you say. I'll take you. TSK, if you had been this agreeable from the start, it would have been settled. Yin Qinghe lightly coughed and said, in Liangzhou Prefecture, there's a place called the Yu Pavilion, which is quite elegant. Many scholars in the city like to gather there during their leisure time, enjoying tea and conversation, admiring songs and dances. It can be considered quite cultured. Yu Pavilion? Sounds damp. Is it risque or refined? What do you mean by risque or refined? Seeing his clueless expression, Yin Linyin exaggeratedly sighed and waved a finger in front of him. Can't you understand? Refined means the proper kind, where young gentlemen and ladies sit together, looking at each other, at most listening to a little tune, reciting a few sentimental poems, talking about things that are all foggy and flowery, very stiff and boring. She changed her tone, raising an eyebrow slightly, revealing a hint of mischief as for risk. Yin Qinghe instantly understood. Where did you hear about these things? I didn't say anything. Yin Qinghe said irritably. That Yu Pavilion is a gathering place for gentlemen. Gentlemen, understand? Clean and proper. Refined. It's completely refined. TCH, what's so fun about refined? Yin Qinghe pretended not to hear and continued walking forward. Yu Pavilion, just as Yin Qinghe described, exuded elegance everywhere, with flying eaves and bracketed roofs, blue tiles on the top, and two weeping willows swaying gently in the wind at the entrance. Inside, the winding paths led to secluded spots bamboo shadows swayed, and rockeries with flowing water were arranged quite exquisitely. The air was filled with a faint aroma of incense mixed with a hint of ink fragrance, making one feel calm and peaceful. Groups of scholars were either sitting or standing, softly conversing, or leaning against the railing gazing into the distance. Occasionally, a few crisp laughs could be heard, and they were women, dressed simply and elegantly, their manners graceful. Yanqing secretly sighed in relief at this scene, a hint of pride appearing on his face. How is it? Linyin, did I deceive you? This place is quiet and most suitable for. The facade is well done. Linyin, dressed in male clothing that Qinghe had forced upon her, said it was to avoid drawing too much attention to her face. She didn't mind. After all, she was just there to watch the fun. Wearing anything was fine. This style clearly aimed for the high-end crowd, filtering out those without much money. Quite clever. Qinghe was puzzled. What facade? What high-end crowd? A maid dressed in a light green gauze skirt, her hair styled in double buns, gracefully approached, knelt, and spoke softly. Welcome, esteemed guests. Would you like to find a private room? Or sit casually in the main hall? Linyin didn't answer, instead lightly nudging Qinghe with her elbow, winking. Brother, ask her if there are any hidden items not on the menu. Qinghe felt his scalp tingle, hurriedly cutting in before the maid could speak. The main hall will be fine. Just find a window-side spot, somewhere bright. He emphasized the word bright heavily. The maid smiled slightly, leading the two to a purple sandalwood table by the window. The table was already set with exquisite tea utensils, and beside it was a small red clay stove, the fire crackling warmly. Before long, music began to play. It was not the lively sounds of strings and woodwinds, but a melodious tune from a guqin, ringing like a clear mountain spring, cleansing the spirit. A woman in white sat in a waterside pavilion, gracefully playing the guqin with focused expression. Linyin rested her chin on her hand, listening for a while, then her brows involuntarily furrowed. Brother, she lowered her voice. Is this what you call song and dance? Just this? A girl sitting there playing like she's in deep sorrow. You can't even make out a melody. What's this piece called? The widow's son died. A young scholar at the neighboring table, who was sipping tea, sprayed it all out, coughing repeatedly, his face turning red. Qinghe wished he could find a hole to hide in, desperately suppressing the urge to strangle his sister. This is high mountains and flowing water. It's elegant music. Elegant music. Chapter 33. Were you even? The Tingyu Pavilion, after all, was only known by name and not seen in reality. Linyin's imagination of those vibrant scenes had not even touched the edges. Anyway, it's just an empty shell now. Those masculine thoughts inside her had reincarnated 800 years ago. Even if she really stumbled into such a place of debauchery, aside from stretching her neck to take a few more looks for the eye candy, what else could she do? TSK, what a waste of her leisure mind. After she had consoled herself, she felt relieved. 3 days of rest had swiftly passed. On this day, the sky was dimly brightening, and Linyin had already gotten up. The newly issued general flag ink robe was worn on her body, still as dark as night, with only a few dark golden cloud patterns at the cuffs and collar, adding a touch of solemnity. She had never liked the complicated hairstyles of women, with her hair flowing down like a waterfall, unbound, occasionally brushing against her face that was fairer than frost and snow as she walked. Her black boots stepped on the ground, heading straight to the Demon Suppression Office. The Demon Suppression Office, Xianlang Courtyard. Subai was still in his usual posture, lounging in the Grandmaster chair. Hearing footsteps, he lazily lifted his eyelids. Here? What if you didn't come and I had to dock your pay? Linyin walked up to him, her unbound hair swaying gently with her movements. Subai silently glanced at her. This girl, even though he, as the deputy commander, had seen too many beautiful women, he couldn't help but admit that she was truly beautiful. A beauty that carried a sharpness, unadorned, yet captivating. Your job as the general flag is officially starting today. Subai withdrew his gaze, his tone returning to its usual indifference. According to the rules, you should have 30 lieutenants under you. The roster is here. Go and call the roll to gather them. If anyone is disobedient, just come report to me directly. He pushed a roster over. Linyin took it and casually flipped through it. Also, Subai paused, pointing outside the courtyard where 3 dog demon corpses lay, already carefully examined by someone. You are lucky. That creature with complete meridians has produced a demon core inside, of decent quality. You can go claim it at the affairs hall when you have the time. Upon hearing this, a smile finally appeared on Linyin's face. Thank you. It was rare for her to say a polite word. Subai looked at her, silent for a moment, then suddenly asked, Do you want to be an imperial concubine? The air froze for a moment. Linyin, who was pondering over the demon core, suddenly looked up, her bright eyes staring at Subai as if she had heard some absurdity. Imperial concubine? What kind of ridiculous joke is that? Although my body is female, my heart is pure masculine. Besides, with her temper, if she entered that palace that devours people without spitting out bones, wouldn't she be forced to drink a jar of red liquid within 3 days? Linyin glared at him. What are you acting crazy about so early in the morning? Subai Shamauta Dwight. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. Forget it. With this girl's temperament, letting her enter the palace? I fear she would implicate her entire family because of her mouth by the next day. He waved his hand as if to drive away some bad luck. Forget I said anything. The people are gathered, and the demon core has been notified to you, so just leave if there is nothing else. Don't stand here being an eyesore. Linyin pouted. This guy changed his face faster than flipping a book. She turned to leave, and when she reached the door, as if remembering something, she turned back and said, By the way, if my 30 subordinates don't listen, can I discipline them myself? Just don't let anyone die. TSK. Xianling Courtyard, training ground. 30 lieutenants in dark black uniforms were already lined up in formation. These people were the foundation that Linyin was about to take over. Among the ranks, Zhou Chong and Shi Ganding stood prominent, while Lu Xin still appeared sickly, his face paler than before, evidently still recovering from the incident at the Mountain Ghost Temple. I heard the new general flag is a woman? A woman? When did the Demon Suppression Office start recruiting women as general flags? Shoo, lower your voice. I heard this one has a big background, personally brought back by Deputy Commander Su. If Deputy Commander Su took a liking to her, she must be something special, right? Moreover, I also heard that a few days ago, she personally killed a fully realized great demon. Is that true? ISNT, that just a rumor? Many people saw it. After all, the demon corpse ISNT fake. As for whether she did it herself, that is hard to say. Why Haven T, I heard of such a person in Liangzhou Prefecture. Someone's gaze turned to Zhou Chong, who had been in the Demon Suppression Office for many years and could be considered an old-timer. At this moment, he was shrinking his neck, wishing he could bury himself in the ground. Old Zhou, have you interacted with this new general flag? Give us the lowdown. Is this new general flag easy to deal with? At the mention, Zhou Chong recalled the events at the Mountain Ghost Temple. This general flag Yin has skills, and they're substantial. Just as Zhou Chong finished speaking, a young man with a stern face in the ranks suddenly frowned, letting out a barely audible cold scoff. This person was in his early 20s, with sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, standing tall like a pine, exuding a natural air of pride. An unremarkable person must be some gilded young lady sent by a noble family, good-looking but useless. Zhou Chong's face darkened, stepping out from the crowd and shouted at the person, Qin Xiaoyu, don't be rude. General Flag, Yin personally killed a fully realized dog demon in Wild Boar Village in front of us. Isn't that enough merit? Upon hearing this, Qin Xiaoyu scoffed. Personally killed? Fully realized? Zhou Chong, are you joking? You can't do it. Yet you doubt that she can? Besides old Zhou, I also saw it with my own eyes. Lu Xin also stood up at this moment. Who knows if some dirty deal was made? Maybe the demon was already on its last breath, and she just took advantage of the situation. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the crowd changed slightly. Discussing the new general flag being a woman in private was one thing, but publicly accusing her of faking her achievements, even implying shady dealings within the Demon Suppression Office, was entirely different. Just as Zhou Chong was about to argue further, he heard a light laugh from the entrance of the training ground. A head peeked in, hair unbound and casually draped. Seeing the tense atmosphere among the crowd, she grinned. Oh, so lively? Her voice was crisp, carrying a hint of mockery. The 30 men in the field felt a chill as the previously noisy discussions abruptly ceased. Those who had just been raising their voices to question now instinctively shrank their necks, quickly standing up straight, the formation instantly becoming much more orderly. Qin Xiaoyu frowned, looking in the direction of the voice, his gaze still scrutinizing. He, Qin Xiaoyu, had reached the fully realized stage at 17 and was in the later stage by 21. Among the young generation in Liangzhou Prefecture, who dared claim superiority over him. Even those so-called geniuses in the capital were merely average. But now he had to submit to a girl whose name he had never even heard of? Ridiculous. Thinking of this, he already had a plan in mind. He would surely pierce through this FAAD and let everyone see just how much real talent this parachuted general flag had. At the entrance of the training ground, Yin Linyin walked in gracefully, circling around the 30 lieutenants. The way she scrutinized them made them feel an inexplicable pressure, especially those who had just been gossiping. They dare not even breathe. Although she looked like just a little girl, her official status was, after all, their superior. If she decided to make things difficult for them in the future, wouldn't that be quite uncomfortable? Yin Linyin stopped at the front of the line, casually scanning everyone with her gaze before slowly speaking. My name is Yin Linyin. From today onward, I will be your commander. Since we are all brothers, I won't indulge in too much formal talk. If anyone has any thoughts, you can speak now to avoid bottling them up and causing trouble later, which will make us all look bad. No one dare to speak. What's the matter? You all look like you're at a funeral? I don't seem like a fierce demon. Doi. Or is it that, gentlemen, this is your first time seeing a female commander, and you're all just too curious? As soon as this was said, the tense expressions of the group of men relaxed a little. Many exchanged glances, thinking that this new commander looked young, but spoke quite straightforwardly. She wasn't like those from the internal office who carried themselves with airs. Perhaps she was easy to get along with? Just then, Qin Xiaoyu stepped forward, cupping his fist towards Yin Linyin and said loudly, Commander Yin. Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow and looked at him. Hearing that Commander Yin is young, yet has such great achievements, even personally slaying a fully matured monster, I believe you must have extraordinary skills. He paused, his gaze intense. I, Qin, am not talented, but I dare to ask Commander Yin for some guidance. His words were polite, but the pride and defiance in his eyes were evident to everyone. Zhou Cheng noticed this, and his expression changed. He was about to speak. You. Yin Linyin waved her hand, signaling him not to say more, a hint of a smile playing on her lips. It's fine. She put her hands behind her back and stepped forward, her gaze landing on Qin Xiaoyu. What's your name? Qin Xiaoyu straightened his chest, raised his chin slightly, and said clearly, I am Qin Xiaoyu. Do you want to spar with me? Exactly. Commander, Yin has just arrived and hold a high position. I also want to see. Before he could finish his sentence, an aura of dark energy surged from Yin Lingyin's body. Faintly, there were sounds of wolf howling mixed within. Qin Xiaoyu was the first to bear the brunt of it, feeling an invisible immense force pressing down on him. The blue bricks beneath his feet made faint cracking sounds, and his straight posture involuntarily bent slightly, his face instantly losing color, looking horrified. Yin Lingyin's gaze was cold as she looked down at him and slowly said, What do you think you are? You want to spar with me? Chapter 34. For me, it's just within reach in the training ground. There was a sudden silence. The officers who had just been watching with amusement now had all the color drained from their faces. Zhou Chang's pupils constricted sharply. He had seen Yin Linyin make a move before, but it was nothing compared to the terrifying presence she exuded at this moment. This is the wolf smoke gathering, the Qi shadow manifestation. Wolf smoke Qi shadow secret technique. It was the only Qi condensation technique of the demon subduing division in Liangzhou, and everyone naturally recognized it. She has already reached the Qi condensation realm. An uproar erupted, and the gazes directed at Yin Linyin were filled with disbelief. Qin Xiaoyu felt as if two invisible mountains were pressing down on his shoulders, his legs trembled, and his knees buckled uncontrollably. His proud late-stage meridian opening cultivation felt insignificantly small in the face of this power. Impossible. How could someone so young be in the Qi condensation realm? And a woman at that. In the 300 years since the establishment of the Great Yi dynasty, if there was anyone with the most astonishing talent, it would be the top disciple of the commander stationed in the capital, now the renowned demon subduing general. But even that exceptionally talented general had only just reached the Qi condensation realm at the age of 22. Looking at Yin Linyin now, she seemed barely past her teenage years. Too young. Young enough to make one question life itself. A few strands of dark hair, stirred by the residual Qi, lightly brushed against Yin Lingyin's pretty face. She nonchalantly raised her hand to sweep those strands behind her ear. Is there anyone else like her? No one responded. The 30 officers fell silent, not daring to make sound. Very well. Yin Linyin nodded. Since there are no objections, let's get down to business. I know many of you are thinking that I am young and inexperienced, so why should I manage you seasoned veterans? The crowd exchanged glances, but no one dared to refute her. However, Yin Linyin continued in a calm voice, I am your commander, and that is a fact. If you don't accept it, you can request a transfer. I won't stop you. Just kidding. It's enough for something like today to happen once. She didn't have time to worry about her subordinates every day. It was better to be straightforward now. If anyone didn't want to work under her, they could leave directly. It would save her the trouble. After waiting for a while and seeing that no one left, she nodded and said, Good, But since you've chosen to stay, behave yourselves. I have a bad temper, especially when I dislike people gossiping behind my back. Do you understand? Yes. The responses were sparse. Damn it. Haven't you eaten? Yes. The voices were uniform, echoing through the sky. Only then did Linyin retract her chi, and her expression returned to its previous nonchalance. All right, is there anything else? If not, you can disperse. Linyin waved her hand, her mind already starting to ponder over the matter of the demon pill. Captain Yin, Zhou Chong called out to her. What else is there? According to the rules. Zhou Chong licked his lips. The new commander needs to take the brothers out to kill demons, commonly referred to as opening the blade. Linyin blinked. Opening the blade? That is. Zhou Chong scratched his head. The new official needs to establish authority, taking his subordinates out for a hunt to slay some demons, establishing a reputation, and also giving the brothers a good start. Everyone has seen your skills, so naturally they'll be convinced. But about this rule, other officers nodded. Even Qin Xiaoyu, who had just been pale with fright, now regained some color and looked at her with a complex expression. Fine, then let's open the blade. Zhou Chong breathed a sigh of relief. So, Captain Yin, where shall we go to open the blade? Linyin had no idea where to go for this. She had only been in Liangzhou for a few days. You suggest something suitable. Replying to Captain Yin, this opening the blade has its own considerations. It can't be too weak. If it's too weak, the brothers will find it unexciting, and it won't show your authority as the captain. Other teams will look down on us, but it can't be too strong. He paused halfway through, as if recalling something unpleasant, his face paling slightly. An older officer nearby interjected. Yes, Captain, if it's too strong, then it's just going to be a death wish. Linyin raised an eyebrow. What do you mean? Has something happened before? Zhou Chong sighed and nodded. To not hide it from the captain, our previous captain fell in this opening the blade. The previous captain? Linyin became interested. What cultivation level? He was at the perfected meridian opening stage, Zhou Chong said with a hint of regret and fear. That person was also quite ambitious. As a new official, he was eager to establish authority and happened to pick a tough opponent. What did he pick? To the east of Liangzhou, there is a black water river, which is home to a water monster. No one knows how many years that water monster has cultivated, only that it is very powerful. The previous captain took the brothers there, thinking that with their numbers, they could take down that beast. But as a result, Zhou Chong let out a bitter laugh and shook his head. They lost 7 or 8 brothers and the captain. He himself did not make it back. Drowned? Swallowed whole by that water monster. What a dramatic scene. She stroked her smooth chin, her eyes flickering. What level is that water monster? Zhou Chong recalled, his expression serious. That water monster exudes an overwhelming demonic aura. It's likely already nearing the Qi condensation realm. Or perhaps it is already in the Qi condensation realm. Creatures in the water are inherently more difficult to deal with than those on land, with the advantage of their terrain. Linyin nodded, a captain at the Meridian Opening Realm, leading a group of mostly Meridian Opening officers, going after a water monster that might be at the Qi condensation realm, especially in its home turf. This former captain must have had some water in his brain. So, the brothers mean that it's better to be cautious with this opening the blade. Linyin glanced at him. Are you afraid I'll lead you to your deaths like the previous captain? Zhou Chong hurriedly waved his hand, sweat beading on his forehead. I dare not, Captain. Your might is unparalleled. We have seen it with our own eyes, so we naturally trust you. It's just that the water monster in the Black Water River is indeed ferocious. It would be better for us to avoid it. No need to bite off more than we can chew. Seeing their expressions, Linyin felt invigorated. Having stepped into the Qi condensation realm and possessing the full mastery of the crane control dragon capture, how could she not choose a Qi condensation monster to truly test her current strength? Moreover, even if she were to be outmatched, she was confident she could escape. No, Linyin shook her head. Let us go for that water monster. As soon as she said this, all 30 officers were left dumbfounded. You, please think it over. That water monster in the Blackwater River is no trivial matter. The previous captain, before he could finish, he was interrupted by Linyin raising her hand. He is he and I am I. That mere water monster is nothing but within my reach. Chapter 35. The Black River Monster at the eastern city gate of Liangzhou Prefecture. 30 riders in black clothes on black horses surged out like a black flood from the gate. Such a spectacle naturally attracted the early risers heading to the market, causing them to stop and scatter to the sides, craning their necks to look. Wow, what's going on today? Why has the Demon Suppression Office sent out so many people? Among the crowd, a merchant from out of town, clearly unfamiliar with such scenes, asked in astonishment, May I ask, brothers, Is the government capturing a major criminal? Why such a grand display? An old local man nearby scoffed at his words. A major criminal? Young brother, take a good look at the clothing of those riders. What is embroidered on their shoulders? The merchant stood on tiptoe, squinting hard to take a closer look. Only then did he see the fierce golden wolf head pattern on the shoulders of the black uniforms. He couldn't help but gasp. The Demon Suppression Office. So they're officials from the Demon Suppression Office. That settles it, the old man grunted. When the Demon Suppression Office is on the move, how could a mere major criminal warrant their attention? The merchant nodded repeatedly in agreement, then curiously asked, Old sir, what do you think? With the Demon Suppression Office mobilizing like this, could it be that a formidable demon has appeared near Liangzhou Prefecture? A formidable demon? The old man shook his head, his gaze drifting towards the distant black-clad riders, pausing especially on the figure at the front of the line. It might not necessarily be a formidable demon. The old man shook his head again, stroking his sparse beard. Seeing the curious looks from the crowd, he couldn't help but feel a bit smug. As one ages, one tends to show off a bit. The surrounding people noticed that he had paused mid-sentence and urged him, Old sir, please continue. Yes, don't keep us in suspense. Old man, shouted on impacientman. The old man glared at the man who called him old, then reluctantly said, Did you see the person at the front of the line? Everyone followed his pointing finger and quickly spotted the striking figure of Linyin. Is that a young lady? Someone hesitated. Exactly. The old man lowered his voice, leaning in a bit closer. My useless nephew works in the Demon Suppression Office. He said this lady is the newly appointed chief flag officer. With such a grand display, they must be going to make their mark. Make their mark? The merchant looked confused, and many locals also wore puzzled expressions. The old man continued, making their mark in simple terms is the first act of a new official. A new sword drawn from its sheath must see blood and stain itself with the scent of demons to be truly sharpened and used smoothly. As the sun climbed to its zenith, the air thickened with a damp, earthy smell. Zhou Cheng rode up alongside Linyin, saying, Chief Flag Officer, just a few more miles ahead is the territory of the Blackwater River. Linyin responded with a slight hum, her expression remaining neutral. After riding for a while, the path ahead suddenly opened up. A wide river lay before them, its water dark and heavy, creating a sense of stickiness and stagnation despite its calm appearance. The river banks were bare, with dark brown mud extending outwards, devoid of any greenery. A few dead, twisted willows leaned awkwardly towards the water. As the group reached the riverbank, all 30 riders came to a synchronized halt. The officers wore serious expressions, scanning their surroundings warily. Chief Flag Officer, this is the Blackwater River, Zhou Cheng said, his voice somewhat dry as he pointed to a bend in the river downstream. The previous Chief Flag Officer had an incident there. Disembark and search along the riverbank. Linyin commanded. Understood. Everyone dismounted, cautiously spreading out to search for traces of the demon. Linyin walked alone to the river's edge, crouching down to dip her finger in the water. The chill of the river sent a shiver through her. She flicked the droplets from her fingertips, slowly standing upright, her gaze calmly directed towards the dark waters. No wonder the previous Chief Flag Officer died here. In such waters, even warriors of the same rank would find it difficult to contend. She closed her eyes, quietly waiting. Her right hand rested steadily on the hilt of her sword at her waist. The wind swept over the bare riverbank, stirring up a few dry leaves that rustled. Apart from that, the world was eerily silent. Boom! A loud crash echoed as if thunder had exploded beneath the water. The calm surface of the Blackwater River suddenly erupted in a surge of murky waves, crashing towards the shore. Amid the rolling waves, a massive dark shadow broke through the surface. It was a hideous water monster, covered in black scales, its large head adorned with sharp teeth and fangs, and a pair of blood-red eyes fixed menacingly on the crowd on the shore. Who dares disturb my peaceful dreams? As the monster recognized the intruders, its mouth twisted into a grin, mocking, another bunch of dogs from the Demon Suppression Office? What, didn't you learn your lesson after the last one died? At this remark, Zhou Cheng and the others turned pale, drawing their swords yet hesitating to advance. They were not like Linyin, facing the water monster. They were more concerned about surviving and slaying demons. Just then, Linyin's eyes, which had been closed tightly, suddenly opened. She stomped down on the black mud of the riverbank, and though her body remained still, an invisible wave of energy rippled outward. Clang! A sharp sound rang out as her sword leapt from its sheath, its cold light flashing. The blade shimmered with faint black energy, and the sound of wind and thunder was faintly heard. It shot straight towards the fearsome water monster. Magic sword of the flower washing pool. Without any hesitation, she launched a full-force strike aimed at the monster's massive head. The water monster's blood-red eyes flashed with fierce light, quickly turning to rage. You woman, how dare you act without rules, attacking without warning. So uncouth. Disgraceful for a gentleman. Even it knew that before enjoying a meal of blood, one must first assess the quality of the prey, inquire about its origins, and see if it was worthy. To attack like Linyin, without even announcing her name, was utterly against the rules. Though it cursed, the water monster did not slow its movements. It twisted its body in the water, narrowly avoiding the most powerful point of the sword strike. Its massive black tail swept towards her with overwhelming force, sending waves crashing and a foul wind rushing. Linyin wielded her sword, creating an arc of light, the blade's energy undulating as she forcibly split the oncoming waves. Interesting. This creature in the water was indeed more formidable than those demons on land. Seeing its first attack fail, the water monster became even angrier. It opened its gaping mouth, launching a water arrow that shot out faster than lightning. Linyin sidestepped, the water arrow grazing her shoulder and smashing a stubborn stone on the riverbank into pieces. However, in the blink of an eye, she had closed the distance to within 3 feet of the water monster. I am a woman, and not a gentleman at all. Chapter 36, When Will I Still Give You Monster's Face? The water monster did not expect her to be so fierce. A hint of panic flashed in its blood-red giant eyes. Linyin let out a clear shout, twisting her wrist. The long sword thrust out from an unimaginable angle, aiming straight for the water monster's left eye. The water monster howled in pain, its body suddenly sinking as it attempted to drag Linyin into the water. The sword tip had already pierced several inches into its eye socket, black blood gushing out. In agony, the water monster twisted wildly. The river churned violently. Linyin felt an immense force coming from the sword hilt, almost unable to hold on. Bang! The water monster's massive head violently shook, sending a wave of energy crashing toward her. Linyin let out a muffled grunt, her body forced back, and quickly stepped onto the water monster, using the force to fly back. Her hand was already empty. The long sword was now slanted in the water monster's eye socket, the hilt still trembling. Ha ha ha! The water monster, enduring the excruciating pain, glared at Linyin with its remaining eye, weaponless. How will you fight me now? On the riverbank, Zhou Cheng and the others were already terrified beyond belief. It's over. Captain Yin has lost her sword, and this water monster is a fierce creature of the condensation realm. The other lieutenants were even more pale, and a few of the timid ones had already gone weak at the knees. Linyin shook her numb wrist, looking at the water monster. Under normal circumstances, how could a demon dare to show its face in front of so many people from the Demon Suppression Division? It seems that it has already touched the threshold of condensation. No wonder it is so reckless. Without a sword, I still have my hands. The water monster saw that she was so young, and her swordsmanship was not weak. She must be a skilled swordswoman. But how could a girl so young and with such pure swordsmanship have the time to learn anything else? At this moment, it felt that victory was already decided. Enduring the intense pain in its eye socket, it roared, its massive body stirring the black water of the river, actually creating a turbulent wave several meters high, crashing down towards Linyin with immense force. It wanted to swallow this human girl who dared to hurt it alive. The muddy waves surged, and a foul wind rushed toward them. Zhou Cheng and the others retreated in horror, feeling the end of the world had arrived. But Linyin did not retreat. Instead, she advanced. In the face of the mountain-like wave, her slender figure seemed disproportionately small. Just as the muddy wave was about to engulf her, Linyin's fingers slightly spread. Her jade-like hand met it. The lightness of a crane, the might of a dragon, all converged into one. The towering, turbulent wave, upon touching her palm, unexpectedly split apart like spring snow meeting the sun, silently parting. It transformed into 2 water tornadoes, roaring past her sides and crashing down onto the riverbank behind her, kicking up a sky of mud. What kind of demon technique is this? Its full force attack was so effortlessly neutralized. Before it could figure out, Linyin's figure approached again. Though she had seemed to be forced back, she had already calculated the beast's attack. This beast was skilled at controlling water, but not at close combat. The water monster was horrified, opening its massive bloody mouth with sharp fangs, ready to swallow the girl before a hole. Linyin sneered. Her fingers formed claws, not dodging or avoiding, and directly reached into that foul mouth. Crack! A crisp sound echoed. The water monster's massive jaw was forcibly broken by what seemed like delicate hands. A shrill, inhuman wail erupted from the water monster's mouth. Black blood mixed with broken teeth gushing out. Its enormous body rolled wildly in the water, stirring the river into a frenzy. In intense pain, it no longer cared about face, only wanting to escape back to the deeper water. "Want to run?" Linyin's eyes turned cold, her other hand grasping in the air. Suddenly pulling downward, an invisible massive force emerged, as if an unseen dragon claw was gripping the water monster tightly. The enormous body of the water monster struggled desperately in the river, trying to flee to the depths. As long as it could escape back to the bottom. Even if this girl was fierce, she would not be its match. But the next moment, it was horrified to find that it could not swim. The water monster's blood-red single eye was filled with terror. It had practiced for hundreds of years and had never seen such a bizarre technique. Linyin landed back on the riverbank, her hands grasping the void, her fingers applying slight force. "Rise!" With her light shout, her arms suddenly pulled upward. Boom! The river exploded with a splash of water. The enormous water monster, several meters long, was forcibly pulled out of the water. Its dark, scale-covered body twisted helplessly in midair like an uplifted loach. The 30 lieutenants on the bank were already dumbfounded. Zhou Chong was even more speechless, recalling the scene he witnessed in the wild boar village. At that time, he thought he had seen all of Captain Yan's abilities, but now it seemed that she hadn't even used her full strength. "Let go of this, king. Let go." The water monster struggled wildly in midair, but it was futile. "Come here." A sharp command. The water monster was pulled back by an irresistible force and crashed heavily onto the riverbank. Dust flew everywhere, and debris scattered. Everyone quickly looked over. The water monster lay on the ground. Its massive jaw that had been broken by Linyin earlier twisted grotesquely, black blood mixed with saliva gushing out, breathing heavily. Its blood-red giant eyes stared fearfully at the approaching girl. Linyin stepped forward slowly, under the terrified gaze of the water monster, placing a foot on its massive, hideous head. She gripped the hilt of the sword that had been stabbed into the water monster's eye with her right hand, applying slight force with her foot to pull out the sword, which was now soaked in demon blood. Spare me." The water monster's jaw was broken, its voice slurred. I am a sworn brother of the sea, suppressing true monarch of the Black Wind Pond. For the sake of my brother." Linyin's expression remained unchanged as she listened to the water monster's muddled pleas, not even raising an eyelid. "Black Wind Pond? Sea suppressing true monarch? If he really has the ability to take revenge for you, he can come find me. As for you," Linyin looked down at the ugly head beneath her feet. "When will I still give you monster's face?" As her words fell, the long sword in her hand stabbed down fiercely. Killed the condensation realm water monster. Total lifespan 510 years, remaining 230 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan 230 years on the riverbank. The 30 external officers, one and all, had their Adam's apples rolling up and down, swallowing hard. They had said they were following the new captain to sharpen their blades. But from start to finish, they had only watched helplessly. No, even watching was a bit difficult. Their captain single-handedly took the water monster's head. This was not sharpening blades at all. This was clearly to open their eyes to this group of self-proclaimed elite men. Qin Xiaoyou's face was now pale and then green, then red again. The little pride he had earlier was completely washed away by the bloody scene before him. He was only grateful that on that day, in the training field, this lady had only suppressed him with a bit of energy and hadn't truly made a move. Linyin sheathed her sword and looked up at the group of petrified lieutenants on the opposite bank. "What are you still dazed for? Help out. Move your little hands. Click the button below. Don't let the early data of the book go to waste." Chapter 37. The Demon-Slaying Transformation. What are you all dawdling for? "Commander, Yin has spoken. Hurry up and help." Zhou Chong was the first to snap back to reality and immediately yelled to remind everyone. "Damn it. Killing demons doesn't help much. Why is everyone dragging their feet over these trivial matters?" That water monster was huge, its dark scales as hard as iron. And even in death, it was extremely heavy. It took 30 men working together just to lift it. Tied up with ropes, Zhou Chong directed on the spot. After several rounds of effort, the monster's body was finally secured and dragged by horses. Linyin, riding on her horse, saw that they were almost done and spoke up, "Back to the city." The team turned around and retraced their steps. The sun was already past its zenith. The gates of Liangzhou were still bustling with people. In the distance, the black procession slowly approached. When the crowd saw what was being dragged behind the horses, the The city gate instantly erupted in chaos. My goodness, what is that thing? Run. The demons are attacking the city. You fool. It's dead. Can't you tell it's dead? The townsfolk murmured in confusion, their cries echoing. Many were so frightened they stepped back, fearing the monster's corpse would transform. The soldiers guarding the city, seeing this, also drew their swords, their expressions tense. Even though they were used to seeing demons, they had never encountered such a large one before. The newly appointed commander has returned. Someone with sharp eyes spotted Linyin at the front of the procession. She had just left the city this morning, and now, not long after, she had brought back such a monster. This new commander must have unfathomable strength. As the procession reached the city gate, Zhou Chong rode forward, too lazy to even pull out his token. Let them in. The officer at the city gate glanced at the grotesque demon corpse, then looked at Linyin, his face showing surprise and suspicion. In his youth, he had served in the demon suppression office, so he naturally recognized the appearance of this water monster. Who didn't he know about the water monster from the Blackwater River in the office? Earlier, one commander had fallen at the hands of this creature. Now, it had actually been killed. He suppressed his shock and quickly waved his hand. Hurry, let them through. The demon corpse entered the city, causing a stir wherever it went. It's the water monster from the Blackwater River. It was slain by the demon suppression office. Who killed it? Which lord did it? I heard it was a new commander. A young girl. Ordinary demons weren't unusual for Liangzhou, but the demons from the Blackwater River were no trivial matter. In the past, several vice commanders had attempted to deal with this demon. Its cunning nature meant that once it sensed that the exterminators were strong, it would slip back to the riverbed. The demon suppression office was already short-handed, and significant figures from the external office couldn't always keep an eye on this demon. Naturally, it had become a headache for Liangzhou. Within the demon suppression office, many learned the news immediately. Is it true? The water monster from the Blackwater River was slain? Absolutely. The demon corpse has been dragged back. It's said to be 3 zhang long. It scales like iron. Which lord did it? Could it be that vice commander, Su, personally took action? No, I heard. It was the new commander, Yin. At this, everyone was shocked. Yin? That newly appointed girl? What a joke. What does she have to back her up? But the demon corpse is right there. How could it be fake? In the training ground of the demon suppression office, a group of officers gathered around the corpse of the water monster. The massive demon body lay on the ground, exuding a nauseating stench. The head that had been pierced and the twisted massive jaws silently told the tale of its brutal demise. Vice Commander, Su has arrived. The crowd parted to let him through. Su Bai, dressed in a dark cloak, walked slowly forward. His gaze fell on the corpse of the water monster, then shifted to the sword mark that pierced the demon's head, a hint of approval flashing in his eyes. Then, his gaze turned to Linyin, who was casually leaning against the wall, silent, as she let the surrounding eyes gather on her. Commander Yin, did you slay this demon all by yourself? A clerk from the internal office asked. Linyin glanced at the clerk and then swept her gaze over Zhou Chong and the other officers. This demon was ferocious. If it weren't for the brothers working together and risking their lives, even if I had great skill, it would have been difficult to achieve complete success. As soon as she finished speaking, Zhou Chong and the others all trembled, disbelief written on their faces. Linyin ignored the others and continued looking at the clerk. This demon-slaying feat was achieved with the contributions of all the officers. And according to the rules of the Demon Suppression Office, we should reward them based on their merits. The clerk's expression shifted several times before finally settling into calmness. He bowed and said, "What Commander Yin said is absolutely right. This demon was indeed ferocious, its demonic energy nearing the condensing Qi realm. Given that this battle was not easy and that all the officers fought bravely, the office has specially approved that each accompanying officer will receive a minor merit of level ding." Upon hearing this, the officers' faces lit up with joy. Though the minor merit of level ding wasn't substantial, it was still a tangible achievement. Besides, they hadn't even attacked. They merely followed behind to clean up. What more could they ask for? In an instant, everyone looked at Linyin with gratitude. To be able to follow such a commander. Doesn't he seem too bad? Su Bai had remained silent until now. Seeing that everything was handled properly, he finally spoke lightly. "Commander Yin, come with me for a moment." Linyin nodded, waved to Zhou Chong and the others, saying, "That's enough, go on and do what you need to do." She followed Su Bai and turned to leave. At the Xianwolf courtyard, Su Bai dismissed those around him and walked straight to the high-back chair, but instead of sitting down, he stood with his hands behind his back, staring intently at Linyin. "You've reached the condensing Qi realm?" he asked directly. Linyin answered just as directly. Yes. Subai stared at her, unmoving for a long while. Linyin didn't urge him, just stood quietly, allowing him to observe her. The autumn wind in the courtyard was slightly cool, stirring up a few yellow leaves from the phoenix trees. You're not even 20. Subai spoke slow, his tone carrying a hint of emotion and disbelief. Linyin frowned in thought. By the age of her current body, she was probably only 18 or 19. The talent she was now displaying could indeed be called genius. Good, very good. Subai walked to the window, his gaze directed at the clear blue sky outside. For several hundred years, the great Yi dynasty has stood. At your age, to step into the condensing chi realm, you must be the first. Linyin listened quietly, not interrupting. Today, you did very well. Subai withdrew his gaze, turned to face Linyin, and said, not only did you manage to intimidate the wicked, but you also won over the hearts of the people. It's a good strategy. Linyin did not comment. That water monster from the Blackwater River has entangled Liangzhou for many years. Several vice commanders have tried to deal with it, but none succeeded. You were able to slay this demon today, which is indeed a great achievement. However, on the surface, you did slay the demon alongside 30 officers, so, as the commander, you can only receive a major merit of level bang. He paused and added, privately, I will give you additional rewards. You won't be shortchanged. Linyin didn't care much about the merits. However, upon hearing there would be a reward, she couldn't help but feel a little happy. What kind of reward? But Subai didn't rush, instead changing the subject. By the way, how have you progressed with controlling cranes and capturing dragons? I have a slight understanding. Oh, a slight understanding? Then show it to me. Upon hearing this, Linyin said no more and prepared to raise her hand. Use all your strength. Subai zeminde. Don't worry. Linyin smiled broadly, her fingers coming together as she grasped at the air. In an instant, an inexplicable pulling force surged from her palm. Subai's expression changed dramatically. His aura erupted suddenly, an invisible gust of wind sweeping through. He took a few steps forward and finally steadied himself. He focused on Linyin, his expression one of shock. If one said that this girl had already reached a full mastery of her meridians, just a step away from the condensing chi realm, then her quick breakthrough could be somewhat justified. But this controlling cranes and capturing dragons, how many days had he given her? This level of skill was clearly at the perfected stage. Had she learned it beforehand? What do you think? Subai fell into deep thought. Indeed, Linyin came from Qingping County, a place so remote that even practitioners at the Meridian realm were rarely seen. How could she have learned such techniques in advance? Upon realizing this, Subai's eyelid twitched, his throat slightly moved, and he felt a bit dry. At first, he thought this girl was exceptionally gifted, but now it seemed she was not just gifted, she was simply extraordinary. For a moment, Subai felt a mix of emotions. What a pity, if you were a man, how great that would be. Linyin was displeased. What do you mean? What do you mean? Forget the front, forget the back. Subai's next words interrupted her simmering anger. He took out a scroll from his pocket and handed it to Linyin. This is the swallowing demons and transforming chi technique. A secret transmission from the demon suppression headquarters, effective for refining demon pills. You must remember this technique well and never pass it on to others. Linyin took the scroll and casually weighed it in her hand. Sure, she wasn't foolish. What good would it do to spread this thing? Seeing her agree, Subai's serious expression finally eased a bit. All right, you should go to the affairs hall and collect that demon pill, then return early to rest. He waved his hand, signaling her to leave. Linyin said nothing more, casually tucked the scroll in her pocket, cupped her hands in respect, and turned to leave the Xianlang courtyard. She had already begun to plan in her heart. Although she didn't know exactly what effects the demon pill would have, with these two demon pills, plus the swallowing demons and transforming chi technique, her strength would likely increase significantly. However, Subai was being too good to her, bringing her from Qingping County to Liangzhou Prefecture, deliberately arranging for her to go to Wild Boar Village, relying on her achievements to promote her to the general banner. Moreover, today, he had already given her two techniques. She knew the power of controlling cranes and capturing dragons, so the swallowing demons and transforming chi technique should be equally impressive. Linyin stroked her chin. She wasn't an ungrateful wolf. Regardless of his motives, if there were any matters in the future where he needed her help, she could always return the favor. Chapter 38 Curiosity is the first step for a woman to fall in love in the Demon Suppression Division. The clerk saw Linyin arrive and quickly stood up to greet her. Captain Yin, you arrived just in time. The demon pills have been prepared. He carefully handed over a silk brocade box. Linyin took the box, lifted a corner, and inside lay two dark red round beads, about the size of a thumb. Their surfaces shimmering faintly, warm to the touch. Thank you. She put the box away and turned to leave. Stepping out of the Demon Suppression Division's door, passers-by on the street turned to glance at her. In just half an hour, Linyin's reputation had spread throughout the entire Liangzhou prefecture. All the people of Liangzhou knew that a remarkable female captain had recently emerged from the Demon Suppression Division. Whispers filled the air. Linyin ignored them and walked straight home. Passers-by she encountered frequently looked back at her with awe in their eyes. Some of the bolder ones even clasped their hands in greeting from a distance. In her past life, she had been invisible, but now she was experiencing a sense of grandeur. However, this kind of attention was just a novelty. Being watched every day would be quite bothersome. Arriving at her doorstep, she raised her hand to knock. Go away, go away. How can you still not give up? A voice from inside, belonging to Yin Qinghe, sounded impatient. Yin Linyin blinked in confusion. Brother, it's me. The room fell silent for a moment. Then hurried footsteps were heard. Yin Qinghe poked his head out, and upon seeing Yin Linyin, he breathed a sigh of relief and opened the door wide. Iner, why are you back so early today? Yin Linyin stepped inside and casually replied, I finished my tasks and came back to rest. Finished? Yin Qinghe was taken aback. Did you go to kill demons? I killed a water monster. It went pretty smoothly. Yin Qinghe's expression changed slightly upon hearing this. Iner, are you hurt? He quickly approached, wanted to check if she was injured. Yin Linyin waved her hand dismissively. It's nothing. Brother, you know my strength. The two walked further inside. Suddenly, Yin Linyin remembered what Yin Qinghe had just said and asked, Brother, why were you so impatient just now? Hearing this, Yin Qinghe stammered, his face looking somewhat unnatural. It's nothing, just some idle folks coming to disturb. What's wrong? Is someone causing you trouble? It's not trouble for me. Yin Qinghe rubbed his nose. It's trouble for you. Trouble for me? Yin Linyin was taken aback. She had only been to the Demon Suppression Division and home since arriving in Liangzhou. Who could she have offended? Yin Qinghe sighed and briefly recounted the matter regarding a young Master Lin. After listening, Yin Linyin blinked in surprise. Is that all? What do you mean, is that all? Yin Qinghe grew anxious. That young Master Lin obviously has his eye on you. Such a lecher is the most detestable. What if one day, when I'm not around, he has ulterior motives? Yin Linyin rolled her eyes. Brother, have you forgotten what I do? Yin Qinghe paused. I am the captain of the Demon Suppression Division. I'm not afraid of demons, so why would I be afraid of a young master? Yin Linyin said lazily. If he really has any improper thoughts about me, I just need to move my little finger to let him see what the world is really like. Yin Qinghe sighed in relief. Indeed, with Iner's current abilities, even if all the noble sons of Liangzhou teamed up, they might not be able to do anything to her. But speaking of which, Yin Linyin suddenly became interested. What's the background of this young Master Lin? Yin Qinghe's eyes immediately became wary. Why do you want to know that? Just asking casually. Don't just ask casually. Yin Qinghe was anxious. He had more experience than his sister and knew that once a woman became curious about a man, there was a high probability she would fall in love. Iner, you must not be deceived by the sweet words of such a lecher. Yin Linyin found it amusing. With the soul of a straight man, how could she be deceived by some dandy? What a joke. However, seeing her brother so nervous, she developed a bit of mischievous interest. What if he was sincere? What sincerity? Yin Qinghe exclaimed. There is not a good man under the heavens. Yin Linyin. Besides, Yin Qinghe became more agitated. What sincerity can such a dandy have? He only wants to take advantage of your beauty. Take, for example, the Miss Zhang from Liangzhou. She was once deceived by sweet words, with promises of deep affections and eternal vows. And what happened in the end? Yin Linyin rested her chin on her hand, listening with great interest. In the end, that lecher played around until he got bored and left, saying something about social status not matching and already having a betrothal. The Miss Zhang, pregnant, was both ashamed and angry, and in the end, she jumped into the river. And the second, Miss Li from the capital, who was deceived by some son of a literary family, lost her mind over him, saying she would abandon her studies for love. But once he passed the imperial examination, he immediately married the daughter of a governor. The second Miss Li was so furious she fell ill and is still bedridden. Hearing these tales of blood and tears, Yin Linyin secretly scoffed. These ancient dandy sons really are despicable. However, as a soul from the modern era, she was already immune to such tricks. And there is more. Yin Qinghe became increasingly animated. The Lu girl from the west of the city was deceived by some son of a Hamlin scholar and is selling her jewelry to buy him books, saying he would marry her once he became the top scholar. In the end, that scoundrel took the money and went to visit brothels. Brother, How do you know all this in such detail? Yan Qinghe immediately choked, his face looking somewhat unnatural. This is just what I heard. Yin Linyin grinned. I was just joking. Why are you so nervous? She stood up and walked toward the inner room. All right, I'm going to study new martial arts. Don't overthink it. Yan Qinghe watched his sister's retreating figure, feeling somewhat uneasy. Once a girl grows up, she can't be kept. Back in her own room, Yin Linyin closed the door behind her. The wall that she had once smashed a hole through had been repaired, along with the window, and it was impossible to see any signs of damage. It must have been her brother's handiwork. She didn't think too much about it, and went straight to sit at the table. With a thought, ethereal light appeared. Current martial arts: Demon Slaying Sword of Flower Washing Meridian Connecting complete, Primordial Chi Meridian Connecting True Formula complete, Controlling Cranes and Capturing Dragons complete, Chasing Wind Body Technique complete, Wolf Smoke Shadow Secret Art Major Achievement. Traits: Sword Heart Clarity, while practicing sword-type martial arts. Perception slightly increases and cultivation speed accelerates. Current remaining lifespan: 21 years. Demon's lifespan: 230 years, with a lifespan of 230 years for demons. The Wolf Smoke Shadow Secret Art had taken 285 years to progress from entry to major achievement. It was unlikely that the journey from major achievement to completion would be any easier. Yin Linyin pouted. Even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and every bit counts. Infuse. Wolf Smoke Shadow Secret Art. From major achievement to completion. Wolf Smoke Shadow Secret Art confirms the infusion of lifespan for progression. In the first year, your control over the chi becomes increasingly refined. The form of wolf smoke condenses, no longer just an illusion, but takes on substance. In the 10th year, the chi spreads throughout your body. Every gesture is accompanied by wolf smoke, and the fierce aura is contained. In the 30th year, you attempt to integrate wolf smoke chi into your sword techniques. The sword strikes like a wolf's bite, increasing its power by 30%. Year 53. The aura is harmonized. The intention of the wolf smoke is in sync with oneself, with no flaws remaining, stepping into perfection. Consumed demon lifespan: 53 years. Wolf smoke aura secret method: perfection. Remaining demon lifespan: 177 years. Yin Linyin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, feeling that the condensed aura within her dantian had become even thicker and more majestic. With a slight movement of her thoughts, the layer of invisible armor on her body solidified a few points, emitting a faint dark glow. She took out the demon devouring and chi transformation technique given to her by Su Bai from her bosom, and also retrieved the brocade box containing 2 demon cores. Demon devouring and chi transformation sounded quite good. She wondered how much benefit it would bring her. She opened the brocade box, and 2 dark red demon cores lay quietly inside, emitting a weak demonic aura and a faint hint of bloodiness. Yin Linyin spread the book open and casually flipped through a few pages. It was still the same as before. She recognized the characters, but when put together, it resembled a celestial script, until small characters appeared on the panel. Demon devouring and chi transformation technique, not learned. Yin Linyin tossed the book onto the table, picked up one of the demon cores, and tossed it in her fingertips. All right, it was time to burn some lifespan again. 177 years. Hopefully, it would be useful. Infuse. Demon devouring and chi transformation technique. Demon devouring and chi transformation technique, confirming infusion of lifespan for deduction. In the first year, you stared blankly at the demon core and the secret method incantation, trying to understand how to swallow this thing without choking. You think the first step of this technique should teach you how to swallow iron pellets. Chapter 39, Demonic Transformation, Mysterious Shark Tale. In the 10th year, you try to draw a trace of demonic energy from the demon core, but the energy rampaged in your dantian, almost disrupting the chi you had just condensed. In the 30th year, you were still grappling with the demon core. The chi in your body was increasingly refined, but you hadn't even touched the threshold of the demon devouring transformation technique. You seriously suspected that this broken technique required one to swallow the demon core whole to practice. Yin Linyin suddenly opened her eyes, staring at the dark red demon core of the water monster in the brocade box on the table. She picked up the demon core, which was the size of an egg yolk and exuded a faint fishy smell, her brows furrowing into a shape. Swallow? Can this thing really be swallowed? What if it gets stuck in my throat? And I become the first chief of the Demon Suppression Division in the Day Dynasty to choke to death on a demon core? After hesitating for a moment, she steeled her heart, closed her eyes, and tossed the water monster's demon core into her mouth. Gulpy. The next moment, Yin Lingyin's eyes widened, her pretty face turning red as she clutched her neck tightly. Cough, cough, it's really stuck. This thing is harder than I imagined. I almost want to perform the Heimlich maneuver on myself, right here. After a while of coughing and pounding her chest, she finally managed to swallow the demon core that nearly cost her life. A wave of scorching, unruly, and fishy energy erupted from her abdomen, rushing through her limbs and bones, as if a living creature was awakening within her. Yin Linyin had no time to think further and quickly sat cross-legged, sinking her consciousness back in. Continue to infuse. Démon devourine transformation technique. In the 31st year, with the immense power of the water monster's demon core, you finally managed to refine a trace of demonic energy into your own chi. You felt as if you had just fed a long-starved Dantian a sumptuous meal, feeling comfortable. In the 50th year, you had become proficient in devouring the power of demon cores, continuously transforming it into pure chi. The chi in your Dantian grew heavier, and the shape of the wolf smoke became even more fierce. In the 177th year, you completely refined and absorbed the demon power of the water monster's demon core. The chi in your body surged like a tide, and its essence subtly resonated with your spirit, allowing you to catch a glimpse of the demon-devouring transformation technique and step into the minor completion stage. Consumption of demon lifespan, 177 years. Demon-devouring transformation technique, minor completion. Remaining demon lifespan, 0 years. Acquired trait, demonic transformation, mysterious shark tail. The end of the spine can transform into a bony tail, swift as a whip, harder than fine iron, with sharp bone spurs at the tail tip, containing the power of water, significantly enhancing underwater mobility. Yin Linyin slowly opened her eyes, a glimmer of water light flashing in her gaze. A thought crossed her mind. Sizzle. The new chief's robe on her back split open with a long tear. Yin Linyin frowned slightly, sensing something unusual from the end of her spine. She tilted her head slightly and caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye. From her tailbone, a 3-foot-long, bone-jade-colored, distinctly segmented and fierce bony tail slowly emerged, gently swaying in the air. The tips of the tail bones glinted with a cold light, resembling a shark's tail fin, but even more ferocious. She tried to wiggle it, and the bony tail was surprisingly agile, cracking like a whip in the air and producing a series of crisp sounds, releasing wisps of faint black chi. Yin Linyin. Damn, now I've really become a monster. TSK. Yin Linyin pouted, and with a thought, the fierce bony tail slowly retracted back in her body, as if it had never appeared. She finally breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, it can be retracted. Otherwise, she would have to consider having a batch of specially made robes with hollowed-out backs tailored for herself. Using this move is quite hard on clothes. The next day, Yin Linyin sat in the hall, leisurely drinking the porridge in her bowl. Ener, today, before Yin Qinghe could finish, there was a slightly urgent knocking sound from outside the door. Yin Qinghe frowned and stood up, saying, I'll go take a look. Is that kid from the Lin family back again? Yin Linyin didn't even raise her head. Brother, if it's him, just throw him out. A moment later, Yin Qinghe brought in 2 people. It was Zhou Chong and Lu San. Lu San's complexion had improved significantly. Zhou Chong looked anxious, and as soon as he saw Yin Linyin, he quickly stepped forward. Chief Yin. Yin Linyin put down the porcelain bowl in her hand and wiped her mouth with a handkerchief. Isn't it still not time? What's going on? Zhou Chong took a deep breath and said solemnly, Boss, something's gone wrong in the division. Deputy Commander, Su wants you to go over immediately. Trouble? Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow. If Subai specifically called for her, it couldn't be a small matter. The 3 of them left the courtyard and headed straight for the Demon Suppression Division. Demon Suppression Division. Before entering the courtyard, they already sensed unusual activity inside. The place was bustling with people, more lively than usual morning roll call. Yin Linyin followed Zhou Chong and Lu San into the courtyard. Indeed, it was crowded with people. Subai nodded slightly upon seeing her, signaling her to wait aside. Yin Linyin raised her eyelids. Old. Subai didn't sit in that Grandmaster's chair today. Someone else was in the main seat. It was a woman. She appeared young, dressed in a plain white long dress, with a light blue outer robe embroidered with silver cloud patterns. Her face was beautiful, but her serene expression carried an air of unassuming authority. Besides her, there were 5 or 6 other chiefs, similarly adorned with dark gold cloud patterns on their sleeves and collars. There were also 2 individuals whose robes bore 2 cloud patterns, clearly of a higher rank. Before Yin Linyin could take a closer look, the woman in the main seat stood up. Subai exchanged a glance with the person next to him and nodded slightly. The woman's gaze swept over the crowd, her voice cold but clear. Everyone. I am Shen Huin, the town protector of the Demon Suppression Division in Liangzhou. The town protector holds a position equivalent to that of a deputy commander within the Demon Suppression Division, overseeing legal matters and internal and external supervision, with considerable authority. Shen Huin paused and continued. The commander is stationed at a critical location and has just received urgent news that the demon aura has suddenly changed, likely leading to great chaos. The commander has ordered that all external divisions, unless engaged in critical suppression tasks, should immediately prepare personnel to assist the commander. As soon as these words were spoken, the crowd erupted in an uproar. The officers below all bore expressions of shock, and whispers filled the air. Linyin's brows furrowed slightly. She had been in Liangzhou for several days and had heard the division mention the commander occasionally. It was said that the Liangzhou commander was of advanced age, stationed at a perilous location on the Liangzhou border, and rarely returned to the capital. However, his strength was still unfathomable, and he was the true anchor of the Demon Suppression Division in Liangzhou. Now all personnel were to support him. Could it be that something major was truly about to happen in Liangzhou? The situation is urgent. Prepare immediately. Gather outside the city in half an hour to assist the commander. Understood. The crowd began to move, returning to their teams, checking personnel, and preparing weapons and horses. Subai had somehow come to stand not far from Linyin, his gaze meeting hers, subtly tilting his head toward the courtyard exit. Linyin raised an eyebrow, understanding his hint. Not far away, Shen Huin's gaze seemed to inadvertently pass over Subai and linger on Linyin's excessively young face for a moment, her eyes narrowing slightly as if in thought. Taking advantage of the chaos, Linyin left the courtyard. Subai stood with his hands behind his back, watching the hurried crowd, and sighed softly. Girl, this matter is likely more troublesome than we thought. The commander seems to be in real trouble. He paused for a moment, his tone carrying a hint of helplessness. I originally wanted you to stabilize in Liangzhou Prefecture for a while longer to accumulate more merits, but who would have thought? It would become so urgent. Linyin remained silent, waiting for him to continue. Subai turned his head to look at her. Let me see. If I can arrange something, under the pretext of you being a newly appointed general needing to familiarize yourself with the defense under your command, I could assign you to a more leisurely post, guarding a remote county to avoid this turmoil. Hearing this, Linyin's heart stirred. Guarding a remote county? He intended for her to escape at a critical moment, avoiding the center of the storm. She maintained her composure and simply said, Does Lord Su mean that? Chapter 40 The Storm is Coming. Subai glanced at her oddly and snorted. You should know what I mean. Don't play dumb with me here. Linyin lowered her head in thought. This old man was indeed considering her. Logically speaking, staying away from this whirlpool of troubles and finding a secluded place to hide was the safest course of action at the moment. After all, life was precious, and achievements and fame were just fleeting illusions. She quickly turned her thoughts around and was about to nod in agreement. Yet Su Fusher was relaxed. Still having time to reminisce with his subordinate here? A cold female voice suddenly sounded from behind them. Linyin's eyelids twitched, and Subai's usually lazy face stiffened slightly as he quickly concealed the calculating look from moments ago and turned around. Shen Huin had somehow stood not far behind them, wearing a plain white long dress, which stood out against the surrounding dark attire. Subai cleared his throat and put on a businesslike, indifferent expression. Shun Town Protector. You jest. I was just giving a few reminders to General Yin since it's her first assignment. We must avoid any mistakes. Shen Huin's gaze fell on Linyin. Sizing her up a few times, her tone flat. I take it this is the General Yin who has recently gained fame in Liangzhou Prefecture? Linyin raised her eyes and nodded slightly. Neither humble nor arrogant. Linyin, I've met Shun Town Protector. Subai indeed had good eyesight. Shen Huin's lips curled slightly, though it was hard to tell if it was praise or criticism. You're overly flattering. It's just that General Yin possesses solid skills. The town protector, although nominally on the same level as the deputy commander, held actual power over judicial matters and internal supervision. If one were to discuss real authority, it would likely surpass Subai, the deputy commander of the external affairs. Shen Huin seemed not to have heard the politeness in Subai's words. She shifted her focus back to Linyin. The commander has also heard of General Yan's name and specifically instructed me to bring you along so he can properly see our newly appointed young talent in Liangzhou Prefecture. As soon as this was said, Subai's usually calm face changed color in an instant. He forced himself to respond to Shen Huin dryly. Yes. Since the commander has given orders, I will naturally comply. Shun Huin's cold eyes lingered on Yin Lingyin's face for a moment before she turned to leave. Yin Lingyin felt helpless. Great. This behind-the-scenes maneuver hadn't even started, and she was caught red-handed, with the commander calling her out. There was no way to avoid this murky water. She reached out and gently patted Su Bai's stiff shoulder, her tone lightening a bit. All right, Su Darren, since the commander has specifically mentioned me, I will go. It's no big deal. Su Bai remained silent for a long time, slowly exhaling, looking at Yin Lingyin, his voice deepening a bit. Above all else, prioritize your own safety. I understand. Yin Lingyin waved her hand, preparing to leave. After thinking for a moment, she still needed to inform her cheap older brother at home. She called over Zhou Chong. Go find someone quick-footed, return to my residence, and tell my brother Yin Xinghe that I, as the general, am on a distant mission with an uncertain return date, and he should stay at ease. She herself was unsure about this mission. Who knew when she would return, or if she would return at all? Zhou Chong clasped his fists in agreement and went to make arrangements. Before long, the troops from the Xianwolf Institute were ready. Su Bai mounted his horse, remaining silent, merely waving his hand. The team promptly set off. Once they exited the city gates, Yin Lingyin realized that the situation was even bigger than she had imagined. It wasn't just the Xianwolf Institute. Nearly all the personnel from the external affairs were gathered here. Looking around, the black banners of the Demon Suppression Bureau filled the road, almost crowding it entirely. She squinted to take a rough look, estimating there were at least 3,000 to 5,000 people. Su Bai was at the very front, riding alongside that woman named Shun, occasionally seeming to converse, but it was too far to hear clearly. In the ranks, apart from the sounds of hooves and armor clashing, there was an oppressive silence. Occasionally, familiar school officers would whisper to each other, but their voices were quickly swallowed by the heavy atmosphere. Zhou Chong rode a closer, lowering his voice. General, where exactly are we going? To kill someone? Or to deliver a head? You choose one. Zhou Chong smiled awkwardly, not daring to ask further. Yin Lingyin rolled her eyes. She didn't even know where they were heading. Su Bai hadn't explained either. With such a large formation, it would be a lie to say she wasn't apprehensive. Now that she had achieved mastery of her energy, she could protect herself without worry. But those 30 or so under her command would likely be wiped out in an instant if they encountered any real trouble. As the sun rose higher, the autumn wind howled, stirring up the dry yellow grass leaves on both sides of the road, hitting the armor of the troops with a faint rustling sound. The speed of the march was not fast, but it didn't stop either. Until dusk, the forward troops finally issued orders to camp near an abandoned post station. Yin Lingyin dismounted and stretched her stiff muscles. Soon, the officers under her began to set up camp. The sounds of hammering and shouting filled the air in this desolate wilderness. Yin Lingyin rolled up her sleeves, thinking of lending a hand so they could finish early and rest. General, Zhou Chong, with sharp eyes, rushed over in a few steps, looking anxious. You shouldn't be doing this kind of rough work. The brothers can handle it. Yin Lingyin didn't bother to be polite, finding a relatively clean rock to sit on, watching the group of men skillfully set up tents and build a stove. Before long, the camp took shape, and the sky darkened. The people from each small banner gathered together, lighting bonfires. While on the march, the food was naturally simple, mostly dry rations with hot water. Shirganang had somehow found some dry firewood and quickly started a roaring bonfire, crackling away. Yin Lingyin's 30 or so men sat around the fire on the ground. The dry rations were a bit hard, and Yin Lingyin nibbled at them while listening to the officers beside her chat idly. General, what do you think we're really going out for this time? Lu Sin asked, gnawing on his hard food, unable to help himself. Go, go, go. Do you all want to ask too? Yin Lingyin waved her hand impatiently. I don't know the situation either. My heart is all over the place. Lu Sin scratched his head, laughing awkwardly. Exactly, another officer murmured. I've been in the Demon Suppression Bureau for almost 10 years, and this is the first time I've seen such a big deal. First time? Yin Lingyin became interested. Yeah, a slightly older officer replied. I've been in external affairs for over 10 years and have never seen such a commotion. The last big one was 3 years ago when we eliminated the Fox Demon at Hiling. But that time, there were only about 100 people. How many died that time? 800 went, less than 500 came back. The campfire fell silent for a moment. Lu San cleared his throat and forced a smile. I heard that they encountered a demon lord that time, but this time may not. Demon lord. That was what those great demons called themselves. Their strength could stand against the commander. Zhou Chong added a log to the fire, the flames flickering on his rugged face. All right, let us all say less. Is this something we can speculate on? Though he said that, there was a hint of unease in his own eyes. One man grinned. What is there to be afraid of? If we die, we die. What else can we do? Such words shouldn't be said lightly. What can't be said? In our line of work, we put our heads on the line. We never know what tomorrow holds. We should have already come to terms with it. All right. Don't make it sound like a life-and-death situation. Linyin waved her hand. With me around, our team won't lose too many. Zhou Cheng forced a smile. Captain, what you said. What? Don't believe in my abilities? It's not that I don't believe, it's... Linyin understood his meaning. No matter how capable she was, she couldn't protect 30 people. If they really encountered a large-scale battle, with her stretched thin, those brothers following her would probably suffer heavy casualties. She fell silent for a moment and then said, "Don't worry, since I brought you out, I'll find a way to bring you back." The others exchanged glances. After swallowing the last piece of bread, Linyin stood up, her gaze sweeping over everyone. "Eat well and rest early. There is still work to do tomorrow. Make sure to keep an eye on your own gear. Don't let it slip away at a crucial moment. If you can't sleep, think about the girls in the brothel or how much silver you owe the gambling house. It's better than letting your mind wander." When she said this, the previously heavy atmosphere lightened a bit, and a few of the lieutenants chuckled. Linyin didn't say anything more and returned to the small tent that had been set up just for her. Lying on the simple military cot, she listened to the faint sounds of conversation outside and the night wind howling against the tent. She closed her eyes and slowly fell asleep. Chapter 41. Crossing the pool after a night of silence. The next day, at the crowing of the rooster 3 times, the army packed up and advanced again. After half a day's journey, the sound of hooves gradually faded. Ahead, a gigantic and boundless pool of water lay across the canyon between 2 mountains. The water was deep and dark, its bottom unseen, and the surface was as calm as a giant piece of black jade. With wisps of black demonic energy rising from the water, swirling above the canyon, condensing and not dissipating, obscuring the light of the sky. The surrounding cliffs were steep and barren, a scene of utter desolation. Zhou Cheng rode his horse to the side of Linyin, staring at the black pool, his face already pale. "Boss, this is Black Wind Pool." Linyin glanced at him, understanding his thoughts. A few days ago, the water monster she killed claimed to be a sworn brother of some true monarch of Black Wind Pool. But why were things in the world so coincidental? Just after killing that monster, they encountered its brother. Could it be that her killing the water monster disturbed this great demon? Zhou Cheng wanted to say more, but Linyin raised her hand to stop him. No matter what, she had no reason to back down. If the other party was not causing a riot because of her, that would be fine. But if they truly came for that water monster, the thought of a great demon secretly watching her made her feel uncomfortable all over. At the front of the group, Shen Huiyin reined in her horse, pointing towards the depths of the black pool, where the demonic aura soared to the sky. The demonic creatures in the pool had surrounded the solitary island layer by layer. "We must immediately organize our forces to break the formation and assist Commander in breaking through." As her words fell, Shen Huiyin's gaze, seemingly inadvertently, fell on Linyin. "General Yin." Linyi's heart skipped a beat. This time, breaking the formation was fraught with danger, requiring courage at the forefront. Shen Huiyin's voice was calm. "You have just slain the water monster of Blackwater River. Your reputation is well known, and your troops are also elite. As the local governor, I order you to take the lead and break through the demonic formation. Are you willing to accept this?" Su Bai's expression changed. What exactly did this woman want to do? Although Linyin was strong, there were still several deputy commanders above her. There were also thousands of households. And it was not her turn to be the vanguard in breaking the formation. Linyin met her gaze and remained silent for a moment. "I will obey." Shen Huiyin nodded slightly. "Good. Appoint 4 flags, each leading their elite troops under the unified command of General Yin, to form a breaking formation group. We must set off within half a stick of incense." As soon as her words fell, 4 men wearing general's badges stepped forward briskly, greeting Linyin. They all wore dark black uniforms, their demeanor solemn, and the lieutenants following them all had sharp eyes, clearly veterans from the outer divisions. The leader, a man slightly older, around 40, with a square face, clasped his hands and said, "I am Chi Yuntao, ordered to follow General Yan's command." Beside him was a slightly leaner man with sharp eyes, who continued, "Fan Zhe." Next to him was a burly man with a beard, whose voice was deep, Zhang Han. The last man remained silent until his companions announced their names, then said flatly, "Wang Wei." Linyin nodded, acknowledging them. "Since the governor has issued an order, we 4 flags will now be under your command." Chi Yuntao said solemnly, his tone still respectful. Linyin was not foolish enough to put on airs at this moment. Quickly clasping her hands and saying, since we are comrades, there is no need for excessive courtesy. The military situation is urgent. Everyone, prepare your men, check your equipment, and get ready to cross the pool within half a stick of incense. Yes, the 4 men accepted the order and returned to their teams. The sounds of shouts rising and falling. Before long, some lieutenants pushed a type of raft and transported thick ropes to gather by the pool. The surface of Black Wind Pool was filled with demonic energy. Ordinary boats would find it difficult to cross, relying instead on these specially made tools. Aided by the martial artist's own strength to force their way through, Linyin stood by the pool, watching the deep water and the flickering demonic shadows on the surface. Her brow slightly furrowed. General Yin, the previously mentioned Wang Wei, approached without her noticing. Linyin turned her head to look at him. Wang Wei's eyes flickered. Hesitating for a moment before speaking, General Yin, forgive my intrusion, but do you have some past grievances with Governor Shin? This vanguard position was clearly a perilous task. Linyin herself did not understand what she had done to provoke that woman. Could it be that she was the old lover of her cheap elder brother and could not stand her little sister? She maintained a calm expression and replied lightly. What do you mean, General Wang? I am meeting Governor Shun for the first time today. How could there be any grievances? Wang Wei coughed awkwardly, saying I was overthinking. But Governor Shun has always been clear about rewards and punishments. Today's arrangement is somewhat unexpected. Perhaps Governor Shin sees me as young and wants to give me a chance to make a name for myself. What scheme this woman was concocting? Linyin was too lazy to guess. She did not care about these twists and turns. Right now, the demonic energy at Black Wind Pool was the perfect place for her to slaughter and gather more lifespan. As long as she became strong enough, any schemes and tricks will be meaningless. Before long, everyone was ready. Linyin waved her hand and shouted, all flags, listen up. Follow me across the pool and break through the demonic formation. Qi and Tao, Fan Zhe, Zhang Han, and Wang Wei all looked serious and commanded their subordinates. The crude rafts were pushed into the water, making a dull sound. Linyin said little and stepped onto one of the rafts first, her dark robes fluttering slightly in the cold wind by the pool. General Yan's soldiers, follow. Zhou Chong and the others responded loudly, following closely behind. The remaining 4 flags lieutenants also boarded the rafts one after another. The 5 teams, like 5 arrows leaving the bow, surged towards the depths of the Black Wind Pool filled with demonic energy, breaking through the waves. By the pool, there was a deathly silence. The 5 small teams vanished into the swirling demonic mist like cows sinking into the sea, without even causing a ripple. Time passed quietly. The pool water remained dark and calm, causing a sense of unease in the heart. Thousands of elite town demon officials stood on the shore, armored and silent, with no one speaking, only the sound of the autumn wind rustling the flags and the occasional anxious whinny of horses. Su Bai stood on a protruding rock, his gaze fixed on the still black water, his brow increasingly furrowed. Half an hour had passed. Even the most dangerous formations should have some movement by now. Linyin was not the type to die quietly. The unease in his heart grew stronger. Finally, Su Bai could not hold back any longer and walked a few steps to Shen Huin. Governor Shun, he said, his voice somewhat heavy, the vanguard team has been in the pool for a long time with no news. In my opinion, should the following troops follow to be safe? Wait a little longer. Another long silence. The surface of the pool remained unchanged. Su Bai's hands and his sleeves had clenched tightly, the veins on his forehead throbbing. Governor Shun, he said, his tone more serious, General Yin and her team. Deputy Commander Su, Shen Huin finally spoke. General Yin has received the vanguard order. She should know this mission is fraught with danger. The robes of the town demon officials are not so easy to wear. Su Bai. He took a deep breath, preparing to continue speaking. However, you do have a point. Shen Hui nodded slightly and raised her voice. Send word to leave 1 company of troops on the shore to assist in case of emergencies. A messenger lieutenant quickly complied and went to allocate personnel. The rest listen to my command. All troops cross the pool. Chapter 42. Hands beneath the water, the rafts broke through the black water and glided into the thick fog. The 5 rafts, which had still been vaguely visible to each other, were now as if swallowed by this dense mist. The deeper they went, the thicker the fog became. Eventually, even the brothers beside him were a little blurry, leaving only the swaying silhouettes of people. The water's surface was eerily calm, with no sound except for the soft splashing of the rafts cutting through the water. It was so quiet it made one's heart race. Damn it, this cursed place. It was so dark one couldn't even see their own hand in front of their face. Linyin glanced at Zhou Chong beside her, her brows furrowing. Logically speaking, With such a grand display crossing the pond, if there were any monsters, they would have pounced and attacked by now. But now, how long had it been? Not to mention monsters, she hadn't even seen a hair. The rafts were connected by ropes. They must not fall behind. Yes, the sergeants complied, quickly tying the prepared coarse hemp ropes between the rafts, creating a connection that eased their hearts a little. Linyin's gaze swept through the thick fog around them, her right hand instinctively pressing on the hilt of her sword at her waist. At this moment, the quieter it was, the stranger it felt. The rafts continued forward, as if sailing into a boundless realm. After an unknown amount of time, a sudden cry came from the leftmost raft, where Chi Yuntao was. What was that? The rope suddenly tightened. Linyin instantly leaped to the edge of her raft, her figure darting like a blue swallow skimming the waves, and in just a few bounds, she landed on the raft where Chi Yuntao was. The sergeants on the raft were already unsettled by the earlier cry, and when they saw a shadow floating over, they were all startled, nearly drawing their weapons. What the hell? Something dirty. What dirty thing? It's Captain Yin. When they recognized it was Yin Linyin, their tense hearts relaxed a little, and Chi Yuntao wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and stepped forward. What happened? Yin Linyin asked, her expression grave, looking at the sergeant who had cried out earlier. The sergeant's face was pale, his lips trembling as he pointed at the dark water beside him, saying, "Captain, just now a hand reached out from the bottom of the water." As he spoke, he instinctively shrank towards the middle of the raft. Yin Linyin frowned slightly and looked in the direction he was pointing. The dark pond water was covered in thick fog, calm and still. Where was there even a hint of a hand? Did you see it clearly? Absolutely. It was cold as ice, like a dead man's hand. The surrounding sergeants felt chills run down their spines upon hearing this. Damn, I said there was something dirty. No one paid attention to that person. Yin Linyin wanted to ask more when a very faint sound suddenly rang in everyone's ears. The sound was very soft, but in the dead silence of the thick fog, it was clear. A sergeant standing at the edge of the raft, peering into the water, suddenly swayed without warning and then fell straight back. The few sergeants closest to him were startled and quickly reached out to catch him. Lao Wang, what's wrong? Hey, wake up. However, when they helped the person up, they all gasped in unison, their faces draining of color. The sergeant's throat was completely empty. His head was already missing. Yin Lingyin's face turned ashen. What kind of monster could kill right under her nose? All hands alert, she shouted, her voice piercing through the fog and echoing across the 5 rafts. Draw your swords. Form up. The sergeants on the raft suppressed their fear and nausea, drawing their swords and huddling back to back, vigilantly watching the dark pond water and thick fog around them. Captain, Zhou Cheng didn't he know when he had also come to this raft? Upon seeing the headless corpse, his face turned pale. What's going on? Yin Linyin did not answer. She just stared intently at the twitching headless corpse. A single strike had killed it cleanly. Even the blood seemed to have been sucked away by something. This was not something an ordinary monster could do. Captain Wang, Captain Fan, Captain Zhang, Yin Linyin shouted, bring the rafts together. Move toward the center. In the fog, several voices responded faintly. The ropes connecting the rafts began to tighten, causing the rafts to bump against each other with dull thuds. Just then, another shrill scream came from the raft of Zhang Han behind them. Following, there was the sound of weapons falling into the water. Damn! Yin Linyin couldn't help but curse. The distance between the rafts was already closing, now just about 10 feet apart. A few leaps brought them there. Zhang Han's face, adorned with a curling beard, had lost all color. Beside him, another sergeant lay in a pool of blood. His death was identical to that of the earlier sergeant named Lao Wang. Head missing, the blood in his body seemingly drained, leaving only a little dark red staining his black outfit. In the thick fog, an increasingly heavy scent of blood mixed with the coldness of the pond rushed toward them. It was too fast. From the scream to her arrival, it was but a moment. This monster hiding underwater was bizarre in its killing method and had an incredibly precise timing, specifically targeting the edge rafts. Damn it! Zhang Han finally caught his breath and slammed his fist on the raft, his eyes turning red. I'll take it on. They were all brothers who had been with him for many years. Now, dying without any explanation, even as the captain, he couldn't contain his impulse. Shut up. Yin Linyin snapped. What are you panicking for? Steady yourselves. If you don't want to die, keep your eyes peeled. She took a deep breath. The previous feeling of being ambushed and anger had instead sparked a bit of ruthlessness within her due to the consecutive deaths. Everyone, watch the water surface. Once you see clearly, just act. After saying this, she hesitated no longer. With a sudden dive, she leaped into the water. Captain Yin, Zhao Han's pupils constricta. And just as he wanted to stop her, he only saw a ripple spreading out. The splashes dissipated, and there was no more sound. The people on the raft exchanged glances, their hearts rising to their throats. Yin Linyin was certainly not reckless. The moment she entered the water, the bone-chilling cold wrapped around her. With a thought, the clothing on her back silently tore apart. Her tailbone emerged. The fierce bony tail gently swayed in the water. A force coming from behind propelled her forward, and her speed suddenly increased. Though the pond water was cold, it seemed to become an extension of her body, with every ripple clearly feeding back into her perception. The fog seemed to thin out significantly underwater, and visibility was clearer than above the surface. She moved like a true water spirit, silently diving downward. The deeper she went, the dimmer the light became, and the surrounding water pressure increased sharply. If she weren't already in the condensing chi stage, this water pressure alone would have made it impossible for an ordinary martial artist to move an inch. Before long, a large shadow vaguely appeared ahead. Yin Linyin focused her gaze. The shadow was nestled among jagged rocks, revealing itself to be a creature entirely covered in a bluish-green hue. Its appearance was strange, resembling neither fish nor dragon. Its body was wrapped in countless dark green water plants. More bizarrely, on the top of the creature's large head, there were a pair of pale, swollen human hands. The hands were rotting, with blue-black nails, and at that moment, they were mindlessly scratching at the scales on the creature's head, making one's scalp tingle. The creature seemed to sense a human presence. Its murky eyes the size of lanterns slowly opened. It evidently noticed her as well. It was momentarily stunned, then the hands on its head scratched again, as if trying to comprehend. What the hell? What did it see? How dare someone dive into the water and come here alone? Could it be that the fools from the Demon Suppression Division think that this black wind pool is a backyard where anyone can stroll around? Yin Linyin looked at the pair of hands above her head, and a sinister smile crept across her lips. Found you, you little scoundrel. Chapter 43. Leading the charge, having found the right target, there was no room for politeness. With a virtual grasp, amidst the sound of crane cries and dragon roars, a sudden force erupted, targeting the monster. She aimed to pull the beast, which had a strange hand growing from its head, directly out of the pile of rocks. However, just as that invisible hand was about to touch the monster's body, a change occurred. The pair of pale, swollen human hands atop the monster's head suddenly twitched. The fingers spread wide, with dark blue-black nails, producing a sharp sound that sliced through the water, faster than lightning, aiming straight for Yin Linyin's face. What the hell? Yin Linyin's pupils constricted. What kind of hellish thing is this? She twisted her waist sharply, the shark tail behind her drawing a trajectory in the water. And with a sudden flick, she slipped away like a fish, narrowly avoiding this deadly strike. The hands grabbed at nothing, creating a gust of wind that stirred the water in chaos at her previous location. Yin Linyin steadied herself several meters away, her expression darkening. This monster was trickier than she had anticipated. No wonder it could kill silently, right under her nose. The speed of those hands and the force behind them were no less than a full-strength strike from a condensed chi realm warrior. If it weren't for her shark tail, which allowed her to move through the water far beyond ordinary capabilities, that blow would have likely knocked her head off. Logically speaking, her mastery of the condensed chi technique was already complete, and her own realm was also at the peak of the condensed chi realm. Yet the pressure this monster exerted on her was terrifying. Seeing its strike fail, the monster remained still, its massive body still coiled between the rocks. Only the pale, swollen hands atop its head remained poised, watching Yin Linyin from a distance. Yin Linyin stabilized herself, the panic in her heart subsiding slightly. Those hands were fast and powerful indeed, but its body, since she had swum here and engaged in that encounter, it seemed to have not moved an inch. Could it be? This thing is actually quite dull, relying solely on those ghostly hands to intimidate? If that's the case. Yin Linyin gently swayed her shark tail in the water, not charging forward but instead slowly circling around the monster. No matter which direction she swam, the monster's body remained utterly motionless. Only the hands atop its head followed her movements. The more this happened, the more certain Yin Linyin became of her guess. If so, this would be easier to handle. She suddenly accelerated, her entire body trailing a white line in the water, rushing straight at the monster. The monster reacted, and the hands atop its head instantly shot up, but this time, Yin Linyin did not dodge. A surge of chi erupted from her body, smoke and fire swirling, condensing into a thick armor. Clang! The ghostly hands slammed against Yin Linyin's chest, shattering most of the chi armor. Yin Linyin let out a muffled groan, blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. Yet on her face, a triumphant smile emerged. At that moment, when the monster unleashed its full power, she sharply flicked her shark tail behind her, the bony tip slicing through the water with a sharp sound, stabbing fiercely at the monster's side. Only then did the monster realize something was off. But it was too late. The penetrating power of the bony tail surprised even Yin Linyin herself. It pierced through the monster's thick shell as easily as a hot knife through butter. Roar! Black blood gushed out, staining a large portion of the pool. The monster howled in pain, the ghostly hands atop, its head frantically trying to grab her bony tail. Dream on. Would she give this beast a chance? Yin Lingyin's eyes turned cold. With a thought, she unleashed the control technique. The massive monster suddenly froze, as if bound by chains, no matter how it struggled. It couldn't move an inch. The bony tail slowly pulled out. Again, it plunged back into the original wound. Once. Again. The monster couldn't even let out a scream. Its body convulsing violently, black blood mixed with flesh pouring out from countless holes. In no time, it was riddled with wounds. Slayed the intelligent water monster. Total lifespan, 537 years. Remaining 245 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan, 245 years. On the black wind pool, the mist still lingered. On the raft, everyone looked at each other. Zhou. Brother Zhou. Lu Sen licked his lips, his voice trembling a bit. You think, Captain Yin, she wouldn't really be in trouble inside, right? Damn it, how long has it been? A stick of incense? 2 sticks? Or even longer? The water was icy cold, and the demonic aura was heavy. Even a condensed Chi realm warrior couldn't withstand such a long time. After all, they were human, not demons. Moreover, the raft had been floating on the water. Who knew how far it had drifted? If Captain Yin surfaced from the original water source, she would probably have lost track of them by now. In this vast body of water, once lost, the consequences would be dire. Captain Yin had been good to them, so naturally, they weren't ungrateful. Zhou Chong suddenly gritted his teeth, a hint of determination flashing in his eyes. Pass the order down, he growled, telling the other captains that we are turning back. Brother Zhou? Lu Sen was taken aback. Turning back. To find Captain Yin, but the command of the governor. The king of heaven himself couldn't make me turn back. Soon, other rafts also responded faintly. Turn the raft around. To find Captain Yin. Several captains almost simultaneously issued commands, their voices echoing in the demonic mist. To Zhou Chong's surprise, or perhaps it was expected, the 4 captains surprisingly chose to turn their rafts around together. Though they might have had their differences and conflicts on normal days, when it came to life and death, that bond of brotherhood was real. Moreover, the way Yin Linyin had led the charge earlier, fearless of death, had already earned their heartfelt respect. To hell with the governor, to hell with military orders. No matter how high and mighty Shen Huiyin was, she couldn't control the thoughts of these men who risked their lives and licked blood on the knife's edge. They couldn't just watch her die in this damn place. They wanted to see her alive, and if she were to die, they had to bring her body back. Just as the raft slightly changed direction, there was a commotion in the water. A massive corpse of a monster was suddenly hurled up from below, crashing heavily onto Zhou Chong's raft, the foul-smelling black blood splattering all over them. The raft shook 3 times. What the hell? Lu Sen was startled, almost falling into the water. Zhou Chong and the others were also taken aback. And upon closer inspection, the monster's death was tragic, its body riddled with holes, clearly having just died not long ago. Turning back, Zhou Chong's expression brightened, almost shouting, Captain Yin. With a splash, Yin Linyin emerged from the dark pool, her wet hair sticking to her cheeks, a few strands even covering her eyes. She propped herself up with one hand on the edge of the raft and nimbly flipped over. Zhou Chong and Lu San hurried forward to help her. I'm not that weak yet. Yin Linyin shook off the water droplets from her head, splattering them everywhere. Zhou Chong, noticing Yin Linyin was drenched, especially her back where the fabric had been torn open by some sharp weapon, quickly averted his gaze. Without making a sound, he took off his relatively dry outer robe and handed it over. Captain, please wear this first. The pool water is cold. Yin Linyin glanced at him, but did not refuse, taking it and casually draping it over herself. She scanned the people on the raft, then looked at the other rafts that were faintly visible in the distance through the mist. Everyone listen to my command. All troops continue to advance. Chapter 44. Encirclement. The water of the Black Wind Pool is dark as ink. Demon mist swirls, obscuring the sun. In the middle of the pool, there's a small island, not large, surrounded by rugged rocks with not a blade of grass growing. At the edge of the island, Numerous dilapidated defensive structures can be seen, as if they have endured repeated fierce battles. At this moment, in the center of the island, on a slightly flat stone platform, an old man dressed in a tattered gray robe sits cross-legged, eyes tightly closed. He is small in stature, but his aura is deep and imposing, remaining completely still despite the howling demon winds around him. A middle-aged man, his face weathered and armor damaged in several places, quickly walks up to the old man and bows with clasped fists. "Commander." The man's voice is hoarse, tinged with weariness. The old man does not lift his eyelids. Seemingly in deep meditation, the man, undeterred, continues to report. That old demon is still lurking deep in the bottom of the pool, not showing itself. However, its water demons have recently eased their assault. They're no longer recklessly attacking as before. Most of them are now surrounding the island, watching us closely. After a moment, the old man, still with his eyes closed, slightly trembles his eyelashes and slowly opens his eyes. When will the reinforcements sent by the office arrive? The middle-aged man perks up a bit and quickly replies, calculating the time. They should be arriving soon. Soon, huh? A raft breaks through the dark water surface, slowly approaching the island that is faintly visible in the demon mist. Zhou Chong takes a few steps forward, leaning towards Yin Lingyin's side. "Boss, that looks like the isolated island where Commander is holed up." Yin Linyin responds with a hum, frowning as she glances around. "Strange. Weren't we told that demons were encircling this place, and that the Commander was at his wit's end? Why can I sense not a single trace of demons around this island?" As the raft continues, the mist ahead gradually thins, and the outline of the island becomes clearer. Vaguely, several figures can be seen on the rocky shore, seemingly on guard. Splash! The front of the raft gently collides with the muddy shore, shaking slightly before coming to a stop. "Land on the island," Yin Linyin commands in a low voice, being the first to disembark, firmly stepping onto the shore. Zhou Chong and the others follow closely, abandoning the raft and drawing their weapons, vigilantly scanning their surroundings. Seeing this, the figures on the island first take a few steps back, as if facing a great enemy. Once they recognize the fierce golden wolf head patterns on Yin Linyin and her familiar dark armor, their tense expressions relax slightly. The leader, a middle-aged man with a hint of military ferocity, steps forward and asks in a deep voice, "Who are you? Are you the reinforcements sent by the office?" Yin Linyin steps forward. "From the Demon Suppression Office of Liangzhou, General Flag, Yin Linyin. We are ordered to be the vanguard, here to assist Commander. The main force will arrive shortly." The middle-aged man's expression eases a bit, and he nods, about to say something when boom! Suddenly, the dark, silent waters of the black wind pool behind them surge violently, without warning. Several water columns shoot up into the sky, then merge into a towering, menacing wall of water. From all sides, it converges, encircling the small island, along with Yin Linyin and her companions, as well as the original defending troops on the island. "We're surrounded," Zhou Chong exclaims in shock, his face turning pale. Yin Lingyin's pupils constrict suddenly. She turns her head sharply to look at the rolling black waves, where countless grotesque demon figures are faintly visible, densely packed, and hair-raising. No wonder there were no obstructions on the way here, except for that one demon. They were waiting here. This is a trap? But she cannot understand. Their team of over 100 is merely the vanguard sent to break the encirclement. Even if they're all wiped out here, what significant impact could it have on the overall situation? Is it worth the enemy's effort to let them in before striking? Demon attack. Demon attack. Form up. Quick. Form up. After a brief silence, the island erupts into chaos. The black waves surge, and demon figures leap down from the encircling water wall like locusts. A foul wind blows, and the sounds of wailing and howling are deafening. Yin Lingyin's gaze sharpens, and her long sword unsheathes with a clang, the cold light reflecting on her face, which shows little panic. Pointing her sword forward, she sternly commands, "Vanguard, heed my orders. Fight to the death, do not retreat." The four flag-bearers, hearing her words, have different expressions, but they know there is no way back at this moment. They all shout, rallying their panicking subordinates. Just as the words leave their mouths, several fish-headed demons, wielding bone, forks charge forward. Yin Linyin does not retreat, but advances, her figure flashing to the front lines. Flower-washing dungeon's demon sword. The sword light flashes like a silk ribbon, with faint black energy swirling around the blade. In a single sweep, she cleaves through the demon beasts, their stinking black blood splattering everywhere. Kill! With a sharp shout, she extends her sword, diving into the swarm of demons. Where her sword light passes, severed limbs and broken arms fly, and those ordinary water demons die upon contact. Slain an intelligent water demon. Original lifespan, 120 years. Remaining 35 years. Absorption complete. Slain an intelligent water demon. Original lifespan, 134 years. Remaining 27 years. Absorption complete. Slain an intelligent water demon. Original lifespan, 177 years. Remaining 43 years. Absorption complete. Kill. Seeing their flag-bearer fight so valiantly, Zhou Chong and the others feel their blood surge and roar as they charge forward with their blades. Kui Yun Tao, Fensha, and the other 4 flag-bearers also have no time to spare, each rallying their troops to fight to the death. The clash of blades and the sounds of screams and curses intertwine, turning the small island's edge into a battlefield. The defending troops of the Demon Suppression Office, who had initially been weary and exhausted, are stunned by the scene. The middle-aged man, who had earlier spoken with Linyin, watches as that slender figure darts through the demon horde, the sword light causing demons to fall in droves. Her fierce demeanor surpasses any veteran soldier he has ever seen. Brothers. The middle-aged man's eyes widen in fury, gripping his thick-backed blade firmly. The reinforcements have arrived. Can our Demon Suppression Office men let a girl steal the glory? The remaining dozens of defenders, already on their last legs, are roused by Linyin and her fierce subordinates, their remaining courage igniting. They roar as they leap out from their makeshift fortifications, weapons in hand, attacking the demons surging onto the shore with deadly intent. In an instant, the battlefield is filled with the sounds of battle. On the muddy shore, men and demons, blood and mud, mixed together. The number of demons far exceeds that of the defenders, continuously pouring down from the water wall, including heavily armored turtle demons, venomous snake monsters, and several large fish-headed demons wielding giant bone clubs. General Yin, be careful. A cry of alarm comes from beside her. Linyin catches a glimpse of shadow leaping out from the left side of the waves, a foul wind rushing towards her. Without turning her head, she strikes back with a palm, releasing her energy, and the attacking demon screams as it is torn into pieces by the force. Yet even so, the demons remain undeterred, charging forward one after another. A lieutenant under Yan's flag fails to dodge in time and has his arm crushed by a giant claw of a crab demon. Despite the scream, he clings tightly to the crab demon, allowing his comrade to cleave both him and the demon in half with a single blow. The stench of blood grows even stronger. Linyin sweeps away several attacking demons with her sword, her gaze quickly scanning the battlefield. The defenders in the vanguard are huddled together, barely holding off wave after wave of attacks on the shore, but the casualties are already significant. If this continues, even Iron Men will eventually be exhausted. She takes a deep breath, her eyes shining with cold light. Today, it seems we really have to fight to the end. Chapter 45. What kind of monster is this woman? Yesterday, the aerospace attack went fiercely after taking leave. Bankrupt, honest, and back to continue updating OVO. On the mudflat, it was a bloody mess. Linyin severed half the head of a fish-headed demon with a sword, hot demon blood splattering all over her. Even though her sword was fast and her aura was fierce, she could not withstand the endless, fearless ferocity of these demons. Zhou Chong and the others were all injured, their formation already in disarray, relying solely on a burst of courage to hold on. Damn it, this one do. Just then, those soldiers of the Demon Suppression Division, who had been fighting desperately in despair, suddenly let out a cry of surprise. The sounds of battle bizarrely paused for a moment. The remaining soldiers, regardless of whether they were injured or not, all looked towards a certain direction on the island, their expressions suddenly filled with deep respect, even a hint of fanaticism. Several figures slowly emerged. At the forefront was an old man dressed in an old blue robe, his hair and beard frosted white. Yet his eyes shone with remarkable brightness. Commander! The middle-aged man who had spoken to Linyin earlier shouted hoarsely. Commander! Immediately, the remaining soldiers on the island all shouted at the top of their lungs. The old man frowned slightly, sweeping over the battlefield in disarray. A middle-aged man with a resolute face beside him had already understood, respectfully presenting a pitch-black spear with both hands. The old man took the spear, and in that moment, his somewhat stooped body straightened a bit. An indescribable, overwhelming aura suddenly erupted from him. Do these mere demons dare to show off in front of me? In the next moment, the old man flicked his wrist, and the spear in his hand seemed to come alive. It shot out, not with great speed, but carrying an unmatched weight and majesty. In an instant, It seemed as if the roar of thousands of ferocious beasts came from the spear, rumbling and deafening. The demons within several tens of meters in front of the spear, whether they were the tough-skinned turtle demons or the strangely moving snake monsters, all trembled. Then, they were crushed to pieces like being run over by an invisible mountain, exploding into a mist of blood. Even the seemingly indestructible water wall was torn apart by the might of this spear, creating a huge gap. The power of a single spear reached this level. Linyin stood amidst the demon corpses, watching the old man casually clear a patch of demons with a single spear, her eyes twitching. Damn, did this old guy open some kind of unparalleled power or what? So fierce. Those demons who had previously charged fearlessly now showed signs of retreat. Wiping the stinking demon blood off her cheek, she thought, that old guy's having fun killing. I can't just stand by and watch, right? She took a deep breath, her eyes, slightly reddened from the battle, gleaming with cold light. Those still breathing, follow me. The sword in her hand hummed, and the faint black aura above it solidified again. The old man's spear was indeed terrifying, clearing a large area. But there were simply too many demons, seemingly endless, continuously pouring out from the black water pool, filling the gap once more, even showing signs of counterattack. Linyin pointed her toes, her figure like lightning, actively charging towards the regrouping demon horde. Kill. Today, let us turn the tide. The sword light was chilling, and with every strike, demon limbs flew. Zhou Chong and the others, seeing this, roared in anger and followed, the remaining dozen or so officers forming a small spearhead formation to shield Linyin on both sides. Sharing the pressure with her, the battle grew increasingly intense. Slain a wise water demon. Total lifespan 111 years, remaining 15 years, absorption complete. Slain a channeling water demon. Total lifespan 160 years, remaining 40 years, absorption complete. Linyin felt her aura depleting rapidly. Ordinary demons were manageable, but once they entered the channeling or even condensation stages, if she wanted a quick resolution, she could only rely on her aura. However, whenever her internal aura ran dry, she would consume her lifespan to continue executing the wolf, smoke, aura, shadow, secret technique. After the execution, the simulated results would still feed back to herself, allowing her to recover instantly. Killing demons granted lifespan. Using lifespan restored strength. Thus it formed a closed loop. With just one sword, she forged a bloody path through the tide of demons, leaving corpses in her wake. On the high ground of the island, the old man in the old blue robe, whose previously indifferent gaze fell upon Linyin's figure amidst the sea of troops, slightly narrowed his pupils. The old man turned to the middle-aged man holding the spear beside him and asked, "Who is this woman?" The middle-aged man also wore a face of uncertainty. As a close aide to the commander, he had seen many characters, but this young woman, with her bravery, even made him secretly click his tongue. Seeing the commander ask, he quickly bowed and said, "Reporting to you, my lord, this woman. I don't recognize her. She looks very unfamiliar." On the high ground of the island, the old man withdrew his gaze, deep in thought. Interesting, she is indeed a talent worth cultivating. Even these two were surprised. The others were even more dumbfounded, especially those few who had broken through the formation together. They were all seasoned veterans from the external division, who had fought their way out of sea of blood. In terms of experience and means, they considered themselves no weaker than anyone else. But at this moment, watching Linyin slaughter, Chi Yuntao, with blood still dripping from his long knife, stared intently at the figure charging forward, his throat rolling as he finally managed to squeeze out a sentence. "My dear mother, what kind of monster is this woman?" Fanze wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, his voice somewhat airy. "How many has she killed? Why do I feel like it's more than all of us combined?" Since the start of the battle, nearly half an hour had passed. Among them, who was panting and had consumed most of their physical strength. But that woman? Her sword momentum was undiminished, her breath the same, and she seemed to grow braver as she killed. Doesn't she get tired? After an unknown amount of time, although her aura could recover, the fatigue within her heart was hard to alleviate. Linyin didn't even remember how many demons she had killed. The old man had only made one move, seemingly with some concerns, and did not act again. As for what concerns, Linyin didn't want to think about it. She only knew that if she didn't fight desperately, the outcome would be grim. She would not entrust her fate to others. Kill faster, kill more. She didn't believe these demons were truly endless. Almost there, the old man suddenly spoke. The middle-aged man beside him was taken aback, not understanding what he meant. But just then, boom, a loud explosion erupted from the depths of the black wind pool. far surpassing any previous commotion from demons surfacing. The pool water suddenly rolled back, raising towering black waves over 10 feet high, sweeping towards the isolated island and the Demon Suppression Division as formation on the shore. On top of the waves, a massive black shadow slowly rose. It was a giant demon, far larger than any previous water monster, covered in dark scales, with a single horn on its head and bloodthirsty fangs. Chen Fengyun, today is your day of death. Chapter 46. You have already chosen the path to death. The black waves surged, and the demonic aura was as dark as ink. The giant demon, with its fierce horn and shimmering black scales, locked its blood-red eyes onto the figure in the green robe on the island. Chen Fengyun, today is your day of death. On the high ground of the island, the faded green cloth long robe of Chen Fengyun fluttered slightly. He lifted his eyelids, his murky gaze directed at the colossal creature. The giant demon grinned, its sharp fangs glinting, letting out a piercing, maniacal laugh. Ha ha, Chen Fengyun, you old immortal, still pretending. You can deceive others, but can you deceive this true monarch? How much longer can your body hold out? 10 years? 5 years? Or do you think you want to even last through this year? How my body is does not concern you, Chen Fengyun replied indifferently. Concern? This true monarch wishes for you to die early and reincarnate. How many years? How many years? This true monarch has been trapped in this black wind pool by you for how many years? Its massive head suddenly lifted, gazing at the sky, its voice carrying a hint of desolation. It has been so long that this true monarch is almost forgotten. The 4 words, oversee, true monarch. How majestic they once were. The waters churned, and the demonic aura intensified. The 4 words, oversee, true monarch, struck the ears like a heavy weight, making it hard to breathe. Among the formations of the Demon Suppression Division on the shore, every officer who had been in the division for some years changed color. Those young recruits who had recently joined the division might not have heard this name. But for the older generation of the Demon Suppression Division, these 4 words were a bloody memory they could not bear to recall. The Oversea True Monarch was once a powerful demon that protected the region. It was worshipped by the coastal people and provided water for irrigating thousands of acres of fertile land, making the area rich in fish and rice, with a booming population. At that time, the people felt grateful for its kindness and respectfully called it Oversea True Monarch. But no one knew from which day, without warning, it transformed into a fierce beast overnight. The once clear waters turned into raging waves, and the fertile fields quickly became a marshland. It commanded countless aquatic creatures, stirring up winds and waves, leaving suffering and death in its wake. In that battle, the Demon Suppression Division of Liangzhou deployed all their forces and suffered heavy losses before barely managing to suppress it deep within this black wind pool. But now, the Oversea True Monarch that once stirred Liangzhou, could it be that it has broken free from its seal? Chen Fengyun finally showed some movement. He slowly extended a withered hand and gently took the spear. So you still remember. The Oversea True Monarch suddenly let out a low, deep laugh. Remember? Of course. I remember. The name of Oversea was once revered by the masses, with offerings in abundance. Stirring up waves was a right bestowed upon us by heaven and earth. I was born a demon, acting as a demon. What is wrong with that? How dare you cut off my path? Chen Fengyun did not even raise an eyebrow, calmly facing the resentment of the Oversea True Monarch, and said softly, Actually, I have also pondered whether the demons in this world truly have a heart for goodness, seeking only a peaceful land to cultivate. You, Oversea True Monarch, once stirred up waves, claiming it was in accordance with the heavenly path, exercising the rights of the aquatic creatures. Yet, whenever you spoke of narrow waters and obstructed spiritual energy needing to expand, do you know how many fertile fields were destroyed and how many people became refugees? The Oversea True Monarch's expression turned incredulous. In your eyes? Is this all that this true monarch has done? Its massive head slowly lowered, almost touching the water surface. Were my past achievements all fake? No, they were real. But how fortunate were the tens of thousands of dead Liangzhou citizens to have the Oversea True Monarch's favor, to wash away the dust with a great flood and help them return to the natural order of heaven and earth? The Oversea True Monarch's blood-red pupils contracted sharply, letting out a low growl, as if it had been struck at a painful spot. Everyone makes mistakes, how much more so for demons? Why is it that you, the human race, can remain high above, while we demons are not allowed to seek a path to survival? Why? Why can't we demons live honorably in this world just once? Chen Fengyun snorted coldly. I am merely an old man nearing death, guarding this Liangzhou. What virtue do I possess to allow you to live honorably in this world just once? The oversea true monarch let out a thunderous roar. The resentment swept through the entire black wind pool along with the roar. Good. What a virtue! In an instant, the waters of the black wind pool surged wildly. If that is the case, then today, this true monarch will let you Liangzhou witness the oversea once more. Before the words fell, both the oversea true monarch and Chun Fengyun struck simultaneously. The seemingly ordinary spear in Chun Fengyun's hand suddenly burst forth with dazzling profound light. The spear trembled slightly, and a sharply condensed spear light tore through the sky, aimed directly at the oversea true monarch. The oversea true monarch did not show weakness either. Its giant claws, wrapped in surging black water, charged toward that spear light. Linyin felt a terrifying pressure descending upon her. Without thinking, she quickly retreated. Boom! The spear light and the giant claw collided violently. In that instant, the world fell silent. The violent force spread, shattering mountains and rocks. The pool water was forcefully lifted, crashing down heavily, creating a mist of water all around. Linyin retreated several dozen meters before she barely stabilized herself. This kind of power had long exceeded her understanding. The condensation realm? She herself was at the peak of the condensation realm, but before those two, she feared she wouldn't even be able to withstand a single strike. Is this the power above the condensation realm? Linyin stared intently at the demon and the man, her gaze already changing. Such a destructive force. Is it truly something within human reach? After a single strike, the fierce demon face of the oversea true monarch showed signs of fear. You. Its voice became hoarse, no longer the arrogance from before. That spear of yours, you broke through? Chun Fengyun remained silent. No. The oversea true monarch roared suddenly. You have been deceiving me all along, showing weakness to lure me out. Even that so-called reinforcement was part of your plan. Chun Fengyun, you old dog, dare to plot against this true monarch. Chun Fengyun's expression was indifferent as he turned the spear in his hand, pointing its tip directly at the oversea true monarch. If it were not so, how could I lure you, this beast, to come before me? The oversea true monarch's blood-red eyes fixed intensely on Chun Fengyun, as if thousands of thoughts exploded in its mind. So that is how it is. So that is how it is. This old man has been acting all along. He is not about to die at all. Clearly, he calculated that once I broke free, I would be eager for revenge. So he feigned weakness to draw me out. It had foolishly tested him for more than half a month, even witnessing a large number of reinforcements pouring in. What a Chun Fengyun! What a Liangzhou commander! Thinking of this, it felt both furious and astonished. The oversea true monarch, furious and laughing. Even this true monarch was careless. But if you think you can capture this true monarch easily, you are not worthy. Before the words fell, its gigantic body suddenly twisted, glancing at Linyin, and then it began to flee into the distant sky. This old man has already broken through, and it has just escaped, its vitality not yet recovered. It cannot afford to clash. As long as the green mountains remain, there is no fear of firewood running out. Block him for me. In an instant, countless lurking demons in the black wind pool, upon receiving the command, recklessly surged out from below the water, charging towards Chun Fengyun. Chun Fengyun frowned slightly. Shaking the spear in his hand, the spear shot out like a dragon, flashing with profound light. But there were simply too many demons, and they were all fighting with abandon. It did buy him a moment, taking advantage of the moment bought by its underlings fighting to the death. The oversea true monarch's massive body had already fled dozens of feet. Linyin squinted. Why did the oversea true monarch look at her one last time? A thought, swift and unparalleled, suddenly became clear. The black water river, that water monster? Linyin's heart sank inch by inch. She slowly raised her head to look at the disappearing figure of the sea-covering true monarch. Being targeted by such an old, it was difficult to find peace. Always on guard. The lesson from the pig demon king. She would not make the same mistake again. Want to seek revenge on me? You have already chosen the path to death. Chapter 47. You won't die. My heart won't be at ease. The massive body of the sea-covering true monarch had already fled several dozen zhang, about to disappear into the horizon. Want to leave? Chun Fengyun slowly raised the hand that held the gun. The spear was raised high and then thrown. The spear left his hand like an ordinary dark light, piercing through the air. With a clear sound of flesh tearing, it came from the distant sky. The fleeing sea-covering true monarch suddenly stiffened, letting out an extremely shrill scream, filled with terror. At the critical moment, relying on its beast instincts, it forcibly twisted its body to barely avoid a fatal strike that would have pierced its demon core. Nevertheless, the spear still pierced through its left hip, exiting its body and bringing forth a massive rain of blood. The sea-covering true monarch was severely injured, its demonic energy instantly waning. It gasped heavily, eyes filled with fear. On a level of condensing chi, one can transform intention. In this realm, one can merge their will into their techniques, with every punch and kick embodying true meaning, greatly increasing their power. However, Chun Fengyun had already broken through, and beyond transforming intention was the manifestation of the holy. The martial will was refined to the utmost, capable of manifesting phenomena and interfering with reality. That throw just now was the manifestation of his power after breaking through. If it weren't for the fact that the opponent had just entered the holy realm and their cultivation was T-stable, that blow would have been impossible to dodge. At this moment, the sea-covering true monarch no longer had any arrogance left. It had to escape. As long as it could flee to the North Sea, 1,000 miles beyond the Black Wind Pool, it could return to the ocean, and no matter how high Chun Fengyun's cultivation was, he wouldn't be able to find it again. It endured the excruciating pain and desperately urged its remaining demonic power, transforming into a blood-colored shadow, fleeing madly towards the north. As the sea-covering true monarch fled in a heavily injured state, the high walls formed by the waves earlier collapsed with a roar. The pool churned, and the demonic energy dissipated. Just then, outside the Black Wind Pool, the sound of battle cries shook the heavens. A large group had finally broken through the demonic mist to provide support. The first person among them was Shun Huyin, followed by thousands of elite members of the Demon Suppression Division. Subai stood at the edge of the isolated island, witnessing the might of Chun Fengyun's spear with shock in his eyes. The news of an aging man, whose health had been declining and was on the verge of death, was known to all high-ranking members of the Demon Suppression Division. But who would have thought that this was all part of a grand play staged by the old man Shen? Those who could sit in his position were certainly not fools. However, what troubled him was, even if a play had to be staged, why start it before the seal was broken? Furthermore, even he, as the deputy commander, was unaware of the truth, unless there were people in the Demon Suppression Division that the old man Shun did not trust. His thoughts raced, and soon he grasped the key point. However, this wasn't the time to delve into such matters. With the arrival of reinforcements, the remaining demons on the island were quickly wiped out. Subai Thawin, scanning the chaotic crowd. Suddenly, he froze. Wait, where's that girl Linyin? Didn't he know how long he had been running? The battle cries behind him had long faded, leaving only the mournful sound of the wind. The sea-covering true monarch felt its demonic power ebbing away like a receding tide, and its vision began to darken. Finally, it could no longer hold on, and its massive body fell straight down from midair, crashing into the forest with a loud bang, sending dust flying. Ugh! It struggled to rise, finding a half-broken old tree to lean against, blood oozing from its wounds, the stench overwhelming. Chun Fengyun, you should die. If there comes a day, this true monarch will surely swallow you alive, crush your bones, and drink your blood to relieve the hatred in my heart. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. The sea-covering true monarch, already a frightened bird, trembled at the sound. Chun Fengyun, you old dog, do you really want to eradicate me completely? It turned its head abruptly to look back. The newcomer was drenched in sweat, their black, tight-fitting outfit clinging to their delicate figure. A few strands of wet hair stuck to their smooth forehead and cheeks, and that usually expressionless pretty face was now pale with an unnatural flush. At this moment, they were propped against a tree trunk, their chest heaving violently, gasping for breath. Linyin cursed inwardly. She swore, in 2 lifetimes combined, she had never run for her life like this. Fortunately, this demon was severely injured, and relying on the perfected chasing wind movement technique, she managed to keep up. Upon seeing the newcomer, the sea-covering true monarch was first taken aback, then erupted in furious laughter. This true monarch wondered who it was, only to find it was you, girl, a mere condensing chi realm. How dare you chase after this true monarch? The sea-covering true monarch scrutinized Linyin from head to toe, its gaze pausing at her sleeves and collar, then asked in confusion, looking at your official attire. You are merely a small flag-bearer of the Demon Suppression Division. As far as I know, such flag-bearers earn a salary of at most 300 taels a month, right? Linyin slightly adjusted her breathing, her breaths long. The already tattered black outfit on her back ripped open again with a tearing sound. A 3-foot-long, distinctly segmented bone tail suddenly emerged. You. The sea-covering true monarch's face showed a fleeting look of surprise. Before it could say more, Linyin had already lunged forward, her bone tail striking like a venomous dragon, tearing through the air, aiming straight for the heart of the sea-covering true monarch. The sea-covering true monarch summoned its demonic power, rolling away clumsily to barely avoid this deadly strike. The sharp bone spike at the end of the tail grazed its ribs, drawing a line of blood. 300 taels of silver. Is it worth risking your life to chase this true monarch? Linyin missed her strike, but did not stop. She pushed off the ground and closed the distance again. Because you looked at me. The sea-covering true monarch nearly spat out a mouthful of old blood, roaring, just because this true monarch looked at you. You want to kill me? I have no other shortcomings. The bone tail behind her thrust out again, just that my mother has too many sisters. The sea-covering true monarch was taken aback. What do you mean? Linyin grinned, but that smile sent chills down the sea-covering true monarch's spine. I have many aunts. You won't die. My heart won't be at ease. The sea-covering true monarch countered to block, its demonic energy surging. The bone tail acted like a whip. When the first strike missed, Linyin used the momentum to spin away, creating several feet of distance, avoiding close combat. The bone tail behind her moved agilely like a venomous snake, constantly seeking for an opening. The sea-covering true monarch gasped. Its eyes filled with murderous intent. You are not stupid. So, is it because of your brother from the Blackwater River? This true monarch and that waste from the Blackwater River are merely brothers in name, not enough to provoke me like this. Linyin frowned, not feeling that the other party was deceiving her. Not because of the demons from the Blackwater River. Then what could it be for? The sea-covering true monarch paused, tears of blood seeping from its eyes. My dragon clan has always had difficulty in offspring. My child, with extraordinary talent, is destined to inherit this true monarch's legacy. As it spoke, it extended its relatively intact claw, trembling as it gestured. Do you know? When it was born, it was this big, and this true monarch watched over it day and night, hoping it would transform soon and inherit my lineage. Later, this true monarch suffered misfortune and was suppressed by your demon suppression division to the Black Wind Pool. Out of desperation, I had to entrust it to an old friend, sending it far away to a remote place, thinking that once this true monarch escaped, I could bring it back to raise it well. It was just a child. The grievances of the past had nothing to do with it. It hadn't even truly stepped into cultivation, knowing nothing. But why? Why wouldn't you let it go? Linyin listened quietly. She racked her brains, but could not remember when she had ever killed a dragon. The sea overlord became more and more agitated as he spoke, and seeing that Linyin had no reaction, his anger grew even stronger. He suddenly raised his head, his blood-red eyes fixed on her. Tell me why. Did you kill my child? Chapter 48. Dog Almighty. You're unfair, Linyin said calmly. I have not seen your child. The blood-red eyes of the oversea, true monarch suddenly narrowed, as if he did not expect her to answer this way. However, Linyin did not continue to explain. She only said this because she did not want to unwittingly take the blame for someone else. As for whether he believed her or not, it was none of her concern. In the current situation, one person and one demon, only one could leave alive. She no longer hesitated. The fierce energy surged again, and the bone tail swept across as she lunged forward once more. Oversea, true monarch roared repeatedly, his demonic power surging as his remaining claws clashed with the bone tail. In the mountains and forests, trees were broken, and dirt and stones flew. Linyin's offensive grew increasingly fierce, each strike a fight for her life. However, the oversea true monarch was a formidable demon. Even heavily injured, his demonic power remained deep. After several exchanges, Linyin began to feel the strain, her internal energy depleting significantly. She bit her silver teeth. Previously, she had slain countless minor demons in the Black Wind Pool, and while most of the demonic energy was used to restore her own internal energy, she had also accumulated a significant amount of demonic lifespan. Her thoughts raced. Current demonic lifespan, 570 years. A flicker of determination flashed in Linyin's eyes. Time to go all in. Demon devouring chi technique confirms infusion of lifespan for deduction. 51st year, your refinement of demonic energy becomes increasingly adept. Devouring speed doubles. 300 years, the demonic energy and your own internal energy nearly merge, allowing the demonic power to arise naturally with every movement, reaching great mastery. 499 years, you completely comprehend the true meaning of the demon devouring chi. The demonic power, no longer differs from your own. And this technique has reached perfection. Consumed demonic lifespan for 199 years. Demonic lifespan, 71 years. Démon devouring QI technique, perfection. Boom. A far more ferocious and violent aura erupted suddenly from Linyin's body. The bone tail behind her, now a grotesque bone color, actually surged several feet, faintly revealing blood-red patterns. Wisps of blood-colored demonic aura rose from her body, casting her delicate face in an otherworldly light. The overseer, true monarch's pupils constricted, suddenly feeling a wave of threat. "You crazy woman." Linyin remained silent, her figure flashing, already in front of the overseer, true monarch. The transformed bone tail, accompanied by a piercing sound of air being sliced, struck like a bolt of blood-colored lightning, aimed directly at his chest. The overseer, true monarch roared, crossing his claws to guard his chest. Phew! The bone tail, like a bamboo splitting, directly pierced through his claws that were harder than fine iron, and with unrelenting force, stabbed deep in his chest. Ugh! The overseer, true monarch, let out an extremely mournful scream, torrents of demonic blood gushing from the wound on his chest. But he did not fall. Instead, a hint of madness flashed in his eyes, and the claw that had been pierced suddenly closed. Fiercely grasping the bone tail that had pierced through his chest, he actually began to pull Linyin closer to him bit by bit. "Aren't you trying to kill me? Cool me. I'm right in front of you. Do you dare to kill me?" The stench of demonic energy rushed towards her. The overseer, true monarch's face, twisted in agony, was now within arm's reach. Linyin looked at the dying demon before her, its blood-red eyes filled with the madness of mutual destruction. "Are you afraid?" To say you're not afraid would be a lie. After all, the opponent was the fiercest demon she had seen since arriving in this world. A single misstep could lead to her demise. But should she continue? She raised her hand, fingers splayed. The intention to capture the dragon erupted at this moment. The overseer, true monarch's blood-red eyes were filled with horror. Its massive dragon body was firmly gripped by an invisible force. The demonic bones around it emitted a cracking sound that was painfully grating. How could this woman possess such bizarre and domineering means? "Die for me." In her dantian, the original wolf, smoke energy unexpectedly merged violently with the newly born blood, evil energy. A fierce blood wolf phantom suddenly coalesced behind her. It howled silently to the sky, its ferocity nearly breaking through the clouds. Blood wolf. Boom! The incredibly condensed blood-colored wolf shadow, carrying the power to destroy the heavens and the earth, brutally crashed into the already heavily injured body of the overseer, true monarch. The overseer, true monarch stared in disbelief at the figure ahead. How is this possible? The mighty overseer, true monarch, is it really going to die here? 800 years of cultivation, 800 years of suffering, all for the day when it could truly transform into a dragon, roaming freely in the skies above. Is it really going to die here today? Die at the hands of such a young human woman? Why? The overseer has roamed the world for hundreds of years, devoured countless kin, outlasted numerous opponents, to achieve today's cultivation. Yet this human woman, so young, possesses such earth-shattering means. Why? Why does heaven always favor humans so much, granting them enlightenment, bestowing them fortune, allowing them to occupy the best spiritual mountains and blessed lands from birth? And yet, the demon race can only survive in dark corners, struggling for breath, facing treacherous paths and calamities at every turn. If the heavenly path is ruthless, why is it so kind to humans? If the heavenly path is compassionate, why is it so harsh on the demon race? Heaven, how could it ever accommodate the demon race? Roar! A heart-wrenching roar erupted from the overseer, true monarch's mouth. Its massive dragon head suddenly lifted, looking toward the dim sky. "Dog almighty, you are unfair. You are unfair." Linyin looked at the overseer, true monarch, indifferently. The blood-evil wolf smoke slowly receded around her, and the bone tail quietly vanished. The overseer, true monarch's aura rapidly declined after this cry. Its massive body began to collapse inch by inch. Then, its huge head fell heavily without a sound. Slaughtered the transformation demon dragon. Total lifespan 1,820 years. Remaining 1,003 years. Absorption complete. Demonic lifespan 1,074 years. Finally, resolved. Linyin wiped the dampness from her forehead, unsure if it was sweat or demon blood, and sat down on the still warm corpse of the overseer true monarch. That last strike was the utmost she could unleash. The wolf smoke energy merged with the blood evil, and and then controlled the crane to capture the dragon. A full power strike, using the condensation realm to defeat an enemy of a higher level. Of course, this situation had a prerequisite. At her age of 18 or 19, she had cultivated all these martial arts to perfection. Without this advantage, it would be as difficult as climbing to the sky for others to replicate. As she was contemplating how to take this big guy back, distant hoofbeats suddenly echoed. Before long, a group of about 30 to 40 riders rushed out from the forest, kicking up clouds of dust. The leader was Commander Chun. He reined in his horse, his gaze fixed directly on Linyin and the grotesque dragon head beneath her. The people beside him were all speechless, their faces filled with expressions of seeing a ghost. The overseas true monarch had a fearsome reputation. Who in the Liangzhou region's demon suppression division did not know? Even heavily injured, even a few deputy commanders working together would not easily gain the upper hand. Yet now, it lay dead here, and a young girl who looked barely in her 20s was using it as a seat? From tomorrow, it will be 10,000 a day. Chapter 49, Martial Arts Returning to Origin. A gift at the fifth watch. Though it's the fifth watch, it's actually 12,000 words. I spent a whole day writing it, completely exhausted today. And don't say I'm just filling space. If I am, I'll keep adding more. Chun Fengyan leaped down from his horse, landing silently. Behind him, dozens of riders from the Demon Suppression Division reined in their horses, none daring to move forward, merely watching the unbelievable scene from afar, not even daring to breathe. The infamous overseas true monarch, who had caused unrest in Liangzhou, now lay motionless with its gigantic serpent head askew. A young woman, appearing quite slender, was casually sitting atop the fearsome serpent head. Her dark black battle attire was already in tatters, with rips here and there. Chun Fengyan looked at the blood-soaked girl before him, her clothes torn but still exuding a fierce aura. In her eyes, which had seen too many storms, a glimmer of genuine appreciation flashed. However, as if recalling something, he frowned slightly and took off a thick black cloak from the back of a burly bodyguard. The bodyguard shivered, seemingly feeling cold, but didn't he dare to utter a word. Chun Fengyan strode to Linyin and shook out the cloak, draping it over her. "Girl, what's your name?" Linyin tugged at the cloak wrapped around her, revealing a pair of eyes. Linyin, which deputy commander do you serve under? Reporting to the commander. It's Deputy Commander Su Bai. Chun Fengyan nodded slightly, seeming to acknowledge something. He then extended his hand, and without any visible motion, reached into the hard scales on the serpent's forehead. With a bit of force when he pulled back his hand, he was holding a fist-sized black demon core that faintly glimmered with a hint of bloodlight. A subordinate hurried forward, respectfully receiving the demon core in a jade box and carefully storing it away. Only then did Linyin rise from the serpent's head, glancing curiously at the jade box in the subordinate's hands. Obtaining a demon core doesn't seem too difficult. I should learn this. In the future, if there are issues and it's hard to bring back the demon corpses, it will be a waste to lose the demon cores. You have made a great contribution by slaying this beast. Chun Fengyan smiled at her. This demon core rightfully belongs to you. However, the corpse of this serpent is of significant importance and, according to regulations, must be submitted to the court. This item, I cannot decide to give to you. Linyin, upon hearing this, didn't seem to mind. She had no appetite for the serpent's meat anyway. She clasped her hands sincerely and said, if it weren't for the commander's earlier intervention in severely wounding it, I would have dared to follow and risk slaying it even if I had a bit more ability. She understood that she had only dared to chase after it because that old man had injured the overseas true monarch with a single shot, allowing her to take the last strike. If the overseas true monarch had been at full strength, she wouldn't have dared to face it alone, no matter how uneasy she felt. Chun Fengyan nodded and then shifted the topic. Of course, you will not be lacking in the rewards you deserve. He paused, as if weighing his words, or perhaps having already made a decision. You have made great contributions in breaking formations and killing countless demons. And now you have personally slain the overseas true monarch, a major villain. I will open another camp and appoint you as a deputy commander. Are you willing? As soon as these words were spoken, the forest fell silent. The elite members of the Demon Suppression Division who had followed Chun Fengyan all froze in place. Their expressions solidified. Deputy commander? How long had it been since the Liangzhou Demon Suppression Division had added a new deputy commander? Everyone exchanged glances, seeing the shock in each other's eyes. Moreover, at such a young age, to hold such a high position, shocked as they were, no one felt jealousy. After all, Linyin's achievements were tangible, having fought her way out from the mountains of demon corpses and seas of blood. Just moments ago, on the isolated island, her fearless charge had led her to slay the fearsome overseas true monarch on her own. This position of deputy commander was truly deserved. However, Linyin was slightly taken aback. She moved beneath the thick cloak, her small face smeared with blood peeking out from the edge of the cloak, hesitantly asking, "May I ask, Commander, if I become this deputy commander, will I still be able to personally go out and slay demons?" This question was rather odd. Chen Fengyan raised an eyebrow with interest. "Oh, from your tone, do you enjoy fighting demons?" "It's not that I enjoy it. For me, killing demons is the fastest way to improve my strength." She was self-aware, knowing she was no prodigy. All her skills had been hard-earned over countless years. If she held a high position but could not act personally, with her own talent, she would soon fade into obscurity. Linyin spoke honestly, "But with my current abilities, if I get too comfortable, I might not even be able to hold my sword steady." Chen Fengyun, upon hearing this, not only did not feel displeased, but his appreciation for her grew even stronger. As a deputy commander, she would naturally be tasked with slaying those powerful demons that ordinary captains and flag bearers couldn't handle. With his assurance, Linyin no longer hesitated. She nodded decisively. "I accept the order." The gates of Liangzhou City lay in the distance. The sound of hooves on the official road echoed dully. Subai rode not far behind, his usually expressionless face now somewhat stiff. He looked at the figure beside the commander, still unable to accept everything that had suddenly happened. That girl, he had thought she was a good material to be carefully cultivated, hoping she would become a sharp knife in his hand in the future. How did it end up that after this trip to Hefengtan, she returned, at the same level as him? Deputy commander? Damn it. How many years had he endured just to secure this position? And now this girl, with just one mission, had ascended straight to the top? What about the techniques he had sent her before and the care he had shown her, both intentionally and unintentionally? What did they amount to? What do they even count for? Linyin naturally had no idea of Su Bai's tumultuous thoughts behind her. On the bumpy horse, she finally had some leisure and her brows were slightly furrowed. Linyin carefully recalled that since her arrival in this world, she had spilled quite a bit of demon blood, from the initial pig demons and dog demons to the later water demons, and now this serpent dragon. As for having killed any young demons, she truly had no memory of it. The old mud ELS tone didn't sound like nonsense. Could it be that she had accidentally harmed the innocent during one of her stronger attacks? Linyin shook her head, unable to think of a conclusion, and decided not to dwell on it for now. What she was more concerned about was another matter. After slaying the overseas true monarch, aside from the surge in demon lifespan, it seemed there were other changes. Detected that the host's demon lifespan has first exceeded 1,000 years. Unlocking special function. Martial arts returning to origin. Linyin was taken aback. Martial arts returning to origin? What is that? Martial arts returning to origin can consume 1,000 years of demon lifespan to condense an origin Dao seed. Holding the origin Dao seed, and with the aid of a demon core, the host can integrate and deduce several martial arts techniques already learned, with a chance to create entirely new techniques, or to help existing techniques break through their limitations and reach a higher realm. Linyin's eyes suddenly lit up. Integrating and deducing? Her gaze instinctively swept over the complete martial arts techniques on her panel. Now that she had entered the condensing gang realm, techniques like the Taichu Qi Tong Mai true formula had already become useless to her. She licked her slightly cracked lips. This martial arts returning to origin sounds really exciting, but it requires both lifespan and a demon core. The cost is a bit high. Should I give it a try? Chapter 50. Deputy Commander Yin. In the listening rain pavilion of Liangzhou Prefecture, a few young gentlemen in brocade robes were gathered around a window-side elegant seat, with the aroma of tea wafting through the air. "Brother Yin, when did you arrive in Liangzhou Prefecture? You didn't even let us know, so we could welcome you properly," one of them said. Qinghe picked up his teacup, took a small sip, and smiled gently. "I just arrived not long ago and have been caught up with trivial matters. I didn't have the chance to disturb you all, so I hope you can forgive me." Though he said this, a hint of unease flickered in his eyes. Just a few days ago, he had vowed to Iner that he was only accompanying her to the listening rain pavilion for a change of scenery and was not a frequent visitor. If it weren't for the warm invitation of these old friends, he wouldn't have set foot in this place again. Fortunately, Iner was not in Liangzhou Prefecture these days. Otherwise, if they would have run into each other. Qinghe cleared his throat, trying to suppress the discomfort in his heart. "Brother Yin, these days, are you not busy with mundane affairs, but rather enjoying the company of a lovely lady, forgetting your duties?" teased a young man in a royal blue long robe with a mischievous smile. Zhou brother, don't speak nonsense. Yin Qinghe shook his head helplessly. Zhou Gongzi smiled proudly. You don't know this, but a few days ago, I visited brother Yin's residence. Guess what? This fellow has signs of a woman in his home. The others immediately became interested. Oh, which young lady has caught brother Yan's attention so much? Hurry up and tell us. Don't keep us in suspense. Just as Zhou Gongzi was about to speak, the door to the elegant room creaked open. A voice, somewhat plaintive, floated in. Brother Yin, oh brother Yin, I have searched high and low for you. Everyone turned to see a young gentleman in a brocade robe holding a folding fan, looking somewhat haggard. Who else could it be but Lin Gongzi? Lin Gongzi walked straight to the table, his gaze falling on Yin Qinghe, filled with grievance. Brother Yin, you were so heartless a few days ago, yet today you are here enjoying tea and music with friends. Have you thought about how I have been tossing and turning, unable to sleep? As soon as Lin Gongzi's words fell, the atmosphere in the elegant room became subtle. Yin Qinghe pinched his brow, feeling the veins on his forehead begin to throb. This Lin fellow was truly hard to shake off. The other gentlemen at the table were momentarily taken aback, exchanging glances. Zhou Gongzi's eyes sparkled, and with a sly grin, he waved his fan. Oh, Lin brother, what is this all about? Did brother Yin owe you a romantic debt? Yin Qinghe shot Zhou Gongzi a glare, who returned it with an even more mischievous smile. Another gentleman, who appeared somewhat honest, put down his teacup and frowned. Lin brother, Zhou brother, this is a place of refined conversation. Let us not make a ruckus. Lin brother, what exactly happened that has you so aggrieved with brother Yin? Hearing this, Lin Gongzi became a bit flustered and stammered. After all, pursuing a friend's younger sister was something hard to articulate. Yin Qinghe maintained a neutral expression, setting down his teacup and looking towards the royal blue-robed Zhou Gongzi. Zhou brother, if someone were to persistently pursue your sister, what would you do? Zhou Gongzi paused, then laughed heartily. Unconcerned, when a man comes of age, he should marry, and a woman should marry as well. If someone admires my sister, that's her good fortune. As long as he is not a rotten apple and has decent character, I would naturally be happy for them. Oh, what if he has a notorious reputation? Often lingering in brothels? Zhou Gongzi's smile instantly froze, and he banged the table, eyes wide. Then that's unacceptable. I must break his legs. At this, Lin Gongzi shivered, quickly clearing his throat and forcing a smile at Yin Qinghe. Brother Yin, please see clearly. For the sake of your sister, I am willing to turn over a new leaf, change my ways, and remain pure from now on. Absolutely no second thoughts. In the elegant room, there was a moment of silence. It became clear to everyone what the situation was. Since they all had sisters, they naturally empathized with Yin Qinghe. The somewhat honest gentleman couldn't hold back any longer and coughed lightly. As the saying goes, disaster does not reach family. Your behavior has disturbed brother Yin's peace. And now it even involves his sister. Lin brother, you should not be so obsessed. That is right. Since brother Yin has already made his stance clear, why must you force the issue? Wouldn't that be losing your grace and making things difficult for brother Yin? Seeing everyone speak this way, Lin Gongzi's handsome face turned bright red. He opened his mouth several times, but ultimately dared not argue back, just gazing at Yin Qinghe with a pair of mournful eyes. Zhou Gongzi lifted his teacup, waved his hand, signaling to move past the matter, and laughed. All right. It's not a big deal. Today, I called everyone here to reminisce and also to chat like we did back in the academy. Your words resonate with me. Zhou brother, regardless of the era, there are always many who are keen to discuss grand theories and point out the state of affairs. Just as they were chatting and laughing, a sudden commotion came from outside the elegant room, which quickly subsided. Soon after, an old man in a green robe slowly walked up onto the high platform in the center of the hall below. His surname was Li, and he was the storyteller of the Listening Rain Pavilion, known for being well-informed and often having valuable insights. Speaking of the sea overturning true monarch, he is a great demon who is cultivated for 800 years, with vast supernatural powers and terrifying ferocity, stirring up the waters of the Black Wind Pool. The people of Liangzhou are in a state of panic. Fortunately, our demon subduing Commander Chun, still vigorous in his old age, with unparalleled might, personally led the elite of the department into perilous territory to battle that demon for 300 rounds. The cultivation of Commander Chun is truly unfathomable. One gentleman sighed. Zhou Gongzi took a sip of tea, shaking his head. Of course, if it weren't for Commander Chun's presence, who knows what Liangzhou Prefecture would have turned into? Yin Qinghe listened quietly, not speaking. Was Ener also involved in this matter? His heart grew heavier. Indeed, in this world, Demons and monsters are becoming increasingly rampant. Although the court has frequently launched campaigns against them, they always feel inadequate. Another gentleman sighed the other day. A letter from home mentioned the floods in Jiangnan, and there were also demons causing trouble, turning vast fields into marshlands. Not just Jiangnan, Zhou Gongzi interjected. From the northern borders, the news of the collusion between the barbarians and the demons has been around for some time. Beyond the Great Wall, the beacons are lit again, and the ones suffering are still the border soldiers and the common people. Are the officials in the court really at a loss? Alas, they have their own considerations, factional struggles, and fights for power. How can they spare much thought for these matters? Zhou Gongzi scoffed, his tone laced with disdain. This world seems peaceful, but in reality, there are undercurrents. We sit here discussing grand theories, merely adding to the noise. Zhou brother, you are mistaken, the honest gentleman said seriously. One might not be in a position to govern, but one can still ponder politics. We scholars, even if we cannot personally face national calamities, should still be able to discern right from wrong and care for the world. Otherwise, how are we different from mere drunks and gluttons? After speaking, he turned to Yin Qinghe. Brother Yin, you are the only one here who has taken the imperial examination. What do you think? I think the same. Yin Qinghe replied somewhat distractedly. In no time, everyone in the elegant room expressed their own opinions, discussing the storms in Liangzhou, the political situation in the court, and in the trends of the world, the atmosphere growing lively. Old Mr. Li took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and suddenly raised his voice. Commander Chen naturally has made great contributions, but within this battle, there is another person whose achievements are remarkable. In my decades of storytelling, I have never heard of such an extraordinary person. Upon hearing this, everyone perked up, eagerly leaning in. Oh, is there such a thing? Old Li, please tell us. Old Mr. Li slapped the wooden block, his voice resonating. This person is merely a newly appointed general, and moreover, she is a young lady. Truly, a woman does not fall behind men. In the midst of 10,000 troops, she first broke the demon formation, then slayed the demon chief, killing countless demons and clearing the way for the army. Hiss! A gasp echoed through the room. A woman? A newly appointed general? Is she truly that formidable? Yin Qinghe's hand holding the teacup paused slightly, and his eyelid inexplicably twitched. But that's not all. After the sea-covering true monarch was severely injured by Commander Chen and fled for his life, do you all know who dared to single-handedly pursue him across 1,000 miles? Ultimately, using her own strength to slay that formidable, sea-covering true monarch in the wild mountains? With a bang, the entire listening rain pavilion erupted. What? Single-handedly slaying the sea-covering true monarch? Even the severely wounded sea-covering true monarch is not someone an ordinary person can deal with, right? Who is this woman? Could she be a celestial being descended to Earth? Yin Qinghe's face had turned somewhat pale, and an absurd thought uncontrollably emerged in his mind, making his hands and feet feel a bit cold. Mr. Li looked with satisfaction at the shocked expressions of the crowd below, paused for a moment to heighten their anticipation, and then said loudly, "Such a tremendous achievement. How can it go unrewarded? Our Commander Chen is such a figure," and on the spot, he promoted her and conferred her title in person. He glanced around, his voice laced with a hint of pride. Do you all know what status this woman holds now? What status? Could she have already become 1,000 households? Impossible. How can a woman be 1,000 households? 1,000 households? Mr. Li shook his head. She has already been appointed as deputy commander. Deputy commander. This is a leap to the heavens. My goodness, who on earth is this woman? The sturdy young man at the table could no longer sit still and urgently asked. Mr. Li, stop keeping us in suspense. Who is this heroic woman? Mr. Li cleared his throat, his voice full and resonant, echoing throughout the listening rain pavilion with a declarative tone. This person is none other than Linyin, who recently joined our Liangzhou Town Demon Subduing Division, and will soon become renowned throughout Liangzhou with limitless future achievements. Deputy Commander Linyin. With a clatter, the teacup in Yin Qinghe's hand slipped and shattered on the ground, splattering tea all over his clothes, but he was completely oblivious. Linyin, Chapter 51. Triumphant return to the city in Liangzhou Prefecture. The rain fell like sorrow, weaving continuously at an angle. Suddenly, a dull and rhythmic sound of hooves came from the direction of the city gate, breaking the tranquility of the rain. A large troop from the Demon Suppression Division, clad in dark armor, entered the city through the rain. At the forefront, among several riders, sat a figure on an exceptionally fine black steed. Linyin was wrapped tightly in a large black velvet cloak, her petite figure almost completely concealed, revealing only a pair of calm, unruffled eyes as she surveyed the grand city in the rain. Surrounding the horse's hooves were a few flags bearing officers, who, while maintaining a respectful demeanor, could not hide their excitement. This kind of spectacle made Linyin feel somewhat uneasy. However, Elder Chun had declared that with a new official taking office and such a great achievement, the citizens of Liangzhou should see the might of the Demon Suppression Division and witness what the female hero who had slain the overseas true monarch looked like. The old man spoke grandly, but Linyin felt that he mostly wanted to establish authority for his newly appointed deputy commander. On both sides of the long street, the shops that had appeared desolate due to the rain had unknowingly gathered many citizens under the eaves, stretching their necks to point and whisper at the procession. Look, look, the lords of the Demon Suppression Division have returned. I heard that the overseas true monarch from Black Wind Pool has been slain. Is that true? That is a real great demon. The waves of discussion, even amidst the sound of rain, were clearly audible. News of the overseas true monarch's demise had, like wings, spread throughout the streets and alleys of Liangzhou under the push of those in the know. Among the most talked about and hardest to believe was the woman who had single-handedly pursued and ultimately slain the overseas true monarch. That is Deputy Commander Yin? It must be. Old Master Li, from listening to the Rain Pavilion, said it was this young lady who hunted down the overseas true monarch all by herself. This woman looks so familiar. Didn't she just get promoted to a flag officer a few days ago? Now she's a deputy commander so quickly? Could there be some underhanded dealings? Do you think the Demon Suppression Division is some kind of place for underhanded dealings? Even the current prince has to start from the bottom as a school officer when he comes to the Demon Suppression Division. As the procession approached the government office, several official palanquins were already waiting at the street corner, attended by a dozen well-dressed officials, all holding oiled paper umbrellas against the rain, clearly having waited for a long time. Now, her status was no longer the same as before. Usually, a school officer or flag officer of the Demon Suppression Division would lower their heads and walk past these court officials, needing little interaction. However, a newly appointed deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division, wielding real power and with a rank not low, had become a significant figure in Liangzhou Prefecture. The formalities of the officialdom could not be avoided. Chun Fengyun reined in his horse, casting a glance over the palanquins and officials. I still have official matters to attend to, so I won't keep you long. Deputy Commander Yin, you may represent the Demon Suppression Division and have a good conversation with the lords. After speaking, without waiting for Linyin to reply, he spurred his horse and headed straight toward the Demon Suppression Division's office with his personal guards, leaving behind a suave silhouette. The officials felt a bit awkward when they saw that Commander Chun ignored them and left, but they quickly adjusted, their gazes landing on Linyin as they hurried forward to greet her. Linyin, the leader, around 40 or 50 years old, wearing a crimson official robe with a broad face and big ears, was none other than Qian, the governor of Liangzhou Prefecture. Behind him were also officials from the government office, such as the assistant magistrate and the presiding judge. I, Qian, governor of Liangzhou Prefecture, respectfully welcomed Deputy Commander Yin back after her great victory. His voice was loud and cheerful, with a face full of smiles. Deputy Commander Yin is so young, yet has accomplished such an extraordinary feat, slaying the overseas true monarch and eliminating a grave threat to our Liangzhou citizens. Truly, this is a blessing for Liangzhou and a fortune for the court. You overpraise me, Governor Qian. Linyin sat on her horse, her voice cold as she spoke through the rain. Slaying demons and eliminating evil is the duty of the Demon Suppression Division. Deputy Commander Yin is too humble. Another official, likely the assistant magistrate based on his attire, quickly interjected. The overseas true monarch was a notorious menace, entrenched for many years. Now, with Deputy Commander Yan's decisive action, such merit is far beyond mere duty. The other officials chimed in, throwing around compliments like heroine and pillar of the nation, as if they cost nothing. Linyin listened expressionlessly, occasionally nodding as a response. After finally dealing with these official niceties, she finally stepped into the Demon Suppression Division. A personal guard of Qin Fengyun had been waiting for her. Upon seeing her, the guard's expression turned respectful, guiding her through the numerous courtyards straight to the inner hall. Qin Fengyun had changed into a common long gown and was sitting in the hall drinking tea, holding a chess piece in his hand, seemingly engaged in a solitary game. You're back. Yes. Linyin took off the troublesome cloak and handed it to the guard standing beside her. Beneath her tattered dark attire, blood scabs and fresh wounds were faintly visible, looking somewhat disheveled. How did those officials feel? Linyin thought for a moment and replied seriously, very noisy. Chun Fengyin paused with the chess piece in his hand and then chuckled, "Girl, your temperament is truly." He shook his head and tossed the chess piece back in a box. Although the Demon Suppression Division only takes orders from the Emperor, one still cannot avoid dealing with them. Some social niceties must be handled. Linyin did not respond. Chun Fengyin, observing her unyielding demeanor, added, "Now that you are a deputy commander, you'll have to deal with such formalities more often. I'm getting old and lazy to socialize. You'll have to bear more of these matters. Slaying demons is my duty. As for the rest, I'll do my best." Chun Fengyin laughed heartily. "You're quite straightforward. All right, you should go back and rest. The follow-up rewards will be arranged as per the protocols." Linyin cupped her hands. "Thank you, Commander." She turned and left, briskly and decisively. Chun Fengyin watched her retreating figure and picked up a white piece, gently placing it on the chessboard. These people's hands are becoming increasingly unruly. With a longing to return home, her steps inevitably quickened. Before long, the familiar walls of Yin Manor appeared before her. It was still early. At this hour, her brother, Yin Qinghe, was likely still outside. Inside the manor, there should be no one. If she waited for him to come back and saw her like this, he would surely worry. She glanced around, noticing the sparse pedestrians on the street. "That's good. It saves me from going through the front door." With her mind made up, Linyin lightly pushed off the ground with her toes, her figure effortlessly flipping over the wall, silently landing in the courtyard. As soon as she landed and looked up, she was taken aback. Under the eaves stood a person with their hands clasped behind their back, dressed in a blue robe. Who else could it be but Yin Qinghe? Chapter 52. The true meaning of overwhelming the sea and devouring the origin. Linyin touched her nose and chuckled awkwardly. "Brother, are you at home? Back already?" Linyin nodded, pointing to her tight-fitting outfit and the dried bloodstains on it. "I'm going to take a shower first." Having said that, she planned to make a quick escape. Yin Qinghe's gaze lingered on the noticeable damage and dark bloodstains on her body for a moment, his brows furrowing slightly. A flash of concern crossed his eyes, but in the end, he merely sighed softly and stepped aside to let her pass. "Go ahead." He didn't ask too many questions. Linyin felt as if she had been granted amnesty and swiftly ran towards her courtyard. She dashed into the small hot spring room in the yard. The steam wafted towards her, clearly indicating that Yin Qinghe had prepared hot water early, waiting for her return. Being taken care of so meticulously made her rough-and-tumble spirit feel a rare sense of embarrassment. Forget it. Next time, I'll bring him a wife. She quickly shed the worn-out outfit that was no longer recognizable, along with the dried blood and mud, discarding it like old rags. With a splash, she submerged herself in the warm water. Linyin let out a long sigh of relief, feeling so comfortable that she nearly moaned. This is the life. As her thoughts shifted, a translucent panel appeared before her eyes. Current martial arts, washing flowers, and exorcising demons, sword channeling, complete. Primordial chi channeling, true formula, complete. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons, complete. Chasing wine movement technique, complete. Smoke signal secret method, complete. Devouring demons and transforming chi formula, complete. Traits, sword heart clarity, when practicing sword techniques. Comprehension slightly increases and training speed accelerates. Demon transformation, mysterious shark tail. A bone tail can be formed at the end of the spine, as swift as a whip. Harder than fine iron, with sharp bone spikes at the tip, containing water elemental power, significantly enhancing underwater mobility. Current remaining lifespan, 21 years. Demon lifespan, 1,074 years. Looking at the numbers, it seemed plentiful, but the newly unlocked feature. Martial arts returning to origin required 1,000 years of demon lifespan. Linyin's eyes flickered, and she gritted her teeth. Once a person becomes curious, even a passing dung cart at the door must be stopped to taste the flavor. If she didn't try it, she wouldn't be able to sleep. If her lifespan was gone, she could just kill again. Thinking this way, she decided. She rose from the pool, water droplets rolling off her smooth skin. Not bothering to dry off, she reached into the tattered outfit lying nearby and pulled out a box. It was the dragon demon core of the overwhelming sea true monarch, confirming the consumption of 1,000 years of demon lifespan to condense the returning to origin Dao seed. Returning to origin Dao seed condensed. Please select the martial arts to be integrated and deduced, at least 2, at most 3, or let the system select randomly. Just as Linyin was about to speak, the system's prompt sounded again. Detected that the host's complete martial arts include primordial chi channeling true formula. smoke signal secret method, and devouring demons and transforming chi formula with high compatibility, automatically selected. Please insert the demon core to begin deduction. Linyin. Damn, it's actually random. No, it's a bloody intelligent configuration. However, the three techniques selected by the system were indeed reasonable. Primordial Chi channeling true formula was the foundation for channeling. Smoke signal secret method was for refining the barrier energy, while devouring demons and transforming Chi formula was for transforming demon power for personal use. The combination of the three seemed plausible. Linyin held the dragon demon core in her palm, and with a thought, the core vanished in a thin air, clearly absorbed by the system. Demon core confirmed. Beginning integration and deduction. In the first year, you attempt to integrate the internal energy operation method of primordial Chi channeling true formula into devouring demons and transforming Chi formula, seeking a balance point. The residual soul within the dragon demon core awakens, offering you advice. In the 50th year, you discard the irrelevant fantasies of the dragon's residual soul, focusing on the method of condensing the barrier energy with smoke signal secret method, attempting to wrap and compress the refined demon power. Progress is slow. The demon power remains violent, and you nearly collapse the barrier several times. In the 100th year, you realize that simple suppression and wrapping are only temporary solutions. The dragon's residual soul begins to offer suggestions again, conveying a vision of yourself transforming into an endless ocean, accommodating rivers and streams. You find it absurd, but inexplicably try it for a moment. To your surprise, the barrier energy and demon power achieve a subtle balance, merging like water and milk. Though it doesn't last, it gives you a glimmer of hope. In the 330th year, you immerse yourself in the vision of the vast ocean accommodating rivers, trying to transform the meridians of primordial Chi channeling true formula into waterways, using the barrier energy from smoke signal secret method as a dam, guiding the flood of demon power transformed by devouring demons and transforming Chi formula. The dragon's residual soul seems quite pleased with this, occasionally stirring the demon power, trying to help you carve rivers, but the result often leads to dam breaks and barrier collapse. You are tossed around to the brink of death. Yet the meridians become tougher and broader through repeated destruction and reconstruction. In the 470th year, you gradually discover a stable method, using primordial as a guide to absorb demon power into the body, using smoke signal as a furnace to refine demon power into a barrier, and using devouring as a method to transform and purify. The three cycle through each other, and a preliminary shape begins to form. The dragon's residual soul quiets down considerably, and the thoughts it occasionally conveys have shifted from initial brute force to a more refined understanding of water manipulation. In the 666th year, the three techniques have seamlessly integrated within you, indistinguishable from each other. Within the barrier energy, there exists the enduring essence of primordial, the condensed ferocity of smoke signal, and the overwhelming demon power transformed from devouring, continuously surging. The dragon's residual soul seems to have regained some intelligence due to the evolution of this technique, and the insights it conveys regarding water manipulation become increasingly profound. In the 975th year, you suddenly gain clarity from this long deduction. The barrier energy within you surges like raging waves crashing against the shore, yet also remains deeply settled like the ocean's depths. The three techniques are thoroughly fused, indistinguishable from each other, and there is a faint sense of transcending previous limits. At this moment, the dragon's residual soul emits a silent long chant, transforming into a pure essence of water, merging into your newly formed technique, and then completely dissipating. The new technique is initially formed, and you name it the true meaning of overwhelming the sea and devouring the origin. Boom! A near-violent awakening. Linyin suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze shimmering with water-like brilliance. She looked down at her body, submerged in the water. Her skin remained fair, but it seemed to have gained an indescribable lustrous sheen, as if she were a beautiful jade beneath the water, warm and resilient. The entirety of her being, inside and out, exuded an aura that was completely different from before. If before she was a sharp blade, now she felt like a concealed blade in its sheath, yet with an added depth and unpredictability reminiscent of the deep sea. Is this breaking through? She extended her hand, fingers gently curling. The warm water in the pool seemed to have a spirit of its own, silently gathering around her, swirling above her palm, transforming into a slender water whip, agile like a snake, moving gently with her will. It morphed into a small water bird, flapping its wings as if ready to fly. It was as if she could control it freely, as if it were an extension of her own fingers. Is this the change brought by the true meaning of overwhelming the sea and devouring the origin? Linyin raised an eyebrow slightly. What caught her attention even more was the barrier energy within her. No, it had transformed into something even she couldn't clearly define. Linyin narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze passing through the half-open window of the hot spring room. A gray sparrow happened to land, preening its feathers dampened by the light rain. She focused her thoughts and reached out towards it. A line of water shot out, swift as lightning, silent and deadly. The gray sparrow only had time to let out a brief, mournful cry before being tightly ensnared by the sudden water line. Falling from the branch and hovering in midair, the water line tightened like a living creature. In the next moment, Linyin's pupils suddenly constricted. Strands of weak yet clear vitality were continuously transmitted from the gray sparrow along the water line, merging into her body. Although it was insignificant, the feeling was unmistakable. Moments later, the water line dissipated, and the poor gray sparrow fell to the ground, lifeless and silent. Linyin stared blankly at her fingertips, then glanced at the corpse of the bird on the ground. This swallowing sea and absorbing essence could actually rely on this water power to devour the vitality of living beings from afar. This is more bizarre than directly swallowing a demon's core. Chapter 53. Why can't this world have a surname? Linyin shivered slightly, suppressing the strange feeling surging in her heart. It seemed that her path had completely deviated from the normal martial arts route and was rushing toward an indescribable abyss. She needed to find an opportunity to ask Old Chun for guidance about what it was like above the condensing chi realm. She wiped her body haphazardly, water droplets rolling off her skin that seemed covered in a jade-like glow. After changing into a clean set of clothes, she finally looked somewhat presentable. Pushing open the door, she found Yin Qinghe waiting in the corridor, standing with his hands behind his back. The post-rain breeze carried a hint of moisture, brushing against his azure robe. "Brother." Yin Qinghe responded with a sound, his gaze lingering briefly on her face before pointing to the stone bench in the corridor. "Sit." Linyin complied and sat down, shifting a bit uncomfortably. Today, his gaze held more scrutiny than usual. Promoted to deputy commander? Linyin nodded. This matter was likely known by everyone in Liangzhou Prefecture, so there was no need to hide it. Yin Qinghe's lips moved slightly, as if he had 1,000 words to say, but in the end, it only turned into a barely audible sigh, which he swallowed back down. Iner has ultimately changed, the deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division. With such a status in the vast Liangzhou Prefecture, she was already quite a prominent figure. In the future, how many would dare to easily provoke her? He suddenly felt that the trivial matters he used to worry about for her now seemed somewhat laughable. Linyin had grown to a point where he needed to look up to her, capable of protecting the entire Yin family. And he ultimately could offer no help at all. Yin Qinghe's hands, hanging at his sides, quietly clenched into fists. After a while, he gently asked, "Are you tired?" Linyin was pondering the peculiarities of the ocean, swallowing primordial true meaning, when she was caught off guard by his question. She quickly shook her head, trying to force a relaxed expression. "Not really, just more mosquitoes and some wild beasts that didn't know any better, so I got a few snacks." She recounted some amusing incidents from her journey, such as how a foolish mountain goblin bumped into a rock and died, or how a certain landscape was peculiar. As for the demon-slaying part, she said nothing. Yin Qinghe listened quietly, his eyes deep. Once she finished speaking, he suddenly said, "I have already written to Father requesting to sell all the family properties and businesses. We will soon set off to move the whole family to Liangzhou Prefecture." "Huh? You are?" "The Liangzhou government is short-staffed, and I will seek a position." Linyin blinked. What had prompted her dear elder brother to take such action? Yin Qinghe looked at her and continued. "Years ago, I passed the imperial examination, but I had no intention of pursuing an official career back then. Now, I do." The reason was self-evident. Linyin didn't catch on, and she slapped the stone table. "Being an official? That's great. I'm now also a deputy commander. I deal with the government. They will surely give us some face. In the future, you will rise through the ranks and make a fortune, and I will support you. With our brother-sister partnership, 1T, we dominate Liangzhou Prefecture." Hearing his sister's grand ambitions, the veins on Yin Qinghe's forehead began to throb. At this point, Linyin clearly felt that the scope of Liangzhou Prefecture was too small. She waved her hand grandly, filled with confidence. Thinking further, what is Liangzhou Prefecture? In this world of 13 provinces, if we both make a name for ourselves. Sigh, why can't this world have a surname Yin? Before her words fell. Yin Linyin felt a sudden darkness before her eyes as a cool hand firmly covered her mouth. The next day, the actions of the Demon Suppression Division were always swift and decisive. As soon as the sky brightened, a special envoy came to the Yin residence, politely inviting the newly appointed Deputy Commander Yin to the Demon Suppression Division to handle her onboarding matters. After a series of formalities, Yin Linyin felt dizzy. Finally, after enduring it all, she changed into a brand new dark black official robe similar to Su Bai's, and a heavy Deputy Commander's token was added to her waist. The clothes were crisp and starched. Yin Linyin tugged at the hem of her robe, feeling uncomfortable all over. She preferred her previous attire. Well, with a higher rank, there had to be some show of grandeur. Once the matters were concluded, the guiding official respectfully withdrew. Yin Linyin stood in the inner courtyard of the Demon Suppression Division, watching the demon-suppressing officers rushing about. When their gazes swept over her, they carried a mix of scrutiny and respect. She rubbed the token at her waist, and inexplicably, her feet turned, heading towards the Xianlang courtyard. The door was slightly ajar. Yin Linyin raised her hand and gently knocked. Come in. Yin Linyin pushed the door open. Su Bai was buried under a pile of documents, his head down, focused on writing, seemingly reviewing some important documents. She cleared her throat. Su Bai's hand holding the pen paused slightly, then returned to normal, still not looking up at her. An almost imperceptible sourness filled the air. Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow, choosing not to speak, just standing quietly. After a while, Su Bai finally set down his pen, methodically organizing the approved documents, then picked up a nearby teacup, blowing away the foam before casually speaking, his eyelids still lowered. Deputy Commander Yin, what brings you here? Seeing his indifferent demeanor, Yin Linyin had some guesses. She grinned, revealing 2 rows of white teeth. Nothing much, Deputy Commander Su, just came to take a look. How's the feng shui in your room? Deputy Commander Yin, now that you are a high-ranking official, it's rare for you to take the time to visit my humble Xianlang courtyard. Yin Linyin was unfazed, still wearing her cheerful expression. She stepped closer, surveying the mountain of documents on the table. Deputy Commander Su, you flatter me. Your Xianlang courtyard has excellent feng shui. Otherwise, how could it cultivate a subordinate like me who can rise to the top? I just got a new position and came back to absorb some of your aura and ask for some advice. This speech was 7 parts joking and 3 parts serious, but it was a light compliment nonetheless. Su Bai loosened his grip on the teacup, finally looking up, his gaze sweeping over her brand new yet slightly oversized Deputy Commander's uniform, snorting. Aura? All I have here is a stench of blood. Deputy Commander Yin probably isn't used to that anymore. Despite saying that, the sharpness in his tone had diminished considerably. He wasn't truly petty enough to take offense with a girl. It was just that after so many years of hard work to secure his position, seeing someone return from a mission and immediately stand on equal footing with him made him feel a bit stifled, and he needed a reason to vent. Now that Yin Linyin was lowering her stance, his tone softened as well. Yin Linyin didn't call him out, pretending she hadn't heard his awkwardness, and continued, I'm used to it. By the way, Deputy Commander Su, I have another matter I'd like to ask you to assist with. The few kids I brought under your command before were quite handy, tough, and durable. Now that I'm starting a new camp, I'm short on manpower. What do you think? Su Bai set down the teacup, lightly tapping his fingers on the table, pondering for a moment before saying, if you want them, just take them. Xianlang Courtyard doesn't lack people. What we lack are capable people. Someone like Yin Linyin is just the kind of person who can shoulder responsibilities. However, she hadn't even taken on responsibilities yet before leaving. All his efforts had gone to waste. This was also one of the reasons for his frustration. He paused, looking at Yin Lingyin's face, which still held a hint of childishness, but had already become quite mature in expression. He ultimately couldn't help but offer a few more pieces of advice. Deputy Commander Yin, you are now a deputy commander, which is not the same as when you were the chief flag bearer. In starting a new camp, you must fight and seize every single matter yourself. He glanced at the brand new deputy commander token at Yin Lingyin's waist and said, also, stop getting too cozy with those officials from the government. Our Demon Suppression Division relies on swords, not words. Why does Commander Chen allow you to socialize? That's a warning and also a test. Upon hearing this, the playful expression on Yin Lingyin's face gradually faded, and she nodded, her demeanor becoming more serious. She had seen some of the twists and turns of the officialdom in her past life. Although the rules were different in this new world, human nature was largely the same. Su Bai's words, though not pleasant to hear, were based on real experience. Thank you for the reminder, Deputy Commander Su. I'll remember it. Subai waved his hand and picked up a document again, saying, All right, I've said what I needed to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. If there's nothing else, you can go back to your new camp. Don't linger here, it's distracting. However, Linyin did not leave. Deputy Commander Su, is there something else? I would like to ask you to help me inquire about someone. Subai tightened his grip on the document for a moment before slowly placing it back on the table. He looked at Linyin, his gaze carrying a hint of scrutiny. Who is it? Linyin met his gaze and spoke each word clearly and solemnly. The Inner Court. Lu Hongxiao. Chapter 54. The Sea Covering Camp. Who are you looking for from the Internal Division? Personal matter. Subai Fawen Sly. The functions of the two divisions were clearly defined, and they rarely intersected. Linyin, a newly appointed vice commander from the External Division, specifically asking for someone from the Internal Division was indeed unexpected. However, there were some things she didn't want to explain, and he couldn't delve deeper. I'll do my best, but don't expect too much. If things go awry and it implicates you, you'll have to bear the consequences yourself. Of course. Linyin nodded. Thank you. After leaving the Xianlang courtyard, Linyin adjusted her brand new, but somewhat ill-fitting vice commander's uniform. Su Bai was right. The road ahead was indeed vastly different from the past, but having capable people was naturally beneficial. She headed straight for the training ground of the External Division. Zhou Cheng and his group of young men were likely to be hanging out there if they had no tasks. Before she got close, she heard Zhou Cheng's distinctive loud voice, addressing several newly arrived school officers, spitting everywhere. Zhou Cheng's admonishing voice suddenly stopped when he saw her, his eyes widening in surprise. Lu San's hand trembled, almost dropping his short blade, and he hurriedly jumped down from the weapon rack, stammering, Yin. Yin Commander? No. Yin Vice Commander. Zhou Cheng reacted the quickest, quickly cupping his fists in salute, his posture much more respectful than before. Yin Vice Commander, what brings you here? I'm starting a new camp and need personnel, Linyin said straightforwardly. The three were taken aback, exchanging glances. Lu San was the first to regain his composure and cautiously asked, Yin Vice Commander, your camp? That's right, Linyin said, scanning their faces. I want to bring the people under my command before. Zhou Cheng's face instantly lit up. He wasn't foolish. The implication of the newly appointed vice commander personally coming to ask for people was obvious. This was a huge opportunity. A new camp meant many vacancies. Not just them, but even other flags were eagerly watching this way. Yin, vice commander, values us brothers, so we're definitely willing to go. He rubbed his hands together, curious, and asked, May I ask what the name of this new camp is? Name? She hadn't thought about that. Each camp in the Demon Suppression Division had its own name. For example, Su Bai's Xianlang courtyard sounded quite imposing. Linyin rubbed her chin, her gaze sweeping over Zhou Cheng and the others' unabashed expectations. With a new official taking office and a new camp being established, the name couldn't be weak. Her thoughts raced, finally landing on a new technique she had just acquired. Let's call it the Sea Covering Camp. Sea Covering. Zhou Cheng and the others were momentarily stunned before they snapped back to reality. The Sea Covering true monarch had just been slain by their vice commander, and now naming the new camp after was more than just imposing. It was practically establishing authority on the corpse of a great demon. The Sea Covering Camp. Good name. Zhou Cheng slapped his thigh, his face flushed with excitement. Following Vice Commander Yin, our Sea Covering Camp will surely make a name for itself in Liangzhou. The surrounding observing school officers gasped and murmured at the name. The Sea Covering Camp and Yin, Vice Commander. These three words were bound to stir up a storm in the Demon Suppression Division and even the entire Liangzhou Prefecture. The location for the Sea Covering Camp was quite sizable, situated right next to the Xianlang courtyard. Whether intentionally or not, Linyin could see Su Bai's banner waving in the wind on the courtyard wall as soon as she looked up. Zhou Cheng and the others were energetically organizing the new camp with the remaining brothers. Linyin looked at the 10 or so men in front of her. Initially, about 30 people had followed her into life and death, but now only Zhou Cheng, Lu San, Shi Gantang, and 7 or 8 others remained, barely 10 men. The gap was too large. Just as she was considering where to find more personnel, Chen Fingyun's personal guard came to find her, saying he wanted to see her. Vice Commander Yin, the commander is asking for you. Linyin instructed Zhou Cheng a few things, and then followed the guard to the inner hall. Chen Fingyun was still in his usual long robe, staring intently at the chessboard on a stone table. When he saw Linyin enter, he looked up and pointed to the stone bench opposite him. Sit. Do you know how to play chess? Linyin raised an eyebrow and honestly replied, a little, but I'm not good. That's fine. Accompany me for a game. The two took their seats, and black and white pieces alternated on the board. Your sea-covering camp has just been established, and many things will need to start from scratch, Chen Fengyun said slowly as he placed a piece. Yin Linyin responded with an and casually picked up a black piece, almost without thinking, and placed it down. I understand, but I hope you can help with the personnel. There are 5 camps in the Liangzhou Demon Suppression Division, including yours, Chen Fengyun said, fiddling with the chess piece. Xianlang, breaking formation, red armor, Ding Mountain, and now your sea covering. Each camp is fully staffed with about 2,000 people. Chen Fengyun's gaze fell on the chessboard. I will speak to them and allocate some personnel to you. Thank you, sir. She accepted and placed another piece. Chen Fengyun casually responded with a move and then shifted the conversation. On the ground of Liangzhou Prefecture, the government side is the face of the court. We're the court's knives. Besides that, there are other forces you should be aware of. Oh, Yin Linyin became intrigued. Yes, Chen Fengyun looked at the chessboard. Seemingly to himself, the martial arts sects and the aristocratic families are not to be trifled with. The so-called 3 sects and 4 families are the 7 most deeply rooted and powerful factions in Liangzhou Prefecture. The 3 sects refer to the Qingming Sword Sect, the 100 Herbs Valley, and the Qingfeng Temple, while the 4 families are the Su, Zhao, Qin, and Shun clans. Sects? Yin Linyin was somewhat surprised. Seeing her expression, Chen Fengyun took a sip of tea. What surprised? These people can't be provoked? Chen Fengyun chuckled at her words. Girl, do you know what the purpose of the Demon Suppression Division is? Yin Linyin thought for a moment and replied, to slay demons and protect the region? That was what the Demon Suppression Division publicly proclaimed, and it was also how most people, including her, had understood it before. Chen Fengyun set down his teacup. It seems you still don't understand. Well, today I will give you, the new vice commander, a lesson. What lesson? Chen Fengyun, who had been leaning back in his chair, slowly sat up straight. The casual smile on his face disappeared, and his expression suddenly became serious and solemn, exuding an aura of long-held authority from his aging body. Vice commander of the sea-covering camp, Yin Linyin, take your orders. Yin Lingyin's heart tightened, and she immediately stood up, cupping her fists and bowing deeply, saying in a deep voice, I am here. The Zhao clan of Liangzhou is suspected of colluding with demons and plotting against us. You, the sea-covering camp, are to go to the Zhao residence immediately and conduct a search. Yin Linyin abruptly raised her head, a hint of astonishment flashing in her eyes. The Zhao clan? That was one of the 4 great families of Liangzhou Prefecture. Just like that, they were going to conduct a search? This was a sudden turn of events. But she was only stunned for a moment before regaining her composure. This was the Demon Suppression Division. This was the lesson that Chen Fengyun wanted to teach her. What is the knife block and what is the fish meat? Yes. Chapter 55. You damn well want to raid their home and annihilate them. Yin Lingyin's figure quickly disappeared at the door of the inner hall, her steps unwavering. In the large hall, Chen Fengyun remained seated, his gaze deep and contemplative. After a moment, a hesitant personal guard stepped forward and whispered, My lord, Deputy Commander Yin. She just took office today and may not be familiar with many matters in the department. The Zhao family is deeply rooted in Liangzhou Prefecture, and this kind of large-scale action if the words were left unfinished, but the concern was evident. Chen Fengyun picked up his teacup, blew gently on the slightly cool tea foam, and didn't even lift his eyelids. Not familiar? The current deputy commanders of the Demon Suppression Division in Liangzhou, Su Bai of the Xianlang, Zhang Lai of the Breaking Array, Wang Mang of the Red Armor, and Li Mu of the Ding Mountain. Each has been entrenched in Liangzhou Prefecture for many years and has some connection, more or less, with those officials and aristocratic families. The guard fell silent. What the commander said was all true. Although the Demon Suppression Division had a fearsome reputation, being in this place of fame and fortune, how could one truly remain untainted? The Zhao family's secret dealings with demons, although the evidence was not conclusive, had been circulating for quite some time. If they were sent there, what do you think would happen? It would merely be a lot of noise with little action. After a search, they would politely send them on their way. And perhaps the Zhao family would even offer more generous gifts afterward. A cold sweat beaded on the guard's forehead. Chen Fengyun's lips curled into a vague smile, half mocking, half expectant. This girl is different. She just arrived and has no entanglements with the forces in Liangzhou Prefecture. She's like a blank slate, clean. Moreover, she dares to kill and dares to act. Let her give those aristocratic families a warning. Yin Linyin emerged from the inner hall, her mind racing. Her overseas camp, counting Zhou Chong and a few others, had only about 10 people at most. This manpower was clearly insufficient to search the Zhao residence, one of the 4 prominent families in Liangzhou. but reinforcements wouldn't arrive anytime soon. What to do? After thinking it over, Linyin's eyes lit up. It's you. By Bao Bao. She turned and headed towards the Xianlang Academy. At the Xianlang Academy, Su Bai had just seen off a group of flags reporting their affairs and was about to take a break with a cup of tea when he heard familiar footsteps outside the door. His eyelids twitched, and he halted the movement of putting down his teacup. Knock, knock, knock. Come in. Su Bai's voice sounded somewhat muffled. Linyin pushed the door open and entered, grinning. Deputy Commander Su, busy with official duties, huh? Su Bai rubbed his temples, looking at Linyin returning. His heart skipped a beat. Did this girl take his Xianlang Academy for her backyard? Why are you back again? Commander Chen assigned me a rather tricky task. Linyin didn't beat around the bush, walking straight to Su Bai's desk, pulling out a chair and sitting down. My overseas camp has just been established, as you know, and can't handle the situation. So, I specifically came to borrow some manpower from Deputy Commander Su. Borrow people? Su Bai raised an eyebrow, his tone unkind. My Xianlang Academy is not a charitable institution. You asked to borrow people right away? You really think highly of me, Su? We're all serving the Demon Suppression Division. Sharing the burden for Commander Chun, Linyin smiled brightly. Deputy Commander Su is clear-minded and surely won't stand by and do nothing. All right, what is the task? How many people do you need? Dozens? 100? I should clarify first. My Xianlang Academy is also short on manpower. I can only spare you one flag. Linyin raised a finger and waved it in front of Su Bai. Su Bai Thawin, 100. Linyin shook her head. 1,000. Cough, cough, cough. Su Bai sprayed out a mouthful of tea, choking violently, his handsome face turning red. Oh, 1,000? You want 1,000 people? You damn well want to raid their home and annihilate them. Linyin looked at a shocked expression and smiled slightly. Pretty much. On the street, the rain had just stopped, and the stone road was still somewhat slippery. Suddenly, a heavy and rapid sound of hooves came from the end of the long street. Passers-by were still in shock when they saw a wave of knights in dark black armor surging in like a tide of ink. The hooves thundered, and the black armor gleamed. The leading figure had a knife at his waist but held a thick black iron chain in his hand. The other end of the chain dragged on the ground, scraping against the stones with a sharp noise, sending sparks flying. The men behind him also held chains, their expressions grim, eyes straight ahead, only urging their horses to gallop. Such a formation was filled with a murderous aura. It's the Demon Suppression Division. The street vendors on the side quickly reacted, hurriedly packing up their stalls. Passers-by hurried to the sides of the road, their faces filled with confusion. The Demon Suppression Division is on a case. All idle people quickly retreat. A large number of troops rushed in one direction. What major incident had occurred? Judging by the momentum, it seemed they were going to raid someone's home. In Liangzhou Prefecture, which family deserved such a grand display from the Demon Suppression Division? Could it be? Someone lowered their voice, eyes filled with disbelief, looking at the direction they're heading. It seems to be the Zhao residence. The Zhao residence? No way. Shoo. Lower your voice. The Demon Suppression Division is on a case. We common folk just need to watch the show. Don't get involved. Outside the red-painted door of the Zhao residence, several burly guards were idly chatting when they heard the increasingly clear sound of hooves and commotion from the street, their faces showing impatience. Damn it, who is so blind to make a fuss in front of the Zhao residence? One guard was just about to scold when he looked up and saw the dark crowd of the Demon Suppression Division like a storm cloud approaching. The rest of his words caught in his throat, his face turning pale as he swallowed hard and turned to flee into the residence. And, not good, the Demon Suppression Division. They're at our door. Inside the residence, chaos ensued. Soon, a well-dressed man, about 50 years old with a goatee, accompanied by 7 or 8 servants, hurriedly emerged from behind a shadow wall. He forced himself to calm his expression and cupped his hands toward the dark mass of the Demon Suppression Division outside, his voice relatively steady. May I ask what brings you esteemed officials here? Is there some misunderstanding? The sound of hooves abruptly stopped. The Demon Suppression Division's cavalry surrounding the Zhao residence did not respond, but silently parted to the sides, creating a passage. A remarkably fine black steed stepped forward slowly, with a figure seated prominently on it. Linyin wore a large black velvet cloak, and her dark official attire was embroidered with golden wolf patterns, looking fierce. Her expression was cold as she looked down at the people before her, ignoring them. The air after the rain carried a hint of coolness. In front of the Zhao residence, there was a deathly silence. Only the restless snorts of the horses remained. Linyin slowly raised her right hand, her fair hand pausing momentarily in the air. Countless gazes gathered on that hand. The steward, with cold sweat beading on his forehead, was about to continue questioning when that wrist flipped and she waved downward. Surround them. Not a single one is allowed to escape. Chapter 56. Collusion with demons. The steward's legs went weak, nearly causing him to kneel on the spot. Your Excellency, Your Excellency, is there some misunderstanding here? What responded to him were the synchronized movements of the Demon Suppression Division's cavalry. With a clattering sound, the cold chains were quickly unshackled, and nearly 1,000 cavalry members dressed in dark black uniforms surged in like a tide, surrounding the vast Zhao residence tightly. The onlookers in the street were already frightened into silence by this spectacle, not daring to make sound. Linyin dismounted, followed closely by Zhou Chong and others, along with about 10 brothers from the overseas camp, who also got off their horses and stood behind Linyin. This was their first time participating in such a large-scale raid on a noble family, and they couldn't help but feel a bit nervous. However, looking at the figure in front, they couldn't help but feel reassured. Seeing this, the Zhao residence's steward turned ashen, wanting to step forward to clarify a few words. Yet, Linyin didn't even spare him a glance, striding directly over the high threshold of the residence and stepping inside. Zhou Chong waved his hand and said in a deep voice, "Follow." The members of the overseas camp, along with some elite soldiers borrowed from the Xianlang Academy, streamed in one after another. Inside the Zhao residence, Linyin's eyes were open wide. Pavilions and towers, intricately carved beams and painted rafters, winding streams, and peculiar stones. Even the grass and trees exuded an air of meticulously managed luxury. The heritage of the noble family was evident here. This extravagance made Zhou Chong and the others, who were following Linyin, gasp in amazement. They, who had licked blood on the edge of the knife in the Demon Suppression Division, had never seen such a scene before. The steward, earlier already supported by someone, followed behind with a pale face, his lips trembling but unable to utter a single word. Throughout the various courtyards, corridors, and moon gates within the residence, many of the Zhao family's servants and women, even some young masters, were peeking out with fearful expressions, watching the group of uninvited guests. The dark uniforms of the Demon Suppression Division resembled a moving cloud of darkness. They wanted to step forward to question, but were paralyzed by the murderous aura. They wanted to flee, but saw that the outside was already surrounded like an iron barrel. They could only hide, watch, and continuously pray in their hearts. Linyin led her people straight toward the main hall of the Zhao residence. The Zhao residence's guards and servants they encountered along the way had long lost their previous arrogance. Either they surrendered or they kept their distance, not daring to obstruct them. Before long, the group arrived at the main hall of the Zhao residence. The hall was spacious, with a set of rosewood tables and chairs placed in the center. The armrests of the Grand Master's chair were intricately carved with cloud patterns, clearly valuable. On either side were pairs of official hats, and paintings and calligraphy from famous artists hung on the walls. Several middle-aged men, who seemed to be in charge of the Zhao residence, were crowding around an elderly man with white hair and a brocade robe, waiting at the door of the hall, all looking serious. Upon seeing Linyin, the elderly man stepped forward and clasped his hands, saying, "I am Zhao Yuanda, the patriarch of the Zhao family. I do not know why Deputy Commander Yin has come. Has my Zhao residence offended the Demon Suppression Division in any way?" His tone was relatively calm, but his slightly trembling hands betrayed his inner unrest. Linyin walked directly into the hall, amidst the astonished gazes of the Zhao family members. She lifted her black velvet cloak and boldly sat down in the Grand Master's chair, made of rosewood, which symbolized the highest authority of the Zhao family. Zhou Chong and the others stood behind her, looking fierce and intimidating. Only then did Linyin raise her eyes, scanning the Zhao Yuanda and others standing below, as well as those who had rushed over from various places, crowding at the door of the hall, all with faces full of fear. The Zhao family of Liangzhou is suspected of colluding with demons, plotting treachery, and intending to overthrow the provincial government. From now on, the Zhao residence is to be searched. All Zhao family members, regardless of status, are to be detained and await questioning. All property, accounts, and correspondence within the residence are to be sealed and must not be hidden away. Those who resist will be killed without mercy. As soon as these words were spoken, it was like a bucket of ice water was poured over their heads, and the entire Zhao residence fell into a deathly silence. Those Zhao family members who had previously held onto a glimmer of hope, thinking it was just a routine inspection, now turned pale as blood drained from their faces. Colluding with demons, plotting treachery, intending to overthrow the provincial government. Once such charges were confirmed, it would spell disaster of looting and extermination for the family. Among those Zhao family members crowding at the door, some collapsed on the ground, sobbing, but were quickly covered by those nearby, fearing they would disturb the fierce presence in the hall. And no, this is impossible. This absolutely cannot be. Zhao Yuanda staggered a step back, his pretense of calm completely gone. He pointed at Linyin, his voice agitated. Deputy Commander Yin, one can eat disorderly, but not speak disorderly. My Zhao family has stood for 100 years in Liangzhou, loyal to the court for generations. How can we commit such treasonous acts? There must be someone scheming against us. There must be a huge misunderstanding. He appeared distraught, with his hair and beard in disarray. Misunderstanding? Linyin leaned slightly forward in the rosewood Grand Master's chair. Patriarch Zhao, are you questioning me or the Demon Suppression Division? Zhao Yuanda was a loss for words, cold sweat dripping down his forehead. If he did not argue back, would he not be admitting to the charges? Deputy Commander Yin, everyone in my Zhao residence abides by the law and cannot possibly consort with demons. Please, Deputy Commander, grant us a chance to prove our innocence. A middle-aged man beside Zhao Yuanda suddenly knelt down, repeatedly bowing his head, tears streaming down his face. Linyin scoffed. Her fingers that had been tapping the armrest stopped. I have come today on official orders to investigate. She lifted her chin and said to Zhou Chong and others behind her, search. Yes. Zhou Chong and others responded loudly, ready to disperse like wolves and tigers. Everyone stopped. A furious shout erupted from outside the main hall, inside and outside the hall. Whether it was the Demon Suppression Division's officers who were about to disperse for the search or the pale-faced Zhao family members, all were stunned and turned to look in the direction of the voice. They saw a large number of soldiers dressed in green official uniforms rushing in from the direction of the main door, with swords at their waists and fire sticks in hand, clearly distinguishing themselves from the dark uniforms of the Demon Suppression Division. These soldiers moved in unison, quickly occupying the entrance and surrounding areas of the hall, pushing the officers of the Demon Suppression Division who had been surrounding them back a bit. As the crowd parted, a burly middle-aged man walked in, flanked by his subordinates, striding in like a dragon or tiger. This man appeared to be around 40, with a square face and thick eyebrows, exuding an imposing presence without needing to be angry. He was wearing the official robe of a fourth-rank magistrate of Liangzhou, with a scarlet cloud and goose insignia on his chest, which stood out prominently in the slightly dim hall. As the middle-aged official assessed the situation, his brow furrowed. He then stepped forward and loudly addressed Linyin. I am Zhao Gongming, the magistrate of Liangzhou. I wonder why the Demon Suppression Division's deputy commander, Yin, has made such a grand show in my Liangzhou, conducting a search of the Zhao residence. Do you have any solid evidence? Chapter 57. I say you are. Then you are the demon Zhao Gongming. Listening to the name, he is most likely from the Zhao family. Linyin smiled faintly and said, when did it come to the point that people from Liangzhou Prefecture could meddle in the affairs of the Demon Suppression Department? Zhao Gongming's expression darkened. He was the deputy judge of Liangzhou Prefecture, a fourth-rank official, and had never been humiliated so openly by a young woman. Deputy Commander Yin, I am not protecting the Zhao family. Rather, this matter is of great importance. The Zhao family has been entrenched in Liangzhou Prefecture for 100 years, with extensive connections. If we make a big move without solid evidence, it could lead to local unrest and shake the people's hearts. When that time comes, who will bear the responsibility for disturbing the peace? He stepped forward, his tone carrying a hint of warning. I believe this matter should be handled with caution. If the Demon Suppression Department truly has clues, it would be better to present them for the prefecture to investigate together with the department. Once the truth is established, we can make a decision. Isn't that more prudent? As soon as Zhao Gongming finished speaking, Linyin, who had been sitting calmly, stood up. She walked towards Zhao Gongming, step by step, unhurriedly. In the hall, everyone from the Zhao family, along with the soldiers from the prefecture, focused their attention on her. Lord Zhao, Linyin stood before him, speaking calmly. You want clues linking the Zhao family to demons? Zhao Gongming raised his head, speaking sternly. Indeed, the Zhao family has always detested demons, and many of our clan members voluntarily joined the Demon Suppression Department to eliminate demons for the court. Without solid evidence, merely chasing rumors to raid a prominent family in Liangzhou, I absolutely cannot agree. Lord Zhao, it seems you're mistaken. Zhao Gongming frowned. What? Linyin extended her hand and lightly patted the well-maintained cheek of the fourth-rank deputy judge. The gesture was not heavy, but it made Zhao Gongming stiffen. His eyes filled with rage. Well, I mean, is the Zhao family colluding with demons? Linyin paused, elongating her tone, and emphasized each word, demon. The Demon Suppression Department slays demons and removes evil. However, how to define this demon has always been subject to interpretation, since Qin Fengyin sent her to investigate the Zhao family. Then now, here with Yin Linyin, I say you are a demon. You are a demon. It seems that Deputy Commander Yin is going to be unreasonable. Zhao Gongming stared at her, a cold light flashing in his eyes. Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow, a hint of a cold smile at the corner of her mouth. Discuss reason with you? Were you? Are you worthy for me to discuss reason with you? As soon as these words came out, there was a dead silence in and outside the hall. The members of the Zhao family turned pale. The soldiers from the prefecture also looked shocked. This deputy commander, Yin, is truly outrageous. Zhao Gongming was so furious that he trembled all over, pointing at Yin Linyin and shouting angrily, Good, good demon suppression department. Good deputy commander Yin. I want to see today who dares to touch a blade of grass from the Zhao family in front of my Liangzhou prefecture. He swung his hand fiercely. Crash! The soldiers from the prefecture holding fire sticks stepped forward in unison, their weapons hitting the ground with a dull sound, creating an imposing atmosphere. The demon suppression side was also unwilling to show weakness, hands already resting on their blades. But Yin Linyin merely raised her hand. Boom! A dull roar sounded, as if it came from the ground. Immediately afterward, outside the hall, the carefully maintained and proudly showcased pond of the Zhao family suddenly erupted, with water shooting up into the sky, transforming into a thick water dragon. Roaring, it surged over pavilions and towers, crashing through the windows and half a wall of the main hall, flooding in. The icy pond water, mixed with shattered bricks and wood debris, instantly filled the entire hall. The soldiers from the prefecture who had just stepped forward, brimming with confidence, were caught off guard by the sudden wave crashing down on them. They found themselves swept away, struggling to maintain their balance. The water flowed rapidly, but strangely swirled only around their legs, forming circles of water that trapped each soldier in place, with the water deep enough to reach their knees, rendering them immobile as if they were stuck in quicksand. The mist of water enveloped them, chilling to the bone. Zhao Gongming was drenched, his official robe clinging to him, looking disheveled. The water also entangled his feet, his face alternating between green and white, staring fixedly at Yin Linyin, his eyes almost spitting fire. Yin Linyin couldn't be bothered to look at him, turning to command. Investigate. Yes. Hundreds of officers borrowed from the Xianlang Institute, along with a dozen brothers from the Fuhai camp, surged out like tigers released from their cages, rushing towards various courtyards of the Zhao family. Search. Don't miss any corners. Take away all accounts, letters, and suspicious items. Zhou Chong shouted hoarsely, pointing his big knife, leading the charge toward the side corridor. The officers were well trained, quickly dividing tasks in teams of 5. The sounds of doors being kicked open, boxes being overturned, the screams of women, and the cries of children, all mixed with the officers' scoldings, echoed throughout the Zhao family estate. The once peaceful and elegant Zhao family mansion now resembled a sheep pen invaded by a pack of hungry wolves. Zhao Yuna stood frozen, watching his clan members being roughly driven away, witnessing treasured items that were never touched being carelessly knocked to the ground, seeing the generations of accumulated family wealth trampled in an instant, his old face turning as pale as paper, lips trembling, his body swaying unsteadily. It's over. Only these 2 words remained in his mind. Colluding with demons, plotting wickedness. These 8 words weighed down on him like 8 mountains, making it hard for him to breathe. The Zhao family cannot withstand investigation. Zhao Gongming's face turned as red as a pig's liver, his chest heaving violently. As the deputy judge of Liangzhou prefecture, a 4th-rank official, he was humiliated by a young girl, publicly trapped, and forced to watch his family being raided. No, it can't end like this. The demon suppression department. A flash of inspiration struck him. Over the years, how much silver had the Zhao family spent on the officials of the demon suppression department? Those who had called him brother and received countless benefits from the Zhao family. Would they really just stand by and watch the Zhao family perish? Wasn't it precisely for a situation like this that someone would step in to negotiate? A glimmer of hope reignited in his eyes, but it was quickly extinguished by the scene before him. This Yin Linyin was unyielding and ruthless, clearly intent on destroying the Zhao family. If she had no backing, how could she be so reckless? As the deputy commander, who could support her? It was evident. Only Commander Chun. It seemed. It wasn't this woman who wanted to attack the Zhao family, but that Liangzhou commander wanted to use the Zhao family as a scapegoat. Those who had benefited in the past were probably now avoiding this situation like the plague. Zhao Gongming's heart sank little by little. The officers from the demon suppression department moved swiftly, and the sounds of rummaging and scolding echoed from all corners of the Zhao estate. Deputy Commander Yin, an old officer from the Xianlang Institute, hurriedly ran in from outside, his face serious. He rushed to Yin Linyin, lowering his voice. In the back storage room. Something seems off under the storage room. Yin Lingyin's eyes flickered. Without further questions, she stood up, lead the way. The old officer did not dare to delay, and quickly led the way. Zhao Gongming, trapped in the water, and the faint Zhao Yuanda, turned pale at these words. After passing through several corridors, they arrived at a secluded back storage room. From the outside, this storage room appeared unremarkable, filled with ordinary items. The old officer pointed to a piece of inconspicuous bluestone slab in the corner of the storage room. I just checked. It seems empty under this slab. The knocking sound is unusual. Zhou Chong rushed over upon hearing this, and with another officer, they exerted some effort to lift the heavy bluestone slab. A wave of cold, rotten air, mixed with a foul smell, surged up from the opening. Beneath the stone slab lies a narrow stone staircase, deep and winding, leading downward to an unknown destination. Light the fire. Chapter 58. Is it really a demon? The torch quickly ignited, illuminating the dark entrance of the cave. Deputy Commander Yin instructed the subordinate to go ahead. Zhou Chong requested to take the lead. Yin Linyi nodded. Zhou Chong, holding a sword, carefully descended the stone steps with two lieutenants from the Xianlang Academy, holding torches. Moments later, a suppressed voice from below the steps came. Deputy Commander Yin. You should come down and take a look yourself. Yin Linyi no longer hesitated and stepped down the stone steps. The steps were not long, about 20 or 30 before reaching the bottom. Before her was a surprisingly spacious underground dungeon. The stench of decay and blood was even more intense, making one feel nauseous. On both sides of the dungeon were rows of crude cells, separated by thick wooden posts. Inside the cells, the scene was unbearable. Large groups of women curled up on filthy straw, their clothes tattered, barely covering their bodies. Most of them had withered hair, yellowed skin, hollow eyes, and numb expressions. Hearing the noise, some women slightly raised their heads. Their vacant gazes swept over the firelight with no reaction, as if they had long lost all vitality. Others were covered in bruises, with fresh and old wounds overlapping, swaying unsteadily as if they had endured inhuman torment. A rough glance revealed that there were no fewer than 100 women imprisoned in this dungeon. Zhou Chong and the lieutenants from Xianlang Academy had ashen faces, their hands gripping their swords tightly, veins bulging, their eyes filled with undisguised anger. Yin Linyin stood at the entrance of the dungeon, quietly observing everything. She truly did not expect the Zhao family to be so inhuman. Following behind, Zhao Yuanda and Zhao Gongming, who were escorted over, trembled violently at the sight of the dungeon. Zhao Yuanda collapsed to the ground with a thud, his face ashen, lips trembling, unable to utter a word. Yin Linyin slowly turned around, her gaze landing on the pale Zhao Gongming. Sir Zhao? Care to explain? Zhao Gongming shuddered, suddenly looking up, his eyes evasive, his lips moving a few times before he gritted his teeth and squeezed out a few words. This matter, it was all my doing, and has nothing to do with the Zhao family. With the Zhao family? Yin Linyin couldn't help but roll her eyes at his words. Do you take me for a fool? Just you alone. Why would you need so many women? I don't think you have that capability, Sir Zhao. She abruptly changed her tone, suddenly speaking sternly. Or do you mean to say that these women are all offerings to some entities? Zhao Gongming's face instantly turned even paler, a flicker of extreme terror flashing in his eyes, but he still gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Seeing him being stubborn, Yin Linyin did not waste any more words. She took a step forward and raised her leg, delivering a hard kick to Zhao Gongming's chest. Bang! Zhao Gongming let out a muffled groan, staggering back a few steps. What are you after? Speak the truth. Zhao Gongming clutched his chest, coughing violently a few times, but still gritted his teeth, refusing to open his mouth. Humph, you have quite the backbone. Yin Linyin snorted coldly, losing interest in further conversation. Her gaze swept over the women curled up in the cells, and she personally stepped inside. Zhou Chong and the others quickly followed, holding up their torches cautiously. The stench in the dungeon was overwhelming. Yin Linyin forced herself to endure the discomfort and examine the surroundings carefully. Her gaze soon fell on a corner, where, next to a curled-up woman, several pieces of dark blue-black scales, the size of fingernails, were scattered among the filthy straw, particularly eye-catching. Yin Lingyin's eyes narrowed, and she bent down to pick up one of the scales, which felt cold and hard to the touch. with a faint fishy smell. These scales look somewhat familiar. After putting the scales away, her gaze swept over the numb and desperate women in the dungeon, and she sighed lightly. Search every inch of the Zhao residence. All ledgers, letters, and suspicious items must be sealed and taken away. Yes. The sky in Liangzhou Prefecture seemed no different from usual. However, a piece of news capable of shaking the entire Liangzhou officialdom swept through every corner of the city. The 3 families and 4 clans had deep roots in Liangzhou Prefecture, and ordinary officials had to be polite when encountering them. Now, one of the 4 clans, the Zhao family, had collapsed in a single day. Storytellers in tea houses and taverns animatedly described how the demon suppression office, like wolves and tigers, surrounded the Zhao residence, leaving no escape. Even among the high-ranking families, there was widespread panic. They each restrained their offspring, fearing their families would attract the wrath of the demon suppression office, especially that newly appointed Deputy Commander Yan. In stark contrast to the external uproar, the atmosphere in the inner hall of the Shun residence was dead silent. As one of the 4 clans, the Shun family naturally felt the pressure from the Zhao family's current predicament. The head of the Shun family, Shun Wansan, paced back and forth in the hall, beads of sweat rolling down his forehead, soaking his luxurious brocade collar. It's over, it's all over. Shun Wansan suddenly stopped, looking at the figure sitting in the main seat, his voice filled with uncontrollable panic. If that old fool from the Zhao family and that idiot Zhao Gongming can't withstand the torture of the demon suppression office, and let that matter slip out. In the main seat sat a woman. She raised her eyelids and cast a faint glance at Shun Wansan. Her voice cold. What's the hurry? Just those 3 simple words felt like a bucket of ice water, sending a shiver down Shun Wansan's spine, halting his steps. The Zhao family's troubles were due to their own carelessness, leaving behind such a huge handle. Zhao Gongming was even more foolish, daring to dig that kind of place under his own residence. It was a miracle he wasn't dead. She paused, picked up her teacup, took a sip, and a hint of barely noticeable contemplation flashed in her eyes. Shun Wansan looked at the woman's calm expression, feeling slightly reassured, but still anxious. But what if Zhao Gongming? The woman interrupted him. Zhao Gongming knows what to say and what not to say. Even if he speaks, it doesn't mean anyone will believe him. However, just in case, her gaze suddenly sharpened, and her voice turned colder. Send someone to find Lu Hongxiu. Lu Hongxiu? Find her, deal with it cleanly, and leave no traces. By dawn, regarding the issue of lifespan, there were too many places to change. Let's unify it here. Stepping into the Ningong grants an additional 30 years of lifespan. Stepping into the Huai grants an additional 50 years of lifespan. Panel, current realm, early stage of Huai. This was added because there was a treasure that allowed me to add it. Current martial arts, Huanhua, Dang Sword Tongmai. Perfect, control crane and capture dragon. Perfect, chasing wine movement. Perfect, overseas swallowing yuan true meaning entry. Traits, sword heart clarity, when practicing sword martial arts. Comprehension slightly increases and cultivation speed accelerates. Demon transformation, Xian shark tail. The end of the spine can transform into a bony tail, as swift as a whip. Harder than fine iron, with sharp bone spurs at the tail tip, containing water elemental power. Greatly enhancing underwater mobility. Current remaining lifespan, 101 years. Demon lifespan, 74 years. Chapter 59. The campaign against Qingqiu. It rained again in Liangzhou Prefecture. Raindrops fell on puddles of all sizes, splashing water everywhere. They landed on the heads of pedestrians, provoking a chorus of curses. In the demon suppression department, within the inner hall, Linyin sat before a chessboard, holding a black piece between her fingers, but she hesitated to place it down. She recalled the hollow, numb expressions of those women, their eyes as lifeless as stagnant water. She had been in this world for so long now. Killing people and demons had long become second nature. She thought her heart, if not forged from iron, should have developed a thick layer of calluses. But why? Upon seeing those women's faces, her heart felt as though it was blocked, heavy, and suffocating. With a soft sound, a white piece landed on the chessboard, pulling Linyin back to reality. Chun Fengyun, sitting across from her, had picked up a cup of hot tea at some point and was blowing on it leisurely. How do you feel? Linyin looked up and met Chun Fengyun's gaze, falling silent. She didn't know how to respond. She pressed her lips together, said nothing, and returned her focus to the chessboard. Chun Fengyun didn't press her for an answer. Instead, he pointed to the board. Look, this area is rotten. If you don't remove the rotten flesh, the whole dragon will eventually die. To survive, one must wield the knife, must cut. When cutting, some will hurt, will bleed, and it won't look pretty. But if you don't cut, you will die. The demon suppression department is that knife, but over time, some people have forgotten their responsibilities. Linyin tightened her grip on the chess piece. Now, after you took down the Zhao family, the aristocrats of Liangzhou Prefecture will all oppose you, fearing that one day, this knife will fall upon them. He leaned slightly forward, staring intently at Linyin. Are you afraid? To be honest, Linyin considered herself someone who valued her life and feared death, even though this life was one she had picked up. Yet after experiencing so much, she had unknowingly developed a sense of belonging to this world. Even as a woman, she wanted to live well. But her mind couldn't help but wander to another question. Is it interesting to live like this? Every day, practicing martial arts, killing demons, accumulating lifespan, watching the numbers on the panel rise little by little, living just to survive. In her past life, she worked like a horse, burning the midnight oil until she died suddenly. In this life, she changed places but continued to struggle just to live. What difference was there from her previous life? It was merely a more thrilling and dangerous way of living. But she had seen it with her own eyes. She had seen the rot of this world, rotten to the core, oozing pus. Should she turn a blind eye to it and adapt to this world like everyone else? Linyin suddenly felt that living like this was terribly pointless. I've looked over the Zhao family's records, she said. Chen Fengyin didn't wait for her response. Shifting the topic, what do you plan to do with those women you rescued? Linyin replied, for now. They are all settled in the vacant courtyards of the Demon Suppression Department, with people watching over them, waiting for your orders. Chen Fengyin shook his head. The Demon Suppression Department is not a charity. We can't keep so many idle people. He pondered for a moment and made a decision. Give each of them 20 taels of relocation silver, find out their origins, and send them back. If they have no family or are homeless, send them to a few official orphanages or weaving workshops outside the city to find them some work. Let them forget what they should forget. This is a good thing for them. Chen Fengyin spoke these words plainly, but they lightened the heavy feeling in Linyin's heart. Yes, forgetting is a good thing. Besides the Zhao family matter, is there anything else you want to ask? Linyin regained her focus, and her usually cold eyes finally showed a hint of life. She hesitated for a moment, thinking of her current situation. Sir, I only know that martial arts have the pulse opening and the condensed chi stages. What comes after the condensed chi? Exactly how does it work? Upon hearing this question, Chen Fengyin paused slightly while holding his teacup. The pulse opening is like opening channels to let true energy flow within the body. The condensed chi stage is like building a dam to store water, condensing true energy into formable chi that can be offensive or defensive. As for what comes after condensed chi, it is called transforming intent. At this stage, a martial artist can connect with themselves and certain elements of the world. Your intent becomes your sword, your knife. Ordinary martial artists in the condensed chi stage have their chi take form, but ultimately, it is inanimate, while the transforming intent stage infuses this inanimate form with the soul. Linyin's heart shivered. So that was the transforming intent stage. But she had clearly stepped into the transforming intent stage, yet it seemed she didn't possess what he described. Chen Fengyin tossed the chess piece back into the box, producing a soft click. As for what comes after transforming intent, it is the manifestation of the sacred. Manifestation of the sacred? Yes, the manifestation of the sacred. A subtle, indescribable smile appeared on Chen Fengyun's lips. At that stage, a martial artist can interfere with the present world, manifesting phenomena. Swords flash with rainbow light, fists stir up wind and thunder. In a single thought, one can summon the powers of heaven and earth, and every movement can bring about natural disasters. Linyin felt her spirit sway, as if a door to a new world was slowly opening. What is above, the manifestation of the sacred? Chen Fengyin shook his head. You have just entered the transforming intent stage. Your own martial art's true intent is not yet fully stabilized. Thinking about those things will only lead you to aim too high and disturb your mind. Hearing this, Linyin's heart tightened. She realized she was too impatient. You are right, sir. I'm not scolding you. Chen Fengyin leaned back against the chair, fingers interlaced in front of his abdomen. I'm reminding you that right now. You have more important tasks to attend to. No matter how strong a person's ability is, it is ultimately limited. The Beihai camp is your foundation. If you want to secure your position as the commander and establish yourself in Liangzhou Prefecture, you must have a true team that listens to your commands, not like now, where you can only borrow people from others whenever something happens. Linyin's mouth twitched. This old man really didn't hold back his words. Although it was true, you can use the training grounds of the Demon Suppression Department freely. Weapons, techniques, elixirs, whatever your Beihai camp needs, anything the department has, I can approve for you. Linyin's eyes lit up. This was an incredible opportunity. Not to mention anyone else, if she needed any techniques, could she not just browse through them? However, there is one condition. As expected, there is no free lunch in this world. Please go on, sir. 3 months from now, Chun Fengyin extended a finger. I want your Beihai camp to go and campaign against Qingxiu. Chapter 60. Establishing the overseas camp to suppress Qingxiu. Yin Linyin frowned. Chun Fengyin picked up a dusty document from the side table and tossed it over casually. You read it yourself. Yin Linyin caught it, brushed off the dust on the cover, and opened it. 300 miles east of Liangzhou Prefecture, there's a mountain called Qingxiu, where demons run rampant for 100 miles around. Ordinary people who step and have a 10 out of 10 chance of dying. That place, rather than a den of demons, is more like a small demon kingdom. Kingdom? That's right, a kingdom. Chun Fengyin lifted his teacup. The demons there are not merely beasts that have gained intelligence. They have their own order, their own subjects, and even their own king. The demon king of Qingxiu, self-styled as Zuanta's engine. This demon's strength is unfathomable. According to intelligence from the department, it is at least at the late stage of the transformation intent realm, or even higher. Yin Lingyin's fingers paused as she flipped through the document. Late stage of the transformation intent realm? The records in the document were even more shocking than what Chun Fengyin had said. The Demon Suppression Department had organized 3 large-scale extermination actions in the past 50 years, intending to eradicate the tumor that is Qingxiu. The first time, a mid-stage transformation intent deputy commander led 1,000 elite troops, but they returned in defeat, with half casualties and the deputy commander killed in action. The second time, 2 deputy commanders were mobilized with 3,000 troops deep into Qingxiu, but they fell into an ambush and almost the entire army was wiped out. 1 deputy commander died and the other was severely injured, soon succumbing to his injuries. The third time was 10 years ago, when Chun Fengyin personally led the team. After a bloody battle, although they severely injured Qingxiu, they could not harm the foundation of that Zuanta's engine and ultimately had to retreat. At the end of the document was a list of the fallen lieutenants from the 3 extermination actions, densely packed with names that made one's scalp tingle. Yin Linyin closed the document, feeling numb. 2 deputy commanders had died, and even your personal involvement had not achieved complete success. Yin Linyin raised her head and stared directly at Chun Fengyin. You want me to take the overseas camp to complete this mission? I give you the highest authority and the best resources. Chun Fengyin paused, his voice growing heavy. I only want one result. I want Qingxiu to completely disappear from the map of Liangzhou Prefecture. I want the head of that Zuanta's engine on my desk. If you can do it, the overseas camp will be the true elite of the Demon Suppression Department's 5th Division, and you, Yin Linyin, will be able to establish a foothold in Liangzhou Prefecture. If you cannot, Chun Fengyin did not finish his sentence, but the implication was clear. The hall fell into silence for a moment. Yin Linyin lowered her head, and no one could see her expression. She could not understand. This old man had supported her to the position of deputy commander, providing resources and cultivation methods. It could not be just because he found her good-looking and wanted to adopt a goddaughter, could it? He had no reason to send her to her death, unless there was another mystery to this task. She nodded. All right. A slight curve appeared at the corner of Chun Fengyun's mouth, as if he had anticipated her agreement. I know this burden is heavy. 10 years ago, although I cannot sever its head, I dealt a heavy blow to its demon core. That Zuanta's engine was severely injured by me, its strength greatly diminished. Even after so many years, it would be difficult to recover to its peak, and this is your opportunity. Yin Linyin breathed a sigh of relief in her heart. This old man indeed had a backup plan. However, she could not help but ask, aren't you afraid that I will lose the entire overseas camp? Young people, if you don't risk your life to fight, how will you know your own weight? You, Yin Linyin, are not a passive fish in a pond. I give you this opportunity to see if you can handle it. With that, Yin Linyin no longer asked further questions. She stood up and gave a formal bow to Chun Fengyin. Your subordinate takes leave. Chun Fengyin was very efficient. Or rather, the deputy commanders of the Liangzhou Demon Suppression Department gave him face. Just 3 days later, the newly assigned training ground for the overseas camp was filled with a dark crowd. The personnel gathered from Xian Wolf, Break Array, Red Armor, and Ding Mountain camps numbered exactly 1,200. Yin Linyin stood on the command platform, hand behind her back, surveying the crowd. The quality of these 1,200 people was not impressive. They stood crookedly, the ranks were loose, and many were whispering to each other. Zhou Chong followed behind Yin Linyin, his expression somewhat grim as he looked at the disorganized group. Having served in the Demon Suppression Department for many years, he could easily see the quality. These people, rather than being the elite drawn from each camp, were more like those who were unappreciated or had been sent here as punishment. However, Linyin seemed oblivious to the reactions below, her expression calm. I don't care where you came from or who you report to. From today on, you all have only one identity: overseas camp lieutenants. Forget the old rules. In the overseas camp, there's only one rule. Linyin paused, her gaze sharpening. That is, my words are the truth. A slight stir arose from the crowd below, and some faces showed skepticism. Linyin ignored it. Those at the condensing chi realm stepped forward. As her voice fell, there was a moment of silence below. After a moment, 4 people walked out from the crowd. The first was an old soldier with graying hair, his face covered in scars, his eyes murky, looking like he was on the verge of death, yet exuding a lingering bloodlust. The second was a burly man carrying a saber taller than himself, with a face full of flesh and fierce eyes. The third was a man in his 30s, with a fair complexion and handsome features, but a cold smile at the corner of his mouth. The last was a man of medium height, unremarkable in appearance, who would be hard to pick out in a crowd. All 4 were at the condensing chi realm. Linyin looked at these 4 and nodded. From today on, you 4 will be the captains of the overseas camp. Each will lead 300 men. In half an hour, I want to see 4 neatly organized squads standing here. If you can't do it, you 4 can get lost. The 4 were taken aback, their expressions varying. The old soldier's murky eyes flashed with a glimmer of light as he clasped his fists and said, "Your subordinate obeys." After saying that, he turned and walked towards the crowd, shouting with full vigor. The other 3, seeing this, also took their orders and began to select personnel and organize the teams. The originally chaotic training ground was suddenly in an uproar, with shouts and curses echoing everywhere. Linyin simply watched quietly, not intervening. She turned her head to look at Zhou Chong, Shi Gandang, Lu San, and the dozen or so old brothers from the overseas camp. As for you, Linyin's tones softened a bit. From today on, you'll be my personal guards. Hearing this, Zhou Chong and the others straightened up, their chests swelling with pride and excitement. We will swear loyalty to Deputy Commander Yin. Linyin nodded slightly, her gaze returning to the chaotic training ground below. 3 months. With this newly assembled team, it seems it's really going to be a challenge. Chapter 61. What I say is the rule. Half an hour passed quickly. The 1,200 people in the training ground were barely divided into 4 formations, yet they still appeared disorganized, with a constant buzz of discussion. Linyin's gaze swept across the command platform and finally landed on one of the formations. That formation was the most chaotic. She stepped down from the command platform and walked straight towards it. Zhou Chong and others immediately followed, their expressions tense, under the watchful eyes of the officers. Linyin stopped in front of a burly man holding a broadsword. "What's your name?" "Tusan," he replied. "And the soldiers you lead?" she asked. Tusan grinned, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth, and casually said, replying to Deputy Commander Yin, "My brothers are all rough men, just gathered together, still not familiar with each other. It will get better in a few days." The officers behind him had expressions that seemed to enjoy the spectacle. Linyin nodded, not looking at him any longer, but instead at the 300 men behind him. "These 300 men are the worst I've ever seen." As soon as she said this, there was an uproar among the crowd behind Tusan, with many faces showing anger. However, Tusan merely laughed, his laughter coarse. "Deputy Commander, we are the Demon Suppression Division, not a ceremonial guard under the Imperial City. My brothers are killers, not actors. What use is it to stand well? They need to train their courage and killing intent, not just stand still like wooden stakes." He stepped forward, his tall figure exuding a strong sense of pressure, his eyes filled with defiance. "Forgive me for speaking bluntly. Practicing military drills is about cultivating courage and bloodlust, not standing still. Although you are the deputy commander, you are still a woman. Perhaps you do not understand the ways of this place." Although Linyin was young, she had reached the chi condensation stage and held the position of deputy commander. However, Tusan felt quite unconvinced. He believed that even a heavily injured sea overturning true monarch could be dealt with by him. In his eyes, Linyin was merely lucky. As his words fell, the entire training ground fell into an eerie silence. The other 3 captains all kept their eyes on their own thoughts, appearing indifferent. Zhou Chong's expression darkened, his hand gripping the hilt of his sword, veins bulging, ready to step forward. But Linyin simply raised her hand to stop him. She looked at Tusan, who was a head taller than her, and a faint smile appeared on her face. That smile was subtle, yet it made Tusan's heart skip a beat. "So, you understand quite well?" Tusan slammed the broadsword, which was taller than a person, onto the ground producing a muffled sound and kicking up a cloud of dust. Deputy Commander, leading troops in a battle is not child's play. If you make these brats stand well, when they see blood in battle, their legs will go soft, and they will be of no use. They need to train their courage, see blood, and know where to stab with a knife. That is the right way. In my opinion, they should be taken outside the city to the demon beast forest for a real fight. Only those who survive are good soldiers. As Linyin listened, the smile on her face deepened. She did not respond, but slowly raised her right hand. All eyes in the training ground focused on that fair hand. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Nothing happened. Toussaint grinned and was about to say something more when suddenly a deep, thunderous sound echoed, causing the ground of the training ground to tremble slightly. Everyone was stunned, looking at each other, unsure of what had happened. Then, someone seemed to see something incredible and suddenly looked up, pointing towards the direction of the city, mouth agape, but unable to make a sound. More and more people raised their heads. They saw a thick column of water from the river running through Liangzhou Prefecture, rising into the sky with a roar. The water column broke through the clouds, and in the astonished eyes of countless people, it spiraled high in the sky, transforming into a vivid water dragon. The dragon's head was fierce, its body coiled, and the water vapor, forming dragon scales, shimmered under the gloomy sky. An overwhelming pressure enveloping the entire Demon Suppression Division training ground. The smile on Toussaint's face froze completely. Such a method, transformation of intent, or manifestation? It could not possibly be a technique of the Qi condensation stage. In the next moment, the water dragon in the sky let out a silent roar. Its tail swung. Crack! A stream of water like a long whip tore through the air, producing a crisp explosion as it struck Toussaint. His clothes instantly tore, and a line of blood appeared on him. Crack! 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 Whip after whip landed precisely on Toussaint's body, each one drawing blood, yet skillfully avoiding all vital points. Toussaint screamed in pain, but he couldn't even think about dodging. Under the shadow of that heavenly dragon, he felt as small as an ant. Linyin slowly walked up to him, looking down at the twitching Toussaint on the ground. I'll let you understand. You understand everything now, right? Linyin's gaze slowly swept across the new officers who had just joined the sea overturning camp. She casually pointed to an officer who had just been reassigned. Tell him, what are the rules here? That officer stiffened, cold sweat breaking out instantly. He looked at the water dragon above, then at Toussaint, who was unsure of his life on the ground, and stammered, replying to Deputy Commander, we should prioritize loyalty to the Emperor in our country, adhere to the laws of the Demon Suppression Division, slay demons, and eliminate evil. Before he could finish, crack! A slender water whip brushed against his cheek and struck the air. The captain was so frightened that he fell to the ground, his face marked with a shallow line of blood, completely dazed. Linyin's gaze fell on another person. You tell me. That person was much sharper. Seeing this, he knelt down on one knee with a thud, burying his head deep and using all his strength to shout, reporting to the Deputy Commander. The words of Deputy Commander Yin are the truth. His voice echoed across the training ground. A slight arc finally appeared at the corner of Linyin's mouth. In the high sky, the overwhelming water dragon silently dissipated, turning into a rain of droplets falling once more. The massive stone pressing on everyone's hearts also crashed to the ground. Do you all understand? Understood. This time, it was a collective roar from the 1,000 people on the training ground, shaking the surroundings. Linyin retracted her gaze, glanced at Toussaint, who was curled up and groaning on the ground, and said to those around her, drag him away, give him 100 strokes, and if there's a next time, he'll be directly dismissed. 2 officers immediately stepped forward, one on the left and one on the right, lifting the nearly lifeless Toussaint away. Throughout the entire process, no one dared to voice a single objection. Linyin returned to the command platform. Of course, I am not unreasonable. With punishment, there will naturally be rewards. She looked at Zhou Cheng. Zhou Cheng understood and stepped forward, taking out a prepared document from his pocket and reading aloud, New regulations of the Sea Overturning Camp. All officers of the Sea Overturning Camp who slay demons and eliminate evil outside the Demon Suppression Division will receive merit points. Merit points can be exchanged for silver, pills, techniques, and official positions. Killing one demon of the same rank earns 10 merit points and 50 taels of silver. Once the merit points reach 100, they can exchange for a mid-tier technique of the Meridian Opening Stage and a bottle of Dragon Tiger pills from the treasury. As soon as his words fell, an uncontrollable commotion erupted among the crowd below. Dragon Tiger pills. For ordinary officers like them, they could only receive 3 a month. But this was a whole bottle. Just by killing 10 demons of the same rank, they could exchange for it. Zhou Chong cleared his throat and continued to read. Once the merit points reached 300, they could be promoted to a total flag in exchange for a technique of the chi condensation stage. Once the merit points reach 1,000, they could be promoted to a captain. Boom! The crowd below erupted in chaos. Accueil condensation stage technique. For the majority of the officers present who were still stuck at the Tongmai realm, these 4 words were nothing short of a tremendous temptation. It is important to know that within the Demon Suppression Department, there is only one set of techniques for the Ningong realm. The requirement for exchange is at least 1 Class C achievement. The evaluation of merits in the Demon Suppression Department is strict. Killing monsters of the same rank is generally only considered a minor achievement unless there are special circumstances. Class D achievements require killing monsters of a higher rank, and it also depends on the type and threat level of the monster. As for Class C achievements, for the people present, they might not even come close in their entire lifetime. Now, Deputy Commander Yin has laid this path bare before them. Everyone's breathing became heavy. A future. This is a real future. Chapter 62. Yin Qinghe, who didn't return home at night, Yin Linyin observed the changes in the expressions of the crowd below, a smile curving at the corners of her mouth. This was the effect she wanted. Otherwise, if she couldn't utilize the resources provided by Elder Chun to quickly develop her own power, what was the point of hiding and hoarding? She raised her hand, pressing downwards, and the noise abruptly ceased. All achievements will be recorded by me personally, without any errors. As for the techniques and elixirs, as long as your achievements are sufficient, I will personally request them from Commander Chen for you. The coastal camp does not support idlers, let alone useless people. 3 months. Yin Linyin held up 3 fingers. I give you 3 months to adapt and grow stronger. After 3 months, the coastal camp will embark on an expedition to Qingqiu, and at that time, we shall see who is a dragon and who is a worm on the battlefield. After she finished speaking, she turned and walked down from the platform without looking back. Zhou Chong followed closely behind, glancing back at the colleagues below who were fully stirred up emotionally, grinning widely. Once Yin Lingyin's figure disappeared at the end of the training ground, the previously silent area erupted into a thunderous discussion. Qingqiu, my goodness, we are actually going to attack Qingqiu. What are we afraid of? With a deputy commander leading the way, what is there to fear? Did you not see her methods just now? Absolutely. Techniques of the condensed energy realm. I de-risked my life to bring back one of those. As they left the training ground, the sky had already darkened. The rain had stopped at some point, and the damp, bluestone road reflected the lanterns hanging from the eaves, casting a dim yellow glow. Yin Linyin walked down the street, reminding Zhou Chong and the others again before leaving. The coastal camp's operations were extensive, and there were many things for them to do. Registering and filing, distributing barracks, reassuring the troops. Each task was trivial, yet indispensable. She was happy to have some peace and quiet. The show of authority had concluded, and now it was up to those people to prove their worth. Yin Linyin tightened her cloak, shutting out the noise behind the tall walls of the Demon Suppression Department. There was silence all the way back. By the time she returned to the courtyard that the Yin family had established in Liangzhou, the moon was already hanging high in the sky. The courtyard was quiet. She pushed open the courtyard door, a chill rushing towards her. "Brother?" Yin Linyin called out, but no one answered. She took a quick look around. It was pitch black. Clearly no one was there. That guy, ever since he said he was looking for a job, has been elusive all day. Who knows what he has been busy with. Back in her room, Yin Linyin kicked off her muddy official boots and casually tossed her sword onto the table. Stretching her back, her joints cracked with a series of pops. Today had been more exhausting than killing a few major demons. While pondering her plans, she suddenly remembered something. Counting the days, her father, who was far away in Qingping County, was probably about to set off. She wondered what expression that old man would have when he saw her current appearance. Yin Linyin walked to the copper basin stand, scooped up a ladle of cold water, and splashed it on her face. The icy well water jolted her awake, clearing her mind and dispelling some fatigue. She was too lazy to boil water for a bath, so she simply put on a set of underclothes and walked to the bedside, leaning back and falling straight onto the bed. The soft bedding sank down into a deep pit. She lay there for a long time before slowly exhaling a breath of stale air. Current realm. Initial stage of the transformation realm. Current martial arts. Demon slaying sword technique. Pulse connection. Perfect. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Perfect. Wind chasing movement. Perfect. Swallowing the ocean's true meaning. Entry level. Traits. Sword heart clarity. While practicing sword arts. Comprehension slightly increases and training speed accelerates. Demon transformation. mysterious shark tail. The end of the spine can transform into a bony tail, swift as a whip. Harder than fine iron, with sharp bone spikes at the tip, imbued with water element power, greatly enhancing swimming ability. Current remaining lifespan, 101 years. Demon lifespan, 74 years. Her gaze fell on the book, swallowing the ocean's true meaning. It had only just reached a small level of achievement, and to advance it to great mastery, or even perfection, would require a significant amount of demon lifespan. Not to mention, she also planned to search for some superior techniques in the armory of the Demon Suppression Department. The techniques of the transformation realm would consume even more resources to deduce. She needed to hurry and kill some demons to replenish her lifespan. Liangju was fushed. While the inner city might be stable, outside the city and even further away, demons and monsters were never in short supply. The archives of the Demon Suppression Department must have accumulated many troublesome demon files. Now that she was the deputy commander, checking these would be a simple task. The evening breeze was cool, blowing through the window and brushing against her beautiful face. Every time this happened, she would change to a more comfortable position. A dreamless night passed. The next day, daylight broke. Today was a rare sunny day. Linyin opened her eyes, lying in bed for a moment before slowly sitting up. The courtyard was still quiet. She frowned. That guy Yin Qingha hadn't returned all night. Although he was a grown man and had some connections in Liangzhou, she still felt uneasy. Where on earth did he go? She muttered softly, got up, and dressed. After quickly washing up, she strapped on her sword. Too lazy to eat breakfast, and headed straight out the door towards the Demon Suppression Department. The Demon Suppression Department training ground. Today's training ground was completely different from yesterday. 1,200 camp lieutenants from various camps were arranged in neat formations under the sun, organized according to the structure of hundreds and flags. There was no more whispering, no more laziness. They stood silently, dressed in dark robes with swords at their sides. Zhou Cheng, Shi Gantang, and others stood at the front of the ranks, straightening up immediately upon seeing Yin Lingyin's figure appear. Yin Linyin walked slowly up to the platform, her gaze sweeping over the dense crowd below. Not bad. It was starting to look like something. She waved her hand, and the agile Lu San immediately ran up to the platform. Go find out where my brother Yin Qingha stayed last night, who he met, and what he did. Yes, my lord. After sending Lu San off, Yin Linyin turned her attention back to the 4 formations below, as well as the 4 newly appointed captains standing at the front of the formations. The 4 who were promoted yesterday stepped forward. As her voice fell, the 4 of them stepped forward in unison. Yin Lingyin's gaze passed over them one by one. Tu San, who was carrying a broadsword, looked pale, the rebellious spirit from yesterday completely gone, replaced by a hint of awe in his eyes. What is your name? The old soldier with graying hair stepped forward first. Cupping his fist, I am Qin Shan, originally from the mountain camp. Yin Lingyi nodded, looking at the second one, Tu San. Tu San's robust body visibly stiffened for a moment before he spoke in a deep voice. I am Tu San, originally 100 captains from the breaking formation camp. Yin Lingyin's gaze then fell on the handsome young man. He took a deep breath and cupped his fist, saying, I am Su Mo, originally a lieutenant from the Red Armor camp. I greet Deputy Commander Yin. Lastly, the most unremarkable middle-aged man raised his head, saying, I am Linyin Bei, originally 100 captain from the Xian Wolf Academy. Insan, Dusan, Sumo, Linyin Bei. Yin Lingyin mentally repeated these 4 names. Su Bai from the Xian Wolf Academy was quite considerate, sending a proper captain, Linyin Bei, who looked stable and capable. Although the breaking formation camp also had a captain, he was purely a troublemaker. Dangshan camp sent an old soldier, General Qin Shan, who is nearing retirement age, as a personal favor, but it's not much. The most disrespectful part is that the Red Armor camp directly promoted a captain, Su Mo, to fill the position. Chapter 63, Did My Brother Ruin You? In a newly established battalion, the cultivation level of the officers under one's command is undoubtedly of paramount importance. However, once on the battlefield, a reckless person at the condensing realm may not be more useful than an old veteran at the meridian realm who knows how to arrange troops. In the world of martial arts, cultivation reigns supreme. But in the military, leading hundreds or thousands of people, this principle must be rephrased. Yin Lingyin looked at the 4 individuals below, each with their own thoughts. Tu San and Linyin Bei were originally captains, managing around 100 people. They were at least familiar with the rules and methods. Qin Shan had served as a chief standard-bearer and had also managed 50 men. So he was not far off. Only the Su Mo was just a junior officer. From today onwards, you are the captains of the Fuhai Battalion. The lives of the 300 brothers under your command are in your hands. Now, return to your respective formations. I want you to organize a roster of your 300 men, including their names, places of origin, cultivation levels, and preferred weapons, and submit it to me before noon. Is that clear? Understood. The four answered in unison. But within that response, there was more meaning. Linyin's expression remained unchanged as he cupped his fists in acknowledgement and turned to leave, decisively and without a word. The old veteran Qin Shan gave Linyin a deep look, a glimmer of understanding flashing in his eyes, and similarly cupped his fists before walking away with steady steps. Tu San's pale face twitched, and without cupping his fists, he simply grunted heavily and strode towards his formation, like a bull that had been struck. Only Su Mo showed a hint of barely noticeable panic on his handsome face, quickly covering it with a self-assured smile. I will not fail in my duty. His confidence was clearly weaker than that of the other three. Linyin watched the backs of the four as they left, saying nothing more, and turned to walk down the platform. Back in her office, while handling some miscellaneous tasks, she couldn't shake the feeling of unease. Glancing toward the door from time to time, after a long while, Lu San's figure hurriedly appeared at the door. My lord. As soon as he entered, his head hung low, and his expression was strange. Linyin set down her pen, frowning. What happened to my brother? Lu San's face instantly flushed, his gaze evasive as he stammered, Young Master Yin. He is fine. Linyin's eyes turned cold. Speak clearly. Why the hesitation? Lu San felt his scalp tingle under her gaze, his face almost wrinkled like a bitter melon. This is really hard to say. You should go see for yourself. Without a word, Linyin stood up, strapped on her sword, and walked straight out the door. Lu San led the way, winding through the streets until they finally stopped in front of a rather grand residence in the east of the city. A crimson door, with two stone lions squatting at the entrance, and a plaque hanging above it reading Lu Residence. Before they even entered, they heard a booming voice from inside. How outrageous! Absolutely outrageous. You've disgraced the Lu family. Immediately following was a young woman's tearful voice. Father, I have long been fond of young Master Yin. Last night, we were mutually attracted. Please support us. Linyin paused, casting a blank glance at Lu San, who was barely suppressing his laughter. Stop. Two servant guards at the door immediately stepped forward to block their path. This is the Lu residence. No idlers allowed. Before he could finish, Lu San stepped forward, standing tall, and shouted with feigned authority. How dare you? Open your eyes and see clearly. This is the deputy commander of the Fuhai Battalion of the Demon Suppression Division, Lord Yin in person. Do you dare to obstruct her? Demon Suppression Division. Deputy Commander. The faces of the two guards turned pale instantly. What kind of place is the Demon Suppression Division? It is a place that can stop children from crying at night. One of them reacted quickly, his legs going weak as he almost knelt down, stammering. I didn't recognize the esteemed guest. I'll go report to the master right away. No need. Linyin raised her hand, stopping the servant's movement. She stepped past the two guards, who were now frozen in place, and directly entered the Lu residence. Upon entering the courtyard, she saw several people standing in the main hall. A middle-aged man in a brocade robe, slightly plump, was fuming, pacing back and forth. Beside him, a young woman in a pink dress was tightly clutching someone's arm, crying like a rain of pear blossoms. The person she was holding was none other than Yin Qinghe. At this moment, Yin Qinghe looked disheveled in his long robe, his hair slightly messy, and his handsome face was filled with embarrassment and a splitting headache as he desperately tried to pull his arm away from the girl's grip. Miss Lu, let me explain. I really drank too much last night. I want to listen. I want to listen. Miss Lu shook her head like a rattledrum. Qinghe, you can't deny it. You didn't say that last night. Yin Qinghe's face instantly turned from embarrassed to deep purple. The middle-aged man slammed the table, pointing at Yin Qinghe's nose, and shouted, I don't care if you're drunk or not. You've ruined my daughter's purity, and you must take responsibility. If you don't give the Lu family an explanation today, I will go to the authorities to sue you. Yin Qinghe caught a glimpse of Linyin at the entrance, and his face instantly turned the color of liver, hurriedly trying to explain. Linyin. Linyin ignored him and walked straight up to the furious middle-aged man, cupping her fists. My elder brother has been reckless and caused trouble for Lord Lu. Lord Lu was taken aback, looking Linyin up and down, recognizing her official attire from the Demon Suppression Division, and feeling that her face seemed familiar. His anger diminished somewhat. Who are you? Demon Suppression Division, Deputy Commander of the Fuhai Battalion, Linyin. Lord Lu's eyelids twitched. Nowadays, Who hasn't heard of Yin Lingyin's name? Unexpectedly, this kid is actually Yin Lingyin's brother. However, even so, he still held his head high. So it's Deputy Commander Yin, but even with a high position, you can't bully people. Your brother. Yin Linyin took a deep breath, feeling a headache. What exactly happened? Yin Qinghe opened his mouth, but couldn't squeeze out a word for a long time. It was Lord Lu who was so furious that his face turned red, pointing at Yin Qinghe's nose. Ask him. Last night my daughter was a pure young lady. And he ruined her. Ruin? Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow, her tone filled with obvious doubt. She knew her brother well enough. How could he be the type to control a woman like that? Miss Lu immediately wiped her tears and cried, Deputy Commander Yin, your brother drank too much last night. Claiming it was love at first sight, insisting on being with me. As a young lady, how could I withstand his advances? Linyin, let me explain. I really drank too much last night, but I truly don't remember what happened last night. Today at dawn, it seems I was a bit late. These few chapters are a bit plain. Let me eat something and continue updating. Chapter 64. You unfilial son. After some inquiries, Yin Linyin finally understood what had happened. Yesterday, her older brother had gone out drinking with his former classmates, naturally discussing the matter of entering the government office. However, he accidentally drank too much. Originally, it was his classmates who were supposed to take him back, but on the way, they encountered Miss Lu. Miss Lu had known Yin Qinghe a long time ago, and after not seeing each other for a long time, she used the excuse of catching up to secretly take him back to the Lu residence. As for the rest of the story, Yin Linyin didn't need to hear more. Given Yin Qinghe's character, it was likely that Miss Lu wanted to use this to force him to submit. Whether anything improper had actually happened was something only Miss Lu would know in her heart. So, you spent the night at the Lu residence? Yin Qinghe's face turned pale as he nodded with difficulty. Seeing this, Master Lu straightened his back a bit more. Since it has come to this, our Lu family is not unreasonable. As long as your brother is willing to marry my daughter, this matter could be considered resolved. This statement sounded like a way out, but in reality, it was pulling the ladder away. Marrying meant Yin Qinghe would be tied down for life. Not marrying would mean the Lu family could create a storm in the city, claiming that Yin Qinghe was bullying others with his power and abandoning his responsibilities. They would always have the moral high ground. Yin Lingyin's expression was emotionless as she looked at Master Lu. After a moment, she nodded. Master Lu is right. A man spending the night in the room of an unmarried woman. If word gets out, it would not be good for my brothers and our Yin family's reputation, nor for Miss Lu's honor. This statement was indeed correct, and Master Lu's expression softened a bit, thinking that the other side had given way. However, Yin Linyin suddenly changed her tone, her cold gaze piercing right at the weeping Miss Lu. My brother was drunk last night and unaware of his actions. And I believe Miss Lu is well aware of this. You, what do you mean by that? Master Lu pointed at Yin Linyin, his finger trembling. Are you implying that my daughter is lying and slandering your brother? Our Lu family is respectable. How could we joke about our daughter's honor? Yin Linyin did not respond, merely watching him silently. Sometimes, not answering is an answer in itself. The atmosphere in the main hall became tense. Yin Qinghe looked at his sister's back, feeling both grateful and guilty. If it weren't for Linyin arriving in time, he would really have been a loss for words today, unable to clear his name even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Miss Lu felt uncomfortable under Yin Lingyin's gaze, tears welling up again, but she did not dare to argue easily, just twisting the handkerchief in her hands. Master Lu, I know my brother's character. He was indeed drunk last night, but if you say he would proactively do something inappropriate, I don't believe it. Miss Lu, if you truly like my brother, you should pursue him openly and honestly. Why resort to these tactics? Master Lu had been in the world for many years and had some skill in reading people's expressions. Previously, he was flustered, caught up in his daughter's claims of innocence, and only thought about getting an explanation from the Yin family. At this moment, after Yin Lingyin's remark and seeing his daughter's guilty reaction, he finally understood. It wasn't he that the young man was overly eager. It was his daughter, who was pushing forward, wanting to consummate the relationship. But when the young man didn't acknowledge it, that's when the trouble started. Thinking of this, Master Lu's old face flushed with embarrassment. Yin Linyin saw that the moment was right and said lightly, Brother, let us go. She then turned to Master Lu. Master Lu, today's matter ends here. If the Lu family has any questions, you can come to the Demon Suppression Office to find me, Yin Linyin. After saying that, she turned and left. Yin Qinghe felt as if he had been granted amnesty, not daring to say another word, and quickly followed behind Yin Linyin, leaving the Lu residence. Once they exited the gates of the Lu residence, Yin Qinghe looked at his sister's back, opening his mouth, but not knowing how to speak. This kind of thing required his sister to step in and resolve it. Truly. Linyin this time. Linyin waved her hand without looking back. Enough, enough. You go back by yourself. From now on, pay attention and cause me less trouble. Xinghe awkwardly nodded, suddenly feeling something was off. Why did it feel like he was the younger brother now? Shaking his head, he dispelled the distracting thoughts and said seriously, by the way, father should be arriving tomorrow. Got it, I'll make time. The siblings parted ways. Linyin and Lu Xin walked on the road back to the demon suppression office when she suddenly spoke. About today's matter. Lu San's body stiffened, instantly understanding, and quickly said, reporting to the official, I saw nothing and know nothing today. The next day, outside the city gates of Liangzhou Prefecture, a convoy of carriages, with servants surrounding, slowly approached the city gates in the morning light. Linyin and Qinghe stood side by side in the shadow of the city gate. The former calm, while the latter occasionally stretched his neck to look into the distance. They're here. Qinghe, with sharp eyes, spotted the familiar figure in the distance. As the convoy drew closer, the leading carriage stopped in front of the city gate, and the curtain was suddenly pulled open from inside. A slightly stout middle-aged man in a brocade, round-collared robe nearly jumped down from the carriage, his movements so hurried that he almost stumbled. Yu, my precious daughter. Yin Shouzai spotted Linyin in the crowd at a glance, his voice booming as he rushed over, grabbing her hand and inspecting her from head to toe, muttering, You've lost weight, lost weight. Have you been suffering at the demon suppression office? Look at this little face, it's all roughened. He held Linyin's hand, fussing over her with such emotion that he was on the verge of tears, completely oblivious to his son standing beside him. Linyin was caught his grip and felt a bit helpless, but she didn't pull away. Father, I'm doing well. Qinghe stood by, watching his father like this, his mouth twitching. Finally finding a gap, he cleared his throat. Father, this journey. You go aside. Yin Shouzai waved his hand without looking back, directly interrupting Qinghe's words, continuing to hold Linyin's hand, distressed. Iner, tell your father the truth. Has anyone bullied you? If this job at the demon suppression office is hard, we want to do it. Your father has plenty of silver. I'll ensure you never have to worry about food and clothing. Qinghe, am I not your biological son? Father, I'm fine. Yin Shouzai was about to say more when Qinghe finally found an opportunity to interject. Who would dare to bully her? Now, Iner is already the deputy commander of the demon suppression office. What? Deputy? Deputy commander? Old Master Yin stuttered, turning to look at Linyin with disbelief on his face. Iner, is this true? Linyin nodded and said honestly, yes. I was just promoted recently, and I'm now in charge of some people. Yin Shouzai gasped, looking at Linyin, then at Qinghe, and after a long while, he finally came to his senses. Suddenly remembering something, he turned sharply to glare at Qinghe. Such a big matter. Why didn't you mention a word of it in your letter? You didn't ask. I don't ask and you don't say. Yin Shouzai was instantly furious, his hand almost hitting Qinghe on the back of his head. You unfilial son. Your sister has become such a high-ranking official in Liangzhou Prefecture, and you dare to keep this from me? Do you want to go to heaven? I see you're itching for a beating. I suggest everyone go to bed early and read it again tomorrow. It's a long night. I'll release a chapter whenever I finish one. Chapter 65. The Arrogance of Old Master Yin After Much Persuasion. They finally managed to get Old Master Yin onto the carriage, and the group headed towards the courtyard that the Yin family had purchased in Liangzhou Prefecture. Along the way, Yin Shouzai kept talking nonstop, inquiring about everything, worried that his daughter might have suffered even the slightest grievance at the demon suppression office. As for Qinghe, he had completely become a backdrop. When they arrived at the entrance of the house, Yin Shouzai got off the carriage and looked up. The courtyard was not large, with blue bricks and dark tiles, looking clean and tidy, but it was far from what he had imagined a deputy commander's residence should be. The smile on his face gradually froze. Qinghe, you tell me the truth. Are you a bit dim-witted? I gave you so much silver to buy a house for Yinin in Liangzhou Prefecture, and you bought such a shabby place? The courtyard was indeed small, with a layout of 2 sections, even smaller than that of an ordinary wealthy family. Not even a servant to guard the door. Where are the maids? Where's the cook? Yinin, as the deputy commander of the demon suppression office, comes back and can't even have a cup of hot tea or a warm meal. Qinghe looked helpless. Dad, it's just me and Linyin living here. What do we need such a big house for? Servants and maids. Linyin doesn't like too many people around. Can't 2 people live in a big house? Can't 2 people hire servants? Your sister is an official, a high-ranking official. Image. Do you understand what image means? He was so angry that he paced back and forth in the courtyard, becoming increasingly displeased. This courtyard wall is too low. What thieves come in? This house is too plain. There isn't even a decent decoration. How can Linyin be in a good mood? And these floor tiles, they're all worn out. Why not replace them with new ones? Yin Shotsai was almost furious, pointing at the solitary well in the courtyard. Not even a servant to fetch water. Does Linyin have to draw water herself? Yin Qinghe quickly explained, Dad, I usually handle these trivial matters myself. There's no need for Linyin to lift a finger. Do you even understand what you're talking about? Yin Linyin even felt a bit sorry for her poor brother. Just as she was about to say a few words, Yin Shotsai waved his hand, cutting her off. Linyin, no need to speak up for your brother. This matter, Dad will take charge. He took Yin Linyin's hand and said grandly, Let us go, girl. Dad will buy you a house. The best house in Liangzhou Prefecture. Whichever one you like, we'll buy it. It must be grand and impressive. After saying that, he turned his head, looking sideways at the disheartened Yin Qinghe standing by. You brat, since you like living in a small place so much and feel comfortable here, fine. You can live here by yourself. Yin Shotsai meant what he said, and, pulling Yin Linyin along, hurriedly left the courtyard. Yin Qinghe followed behind, watching his father's excited back, shaking his head helplessly and silently trailing along. In Liangzhou City, Yin Shotsai was quite familiar with the real estate shops. Without Yin Linyin even needing to speak, he entered the shop and directly sat down in a grand chair, exuding authority. Show me your best, most spacious, and most impressive houses. The shopkeeper was a shrewd, middle-aged man. When he saw the visitor's attire and demeanor, he immediately knew he was a big client, and quickly nodded and bowed, bringing out several prime property blueprints. Yin Shotsai didn't even lift his eyelids, only asking Yin Linyin, Linyin, take a look. Which one do you like? Yin Linyin looked at those blueprints and felt dazzled. She had never been picky about her living arrangements, as long as it was clean and quiet. But her father's demeanor clearly indicated he wasn't asking for her opinion. He was telling her to pick the most expensive one. She casually pointed to a house not far from the demon suppression office, one with a fairly neat courtyard layout. How about this one? Yin Shotsai took the blueprint and glanced at it, frowning slightly, seemingly feeling it wasn't good enough. But seeing his daughter nod, he didn't say much and directly told the shopkeeper, This one, how much is it? Name your price. Seeing the business going so smoothly, the shopkeeper smiled so wide his eyes were almost slits and quoted a price. Yin Linyin's eyelid twitched. She knew her family was wealthy, but she really didn't know her father spent money so casually. Without even haggling, Yin Shotsai directly pulled out a stack of banknotes from his sleeve without counting them, and slapped them on the table. This is the deposit. The rest, once the deed is settled, will pay in full. My daughter is eager to move in, so make it quick. The shopkeeper received the banknotes, his hands trembling slightly, and repeatedly assured, Rest assured, sir, I will take care of it right away. I guarantee Miss Yin can move into the new house today. The efficiency was indeed impressive. In just half a day, the new residence was ready. This new house was a world apart from Yin Qinghe's previous small courtyard. It had a total of 5 sections, occupying a vast area. The first section was an open bluestone plaza, capable of accommodating 100 or 80 horses easily, with rows of auxiliary rooms on both sides, more than enough for guards and stables. Passing through the grand flower-laden gate led to the second section, which was the reception hall and dining area, with thick beams and spacious halls. Further back, the third section was a private inner courtyard, featuring an independent study, bedroom, and a small martial arts training ground, serene and elegant, forming a unified whole. The fourth section was for family and servants' residences, separated from the main courtyard, ensuring no disturbance. The innermost fifth section even had a small lake with running water, a pavilion in the center, corridors along the shore, rockeries, and exotic flowers and plants sprinkled throughout, creating a picturesque scene that even ordinary wealthy families might not possess. Standing in the courtyard, Yin Linyin looked at this place, which could almost be called a mansion, feeling somewhat speechless. Yin Shotsai, however, was extremely satisfied, walking around the courtyard with his hands behind his back, unable to hide his pride. How is it, Linyin? This place is much better than the shabby courtyard your brother found, right? This is the kind of place our Yin family's daughter should live in. Image. Class. Yin Qinghe, standing aside, had already lost the will to refute. Just as he finished speaking, the sound of horse hooves came from outside the house. Before long, dozens of servants and maids dressed in uniform colors filed in, carrying large and small packages. Leading them was a sharp-looking manager in his 40s, who, upon seeing Yin Shotsai, respectfully greeted, "Sir, we've brought everything according to your instructions." Yin Shotsai waved his hand. "All right, go and organize it. Be quick and efficient. Don't disturb the young lady's peace." "Yes, sir." The servants and maids immediately dispersed in a well-trained manner, orderly and without any panic. The deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Office hadn't even settled in yet, and already the grandeur was rising. Just as the three were touring the New Yin residence, a hurried sound of hooves came from outside the house. Before the words had even finished, a manager rushed in with a few people. Leading them was Zhou Chong, followed by several guards from the sea cover camp, all looking dusty and anxious. "Boss." Zhou Chong spotted Yin Linyin at a glance, hurriedly stepped forward, ignoring the greetings, and said urgently, "We finally found you." Yin Linyin frowned slightly. She had specifically instructed today that unless there was an urgent matter, no one should disturb her. What could be so urgent? "Boss, you should hurry to the Demon Suppression Office. Our sea cover camp has gotten into a fight with the Red Armored Camp." Chapter 66. No more Red Armored Camp in the world yesterday. Yin Lingyin's combination of grace and authority had a noticeable effect on the morale of the soldiers in the overseas camp today. Although the personnel were still the same, at least they stood here with a somewhat organized formation, their backs straightened, and no one dared to whisper. The four newly appointed captains, Qin Shan, Tu San, Su Mo, and Linyin Bei, each led their own 300 men, practicing basic formations as instructed by Yin Linyin. According to her, if they couldn't even stand properly on the training ground, they shouldn't even think about going into battle. Although the last-minute effort had limited effects, at least they were moving. At that moment, a group of officers from the Demon Suppression Office approached from the east side of the training ground, chatting and laughing, surrounding a few military officers. The leader was a tall, thin man with a hooked nose and slanted eyes, named Sun Xiao, a captain from the Red Armored Camp. Everyone knew that Wang Mang, the deputy commander of the Red Armored Camp, had always been on friendly terms with the Zhao family. Now that the Zhao family had been taken down by Yin Linyin, though everyone knew it was the old Master Chen's order, some of the Red Armored Camp couldn't help but feel dissatisfied with Yin Linyin. Without the Zhao family's offerings, their income as captains had decreased significantly. They were on an errand over by the armory, but slowed down as they passed the overseas camp's training ground. Noticing that this group of new recruits was practicing quite well. "Isn't this the newly established overseas camp?" TSK, they seem to be doing quite well," commented a sharp-faced man beside Sun Xiao in a sarcastic tone, loud enough for those in the overseas camp to hear. Several young officers in the overseas camp changed their expression slightly, but due to military discipline, no one spoke up. Qin Shan frowned and quietly scolded, "Focus on your training." But the people from the Red Armored Camp clearly had no intention of letting it go. The name overseas camp sounds imposing, but who knows whose sea it will end up covering. Hopefully, it won't be covered by demon beasts. Sun Xiao smirked at the overseas camp's direction, saying, "They're led by Deputy Commander Yin herself. How bad could they be?" On the surface, he seemed to be defending the overseas camp, but anyone with a discerning eye could hear the underlying meaning. Upon hearing this, Tu San, a burly man, visibly trembled, and the veins on the back of his hand bulged as he gripped his saber. Although he had just been reprimanded by Yin Linyin yesterday, she was still his superior, and he had acknowledged her strength. However, being mocked to his face was something he could not tolerate. "Boy, who are you talking about?" Tu San suddenly turned his head, glaring at Sun Xiao with his wide, bell-like eyes. His shout caused the training in the overseas camp to come to a halt, and all eyes turned toward him. Sun Xiao, seeing Tu San's fierce expression, was not afraid. Instead, he sneered, "What's wrong? You don't like me talking about your master? I'm your grandpa." Tu San slammed his saber down onto the ground, challenging, "If you have the guts, come and practice with your grandpa." "Tu San, don't be impulsive." Su Mo quickly pulled him back, his face slightly pale. Linyin Bei narrowed his eyes, sizing up the Red Armored Camp group across from him without speaking. The old soldier Qin Shan sighed, stepping forward and cupping his fist toward Sun Xiao, saying, "Captain Sun, we are all brothers in the Demon Suppression Office. Why must we be like this? Is that you, Brother Qin? What's wrong? Can't make it in the Ding Mountain camp, so you came here to retire with these ladies?" Sun Xiao looked at Qin Shan with a mocking tone. Following Yin Linyin might even earn him some extra pocket money. Laughter erupted from the Red Armored Camp. "Ladies' camp? Well said. I've heard Deputy Commander Yin is quite a beauty. Do the brothers of the overseas camp need to learn how to embroider and paint their brows to match her?" Most of the officers in the overseas camp were young and hot-blooded men who could not tolerate such humiliation. Their faces flushed with anger, fists clenched tightly. If it weren't for military discipline, they would have rushed forward. Toussaint was even more furious, shouting, "Damn it, don't hold me back. If I don't tear this guy's mouth apart today, I won't be surnamed too." He lifted his saber, ready to charge forward. "Toussaint," Qin Shan shouted sternly, blocking his path. Toussaint's eyes were bloodshot, breathing heavily, his chest heaving violently, clearly pushed to his limit. Inside the demon suppression office, military discipline was strict, especially prohibiting private fights. Once a fight broke out, the lightest punishment would be flogging, and the heaviest would be dismissal, regardless of the reason. The first party to strike would be severely punished. Sun Shao and his group clearly calculated this, deliberately provoking the overseas camp to break the rules first. With the most experience, Qin Shan immediately saw through their tactics. If they couldn't swallow their pride and struck first, it would only hand over the advantage to their opponents. Not only would they end up in trouble, but it would also bring shame to the newly appointed Linyin. Seeing this, Sun Shao's contempt grew. "What's wrong? You don't like being called a ladies' camp? It seems you're just a bunch of turtles, only daring to bark a few times." He stepped forward, almost bumping into Qin Shan's chest, lowering his voice to a volume only they could hear. "Brother Qin, don't blame me for not reminding you. Don't choose the wrong person. Linyin won't last long." Qin Shan's pupils suddenly constricted, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. This was no longer a simple provocation. It was an outright threat. Linyin Bei, who had been watching coldly, furrowed his brows slightly, unconsciously resting his hand on the hilt of his sword. Sumo's face turned pale, quietly taking a step back, afraid of getting involved. Just then, Linyin walked in with a dark expression, followed by Zhou Chong and others, sweat beading on their foreheads. The previously tense atmosphere suddenly halted with her arrival. Linyi's gaze swept across the scene, finally landing on Sun Shao. "What's going on here?" The training ground fell silent. No one dared to respond. The officers from the overseas camp, who had been filled with righteous anger moments ago, now lowered their heads, not daring to meet her eyes. Sun Shao smiled. "Deputy Commander Yin, I was just joking with the old brothers of the overseas camp, reminiscing about the past." The officers behind him chimed in, giggling, clearly not taking it seriously. The overseas camp was still newly established and lacked a solid foundation. They naturally didn't dare to act against the people under this established deputy commander. Sun Shao cupped his hands casually. "If there's nothing else, we'll take our leave." After saying that, he turned to leave with the men from the red armored camp. Linyin raised an eyebrow. Lu San, who had been following her, immediately understood her intentions. Without a word, he quickly ran to the edge of the training ground, where some miscellaneous items were usually placed, including wooden chairs for the officers to take breaks. Lu San swiftly picked up a chair and ran to block the only path leading out of the training ground just before Sun Shao and his group reached it. Slamming the chair down heavily, Linyin strode up to the chair, brushed her clothes, and sat down directly. She casually rested her hands on her knees, her gaze calmly fixed on Sun Shao and his group, making her intentions clear. Sun Shao halted, his smile freezing on his face. The officers from the red armored camp behind him also stopped laughing, looking at each other in confusion. "Deputy Commander Yin," Sun Shao asked, his expression darkening. "What does this mean?" Linyin slowly raised her hand, extending 3 long, slender fingers. "I will count to 3. If you do not kneel and bow your head, there will be no red armored camp in this world." Chapter 67. Laozi makes you kneel and bow. The air seemed to freeze. The captains of the Fuhai camp, who had been simmering with anger earlier, were now staring wide-eyed in disbelief at their newly appointed deputy commander. No one expected her to say such words directly. This was no mere childish play. It was about to turn into a full-blown confrontation. How dare she? Sun Shao narrowed his eyes, fixated on Linyin. To annihilate the red armor camp? On what grounds? Linyin was merely relying on the recent promotion from old Master Chun. Her foundation was unstable, and she dared to speak so recklessly? Moreover, to annihilate a camp was akin to severing one's own arm. Even old Master Chun would never allow such a thing to happen. This was all just bluster. Yes, she was definitely just bluffing. Perhaps she wanted to establish her authority and regain face for her ragtag group. If he knelt today, he, Sun Shao, and even the entire red armor camp would become a laughingstock for the demon suppression division. Realizing this, the tightly drawn corners of Sun Shao's mouth curled into a cold smile once again. "Your words are a bit heavy, aren't they?" Inside the demon suppression division, private duels are strictly prohibited. This is an ironclad rule of the demon suppression division, to threaten the annihilation of a camp over a trivial dispute if this gets out. Linyin didn't even raise an eyebrow, merely speaking ly. Sun Shao's smile froze completely. The captains of the red armor camp behind him began to stir restlessly. This was no bluff. In her calm eyes, there was not a hint of jest. She was serious. Linyin, he finally lost his composure, calling her by name. Don't go too far. My red armor camp is not made of clay. The moment his words fell, Zung, Linyin Bei, who had been silent all along, drew his saber from his waist. The blade was long and glimmered coldly in the sunlight. Following that was Tu San. He raised his broadsword high, feeling the blood boiling in his veins. This woman was really something? Qinshan took a deep breath and slowly exhaled. A trace of determination flashed in his murky old eyes. He gripped the hilt of his sword behind his back and slowly drew it out. Su Mo watched the movements of the three beside him, his face turning pale and flushed. Finally, gritting his teeth, he also drew his sword. Clang! One movement seemed to be contagious. The 1,200 captains of the Fuhai camp moved in unison, drawing their swords simultaneously. The blades glimmered like a forest, and the killing intent surged like a tide. Their gazes all converged on the figure sitting in the chair. They were just waiting for a command. Cold sweat had already beaded on Sun Shao's forehead. Behind him, some captains of the red armor camp were already feeling weak in the knees, nearly collapsing to the ground. Are you really going to tear apart relations with my red armor camp over such a trivial matter? The answer to him was a cold number. 1. Her outstretched final finger was about to fall. She has gone mad. This woman, she is clearly going to flip the table. If they persisted any longer, they would surely die on the spot. Even if Deputy Commander Wang would pursue the matter later. So what? Distant water cannot quench the immediate thirst. They had already become souls destined for the blade. Linyin's finger, about to fall, hung like a guillotine over everyone's heads. Sweat dripped from Sun Shao's temples, rolling into his eyes, causing a stinging sensation. He could even hear his teeth chattering. Thud! A sound. Not him. It was a timid captain behind him, his legs giving way, unable to hold on any longer, who knelt first. Damn! The humiliation of today, Sun Shao would remember it. Linyin, you wait. Sun Shao's knees buckled, heavily kneeling on the hard bluestone slab. With his kneel, those remaining red armor camp captains who could still stand hesitated no more, one after another, following suit and collapsing to the ground with a series of thuds. Sun Shao gritted his teeth, his face full of resentment. Deputy Commander Yin. This should be enough, right? Linyin said nothing. She stood up from the makeshift wooden chair and slowly walked to Sun Shao. The wind on the training ground seemed to stop at that moment. All eyes were fixed on her. Then, she lifted her leg. The booted foot, without a hint of hesitation, directly stepped onto Sun Shao's unwillingly bowed head. Sun Shao's pupils constricted sharply, wanting to dodge, but found himself unable to move. The boot pressed down hard on his head. Then, with force, stepping down, Sun Shao's forehead was firmly pressed against the ground. She leaned slightly forward, her voice cold and mocking. Why are you raising your neck when I told you to kneel and bow? His forehead and cheeks were painfully scraped by the stones, accompanied by a humiliation that dug deep into his bones. Sun Shao, a dignified 100-man leader of the red armor camp, had never endured such disgrace. Linyin, the humiliation of today, he would surely make you repay 1,000-fold in the future. Linyin's gaze lightly swept over the kneeling captains of the red armor camp behind Sun Shao. Those people were already terrified, and her glance sent them into a deeper panic. Bang, bang, bang. There was no need for Linyin to say more. The captains of the red armor camp, one after another, hurriedly knocked their heads against the ground, the force so great it seemed they wanted to smash a pit into the ground. The captains of the Fuhai camp watched this scene unfold, and the earlier feeling of humiliation instantly vanished, replaced by a surge of hot blood rushing to their heads. Refreshing. So damn refreshing. Linyin withdrew her foot, not even glancing at Sun Shao. Get lost. Sun Shao clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his flesh, silent as he got up from the ground. The people behind him from the red armor camp, as if granted amnesty, scrambled and helped each other, fleeing the training ground as if escaping. Only the people of the Fuhai camp remained on the training ground. Linyin turned around and walked slowly up to the high platform. The dark official robe fluttered gently in the breeze. Her gaze swept over the 1,200 captains below. I do not wish for a second occurrence of today's events. My people of the Fuhai camp only stand to die. There are no kneeling survivors. In the future, if anyone dares to provoke my Fuhai camp. She paused, not continuing. Below, Tu San suddenly thrust his broadsword into the ground, the first to roar. No mercy. No mercy. No mercy. 1,200 voices roared in unison, the sound waves converging, soaring into the sky. Linyin looked at the passionately riled-up crowd below, her frown easing slightly. These people still had some spirit. Otherwise, she would really start to worry if they could follow her to attack Qingxiu. Red Armor Camp, public room. A trusted aide hurried in, bowing boss. Wang Mang responded with a hum, his hands not stopping, leisurely wiping his saber. On the Fuhai campsite, Sun Xiao was stepped on the head by Linyin in front of everyone and forced to bow. Wang Mang's hand paused slightly. After a moment, a vague smile spread across his face, as if he had just heard an inconsequential, amusing story. Boss. The aide saw him like this and could no longer contain himself. This Linyin has just arrived and is already so dismissive of our Red Armor Camp. If we don't teach her a lesson in the future. Wang Mang stopped his movements, sheathing his saber, and looked up at the aide. Let her be. Remember to inform everyone. For now, don't provoke the Fuhai camp. But, Wang Mang said lightly, don't forget, she is supposed to go to Qingxiu in 3 months, right? The boss thinks she can't take down Qingxiu, although the land of Qingxiu is dangerous. I've heard that the fox demon is already heavily injured. If she really gets lucky and accidentally achieves great merit. Wang Mang chuckled softly upon hearing this. Qingxiu, with its high mountains and dense forests, filled with monsters and quite a few bandits. He stood up and walked to the window, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Who can say for sure if someone died under the claws of a demon beast, or got lost and fell to their death in some ravine? In this Liangzhou prefecture, there are more than just you and me who want her to go without return. Working overtime is too exhausting. Just 2 chapters for now. I'll make up for it tomorrow. 3 chapters OVO. Chapter 68. The White Deer winter in Liangzhou prefecture came swiftly and suddenly. Just a few days ago, it was merely a bit chilly, but today, stepping out of the city, one could feel the heavy cold in the wind. On the official road, a rider led the way, followed by a dozen others. Linyin gazed into the vast, desolate wilderness ahead. Creatures like the pig demons encountered outside Qingping County or the overseas true monarch, who made a grand display and dominated a region, were indeed the minority. Most demons were exceptionally cunning and skilled at hiding. Finding a specific location was not easy. If she were not the deputy commander now, able to freely access the archives of the Demon Suppression Department, she feared she would truly struggle to find a suitable target. The lifespan of the demons was only 74 years left. Holding a high position did not provide her much comfort. Yesterday, Subai had come to her and told her something. Lu Hongxiu was dead. A mere lieutenant in the Demon Suppression Department had died mysteriously within Liangzhou Prefecture. An unsettling feeling grew within her. That day, the overseas true monarch mentioned that he had killed his son. It was not an unfounded claim. Within Liangzhou, someone had shifted the blame onto her. And now Lu Hongxiu had conveniently died. It was hard not to suspect that the son of that dragon was the water monster from the North River in Qingping County. The mention of Lord Zhao became clear. But now, she had raided Zhao's residence. The Zhao family had been destroyed, and Lu Hongxiu was still dead. What did this indicate? Zhao Gongming was not the one behind it all. Of course, she had not mentioned any of this to anyone else. Although Zhou Chong and others were now considered half-trusted aides, even if she spoke of it, it would be useless. As for old Master Chun and the others, she sighed. One must always be cautious. The sound of hooves was monotonous, and after half a day's journey, they finally reached their destination. Before them lay a sea of withered yellow forests, the mountains stretching endlessly, and the desolate atmosphere of winter hit them hard. Boss, the documents say that the demon is deep within these mountains, Zhou Chong said, pulling the reins of his horse and lowering his voice. Linyin nodded, dismounted, drew her sword, and walked straight into the forest. Be alert. Yes, the dozen or so personal guards behind her dismounted, drawing their knives and following in a fan-shaped formation. Second Prince, are you all right? A white-clad woman spoke up, her clothes torn in multiple places by sharp claws. She was leaning on her sword, struggling to support her swaying body, her pretty face weary. The young man in brocade, referred to as the Second Prince, had a disheveled hairstyle, and his once luxurious robe was now tattered. He stared intently ahead, and the 10 or so remaining guard around him were all injured, forming a small circle as they desperately fended off the shadows attacking from all sides. Mifine. Damn it, the prince gritted his teeth, the veins on the back of his hand bulging. He never expected that merely passing through Liangzhou Prefecture would lead to such a fierce attack from demons. What was the Demon Suppression Department doing in this place? The white-clad woman took a deep breath, a look of determination flashing in her eyes. The current emperor's health was poor, and the struggle for the throne was already imminent. Since the Tai Sword sect had chosen the second prince, they absolutely could not let him perish here today. In the next moment, a strong surge of energy erupted. She slowly raised her hand. Cold light burst forth, and sword energy crisscrossed like a ribbon across the sky. Where the sword light passed, dozens of differently shaped demons wailed as they were cut in half, black blood splattering. After doing all this, the white-clad woman swayed, unable to support herself any longer, and knelt on one knee. Her long sword plunged into the ground as she barely steadied herself. The second prince hurried forward, Xiaobai. Blood froth spilled from the corner of the white-clad woman's mouth, clearly indicating that the previous strike had drained her greatly. She suppressed the surging blood in her throat, waved her hand, interrupting the second prince's unfinished words. Your Highness, this place is not suitable for lingering. We must quickly head to the nearest government office. That last strike only temporarily repelled them. Other demons will soon surround us again. The demonic energy here is overwhelming. There must be a great demon lurking. At this moment, the second prince also realized it was not the time to discuss anything else and quickly instructed a personal guard to help her up, deciding to leave immediately. The group protected the two of them and was about to find a way out when, at that moment, a white deer silently stepped out from the forest ahead, blocking their only escape route. The deer was pure white, with magnificent antlers. The white deer raised its head, its calm eyes surveying the disheveled group before it. You all killed so many of my sons, and you think you could just walk away like this? As soon as the white deer finished speaking, an invisible wave of energy suddenly erupted. Boom! The surrounding withered branches and fallen leaves were swept away by this force, flying off and crashing in a distant tree trunks with loud cracks. This was not the kind of momentum an ordinary demon could possess. Qiubai's face turned even paler than paper. She had already exhausted herself earlier, and now under this pressure. Even the hand she was leaning on began to tremble slightly. It was clear that this demon was absolutely not something they, a group of battered soldiers, could contend with. However, I'm in a relatively good mood today. The white deer slightly tilted its head. If you can walk into that swamp over there by yourselves, one by one, and let me watch you sink down, I might consider leaving you with whole corpses. It pointed with its majestic antlers toward a nearby swamp filled with miasma. The second prince's face turned ashen, fists clenched tightly. This demon deer was asking them to seek their own death, and in such a humiliating manner. At this point, he was no fool. This ambush was by no means a coincidence. He had secretly left the capital. His movements were concealed. If this was merely the work of demons, it would be too much of a coincidence. The demon race was not a monolith, nor was the human race. If there was no one secretly colluding, he truly could not fathom why such a great demon would personally come to ambush them. Just because of his identity as the second prince? Impossible. Even the officials in Liangzhou Prefecture did not know his whereabouts. How could mere wild demons be aware? The second prince took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart, and looked directly at the white deer, saying in a deep voice, "You possess great powers. Why must you make things difficult for us juniors? I just don't know who offered you what benefits. Whatever they can give, I will give you double, no triple." The white deer listened quietly, and in its human-like eyes, a hint of amusement seemed to flash. I am the true monarch of the spirit deer, overseeing countless beings in this mountain. Do you think I am one of those wild spirits that only recognize yellow and white things? You think you can buy the lives of my sons with mere triple rewards? You think you can make me let go of you, the murderer of my sons? You underestimate me far too much. The second prince's face turned white, cold sweat beading on his forehead. The spirit deer, true monarch, stepped in front of the second prince, its massive head almost touching his forehead. However, I have always had a virtue of sparing lives and dislike killing. What conditions do you have? Please speak. It needs to be a bit more. Chapter 69. Be my woman, how much do you want? He acknowledged it, as long as he could live and leave this hellish place. Mere external possessions could not be compared to one's own life. They promised me 3,000 young boys and girls. The spirit deer, true monarch, spoke slowly. Since you want to live, I will not make it difficult for you. 30,000. In an instant, the pupils of the second prince shrank to the size of pinheads. He had thought that this monster, no matter how greedy, would only ask for external possessions, gold mountains and silver seas, treasures of heaven and earth, which he might be able to gather with gritted teeth. But what it wanted was young boys and girls, a full 30,000 lives. Only 30,000 to buy the life of a great prince of day. Isn't that a bargain? Those worthless lives, what do they count compared to your noble lineage? He could offer gold and silver, even if it meant exhausting all he had. But these were living people, 30,000 innocent children. Since the founding emperor of the day royal family, had there ever been a precedent of trading the lives of the people for the survival of a prince? If he agreed today, even if he could leave this forest alive, how would he face his ancestors in the future? And how could he face the subjects of the kingdom? He tightened his grip on the sword hilt. It seemed that today, he was destined to die here. The true monarch said, "Your Highness," his voice was somewhat hoarse, yet exceedingly firm, "I cannot possibly agree." The spirit, dear, true monarch looked at him quietly, its eyes revealing no joy or anger. After a long while, it gently shook its antlers, as if brushing away non-existent fallen leaves. Since that's the case, there's nothing more to say. Before the words fell, the air in the forest, which had been stagnant, suddenly turned cold and eerie. The shadows of the monsters that had been driven back by the autumn-white sword chi once again surrounded him silently from all directions. Pairs of glowing green eyes flickered in the dim forest like ghostly flames. Autumn White knelt half-heartedly on the ground, as she saw the sound of the deer hooves drawing closer, step by step approaching the second prince. She could no longer muster any strength. In her heart, only despair remained. The 10 or so royal guards beside the second prince, all injured, still fiercely protected their master. Footsteps echoed through the forest. A group of figures emerged from the sea of trees. The leader, with a stunningly beautiful face, wore black robes embroidered with golden wolf heads, his cloak billowing. His gaze swept over the fallen Autumn White, stepping over her body, and walked step by step toward the spirit deer, true monarch. The spirit deer, true monarch halted, its human-like eyes turning toward the newcomer. Demon Suppression Division? The attire was indeed too conspicuous. Any beast with a bit of cultivation would recognize it. The spirit deer, true monarch frowned, carefully sensing the surroundings. There were no signs of other forces. A hint of disdain appeared in its human-like eyes. What? Do you all think you can meddle in this matter? The second prince's face lit up with joy, recognizing the black gold official robes, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He hurriedly said, "I am the second prince of day, Song Changha. I implore the Demon Suppression Division for assistance, and there will be great rewards afterwards." Linyin raised an eyebrow. She hadn't expected that while out hunting a monster, she would encounter a prince. She slightly tilted her head. Zhou Chong understood, and with another royal guard, helped Song Changha to the side. After hesitating for a moment, he stepped forward to assist the woman named Autumn White. Throughout the entire process, no superfluous words were exchanged. The spirit deer, true monarch squinted. These people acted as if they were completely disregarding it. Did the members of the Demon Suppression Division not understand the rules? Moreover, not all monsters were willing to be enemies with humans. Each mountain had its king, and each city had its lord. Any major demon that established itself in a mountain forest would not actively attack unless it threatened humanity. The Demon Suppression Division would turn a blind eye to such matters. It wasn't that they didn't want to manage, but they simply could not. This mutual non-interference was a kind of helplessness. The rules spoken by the spirit deer, true monarch, were based on this logic. It was questioning Linyin why she would break this unwritten rule and meddle in its territory. Linyin's lips curled into a smile that was not quite a smile. Rules? What qualifications do you have to talk to me about rules? Huh, a mere woman dares to speak bravely in front of me? As soon as the words fell, a tremendous demonic energy surged into the sky, transforming into a tangible wind that swept in all directions. Zhou Chong and the others felt an immense force crash into them, retreating several steps before barely stabilizing themselves, their faces pale as if facing a great enemy. Only Linyin stood firm at the eye of the storm, her black cloak rustling, her figure unmoving. Then let's see. She spoke lightly, drawing the sword from her waist. Let's see if the great demon of this mountain falls today, or if my Demon Suppression Division's blade breaks. Song Changha looked at the not-so-tall figure in awe. His heart stirred. Just as he was about to say something, Linyin did not turn back. You all stand back. Blades and swords have no eyes. And if blood splatters on you, it will be hard to wash off. She paused and added, of course it's blood. The spirit deer, true monarch, fell silent. After a long while, it chuckled softly. Interesting, too interesting. How long has it been since I've seen such an interesting person? Its gaze scrutinized Linyin, noting that there were not many like her among human women. How about this? I will give you a choice. The spirit deer, true monarch, raised its front hoof, pointing at Linyin. You stay and be my woman. In return, I will let the others go. How about that? Linyin shook her head. I don't think that's very appropriate. Oh, the spirit deer, true monarch, was somewhat surprised. How about this? You kneel down and call me mother, and I might reluctantly accept you as my son. How about that? In an instant, the wind seemed to stop. Song Changha opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. Autumn White's pale face was filled with confusion. Even Zhou Chong, a trusted confidant, couldn't help but swallow hard. The spirit deer, true monarch, first appeared bewildered, then incredulous, and finally erupted into a furious rage. You seek death. Its roar echoed, shaking the forest and sending leaves flying. The wind rose. It was the wind of this world. Surrounding branches and leaves were all swept up, turning to dust in the air. A giant tree, large enough for dozens to embrace, groaned under the strain before breaking apart with a crash. Autumn White stared at the white deer. Her voice dry. It's showing signs of manifestation. This monster is already half a step into the manifestation realm, and it can influence the surrounding world. In the realm of transformation, will merges with technique. In the manifestation realm, will manifests in the world. This deer had already touched that threshold. Everyone's hearts sank to the bottom of the valley. Chapter 70. Perfecting the transformation, Linyin stood at the center of the storm. She did not draw her sword. She simply extended her right hand, her fingers slowly spreading apart. The wind surged violently, yet her clothes and hair only fluttered slightly, as if an invisible barrier isolated the raging winds. Her gaze fell upon the nearby swamp, shrouded in miasma. The swamp, lifeless and dull, suddenly came alive. The murky water began to churn violently, as if a giant beast was about to awaken beneath the surface. Then, the water and soil began to separate. Streams of black water, carrying sludge, shot up from the swamp, swirling and twisting the air, ultimately converging into a massive dragon made of mud and dirty water. The dragon roared silently, its head directed at the spirit deer, true monarch. A hint of astonishment flashed in the eyes of the spirit deer, true monarch. What is this? Only at the peak of the transformation stage could one exert such a fierce wind. The opponent was merely a human under 20. How could they be the same? No, the opponent's intent is even more domineering. On my mountain peak, it is not your place to act recklessly. The magnificent antlers of the spirit deer, true monarch, shone brightly. The surrounding winds suddenly intensified by threefold, transforming into a visible cyan tornado that pressed down toward Linyin. Linyin's fingers clenched suddenly. The dragon formed from the swamp boldly met the attack. The cyan tornado and the mud dragon collided with a thunderous crash. Wind blades sliced through the murky water, while the sludge wore down the whirlwind. The standoff lasted but a moment. The dragon's body shattered inch by inch. The gap between the early and peak stages of transformation was ultimately like heaven and earth. Yet the shattered sludge and dirty water did not scatter downward. Instead, they transformed into hundreds of black water arrows, bypassing the cyan tornado and shooting toward the spirit deer, true monarch's rear at an odd and tricky angle. There, dozens of monsters that had previously besieged the second prince lay in wait, ready to strike. The spirit deer, true monarch, was taken aback. It couldn't understand why this human woman would go to such lengths. In the next moment, a series of piercing howls echoed through the forest. Slain the condensed essence wolf demon. Total lifespan 370 years, remaining 104 years. Absorption complete. Slain the pulse-connecting mountain demon. Total lifespan 167 years, remaining 54 years. Absorption complete. Slain the pulse-connecting leopard demon. Total lifespan 135 years, remaining 68 years. Absorption complete. Slain the pulse-connecting, remaining 175, remaining 260 years. A continuous stream of information appeared in Linyin's mind. The spirit deer, true monarch, was cautious by nature, leading its subordinates with stealth. Finding so many monsters at once was a rare opportunity. Moreover, the cyan tornado lost its target, its force diminished, and eventually dissipated into nothingness. Linyin stood her ground, her figure only slightly swaying, a trace of blood seeping from the corner of her mouth. She raised her hand and casually wiped it away. Opposite her, the spirit deer, true monarch, was stunned, quickly replaced by a towering rage. Its subordinates had been nearly wiped out in that instant, and the target from the beginning had never been itself. You die for me. Each word was pronounced with chilling intent. The second prince, Qiu Bai, and others like Zhou Chong, who came with Linyin, felt their hearts sink. Even if this woman from the Demon Suppression Division could confront a peak transformation monster head-on, such a terrifying blow likely exhausted all her strength. The gap between the transformation stage and its peak was too great. They were fundamentally not on the same level. Linyin looked at the white deer. whose fury caused its aura to swell dramatically, her expression unchanged. Demon S lifespan, 3,560 years. Never had she been so affluent, even when she slaughtered countless demons in the Black Wind Pool. She was merely at the condensed essence stage, needing to expend much of her lifespan to restore her essence. Now, only the white deer remained. Linyin's thoughts solidified. Oversee devouring essence true intent confirmed infusion of lifespan for deduction. In the 50th year, your comprehension of the oversee true intent deepened. Devouring water-type essence became swifter. The momentum of the oversee began to take shape. In the 350th year, the true intent began to merge with your being, with each movement. The tides surged secretly. Control over water advanced greatly. The oversee momentum gradually approached completion. In the 680th year, you fully comprehended the profundity of the oversee devouring essence. The true intent harmonized. Thousands of water streams became at your command. This technique has reached perfection. Consumed demon lifespan, 680 years. Demon lifespan, 2,880 years. Oversee devouring essence true intent, perfected. What seemed to be a long deduction in reality took but an instant. When Linyin opened her eyes again, she felt an abundance of inexplicable insights within her heart. This was completely different from the spirit deer, true monarch's wind intent. If the wind was ethereal and unpredictable, sweeping across the world, then the sea was substantial and boundless, encompassing all things. Threads of black water vapor began to rise around Linyin. This was not true water, but rather the manifestation of her sea true intent from within her dantian. The black water was deep and heavy, carrying a sense of pulling all things into an abyss of weight and death. Stop your tricks. The spirit deer, true monarch, roared in anger, no longer hesitating. It stomped its hooves, its massive body transforming into a white flash of lightning. Charging forward with unmatched wind force, the blue light on its antlers swirled, tearing through the air with a sharp whistle. This collision could flatten a small mountain. Linyin did not retreat, but advanced. As her toes pressed against the ground, a ripple of black water spread out. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 steps. In just 3 steps, she was already at the side of the spirit deer, true monarch. The antlers capable of piercing through anything barely brushed past the hem of her clothes. It was startled. An immense demonic power surged within it. Its body twisted midair. A hind leg, wrapped in a whirlwind, swept horizontally toward Linyin's head. Linyin did not lift her head. She simply extended her left hand, finger splayed. The powerful deer leg came to an abrupt halt less than half a foot from her face, as if gripped tightly by an invisible giant hand. Control the crane. The spirit deer, true monarch felt as if its leg had sunk into an endless quagmire, its demonic power becoming sluggish. The human-like expression in its eyes finally revealed a look of horror. How could this be possible? Before it could react, Linyin's right hand had already formed a fist. The dense black water vapor had thickened to an unbreakable state. Capture the dragon. She thrust it forward. Boom! The fist landed solidly against the spirit deer, true monarch's waist and abdomen. A muffled, thunderous sound erupted, like a giant hammer striking soaked cowhide. In that moment, the spirit deer, true monarch's massive body arched dramatically upward. Centered on the point of impact from Linyin's fist, a visible black ripple suddenly exploded outward. The force of that black power was overbearing, directly penetrating its body. Crack, crack, crack. A series of bone-cracking sounds echoed densely from within the spirit deer, true monarch. The swirling cyan winds surrounding it instantly dissipated. Its massive body was forcibly blasted back over 10 zhong, crashing into and breaking 7 or 8 thick trees before heavily falling to the ground. A large amount of demon blood, mixed with internal organs, gushed from its mouth and nose. It struggled to rise, but its limbs twitched uncontrollably, its snow white fur already stained red with blood. One punch, just one punch. The great demon, at the peak of transformation, is on the brink of death. Chapter 71, 20. The Second Prince, and the others stared blankly at this scene, even forgetting to breathe. Linyin slowly retracted her fist, and the layer of flowing black crystal on her hand quietly dissipated. She walked in front of the spirit deer, true monarch, looking down at this demon that had lost its power to fight back. What is that? Blood gushed from its mouth, its voice intermittent. That is not something a human should possess. That black water true meaning, domineering, deep, devouring everything. It is definitely not a true meaning that humans can comprehend. Instead, It resembles a demon more than any demon clan it has ever seen. No, it is even something unheard of. Linyin did not answer, merely watching quietly. Those calm eyes were like looking at a dead animal. The spirit deer, true monarch, read contempt from those eyes. It seemed to understand. In the other's heart, it was nothing but a beast. And why would a human explain to a beast? The eyes of the spirit deer, true monarch, gradually lost focus. But when did such a figure emerge in Liangzhou? Before her, this woman, it seemed to see an endless black deep sea behind her, ready to swallow the sky of Liangzhou as well. The sky of Liangzhou was about to change. Its head tilted, and it completely fell silent. Slain the transforming intent deer demon. Total lifespan 1,537 years. Remaining 495 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan 3,379 years. Linyin crouched in front of the deer demon's corpse, drew out the sword at her waist, and made a cut beneath its antlers. The action was somewhat awkward, but her grip was very steady. She had seen a similar method from the guards of old Master Chun, and remembered the general technique. She reached in, unhesitatingly exploring the warm skull, and after a moment, took out a blue demon core that still had warmth. The forest was dead silent. Zhou Chong and the others exchanged glances, silently sheathing their swords, skillfully beginning to clean up the battlefield, checking for any remaining threats, then counting the demon cores from other demons. They had seen their leader's methods before. Initially, they were shocked, but now they had become somewhat numb. Even if Linyin suddenly jumped up and flew into the sky, becoming a so-called immortal, they would only say it was impressive. However, what was taken for granted became the greatest incredibility in the eyes of the second prince, Song Changhe, and others. Xiao Bai's pale face was now filled with confusion. She understood better than anyone what the peak of transforming intent and half-step manifestation meant. That was a great demon that could almost walk sideways in Liangzhou. Even if their own sect master came personally, it would take some effort to slay it. But just now, it was so simply done with a single punch. The great demon was dead. Song Changhe's Adam's apple bobbed, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. The guards beside him still maintained their protective stance, but their hands gripping the swords were trembling slightly. Linyin wiped the blood off the blue demon core on the spirit deer, true monarch's snow-white fur, casually tucked it away, stood up, and her gaze swept over Song Changhe and the others. When Song Changhe felt her gaze, he jolted, finally coming back to his senses, hurriedly stepping forward and bowing deeply. I am a second prince of day, Song Changhe. Thank you for saving my life. He originally wanted to refer to himself as this prince, but feeling it inappropriate at the last moment, he changed his words. In front of such a person, the identity of a prince seemed somewhat insufficient. Linyin remained silent, merely looking at him. Song Changhe felt uneasy under her gaze, and hardening his resolve continued. Mrs. Great Kindness, I will never forget. If there is any assignment in the future, I will go through fire and water, without hesitation. It's merely the duties of the Demon Suppression Division. She turned around and walked towards her guards. All set? Boss, it's all taken care of, Zhou Chong said, bowing. Let us go. Seeing this, Song Changhe wanted to speak. Who knows what other demons might be lurking in this forest? With just their dozen or so remaining soldiers, encountering anything else would mean certain death. But when the words reached his lips, he didn't dare to say them. Song Changhe was caught in a mental struggle. Watching Linyin and her group finish tidying up and prepare to leave. After walking a dozen steps, the leading figure suddenly stopped. Behind her, the dozen or so guards moved in unison, also halting their steps, their movements synchronized. Zhou Chong turned directly around, looking at the still dazed Song Changhe and his group. He shouted, Your Highness, are you waiting to eat? Let us go. Song Changhe felt as if he heard heavenly music, jolting awake instantly. Huh? Oh, coming. He responded repeatedly, forgetting all semblance of princely demeanor, hurriedly calling to his guards. Quick, follow. The group felt as if they had been pardoned, not caring about tidying up their appearances, and helped each other, stumbling after them. By the time they returned to the mansion, it was already the dusk of the second day. Pushing open the courtyard door, a wave of warmth mixed with the aroma of food rushed over, dispelling the cold and blood from their bodies. My daughter is back. Yin Shouzai quickly came out from the main hall, beaming with joy. Quick, today Dad personally cooked. Made you old duck soup to nourish your body. Linyin responded with an unfastening her sword and handing it to a servant nearby. At the dining table, the siblings sat with their father. Yin Shouzai filled a bowl of old duck soup to the brim and personally placed it in front of his daughter. This duck was sourced from a farmer outside the city. A 3-year-old old hen, stewed for a full 2 hours. You should try it. Linyin took the soup bowl, took a sip, and found the broth delicious, warming her stomach and heart. She drank earnestly, as if trying to absorb all the nutrition from the duck's soup. Daughter, did you get hurt? Did you encounter any powerful demons? Are your men reliable? It's cold now. Did you catch a cold? A series of questions from Yin Shotsai came out urgently, forgetting to even move his chopsticks. Yin Qinghe couldn't help but say, Dad, ask a few less questions. Are you not going to let Linyin eat? Yin Shotsai shot him a glare, but fell silent. After Yin Linyin finished the soup, she finally said, Everything is fine. Nothing major happened. She was always reluctant to discuss bloody matters with the two. After the three finished their meal, Yin Shotsai put down his chopsticks and suddenly sighed deeply. The end of the year is approaching. After this year, Linyin will be 20 years old, a big girl. He looked at his daughter's face, so beautiful. It seemed like he could see that little child from over a decade ago, who had just learned to walk, wobbling into his arms. He sighed, raised his glass, and drank it all down. The spicy liquor went down his throat, but couldn't suppress the bitterness in his heart. If her mother could see how Linyin has grown, so beautiful and accomplished. He paused, sighed again, as if wanting to release the yearning that had built up in his heart for over a decade. How wonderful that would be. Chapter 72. I want it all. Song Changhe didn't stay long in Liangzhou Prefecture. This second prince was quite perceptive before leaving. He presented a generous gift, expressing it was a small token of his regard. Yin Linyin accepted it without hesitation and immediately had Yin Shotsai converted into silver. What she lacked the least now was material possessions. With over 3,000 years of demon lifespan at her disposal, what she truly needed was martial arts techniques. Due to the arrangement made by old Master Chun, the entire treasury filled with martial arts techniques felt like her own backyard. The guards merely glanced at her token before letting her in. This place was divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall mostly housed common martial arts for regular guards to borrow. The inner hall required corresponding rank and merits to exchange for techniques. Yin Linyin walked straight into the outer hall. Rows of massive bookshelves filled with various martial arts manuals lined the room, most of which were handwritten copies with yellowed pages, exuding an air of antiquity. An old official dozed off in a chair, not even lifting his eyelids upon hearing her footsteps. Yin Linyin casually pulled out a book titled Stone Crushing Fist. After flipping through a few pages, she discovered she could understand it. Techniques she could comprehend were what? Rubbish. With a blank expression, she returned the manual to its place. It was of no use to her now. She approached the dozing old official and tapped lightly on the table twice with her fingers. What is it? The old official opened his eyes impatiently. Without saying a word, Yin Linyin unfastened the deputy commander's token from her waist and placed it on the table. The old official's murky eyes widened in an instant. He jolted up from his chair, his movements as quick as lightning, a stark contrast to his previous demeanor. Is it Deputy Commander Yin in person? Doomed. Doomed. He hunched over, almost burying his head in his chest. Inner hall. Yin Linyin uttered 2 words. Yes, yes. Please this way. The old official hurriedly led the way, passing through the outer hall and pushing open a heavy iron door. Beyond the iron door lay a different world. The bookshelves here were made of agarwood, and a faint exotic fragrance filled the air. The manuals on the shelves were noticeably fewer, each stored in a brocade box, preserved in excellent condition. My lord, the techniques for the Ningong realm are on the left bookshelf. As for the Hawaii realm, the old official paused, pointing to a solitary rosewood shelf at the far end. They're all there. Yin Linyin walked straight over. The rosewood shelf held only a handful of techniques, 5 in total. All were mid-tier techniques of the Hawaii realm. Mountain River Slashing, Spring Thunder Awakening Sword, Moonlight Fragrant Step, Immovable King Body, and Great Stone Breaking Palm. Yin Lingyin's gaze swept over them. Mountain River Slashing, a sword technique. She was not accustomed to using a sword pass. Great Stone Breaking Palm, a palm technique. However, she was quite satisfied with the effects of controlling Crane to catch Dragon. Using it for integration and deduction would be somewhat wasteful. Not considering it for now. Her gaze finally settled on the remaining 3 techniques. Spring Thunder Awakening Sword, a sword technique characterized by swift and fierce movements, perfect for her needs. Her current swordsmanship was still at the Tongmai realm level. It was time for a change. Moonlight Fragrant Step, a top-tier lightness technique. If she couldn't win, she had to be able to escape. This was particularly important. Immovable King Body, a body refinement technique. Cultivated to perfection, one's body would be as tough as diamond, making it hard to injure with ordinary weapons. The old official quickly leaned forward, smiling. My lord, these are all copies. If you fancy any, just take them. Commander Chun has instructed that you can take techniques without needing to exchange merits. Linyin fell into thought. The sword technique could enhance her killing power. The body technique would allow her to evade danger. The body refinement technique would make her more resilient. Children make choices. I want them all. Linyin turned to the still hunched old official. Spring Thunder Awakening Sword, Moonlight Fragrant Step, Immovable King Body. Ignoring his hesitations, she walked directly to the bookshelf, took down the 3 brocade boxes, and hugged them to her chest. She turned and left without any hesitation, leaving the old official standing dumbfounded, mouth agape, unable to close it for a long time. Was she here to exchange techniques or to stock up? Just as she exited the affairs hall, a personal guard approached. Lord Yin, Commander Chun requests your presence. Linyin frowned. She had just exchanged techniques, and now the old man wanted to see her. Could it be that her eagerness led him to think she was preparing to make a run for it? In the inner hall of the Demon Suppression Division, old Master Chun sat alone, a chessboard in front of him, the black and white pieces intermingling. Engaged in a fierce battle. Hearing footsteps, he continued to press a white piece without looking up. You're here? Immunseed. Old Master Chun finally dropped a piece, then raised his eyes to look at her, a hint of a smile on his face. The second prince was saved by you? Linyin nodded, feeling relieved. It seemed it wasn't he because of the martial arts techniques that he was looking for trouble. Has he sought you out privately since then? No. She shook her head. Not at all. Since returning to Liangzhou Prefecture, she had let Zhou Chong and others escort the second prince to the yamen. She had never personally spoken to him again. Even the gift was received by her brother on her behalf. The emperor's health is declining year by year, and the several princes below are starting to have their own thoughts. Linyin remained silent, quietly listening. These matters seemed unrelated to her position as a deputy commander of the Demon Suppression Division. At a young age, having reached the Huai realm and seated in the deputy position, she had no ties to any powerful families or sections. In their eyes, what are you? He asked and answered himself. You are an unclaimed sharp blade that everyone wants to grasp and use to cut people. But the blade is too swift, and without a familiar sheath, they will be afraid of not being able to hold it, and instead injure themselves. Old Master Chin shook his head and continued, originally, as long as you stayed quietly in Liangzhou Prefecture and didn't go to the capital, those people would merely observe and wouldn't reach out so quickly. But the world is unpredictable. You just had to save the second prince. Old Master Chun raised his eyes, his gaze landing on Linyin's face. The earlier smile gone from his eyes. What do you think? The other princes will think. Linyin's brows slightly furrowed, almost imperceptibly. She didn't need to think to know. This burden had been placed upon her, regardless of whether she acknowledged it or not. Whether there was any connection between her and the second prince. In the eyes of the other princes, she was an unclaimed sharp blade that had been forcibly labeled. Associated with the second prince. People are often judgmental based on first impressions. Since that was the case, the other princes would certainly not let it go easily. Whether to test or to win her over, her desire to just focus on slaying demons was likely completely extinguished. Seeing her silence, old Master Chun understood she had grasped the underlying significance. He sighed deeply and tossed the chess piece back into the box. The waters of Liangzhou Prefecture are merely murky. The waters of the capital can devour people. He looked at Linyin, speaking each word clearly. Girl, don't get too deeply involved too soon. Be particularly careful during your trip to Qingxiu. Old Master Chin stood up with his hands behind his back and walked to the window. It's not just a monster. Linyin's expression was serious, having understood the other party's meaning. I see. Go ahead. Linyin stood up, bowed to that figure, and turned to leave. Chapter 73. 3 Techniques Perfected. Returning to the Yin residence, Linyin walked straight through the front courtyard, clutching the 3 brocade boxes, and dove into her courtyard. With a bang, the door shut tight. No one is allowed in without my command, she ordered to the guards outside. The maidservants fell silent, quickly responding in agreement. Inside, Linyin removed her outer robe and stretched her limbs. It was time to start. She lined up the 3 brocade boxes on the table, filled with delight. She first opened the Spring Thunder Awakening Sword. After flipping through it several times, the panel displayed. Spring Thunder Awakening Sword confirms the infusion of lifespan for simulation. Year 10. You witness the thunder and spring, the sword strikes like lightning, and you catch your first glimpse of the path. Year 45. The sword moves become increasingly swift, with the sound of wind and thunder. Year 120. You practice the sword in a torrential rain. Not a drop touching your clothes, and your sword intent has reached initial mastery. Year 250. The sword intent merges with the essence of awakening. One strike revives all things, concealed killing intent, and your sword technique has reached great mastery. Year 400. You are the spring thunder, and you are also the awakening. Your sword technique is seamless and impeccable. This method has reached perfection. Lifespan consumed, 400 years. Demon lifespan, 2,979 years. Spring thunder awakening sword perfected. Linyin opened her eyes, countless sword moves flowing through her mind. She stood up and casually drew her sword. With a flick of her wrist, she did not activate the intent within her body. She merely thrust forward. The sword wind roared like spring thunder, the crackling sound fading in an instant. Indeed, the sword techniques transformed by intent are indeed different. Ignoring the small hole that pierced through the wall, she moved on to moonlit scented steps. Moonlit scented steps confirms the infusion of lifespan for simulation. Year 1. You move swiftly under the moonlight, your form fluctuating unpredictably, initially mastering the technique of exerting force. Year 20. You leap on plum blossom stakes, moving as if on flat ground, entering the realm of body techniques. Year 150. Your stepping technique becomes ghostly, landing silently, leaving no trace in the snow, and your body technique reaches initial mastery. Year 300. You observe a solitary wild goose flying across the sky, understanding the skill of using leverage, and your body technique reaches great mastery, leaving shadows under the moonlight, indistinguishable to mortals. Year 600. Wherever the moonlight shines, it is your path. Your body is like a ghost, ethereal and elusive. This method has reached perfection. Lifespan consumed, 600 years. Demon lifespan, 2,379 years. Moonlit scented steps, perfected. It's done. Linyin stood up, wanting to test the effects. She followed the insights in her mind, her foot gently tapping the ground. The person vanished. The next moment, she appeared in front of the bookshelf. Bang! Her forehead bumped solidly against the hard rosewood. Linyin covered her forehead, gasping in surprise. This technique is terrifying, silent as the moon, leaving no trace. In ordinary battles, the outcome often hinges on mere fractions of a second. If one's movements can be a bit quicker, it can create an extra chance for survival, an additional edge in victory. Now, with this body technique, if she encounters a powerful demon, even if she cannot win, she can always escape. The 600 years of demon lifespan spent on this is worth it. She walked to the table and picked up the last brocade box, Immovable King Body. This is a horizontal training technique. She always believed that the best defense is to prevent the enemy from having a chance to attack. But in case the enemy plays dirty and ambushes, having an extra layer of protection is always good. With a thought, the panel appeared. Immovable King Body confirms the infusion of lifespan for simulation. Year 5. You move your vital energy, temper your flesh, and your muscles gradually strengthen, initially mastering the method. Year 30. Your vital energy is abundant. Your skin tough as leather. Ordinary strikes are difficult to injure you, and you enter the realm of the technique. Year 180. You develop a copper skin and iron bones. Internal energy manifests, and your body radiates protective energy, able to withstand cuts from blades. And the technique reaches initial mastery. Year 450. The form of the indestructible body begins to take shape, your blood like a furnace. Your energy solidified like armor, impervious to water and fire, and the technique reaches great mastery. Year 700. The king sits at the helm of your body, integrating internal and external, impervious to all methods. Your physical body has reached the pinnacle of this realm, and this technique has reached perfection. Lifespan consumed, 700 years. Demon lifespan, 1,679 years. Immovable King Body, perfected. Linyin slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. She felt the surging vital energy beneath her skin. Instinctively, she clenched her fist. Without activating her true intent, just relying on her physical strength. A faint explosive sound echoed in the air. This grip of strength is likely no less than 10,000 pounds. She walked to a training stone in the courtyard, specifically sought out by Yin Shotsai. Even ordinary strong men would find it difficult to move. Linyin extended her delicate hand, not using any martial arts or true intent, and gently pressed on the stone. Crack! Fine cracks spread from her palm, quickly covering the entire stone like a spider web. Ordinary martial artists, without specific techniques to hone their strength, have limited power. Even those who reach the meridian opening realm can open their channels and circulate internal energy. If they do not take risks, relying solely on brute strength, a few hundred pounds will be considered good. Going further to the condensing chi realm, where internal energy is highly refined, the power can reach 1,000 pounds. As for the transforming intent realm, it barely reaches 5,000 pounds of strength. In martial arts, life and death battles ultimately do not rely solely on brute force. In the meridian opening realm, it relies on internal energy, thin as threads, affixed to punches and weaponry, with penetrative power far beyond brute strength. In the condensing chi realm, the protective energy is released, refined like armor, capable of protecting oneself and injuring enemies, changing forms at will. As for the transforming intent realm, Linyi's gaze lowered slightly, feeling the weighty true intent like the depths of the ocean within her dantian. This is the foundation. The true intent of martial arts can draw upon the forces of heaven and earth, transforming the virtual into the real. Thus, most martial artists, unless they have been immersed in medicinal stones since childhood, honing their bones with immense willpower, rarely practice such arduous horizontal training methods. After all, the path of tempering the body is long and arduous, consuming countless resources and energy. Compared to normal cultivation, the gains and losses are clearly disproportionate. However, it is not entirely useless. A strong physical body provides a foundation for true intent, with powerful vital energy and a body as tough as copper and iron. It means that in a fight, one can endure longer and have an extra bit of strength. True intent requires vital energy to support it. Ordinary transforming intent realm martial artists, when fully activating their true intent, may only last a few breaths before their vital energy surges and they cannot continue. In contrast, those with a powerful body have a much deeper foundation. Moreover, when two opponents meet and their true intents clash, if it is hard to distinguish who is superior at that moment, the extra strength from an additional punch or kick often makes the difference between life and death. Linyin focused her mind, feeling the three newly acquired techniques flow harmoniously within her, causing her lips to curve into a smile. In a good mood, she decided to take a bath. Kulmin. Soon, two clever maidservants pushed open the courtyard door, standing with their heads bowed. Prepare the water. I want to take a bath. The current Yin residence was no longer the same as when Yin Qinghe and his sister were there. Yin Shouzai had moved all the family assets to Liangzhou, and aside from the dozens of elders who came from their hometown of Qingping County, many more had been hired. They even ensured that their daughter could have hot water available at all times, keeping it boiling for 12 hours straight. Chapter 74. The Theory of Manifestation. 2.5 months passed in the blink of an eye. After entering winter, several heavy snowfalls blanketed the world in white. The new year in this region resembled what Linyin remembered, yet was not entirely the same. The sounds of firecrackers were fewer, replaced by a sense of reverence towards the deities of heaven and earth. Every household would paste images of door gods at their entrances, said to be portraits of ancient celebrities that could ward off evil and misfortune. However, she did not recognize any of the figures in the images. In recent days, Yin Shouzai had been extremely busy, directing the servants to clean the courtyard and purchase New Year goods, creating a bustling scene both inside and outside the residence. Upon seeing Linyin finish her sword practice in the courtyard, he hurried over, holding a pile of gift boxes tied with red strings. Girl, it's the new year. Take these. Yin Shouzai smiled and handed the gift boxes to Linyin. You need to pay visits to your superiors, colleagues, and those brothers under you. You can't neglect social interactions. Linyin accepted the stack of gift boxes, which felt heavy in her hands. She had never been fond of such formalities, but had to admit her father's words made sense. In life, one cannot avoid the sentiment of relationships. She wasn't going to be that kind of solitary person, so she nodded in agreement. On the streets of Liangzhou, the snow had not yet melted, crunching underfoot. Every household hung red lanterns at their doors, casting a warm glow against the white snow. She carried the New Year gift prepared by Yin Shouzai to her first stop, the residence of Old Master Chun from the Demon Suppression Office. After announcing her arrival, someone guided her into the inner hall. Old Master Chun was warming himself by a copper brazier, a thin blanket draped over his knees and a book in his hands. Upon seeing her, he put down the book and gestured to the seat across from him. You're here. Sit down. Old Master Chun, I wish you an early Happy New Year. Linyin gently placed the gifts on a small table beside her and sat down as instructed. You came to visit. Why bring gifts? Old Master Chun said, but his gaze lingered on the gift boxes, revealing a hint of warmth in his eyes. Just a little token of my appreciation. They chatted casually for a while. Old Master Chen picked up his teacup and took a sip. Gazing out at the falling snow, he suddenly said softly, "The new year in Liangzhou always feels a bit new, no matter how many years you've seen it. Isn't Old Master Chen a native of Liangzhou? After staying for so many years, everywhere feels like home." Linyin remained silent for a moment. After a while, she picked up the teacup on the table. The tea had cooled somewhat, but she didn't mind and took a small sip. "Old Master Chen," she set down her cup, looking at the blazing copper brazier. "There's something I don't understand." "Go ahead." In the treasury of the Demon Suppression Office, there seems to be no cultivation methods for reaching the manifestation realm. Now that I have reached the peak of transformation, half a step for manifestation, I naturally need to plan for the next step. The methods for reaching the manifestation realm. He set down his teacup, his tone calm. There are indeed none within the Demon Suppression Office, or rather, such methods do not exist in this world. What do you mean? Linyin was somewhat surprised by this answer. There is no such method? Then how did you cultivate to the manifestation realm? You've seen quite a bit, haven't you? Have you ever considered how a mortal body, a flesh and blood form, can harness such great power to manifest divine signs? Linyin listened quietly, not responding. Ordinary cultivation methods reach their limit at the completion of transformation. Stepping into manifestation is no longer as simple as hard practice. There are peculiar intricacies involved. Old Master Chen paused before continuing. Ordinary warriors, if they wish to enter the manifestation realm, mostly take the path of borrowing strength. They must go to the capital, enter the martial temple, and receive the baptism of incense and wishes. Using their true intention as a guide, they carry the collective will of the people, refining their true intention step by step into divine power. Those who achieve this are called saints, incense, and wishes. Linyin repeated softly, seemingly enlightened. Exactly. Old Master Chen nodded. While this method has a traceable path and is relatively safe, it relies on external forces. The strength achieved in manifestation will be limited by the amount of incense and wishes available. And since the foundation is mixed, progressing further later will be exceedingly difficult. The second path is Yang Saint. This route is arduous, relying entirely on oneself. With extraordinary willpower and top-notch talent, one pushes their martial true intention to the utmost, exploring the principles of heaven and earth, allowing the true intention to generate divine abilities and manifest in the world. This path is extremely difficult, with odds of 1 in 10,000. Throughout history, very few have succeeded. Once accomplished, one can soar freely, unrestrained by any limitations. As for the third, it is more perilous, Old Master Chen said. His tone slightly somber, referred to as a saint. Some may have fortuitously refined extraordinary objects from heaven and earth. Others may have taken a crooked path, forming contracts with unspeakable existences. And even more extreme, some may feed on demons, living only by madness. This path is treacherous. And while the battle power may be astonishing after success, there's a high probability of a drastic change in temperament, becoming neither human nor ghost, with unpredictable consequences. Linyin remained silent for a long time after hearing this. Yin Saints, Yang Saints, Yi Saints. All three paths sounded far from easy. She could not bind her strength to the ethereal fortunes of the nation. She could forcibly deduce cultivation methods with her golden finger, and it seemed that only the path of Yang Saint was suitable for her. As for Yi Saint, she dismissed that option outright. After pondering for a moment, she nodded in understanding and suddenly asked, "Then, Old Master Chen, I have another question. The human race has these three paths. But how do those monsters enter the manifestation realm?" Monsters, he pondered, are generally similar to humans. A significant manifestation monster usually follows a path similar to Yin Saint. For example, in the northern regions, the Qingqiu, a kingdom among monsters, has countless lesser monsters that would honor their leader, gathering wishes to aid them in reaching the peak. Of course, there are also exceptionally gifted monsters who comprehend the way on their own, walking the path of Yang Saint, but such cases are rarer. As for Yi Saint, monsters are inherently diverse and bizarre. Those who take this path might be even more numerous than humans, and their motives are harder to predict. That's why those monsters who achieve manifestation through the wishes of their kin are reluctant to easily provoke our day into conflict. Linyin felt a stir in her heart. Are they afraid of the court? Afraid that the executioner's knife will cut off their foundation of incense? Old Master Chen's tone was calm. Thus, the more profound the cultivation of a monster, the less willing they are to easily become enemies with humans. Otherwise, if they were to decisively sweep through and flatten their kin, Even if their manifestation cultivation does not completely vanish, they would surely suffer great losses, or even see their realm drop. He took a sip of tea. Unless it's the kind of Yang Saint or Yi Saint that stands alone, not relying on their kin, or they believe they can withstand the wrath of day. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to gamble their path and the survival of their kin. Chapter 75. Expedition to Qingxiu. Yin Linyin silently nodded. The twists and turns of this matter were indeed something she hadn't thought through in detail before. After some idle chatter, mostly trivial anecdotes from Yamen, Yin Linyin stood up to take her leave. Stepping out of the demon suppression division, the cold wind blew, and her mind cleared up considerably. The path to revealing the truth was no longer like flowers seen through a fog. In one word, it was difficult. However, it seemed that this was how her journey had been all along. She shook her head and set this matter aside for now. Carrying the remaining New Year gifts, she went to Su Bai's place for a brief exchange of pleasantries before finally returning to the training grounds. The rough men there were excited to see her, each one a bit flustered, unsure of what to do with their hands and feet. Over at the Fuhai camp, there was a reward mechanism set by Yin Linyin, and secretly, the four captains were urging these men to go out and sweep the area every day. Under the new system, with great rewards, there were indeed brave men in the Fuhai camp, and their combat effectiveness had increased rapidly, with the efficiency of exterminating demons far surpassing the past. The demon infestation around Liangzhou was visibly decreasing. Unfortunately, after winter set in, the major demons became less active. She had also patrolled outside the city a few times and only encountered some insignificant minor demons, which were not worth much. Yin Linyin set down the gifts, casually asked about the family's recent situation, and instructed them to disperse early today, not lingering any longer. By the time she returned to the Yin residence, the sky was already darkening. Yin Shoucai and Yin Qinghao were sitting in the hall talking. Upon seeing her enter, Yin Shoucai quickly stood up, his face beaming with a smile. Iner is back. It's cold outside. Come in and warm up. Yin Qinghao also stood up, his gaze sweeping over her to confirm she was fine. Then he felt a bit relieved. Dad, brother, quick, the food is all hot and waiting for you. The table was still laden with sumptuous dishes. Yin Shoucai kept serving his daughter food. Just stay home and rest for these few days. We could talk about other things after the new year. I found quite a few good things for you, just in time for spring. Yin Linyin looked at her father, noticing some silver strands at his temples, and her heart warmed as she raised her glass. Dad, brother, wishing you health in the new year. Yin Shoucai and Yin Qinghao raised their glasses in return. Outside the window, sparse snowflakes tapped against the paper. Inside, the stove was roaring with fire. This might be the first place she truly felt could be called home since coming to this world, spending her first new year here. The end of the year had passed, and it was early spring. The spring in Liangzhou still carried a bone-chilling cold, especially on the official road heading north. The snow had not yet melted, and the pine forests were covered in snow, causing the branches to droop low. 1,200 riders, dressed in black, wound through the mountain paths. The sound of hooves on the snow made a dull, crunching noise, and occasionally a horse would snort under the heavy burden. Yin Linyin sat upright on her horse, her posture straight, the dark cloak fluttering gently in the wind. She had reached the peak of transformation, impervious to cold and heat. However, the camp officers of Fuhai behind her were mostly only at the meridian opening stage. Even though they had true energy protecting their bodies, they could not adapt to such temperatures. Zhou Chong urged his horse forward and came to Yin Lingyin's side, his face red from the cold, his lips slightly trembling. Gritting his teeth, he quietly said, "Boss, it's too cold today, the brothers. Will they?" He didn't finish his sentence. Yin Linyin replied with a sound, her gaze still calm. She naturally knew that such heavy snow greatly affected the march, and the soldier's physical strength was being consumed far more than usual. However, demons would also mostly hibernate during the severe winter, becoming lazy. She issued an order. In 10 miles ahead, set up camp at the mountain pass and start cooking. Yes. Zhou Chong perked up, quickly agreeing, and hurried off to relay the orders. The speed of the convoy visibly increased. Yin Linyin looked ahead at the increasingly rugged mountain road and the distant mountain outlines obscured by wind and snow, which marked the boundary of Qingxiu. Finally, it was coming. The wind and snow at the mountain pass suddenly stopped. The 1,200 riders of Fuhai camp set up camp here, as ordered. They cleared the snow, erected tents, lit fires, and fed the horses. The cold wind whipped through, stirring up snowflakes that stung their faces. Before long, simple tents stood in the snow, and wisps of cooking smoke rose, adding some life to the desolate mountain forest. Yin Lingyin's tent was at the highest point, offering the best view. The four captains, Qin Shan, Tu San, Su Mo, and Linyin, along with Zhou Chong and his 2 personal guards, sat on either side. Everyone, seat. The crowd obeyed and settled down, and the tent fell into silence, save for the occasional crackling sound from the charcoal in the brazier. Tomorrow, they would enter Qingxiu territory. Linyin spoke first. The demons here have been entrenched for a long time, and they are not ordinary mountain spirits or wild beasts. What plans do you all have? First, the brainless Tu San waved his hand and said, Boss, there's no plan at all. With over 1,000 brothers, we just charge in directly. No matter what fox den it is, we'll take it all. Linyin frowned. She shot him a cold glance. Tu San awkwardly retracted his hand and scratched his head. Qin Shan pondered for a moment and said, The demons in Qingxiu have been entrenched for many years, and there is a powerful demon in charge. Although we have 1,200 riders, we still lack the advantage of terrain and people. In my humble opinion, we should first send elite scouts to ascertain the path, find out the location of the Demon King, and the distribution of the surrounding demons before making further plans. Once Qin Shan finished speaking, no one in the tent responded. Linyin's calm gaze swept over Su Mo. Su Mo felt flustered under her gaze, steadied himself, and said, What Captain Qin said is very true. The territory of Qingxiu is filled with wind and snow, and the terrain is complex. We are unfamiliar with the area. If we rashly lead the army in, if we fall into a trap set by the demons, the consequences would be unimaginable. He paused for a moment and added, moreover, It is freezing cold now, and the brothers' physical strength is far more depleted than usual. If we encounter danger again, it would be difficult to fight at full strength. Linyin, who had been silent, also spoke up. The scouts not only need to determine the path, but also must investigate the background of the Qingxiu fox demons. It is rumored that it is already heavily injured. If this can be confirmed, it would be a godsend opportunity for our army. Tu San listened, bewildered, feeling that all this probing was too troublesome, and couldn't help but mutter, Why make it so complicated? Linyin shot him a glance. If that head of yours only knows how to hack and slash, next time we attack a mountain, I'll let you be the first to charge in and see how the demon beast's teeth feel. Tu San immediately shrank his neck, shaking his huge head like a rattle drum, not daring to say another word. He was brave enough to charge, but he wasn't stupid. His boss was clearly a bit angry, and if he kept being stubborn, he might suffer again. They would naturally send scouts, but they couldn't just wait idly. She paused and looked around at everyone. The Qingxiu fox demon is heavily injured, so must be on high alert. With our army approaching, it surely won't be unprepared. To be honest, if I weren't afraid of being too shocking, I would rather flatten Qingxiu by myself. As long as the demons have enough lifespan, I am like a perpetual motion machine. But in this world, wanting to establish a foothold and have my own power is ultimately a good thing. I can't always be the one to handle small matters in the future, can I? Tomorrow, Linyin, you take 50 elite troops and infiltrate first. No need to go deep, just ascertain the patrol patterns of the demons on the outskirts of Qingxiu. You must return before sunset. Linyin stood up and solemnly said, I will obey. The rest. Linyin's gaze turned to Qin Shan and Tu San. Follow me. After the scouts clarify the path, we will move in immediately. Boss, do you mean? What I mean, Linyin said with a slight smile at the corner of her mouth, is that we will make a grand entrance and give that fox a surprise. Chapter 76. Xuantu Zhenjuan in the Fox King's cave in Qingxiu. The bed is made of warm jade, with animal skins as blankets. Xuantu Zhenjuan leans languidly on the couch, dressed in fiery red palace attire. The collar slightly open to reveal a glimpse of snow-white skin. Her pointed fox ears, adorned with pearls, quiver gently. 3 furry foxtails spread out behind her, occasionally sweeping lazily. She delicately holds a purple jade grape, leisurely bringing it to her mouth, her eyes sparkling with a naturally enchanting allure. Outside the cave, a hunchbacked wolf demon came rolling in, trembling as it spoke. Zhenjuan, it's bad, a lot of people have come down from the mountain. Xuantu Zhenjuan didn't even lift her eyelids, casually tossing aside the great pit she had just eaten. How many people? Is it worth you being so disheartened? The wolf demon knelt on the ground, not daring to raise its head. About 12 or 1,300 riders, all in black from the demon suppression office. 1,200? Xuantu Zhenjuan finally sat up a bit straighter, a smirk curling at the corners of her mouth. That old thing Chan Fengyan really thinks that I am weakened and can send this many people to flatten my Qingxiu. She chuckled lightly, her foxtail gently tapping the jade bed. Send my orders. All demon generals, be on guard. Keep your eyes sharp and stay alert for me. Yes, Zhenjuan. The wolf demon acknowledged the command and hurriedly asked, So, Zhenjuan, are we defending, or what's the rush? Xuantu Zhenjuan stretched lazily, her exquisite figure on full display. I haven't been sitting idle in Qingqiu all these years. A glint flashed in her eyes. I will send a message to the Mountain Lord. He is not far from here and will arrive in 2 days at most, with those from the Demon Suppression Office. They won't dare to act recklessly without investigating Qingqiu thoroughly 3 to 5 times. Xuantu Zhenjuan reclined back onto the couch, twirling another grape. Let them scout. When a Mountain Lord arrives, I will deal with them properly. It's been a while since I've tasted the flavor of the human race. The next day, the wind in Qingqiu grew increasingly cold and biting. The 1,200 riders of the Fuhai camp had already penetrated deep into Qingqiu, quietly halting in a narrow valley. The black-clad figures contrasted sharply with the white snow. Linyin sat upright on her horse, motionless. Her gaze was fixed ahead, where a vast expanse blurred by wind and snow loomed, the mountain range steep and endless. She was waiting. Linyin and his 50 scouts had set off before dawn. It wouldn't be long before they received news. No one spoke. Over the past 3 months, the Fuhai camp had fought through the surrounding areas of Liangzhou, not knowing how many monsters they had exterminated. With each battle, the survivors had changed. Linyin's rules were simple and brutal. Kill demons for rewards. The more kills, the more rewards. And the rewards were generous. Demon cores, food, and bones obtained, aside from the portions submitted to the Demon Suppression Office, were mostly distributed among the men who fought for their lives. She took none for herself. Countless people benefited. From being forced into battle at the beginning to now eagerly volunteering for missions, it had only been 3 short months. The current Fuhai camp was no longer the ragtag group that couldn't even stand in formation. Their eyes no longer held the previous laxity and fear, replaced instead with an almost greedy desire. A desire for slaughter, a desire for merit, a desire for greater power. After 3 months of baptism, everyone had grown to love the act of killing demons. At this moment, they were silent, not out of fear, but because they were all waiting for that command. They only wanted to follow that figure, charge into Qingqiu, and kill more demons. In the distance, a faint and hurried sound of footsteps came from the snowy ground. Soon, dozens of figures appeared at the valley entrance, with Linyin at the forefront. Boss! Linyin dismounted, quickly walking to Linyin's horse and kneeling on one knee. Back already? Subordinate has not failed in the mission. Linyin took out a simple map wrapped in oilcloth from his bosom and presented it with both hands. The perimeter of Qingqiu has been roughly scouted. Zhou Chong stepped forward to take it, unfolding it before Linyin. Linyin continued. The monsters lurking around Qingqiu have already started to be on guard. When we got closer, we found they were setting up makeshift defenses at the mountain passes, mostly sharpened wooden stakes and rolling stones. Linyin's gaze fell on the map. The drawn map was simple and easy to understand, which was quite good. What about the numbers? Reporting to the boss, Linyin paused, seemingly organizing his words, roughly estimating there are at least over 5,000 demons just on the perimeter. He saw that Linyin had no expression and added, but it looks like they're mostly low-level demons that have just gained intelligence. Not many can even reach the Pulse Realm, mostly foxes, wolves, and wildcats. Hearing this, Linyin's beautiful brows furrowed. 5,000? The number of these demons is somewhat beyond my expectations. Even if 5,000 pigs stood still for me to slaughter, it would take some effort. Not to mention these are at least intelligent demons. Is that Qingqiu Fox demon planning to play a Sea of Demons tactic with me? Boss, what do you say? Tu San, the bald-headed man, asked in a deep voice, his head steaming in the cold wind. Linyin's lips curled into a smile, a hint of excitement concealed within. 5,000 years of lifespan within reach. She suddenly squeezed her horse's belly, pointing her sword forward. Brothers, it's time to achieve merit and establish our careers. Follow me, flatten Qingqiu. Roar. The 1,200 captains of the Fuhai camp were instantly ignited like a barrel of gunpowder, all letting out a deafening roar. Boom! The sound of hooves thundered, and blades gleamed like snow. Linyin took the lead, her black cloak billowing in the wind and snow, like a streak of black lightning, plunging straight into that vast demon domain. Behind her, 1,200 riders followed closely, a torrent of iron, the killing intent soaring into the sky. At the perimeter of Qingqiu, at a narrow pass, 2 wolf demons with sharp beaks and monkey-like cheeks were grunting as they hammered a sharpened giant log into the ground. One of the smaller wolf demons wiped the sweat from its forehead, gasping as it complained, I say, Brother Heifeng, how much longer do we have to do this with this one stake? The robust wolf demon, known as Heifeng, slammed the giant log into the ground. producing a dull thud. What are you howling about? This is a task given by the Jinjuan. Do you dare to slack off? The thin wolf demon shrank its neck. I wouldn't dare, it's just. I've heard that those from the demon suppression office are about to come over. Can our few wooden stakes hold anything? Hafing scoffed, lowering his voice. You don't get it. Our task is just to make the outer defenses look somewhat decent. Just to show some effort. Do those from the demon suppression office really expect us little minions to hold them off? He patted the thin wolf demon's shoulder. A look of you're still young on his face. We're just here to make up the numbers, bolster the momentum, and by the way, delay some time. Delay time? The thin wolf demon was puzzled. Stupid. Of course, we wait for the mountain lord to make his move. The mountain lord. Instantly, an image appeared in its mind. That mountain lord was a peak transformation tiger demon, and now he was also the husband of their Xuanzhi Jinjuan. But thinking of their Zhenjuan, who usually looked down on them, being pressed under that tiger demon, the thin wolf demon couldn't help but swallow hard. Its throat rolling. TSK. If only I could have that too. Even if just once, it would be worth dying for. Chapter 77. The raid the thin wolf demon was savoring the moment when suddenly the ground shook violently beneath its feet. What was happening? The thin wolf demon turned pale. Its voice trembling. The earth dragon is turning over. As soon as it finished speaking, an even stronger tremor followed. The ground heaved, and the distant mountains and forests rustled ominously. The thin wolf demon's eyes widened as it looked towards the mouth of the pass, its voice almost in tears. Brother Blackwind, could it be? Could it be that group from the demon suppression office is coming over? Blackwind's expression also changed, but it forced itself to remain calm and stretched its neck to look towards the pass. Impossible. It declared firmly. How long has it been? We discovered them only a day ago at most, and those human beings are so slow. In the past, when they came to exterminate us, they always sent scouts to linger for 3 to 5 days before their main forces leisurely made their way over. There is no way it could happen so quickly. It patted its chest, trying to reassure the thin wolf demon, and perhaps itself as well, at most. It's just some clueless fool wandering around in the mountains, causing a ruckus. The thin wolf demon was skeptical, its legs still trembling a bit, but this noise doesn't sound like it could be made by just 1 or 2 demon beasts. You know nothing. Black Wind glared, spitting as it spoke. You've never seen the world. Don't panic over such a minor disturbance. Just as Black Wind was boasting, the shaking underfoot grew even more intense. The thin wolf demon stumbled, almost eating dirt, its face forlorn. Brother, it's coming again. This time it's even louder. Calm down. Black Wind cursed, steadying itself as it glared fiercely at the mouth of the pass. Now it too felt a bit anxious. Could it be that the humans really were attacking? Impossible. Were they out of their minds? Didn't they fear the ambush set by Qingxiu? The wind and snow intensified. Beyond the pass, at the white expanse, a faint black dot slowly appeared. Brother looked quickly. The thin wolf demon pointed with trembling fingers. That looks like a human figure? Black Wind squinted its murky wolf eyes, peering intently, then spat. It really is a human. Just one. The black dot became clearer, its outline more distinct. Indeed, there was only one silhouette. Black Wind let out a scornful grunt, suppressing its earlier tension and adopting a superior stance. Just a fool walking to their death. I don't care if it's a man or a woman. I'll just. Before it could finish its sentence, the thin wolf demon's eyes widened in horror, almost popping out of its sockets. It raised its paw, unable to utter a word, shaking uncontrollably. Black Wind was taken aback by its ghastly expression. What is wrong with you? Are you having a fit? It instinctively followed the thin wolf demon's gaze. Behind that solitary figure, the previously empty snowfield was now filled with densely packed shadows, surging forth like a tide, silently. First a mass, then a line, and then an overwhelming flood. Clad in black, weapons glinting like a forest. Humans, the human race, they were attacking. In the wind and snow, Linyin led the charge, her cloak billowing in the wind, the most striking black amidst the white expanse. She narrowed her eyes, her steed needing no urging as it charged forward with all its might. The sound of the wind was deafening, mixed with the distant, panicked howls of demons. She scanned the poorly constructed defenses at the mouth of the pass. Sharp wooden stakes and haphazardly piled rocks lacked any proper formation. Perhaps the demons had not anticipated that they would arrive so quickly. These defenses were not yet complete and posed no real threat. A slight, almost imperceptible smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Since that's the case, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. This would be a slaughter. No need for further words. Her speed and direction were the military orders. The army surged in. Behind her, Over 1,000 soldiers of the Fuhai camp followed, like a torrential flood. The sound of hooves shook the heavens, kicking up a storm of snow. The few demons on guard at the pass scattered like startled chicks. Some demons instinctively raised their hands, realizing too late that they were facing humans. Surrendering was useless. They began to flee for their lives. The black tide instantly engulfed them. Linyin black horse crashed through the wobbling wooden stakes, charging straight through the pass. The hooves did not stop, nor did the humans. She gripped the hilt of her sword at her waist. With a flash, the sword gleamed in the snow, a spring thunderclap suddenly appearing. A wildcat demon lunged at her with bared fangs. Linyin didn't even look. With a flick of her wrist, her long sword pierced forward. A streak of lightning like sword light tore through the wind and snow. The wildcat demon's form froze in midair before being cleaved in two. Slain a wise wildcat demon. Total lifespan 105 years. Remaining 77 years. Absorption complete. Behind her, a dog demon with red eyes roared and swiped at her. Linyin did not turn back. With her left hand, she formed a fist, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. An immense, invisible force surged forth. The dog demon felt itself seized, being pulled uncontrollably toward Linyin's horse. The iron hooves of the Fuhai camp were already upon them. Dozens of hooves trampled down. The dog demon couldn't even let out a scream before it was turned into a puddle of flesh, merging with the snow. The pass was narrow, easy to defend, and hard to attack. But under the unreasonable charge of the Fuhai camp, the so-called defenses crumbled like dry twigs. Blood and flesh flew. Puff, puff, puff. The sword light flickered, and where the cold light passed, demon heads rolled, warm demon blood splattering everywhere, dyeing the pure white snow a glaring red. The soldiers of the Fuhai camp had greed glimmering in their eyes. 3 months of battle had fully awakened the ferocity within them. To them, these panicking demons were walking achievements. Roar! A bear demon, relying on its tough skin and flesh, attempted to swat a soldier away with its massive paw. The soldier did not dodge. Wielding his long knife infused with true energy, he struck down hard on the bear paw. The bear paw shattered, blood gushing forth. Before the bear demon could let out a mournful cry, several long knives fell simultaneously. Slash! The bear demon's massive body was instantly hacked into several pieces. The soldier's eyes widened, and instead of thanking his companions, he cursed, "Damn you all, trying to steal my military merit." The remaining demons, witnessing this scene, lost all thoughts of resistance. The horrific deaths of their companions and the ferocity of the humans extinguished their last flicker of courage like cold water on their heads. Those demons who had just attempted to organize a defense now looked like dead men. The remaining demons, without a second thought, turned and fled desperately into the depths of Qingxiu. Formation. Defense? All were jokes in the face of death. Run, run, run. Escape whoever can. Black Wind and the Thin Wolf Demon found themselves mixed in with the fleeing demons, rolling and scrambling. Black Wind felt that this time, the attacking humans were completely different from before. Had it known, it would never have stayed at the pass. As for the Thin Wolf Demon, it didn't even dare to look back, fearing it would see those deadly black figures. Chapter 78. That dragon brother in just a short while. The area both inside and outside the pass was in disarray. The ground was littered with the corpses of monsters, severed limbs, and demon blood had stained the white snow beyond recognition. Linyin reined her horse, breathing slightly heavily. She looked around. Is anyone injured? Zhou Chong rode over to inquire and soon reported back. Boss, a few brothers have sustained minor injuries. Nothing serious. Linyin nodded. The sea-covering camp fought fiercely and swiftly. However, the monsters were cunning, and being in Qingxiu, with its complex terrain and heavy snowfall, most of the monsters escaped into the deep mountains amidst the chaos. Ahead, the valley was deep and shadowy, shrouded in wind and snow, making it hard to see what was inside. Linyin's thoughts stirred, and a fleeting illusionary light curtain flashed before her eyes. Demon lifespan. 427 years. How much lifespan would it take to walk the path of the manifestation? She still had no idea. All she knew was that 1,000 years wasn't enough, then 10,000 years, and if that wasn't enough, then 100,000 years. The more she accumulated, the better. In the depths of the Fox King's cave in Qingxiu, in stark contrast to the harsh cold and snow outside, the cave was warm and fragrant. Bang! The stone door of the cave was suddenly slammed open from the outside, and a wolf demon tumbled in, kneeling on the ground with a thud. True monarch, it bad. True monarch Schwanta slowly sat up, the hem of her fire-red palace attire sliding down, covering a large expanse of her enchanting figure. What is the panic about? For the past has fallen. The wolf demon kowtowed repeatedly. Those humans have broken in. The brothers couldn't hold them off. True monarch Schwanta's elongated fox eyes suddenly narrowed. Fun? Didn't I instruct you to hold your ground and delay for time? How long has it been? The scouts from a human race probably haven't even finished their reconnaissance yet. It's different, they're not like before. They only did a rough check and then charged straight in. True monarch Schwanta furrowed her brows tightly. Who is leading? Did that old fellow, Chun Fengyan, come in person? No, it's not. It's not Chun Fengyan. Oh, a hint of surprise flashed in true monarch Schwanta's eyes. Who could it be? Besides him, who else in the demon suppression division has such capability? The wolf demon trembled as it spoke. It's a woman. A woman? Having dealt with the demon suppression division for many years, she knew very well how vigilant those so-called demon slayers are. Aside from Chun Fengyan, who had once injured her without following the usual tactics, which of his deputy commanders was not cautious, thoroughly investigating Qingqiu inside and out before daring to approach? Useless. A mere woman has caused you to lose your armor and helmet. After her angry reprimand, the wicked fire in her chest did not diminish. She was well aware that the small demons at the pass were mostly those who had just gained wisdom. They could bluff in their usual way. But when faced with the fierce demon slayers of the demon suppression division, they were merely sending themselves to their deaths. Yet, she never expected them to collapse so quickly. True monarch Schwanta's eyes glimmered, a cold light flashing from the depths. Her original plan was to wait for the mountain lord to arrive and then join forces to capture this batch of demon suppression division personnel in one fell swoop. But now it seems she might not be able to wait. Fine. True monarch Schwanta suddenly chuckled lightly. Send orders down to gather all the demon generals, and I will go meet them. The wolf demon was taken aback at first, but then a glimmer of fervor flashed in its eyes, and it kowtowed. True monarch is wise. With a true monarch personally taking action, those humans are doomed. Not long after, the battlefield was cleared. Linyin waved her hand, and the army continued to advance deeper into Qingqiu. The snow fell heavier, and the mountain roads became increasingly treacherous. The troops wound their way forward, the sound of hooves echoing in the valley. After walking for about a stick of incense's worth of time, the scouts suddenly sounded the alarm. Stop! Linyin reined in her horse and looked ahead. She saw an open area ahead where numerous figures were faintly moving in the snow fog. Boss, there are many monsters ahead. A scout reported on horseback. Linyin put away her nonchalant expression. Continue advancing. Soon, the front opened up. A wide valley appeared before everyone. Monsters. Countless monsters, bizarre in shape, crowded together. Like a pot of boiling mishmash. Various fur colors and body sizes made her somewhat dizzy. Among the densely packed monsters, a small area was cleared. A very conspicuous, fire-red soft palanquin was being carried by 8 robust and powerful monsters, steadily stopping there. Red veils hung down from all sides of the palanquin, faintly revealing a delicate figure inside. The monsters automatically parted to make way, and the soft palanquin was brought out. What grand display! The red veils fluttered without wind, gently parted by a delicate hand. A woman leaned halfway out of the palanquin, dressed in fire-red palace attire. Her skin appeared even whiter. She had an extremely beautiful face, with long, narrow phoenix eyes that sparkle with charm. Sharp fox ears poked out from her hair, adorned with pearls, slightly trembling. The woman's gaze swept over the members of the sea-covering camp, finally landing on Linyin at the forefront. She examined Linyin with great interest. Who are you? I don't remember the demon suppression division having such a beautiful girl like you. Linyin sat upright on her horse, narrowing her eyes. Linyin. Linyin? The woman softly repeated the name as if savoring it. It's quite a pleasant name. She stood barefoot on the cold snow, with delicate golden bells tied around her ankles, producing a crisp and pleasant sound with her movements. So pinnacle of the transformation intent, is this your confidence for daring to invade my Qingqiu? Monsters are particularly sensitive to aura. True monarch Schwanta only needed a glance to see through her cultivation level. Seeing that she didn't answer, true monarch Schwanta was not angry, but instead sighed softly. Her alluring fox eyes gazing at Linyin, filled with a hint of melancholy, as if she had suffered a great grievance. In the mirror of a rosy face, I often see my reflection, while my dark hair is adorned with a few strokes. Originally, I was a guest in the spring breeze. Why must we meet with the snowblade? Yin Linyin sat quietly on her horse, listening to the fox demon woman finish her lines, remaining silent. In this day and age, even demons have begun to delve into cultural studies, with references to rosy faces and dark hair, spring breezes and snowblades. She didn't understand a word and felt that this demon not only learned to dress up, but also learned to emphasize grandeur. And now, even this pretentiousness of wordplay had been fully adopted. She dismounted swiftly, her movements sharp and decisive, the hem of her black cloak lifting slightly in the snowy wind. She walked step by step towards the red-clad fox demon. Behind her, over 1,000 officers of the sea-covering camp were silent, with only the howling wind and snow remaining. True monarch Xuan saw her approach and sighed softly, her voice tender and sweet, as if it could drip water. I originally thought that the one commanding such a large army to come to seek justice would surely be a rough and boisterous woman. But unexpectedly, it turned out to be a lovely sister like you. She extended her delicate finger and gently touched her heart, her gaze filled with pity. Alas, my heart, I really find it hard to part with you all at once. Yin Linyin smiled slightly. If she had seen such a beauty in her past life, perhaps she would have lingered a moment longer, her thoughts inevitably stirred. But unfortunately, now what did Neza say to Ao Bing while drinking? What did he say? Although true monarch Xuantu inquired, her heart was busy trying to recall who Neza and Ao Bing were. Yin Lingyin's gaze fell on the other's chest. That dragon brother. Chapter 79. The Fox Demon of the Sword Sect. As soon as the words were spoken, the charming smile on Xuanta Jinjuan's face froze. She instinctively lowered her head and glanced at the impoverished curves beneath her fiery red palace attire, which had been carefully highlighted. Then she raised her head sharply, her furious gaze fixed on Yin Lingyin's chest, which was unassuming yet somehow glaring to her. You! A piercing scream erupted from Xuanta Jinjuan's throat, devoid of the previous softness and charm. The wind grew colder. The thousands of demons surrounding them shivered in unison. The Jinjuan was angry. Clearly, it was herself who was at a loss for words. In a hurry, Yin Linyin wasted no time. With a clang, her long sword was already unsheathed, its blade pointing diagonally at the red-clad fox demon. Xuanta Jinjuan's pretty face turned ashen, her enchanting eyes filled with seething rage, yet she showed no signs of panic. With a flick of her wrist, the long sword namely Li Qianshi met Yin Lingyin's attack head-on. Clang! A light chime echoed as the two swords clashed, sparks flying. Yin Lingyin's sword force was like thunder, direct and domineering. However, Xuanta Jinjuan's swordplay carried an indescribable quality, the blade wavering between reality and illusion, diffusing much of the power behind the strike. Amidst the swirling sword light, there was an unspoken sadness that entwined endlessly. The initial clash yielded no results. Yin Linyin raised an eyebrow slightly. This fox demon was indeed skilled with the sword. She had thought that these mountain spirits, once they gained intelligence, would only resort to their natural instincts and talents in battle. But unexpectedly, this fox had learned the swordplay quite well, truly becoming more human-like. Within her dantian, the true meaning of the sea surged violently, strands of black mist rising from her body, quickly wrapping around her sword. She tapped her toes on the snowy ground, activating the step of moonlight, her figure flickering as she closed in on Xuanta Jinjuan. The sword was drawn, still embodying the spring thunder, but now with the momentum of the sea swallowing the essence. Facing this sudden, fierce strike, Xuanta Jinjuan's enchanting fox eyes turned cold. Her entire demeanor shifted. The previously vague sadness in her sword intent vanished without a trace, replaced by a ruthless emptiness. Xuanta Jinjuan gently shook her sword, her movements no longer elusive. Instead, they became concise and fierce, each strike aimed directly at the vital points, devoid of unnecessary motions. Clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the two long swords had already clashed several times. The black mist and the cold sword light continuously collided and extinguished. Yin Linyin felt the force from her opponent's sword was entirely different from before. That empty sword intent seeped in, seemingly freezing one's emotions. This must be the essence of her opponent's intent. Yet, she did not expect that this mere demon could comprehend such a truth in swordsmanship. Truly, unheard of. After a single strike, both retreated a few steps. Yin Linyin stabilized her stance, her sword tip slightly lowered. Opposite her, Xuanta Jinjuan held her long sword horizontally with her right hand, while her left fingers lightly caressed the dark blade. Her gaze filled with infatuation and sorrow. Your swordplay is indeed good, but unfortunately, you do not understand the sword. Her gaze drifted for a moment, looking at Yin Linyin. as if peering through her to a distant place. Do you know? I have practiced this sword for 1,500 years. 1,500 years. From her awakening in Qingqiu as a young fox, only knowing how to seek benefits and avoid harm, to later seeing humans and the swords in their hands. Swords that could kill or grant life. She wanted one too. The first 100 years were spent imitating, using claws, teeth, and collected dry branches. Then she found a broken sword and fought against beasts, demons, and occasionally wandering warriors. Over the years, she had gathered countless sword techniques, all in pursuit of the sword intent she yearned for. She had accumulated countless wounds in exchange for the gradually familiar sharpness in her hands. The chill of the sword was the wind and snow of the north. The sadness within the sword was the path she had traveled. So how dare you wield a sword in front of me? As Xuantu Jinjuan's voice fell, the infatuation and sorrow in her eyes suddenly retracted. The next moment, without any warning, the red shadow charged toward Linyin. Unintentional to intentional. The sword force became erratic, defying the rules. Linyin's pupils constricted slightly. The true meaning of the sea flowing faster, her long sword horizontally blocking. Formless to form, she cried out, the sword light suddenly dispersing, appearing both tangible and intangible, at times transforming into countless sword shadows. Linyin felt the pressure surge. The terrifying power of her opponent far exceeded any adversary she had encountered before. This fox demon's understanding of the sword could already be called a master. Moreover, this fox demon showed no signs of being heavily injured. This reckless fighting style, even in her prime, would struggle to endure such consumption. Soulless to soul, Xuantu Jinjuan's eyes turned crimson, her hair dancing wildly, and she seemed to ignite. The long sword in her hand emitted a mournful hum, the sorrowful intent manifesting as shadowy apparitions that entwined the sword's edge, surging toward Linyin with wild ferocity. Each strike was laced with a crazed determination to destroy everything. Her arms moved frantically, each sword faster than the last. Each strike more ruthless, each blow disregarding her own safety. There were no rules, damn it. To insult my sword path, damn it. Die for me. The true meaning of the sea spread from her feet, the black water staining the snowy ground. Clang, 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 clang. Time and again, she blocked the strikes. The sound of metal colliding never ceased. Another heavy chop came. Linyin raised her sword to block. Clang. A sound completely different from before rang out. Linyin felt her sword lighten, her grip shaking violently. She looked down. The long sword that had accompanied her in slaying countless demons had broken. In the past, she had been focused solely on cultivating, accumulating longevity, and deducing techniques, always believing that her strength was sufficient to act with impunity. But today, in front of this Qingqiu demon lord, she suddenly realized, when truly facing an equally matched opponent whose cultivation and techniques were not inferior to her own, the quality of the weapon became so crucial. The inferiority of this external object at this moment was a matter of life and death. Chapter 80. Killing you doesn't necessarily require a sword. Looking at the broken sword in Linyin's hand, Xuantu Jinjuan gazed at her with a mocking and high and mighty expression. As a swordsman, if you can't even protect your own sword, what do you have left? The wind and snow seemed to have intensified, swirling up the remnants of snow on the ground, blurring the vision. The hearts of the members of the Fuhai camp tightened, their eyes fixed on their leader. As long as their leader gave the order, they would join the battle without hesitation. Linyin sighed and tossed the broken sword to the ground. She admitted that the opponent's swordsmanship was indeed superior to hers. Even though she had perfected the Spring Thunder Awakens sword to its fullest, the opponent's intent was understood from the sword itself. This was the gap. Xuantu Jinjuan, seeing her abandon the sword, thought she had lost her fighting spirit. What? Are you conceding? Do you want to kneel and beg for mercy, hoping that I would spare you for your pretty face? She chuckled lightly, but unfortunately, I'm not in a good mood today. Linyin raised her head and gently moved her wrist. The accumulated snow beneath her feet was visibly stained with a layer of light ink color, rapidly spreading outwards. The sword, I indeed cannot compare to you. But killing you does not necessarily require a sword. Xuantu Jinjuan's smile slightly faltered. At Linyin's age, such swordsmanship could already be considered a prodigious talent. But it was only talent. Perhaps in 10 or 20 years, Linyin's swordsmanship might surpass hers. But now, she was ultimately the stronger one. Arrogant. Without a sword, you still speak so defiantly. She raised her long sword again, sweeping towards Linyin. Linyin did not retreat, but advanced. Her figure swayed, and just before the sword light fell, she narrowly avoided the edge, closing in. The black mist enveloping her body suddenly thickened, with the sound of waves faintly echoing. Zuantazinjin's sword missed, and her heart tightened. Then, with a swift twist of her wrist, she slashed horizontally with her sword, the sword light as swift as a bolt, coming at her waist. Linyin stepped out with her left foot, the accumulated snow on the ground being shaken apart by an invisible force, not evading at all. She raised her left arm, bending her elbow, covered with a layer of condensed black mist, directly meeting the cold sword edge. Clang! A dull sound echoed. Zuantazinjin felt a tremendous force coming from the sword, and the sword edge was forced apart by an inch, her tiger mouth going numb. A hint of disbelief flashed in her eyes. Her arm. How is that possible? How could this woman's physical body be so formidable? This weapon, the Lili Qianshi, is not an ordinary weapon. A person's energy is limited. It is impossible for an ordinary person to focus on cultivating two entirely different paths. Who would have thought that Linyin not only perfected her swordsmanship, but also cultivated her physical technique to perfection? After deflecting this sword, Linyin's right fist had already been thrown out. The fist carried a dark, devouring true intent, tearing through the air with a thunderous boom. Zuantazinjin, after all, was a renowned great demon. Though surprised, she remained calm. With a push of her toes, she swiftly retreated. Linyin spread her fingers, facing Zuantazinjin from afar. Control the crane. A sudden surge of suction exploded, causing Zuantazinjin's retreating form to come to a sudden halt. It was this moment of pause. Linyin's fist had already slammed into Zuantazinjin's abdomen. Capture the dragon. Bang! Zuantazinjin felt as if struck by a heavy hammer. The seductive charm and pride on her face completely vanished, leaving only shock and pain. Her body flew backward, crashing into several small demons who couldn't evade in time, heavily landing in the snow. Linyin remained expressionless, exerting force beneath her feet, pressing forward again. The immovable king body had been pushed to its limit, and beneath the layer of black mist on her skin, a dark golden sheen faintly emerged. Earlier, when she fought with her sword, Zuantazinjin could still maneuver with her exquisite sword intent and that divine weapon. But once Linyin closed in, this was pure power and body-crushing. The Fuhai swallowing Yuan true intent combined with control the crane and capture the dragon, plus the enhancement of a movable king body. Now, her physical combat was as terrifying as a humanoid Tyrannosaurus. Zuantazinjin struggled to get up, but Linyin was already shadowing her, a foot coming down. Without thinking much, she suddenly twisted her waist, and three fiery red fox tails behind her curled up like steel whips, intertwining to meet Linyin's descending right foot. The fox tails absorbed most of the force, and Zuantazinjin used this rebound to roll away awkwardly, narrowly avoiding having her head stomped into the ground. Even so, the three fox tails that were stepped on sent a sharp pain through her bones, and Zuantazinjin let out a muffled groan, cold sweat seeping from her white forehead. She was not a fool. The Linyin before her, after losing her sword, displayed even more terrifying strength. A thought flashed in her mind. So just now, the opponent was merely using her as a tool to test her swordsmanship? Linyin shook her left arm, which had blocked the sword edge, taking it head-on. While the opponent could not break through her defense, her arm felt numb from the impact, and it was indeed not a pleasant experience. In the future, she should do less of such foolishness of blocking swords with her body. Just as she was about to press forward again, Zuantazinjin's face turned pale, an expression of fear flashing in her eyes, and she turned to flee without hesitation. The thousands of demons saw their leader abandoning them to escape alone and were momentarily stunned, unsure of what to do. Block her for me, Zuantazinjin shouted, her voice piercing through the air for miles. King against king, general against general. This was the common sense of the battlefield. This fox demon had pretended in every way before, but now she abandoned her subordinates, fleeing like a lost dog. It was undoubtedly a huge blow to morale. But after all, it was the command of their leader, and they had to grit their teeth and rush forward, howling. In an instant, waves of demons surged forward like a tide, shaking the heavens. Linyin clicked her tongue, shook her head, and said no more. As over 1,000 officers from the Fuhai camp roared like a tide, charging forward. Knives and guns pierced flesh, creating a series of dull sounds. Linyin stood amidst the chaos, surrounded by blood and flesh flying everywhere, yet she remained indifferent. Her gaze was fixed on the fleeing red figure. Want to escape? Linyin's lips curled slightly, stepping on the moon, leaving fragrance. With a few flashes, she distanced herself from the boiling battlefield behind her. leaving only a line of faint footprints that were quickly covered by new snow. The red figure ahead seemed to sense the movement behind and glanced back. Her face filled with shock. The wind and snow lashed against her, stinging her cheeks. Xuanta's engine had never felt the wind of Qingqiu to be this bone-chillingly cold. What kind of monster is this woman? First, her swordsmanship, then her physical body. Now even her movement technique is terrifyingly so. She had thought that her 1,500 years of cultivation, having refined her swordsmanship to such a level, would be enough to look down upon the world. Yet in front of the other, it seemed like a joke. Ahead was a cliff. A hint of madness flashed in Xuanta's engine's eyes, and without a moment's hesitation, she leaped. The wind howled in her ears. In midair, she instinctively looked back. At the edge of the cliff, that black figure stood quietly, not pursuing. Just as Xuanta's engine felt a flicker of relief from surviving a calamity, the next moment, it froze. She saw the person at the edge of the cliff slowly raise a hand toward her. Chapter 81. The Manifestation of the Great Demon. The true monarch Xuantu was suspended in midair, her descent not yet halted. In her pupils, the black figure on the cliff, raising its palm, reflected her growing alarm. In the next moment, she felt her body freeze. That terrifying suction force appeared again. The wind and snow continued to howl, but her world fell into silence in an instant. Then she saw that figure on the cliff, surrounded by a vast expanse of black water. The black water was thick and deep, twisting and stretching like a living creature, transforming into dozens of thick tentacles that tore through the wind and snow. Lunging straight at her, the shock in Xuantu's eyes turned into utter despair. The black tentacles arrived in an instant. 1-2 dozens. The black water tentacles wrapped around her ankles, her calves, her slender waist, her ample bosom, her neck. The fire-red palace gown, entangled by the black tentacles, was pulled tightly against her body, outlining her exquisite curves. Yet in Xuantu's heart, there was not a hint of allure, only endless terror. The black water tentacles slowly tightened, dragging her delicate form upwards over the cliff's edge and crashing heavily into the snow below. Linyin stepped forward, looking down at the limp Xuantu. Her fire-red palace gown was in disarray, soaked with snow and mud, her hair disheveled, hairpins askew, the myriad charms of her past reduced to a pitiful state. Xuanta gasped violently, her eyes filled with fear. Please, don't kill me. The treasures of Qingqiu, accumulated over thousands of years by the demon kings, I will give them all to you. I only ask for your mercy. Linyin remained unmoved, simply watching her quietly. In Qingqiu, there are many handsome fox spirits, each one is good. As long as you spare me, they. Seeing the increasing coldness on Linyin's face, Xuanta quickly changed her tone, her voice becoming more humble, tinged with a sob. I could do it too. My skills in bed are no worse than my swordsmanship. I could do anything to satisfy you. Linyin slowly shook her head. This fox demon, who had studied for a lifetime, still wanted to cling to life in this way until the end. Truly ironic. She raised her hand, the essence of black water swirling, ready to end this demon. Just then, a furious roar rolled in from the depths of the distant mountains. Stop it. Linyin paid no heed to the distant roar. Her palm descended. Crack. Xuantu's head tilted, the light in her eyes quickly dimmed, and she fell silent. Slaying the transformative fox demon. Total lifespan 2,100 years, remaining 730 years. Absorption complete. Demon lifespan 7,527 years. Almost at the same moment Linyin's palm fell. A violently massive figure crashed toward the place where she had just stood. The fierce wind rushed at her. Linyin floated back several feet, avoiding this thunderous strike. Boom! A loud sound exploded, creating a snow pit at the spot. As the smoke and snow cleared, a brightly striped fierce tiger stood at the edge of the pit. This tiger demon could walk upright, its eyes blood red, its body awkwardly adorned with several ill-fitting satin robes, torn open in several places by its robust physique, revealing the twisted muscles underneath. The tiger demon didn't even look at Linyin, staggering a few steps, pouncing on the still warm body of Xuantu. No! 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 In a moment the wind and snow stopped. The brightly striped fierce tiger's body trembled slightly, and its massive paw gently brushed aside the disheveled hair from Xuantu's face. I'm late. After a moment, it slowly raised its large tiger head. The red eyes gazed at the sky, as if speaking to the deceased, or perhaps to itself. You said the snow and wind in this world is too great. Do you still feel cold now? No one answered. After a long time, it turned its head, regaining calmness, its gaze landing on Linyin not far away. What crime has she committed to deserve death? The Lord of Qingxiu, the true monarch Xuantu, has brought disaster to the region, harming countless beings. Is this crime not enough? The tiger demon fell silent for a moment, then spoke in a low voice. I know, but for the past 10 years, I have personally come from Kanglin to care for her, restraining her from killing. Don't your human race always speak of kindness, morality, and compassion? Why? Can't you give her a chance? That is something said to one's own kind. Linyin shook her head. When dealing with other races, there's only one principle. What principle? Those who are not of our kind must have different hearts. So, it is only natural for you to slaughter the entire Qingxiu clan today? Naturally. Then it is also natural for me to seek revenge for her today. Also natural. Well, since that is the case, I have nothing more to say. The tiger demon slowly closed its eyes, and when it opened them again, they were filled with dead silence. It extended its massive paw, gently stroking Xuantu's cheek. To her, you may go. In this life, you have accrued too much blood debt. In your next life, do not become a demon again. After saying this, it slowly stood up, looking at Linyin. I, the Lord of Kanglin Mountain, have practiced for over 3,000 years, studying poetry and books, observing etiquette, upholding righteousness, and have never killed a single person. You killed her. It was her fate, but the grudge of killing a wife, I cannot let it go. What is your name? Linyin. The Lord of Kanglin Mountain nodded slowly. Miss Yin, take 3 moves from me. After 3 moves, if you do not die, I shall leave. Linyin took a deep breath. In past confrontations, regardless of the demon's cultivation level, she could roughly gauge their capabilities. But now, every time she tried to probe, it felt like a stone sinking into the sea with no response. The tiger demon felt empty inside, yet also seemed to encompass everything. She sensed nothing. This was the most terrifying. She had killed the peak transformative deer demon and had just slain the fox demon, believing she had few rivals in the transformative realm. But this tiger demon, who called itself the Lord of Kanglin, gave her a completely different feeling. An instinctive intuition told her the opponent far surpassed the transformative realm. Linyin clenched her fists, then slowly relaxed them. All right. The Lord of Kanglin Mountain's red tiger eyes calmly gazed at her, and upon hearing her words, he slightly nodded. Miss Yin, please. As soon as he finished speaking, an indescribable pressure spread from him, enveloping the entire valley. The wind stopped. The snow also ceased. Yet Linyin stood her ground, not retreating a single step. She felt like a solitary boat in a storm, ready to capsize at any moment. First move. He slowly raised a tiger paw. 3 elements, 9 escapes, the world changes. As his words were spoken, Linyin felt the sky above her suddenly darken. I have observed the mountains for 3,000 years in Kanglin, feeling the pulse of the earth, initially seeing the mountain as a mountain, then seeing the mountain as not a mountain. Now, the mountain is still a mountain. A shadow appeared from nowhere, descending from the heavens above. This mountain gathers the might of Kanglin, condensing the soul of the earth. The mountain's intent manifests, not as a mere figure of speech, but as a recognition of my 3,000 years of hard cultivation in this world. In the Lord of Kanglin Mountain's tiger eyes, there is no brutality of slaughter, only a tranquility akin to the Tao. Then let this mountain pave the way for you. Chapter 82. Manifesting the sacred, initial realm. The wind has stopped, and the snow has ceased, leaving the surroundings in profound silence. This is the means of the manifesting sacred realm, drawing upon the might of heaven and earth, transforming the void into reality. Such a method is truly terrifying. Linyin took a deep breath, and within her dantian, the true essence of the ocean surged forth without any reservation, roaring outwards. Dense black ripples emerged beneath her feet, gradually flowing across her skin. The black and gold hues fluctuated unpredictably. The immovable king body had reached its peak. She suddenly raised her arms, palms facing the sky. The towering mountain loomed closer, its shadow completely engulfing her. The pressure was almost overwhelming. Linyin's eyes widened, devoid of fear, filled only with a frenzied, fighting spirit. The snow beneath her feet sank with each passing moment. Open for me. A low shout erupted from her throat. The black vapor condensing around her surged violently, pushing upwards several inches. Boom! The mountain finally collided fiercely with the tiny figure. Linyin felt an indescribable immense force crash down upon her, her arms trembling violently. The ground beneath her feet collapsed into a deep pit. Blood seeped from all 7 orifices. The mountain paused for a moment, But it was only a moment. Then, it continued to press down with an unstoppable force. Linyin gritted her teeth, her blood surging like boiling water, the true essence within her running wildly. Crack! The sound of bones fracturing echoed. Linyin let out a muffled groan, her figure shrinking further, her knees nearly buried in the snow. She barely managed to hold on. The mountain pressing down on her head finally began to dissipate slowly, transforming into specks of spiritual light that drifted into the wind and snow. Linyin swayed and eventually knelt on one knee, supporting herself with her hand and gasping for breath. Just one move. The true essence within her had already been completely exhausted. The Lord of Kanglan sighed gently. Today, I will make an exception and personally dig your grave and erect a monument for you, as a way to honor your skills. With the true essence dissipated. The lamp extinguished. How could you block my second move? The Lord of Kanglan slowly spread his arms, embracing the world as the wind and snow began to settle. The cycle of life and death flows through the 4 seasons. For 3,000 years in Kanglan, I have observed the rotation of the seasons, felt the withering and flourishing of all things, spring births, summer grows, autumn harvests, winter stores. This is the great way of heaven and earth, the cycle of life and death. Nothing could be outside of it. His eyes held no sadness or joy, only a detached indifference, as if looking down upon all living beings. With this way, I will send you to the afterlife. As soon as the Lord of Kanglan's voice fell, Linyin felt the surrounding world suddenly change. Formless and intangible, the cycles of life and death were everywhere. The sprouting of spring, the fervor of summer, the desolation of autumn, the deathly silence of winter. For distinct yet cyclic realms of meaning, like an invisible millstone, slowly turned. It seemed that in the next second, she would be ground into it, turning into nothingness. This is the manifestation of the sacred. Words become laws, transforming one's understanding of heaven and earth into rules, imposing them upon others. Demon lifespan, 7. 527 years. She hesitated not for a moment. With a thought, the true essence within her returned to its original state. Yet the cultivation method had reached its limit. The path to manifesting the sacred. The yin sacred, the yang sacred, the other sacred. She knew the way, but how could she kick down this final door? The true essence of the ocean, swallowing the primordial, had reached perfection. No matter how much lifespan she infused earlier, it had made no progress. Condensing the Tao seed of returning to the origin, deducing and integrating, could the ordinary integrated skills really bridge the gap between transforming intention and manifesting the sacred? The rhythm of life and death surged towards her like a tidal wave. There was no more time to wait. A flash of resolve crossed Linyin's eyes. Even if she were to die, she would die standing, since one path was blocked. Then she would smash all paths into one. A glint of madness flashed in her eyes. Integration. Gather all perfected skills and integrate them together to deduce a path. The text on the panel seemed to pause for a moment. Deducing integration of 3 or more skills is extremely dangerous, consumes vast resources, and the outcome is uncertain. It may lead to complete destruction of the skills and severing of the meridians. Do you confirm? Confirm. Please select the skills to be integrated. Magic Flower Slaying Sword. Controlling cranes and capturing dragons. Wind Chasing Body Technique. Ocean Swallowing Primordial True Meaning. Spring Thunder Awakening Sword. Moonlit Perfumed Steps. Immovable King Body. Confirming the consumption of 1,000 years of demon lifespan. Condensing the Tao seed of returning to the origin. Unable to use the Tao seed of returning to the origin for this deduction. Consuming demon lifespan. Please insert demon core to begin deduction. Without any hesitation, Linyin took out an item from her bosom. It was the inner core of the deer demon she had encountered earlier. Detecting the insertion of demon core beginning deduction. In the first year, you made a firm decision and began to contemplate how to enter the manifesting sacred realm. Your eyes revealed a clear foolishness. In the 10th year, you began to search for a hint of the all-encompassing potential within ocean-swallowing primordial true meaning, attempting to harmonize various martial arts with the flexibility of water. The remnant soul of the dragon mocked your thoughts, believing you were playing with mud. In the 50th year, you began to ponder what it means to manifest the sacred. The yin sacred relies on incense. The yang sacred exhausts itself. Incense is the thought of all beings, while the self is the extreme of one's heart. You vaguely sensed that manifesting the sacred may be about intensifying one's intention to the point of distorting the current rules, transforming the void into reality. In the 105th year, years of contemplation led you to an epiphany, and you couldn't help but howl at the sky. I did it. I did it. In the 195th year, you attempted to use ocean-swallowing primordial true meaning as the core, trying to devour and integrate the other 6 skills. The true essence backfired. Your spirit shook, blood flowed from your 7 orifices, nearly turning you into a fool, leaving you lonely. In the 500th year, you fell into madness day and night without rest, not eating or drinking. Your form withered to bones, sometimes laughing, sometimes crying. In the 700th year, you discovered that the key to manifesting the sacred might not be refining, but transforming, turning decay into the miraculous, transforming oneself into heaven and earth. In the 1020th year, the remnant soul of the dear demon emerged from the demon core, telling you, follow the timing of heaven, comprehend the cycle of life, that is the righteous path. In the 3300th year, you had an epiphany. Since the human body has limits, why not draw upon demons? You began to attempt to refine the power of demons into your martial true essence. This step was extremely dangerous. Your true essence was polluted by demonic power several times, nearly turning you into a demon. In the 4200th year, you began to merge your demonized, mysterious shark tail into it. This move was fraught with danger, blurring the boundaries between human and demon. The remnant soul of the white deer revealed compassion, attempting to guide you towards harmony, while the remnant soul of the dragon was overly excited, encouraging you to completely unleash your demonic nature. In this conflict, you glimpsed a blurry path that belonged neither to the yin sacred nor to the yang sacred. In the 7400th year, all skills were utterly extinguished, and a brand new, unprecedented power took shape within you. It was no longer the true essence of transformation, but also not the divine power possessed by the manifesting sacred. Skill deduction and integration completed, consuming 400 years of demon lifespan. New skill initially formed. You named it Heavenly Demon Communication. Current realm. Manifesting the sacred initial realm. Current remaining lifespan, 300 years. Demon lifespan, 127 years. Chapter 83. The unusual path of manifestation. Linyin opened her eyes. She slowly stood up. The pressure that had almost crushed her disappeared without a trace. However, something was off. It was not just wrong, it was extremely wrong. According to Old Master Chun, the manifestation realm is the manifestation of martial will into phenomena that can influence the real world. Like the tiger demon, who can command the laws of nature, causing mountains to press down and the seasons to turn, all are embodiments that will interfering with reality. But she, although she had already entered the initial stage of manifestation, raised her hand and tried to sense. There was no feeling at all. In fact, she couldn't even sense the clarity of true intent merging with heaven and earth that she had felt at the peak of her transformation. What exactly went wrong? On the other side, the Lord of Kanglan Mountain showed a grave expression. This woman before him had clearly been exhausted, her true intent dissipated, waiting for him to send her to the afterlife. Yet in just a blink of an eye, her aura changed. It was not a transition from death to life, nor a withered tree coming to spring. It was as if she had disappeared. In his perception as someone in the manifestation realm, that woman seemed to have been erased from this world, leaving behind a blank space. There was neither life nor death. The cycle of life and death lost its target and began to collapse on its own. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain frowned in thought, then sighed. He couldn't understand, nor could he make sense of it. Perhaps this was fate. Miss Yin, all I have learned in my life comes from the waters of Kanglan Mountain, understanding the natural world. The first 2 moves represent the weight of the mountain and the cycle of the seasons, both external factors. This third move has nothing to do with heaven and earth, nor with all things, but only questions the true heart. This move is called All Thoughts Return to Silence. Before his voice faded, his towering figure slightly bowed, like a tiger descending the mountain. A strong pressure instantly locked onto Linyin. The third move. Linyin was still exploring the changes within her body when that pressure targeted her, causing her entire body to stiffen. The new power within her lay silent like dead water, not responding in the slightest to her will. Just as the tiger-like momentum of the soul was about to approach her, an unexpected change occurred. Her body seemed to have its own thoughts. Roar, a low growl, not quite human, yet carrying a hint of dragon's roar, erupted from Linyin's throat. She felt an indescribable pain surge from her tailbone all the way up, straight to her crown. Crack, crack. Linyin suddenly raised her head, her long, white neck arching back at an astonishing angle, her hair dancing wildly. The skin on either side of her forehead bulged and tore, blood instantly gushing out, staining her temples. Then, two bony horns broke through her flesh, growing grotesquely from her forehead. The horns were not pure black. Intricate dark golden patterns could be faintly seen, winding around them. The wind blew, lifting her hair. Her exposed eyes had transformed into vertical golden pupils without her noticing. This sudden transformation left Linyin herself in a daze. She could sense that her body was undergoing a change she could not comprehend. Was this the celestial demon transformation? Was this what she obtained after integrating 7 complete cultivation methods with her 400 years of lifespan and a peak transformation demon core? At that moment, without warning, a chaotic explosion erupted in her mind. Breaking free from the shell, she saw her true self. Soaring through the void, why need wings? All phenomena of heaven and earth are for my use, and also for my being. The so-called rules are merely the footprints of predecessors. Today I come to tread a new path. The celestial demon is born with no taboos. In an instant, her thoughts flickered. Linyin felt her body lighten, her feet leaving the ground, slowly rising. The surrounding wind and snow suddenly rolled back. Above the sky, the clouds that had temporarily paused due to the tiger demon's divine ability gathered with a more violent posture. Ink-like black clouds surged from all directions, blotting out the sun. Within the clouds, lightning flickered, emitting a dull roar. Linyin hovered in midair, her clothes dancing wildly, her hair flying in disarray. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain's towering figure momentarily halted. The third move all thoughts returned to silence poised to launch, but at this moment, he had to split his attention to look at the rapidly changing sky above. You. He had just uttered a word. Linyin had already raised her right hand. Fingers curled as she forcefully pulled down towards the roiling thunderclouds. Crack! A bolt of lightning responded and fell, straight as a spear, directly striking towards the Lord of Kanglan Mountain. The blinding light reflected the astonishment that flashed in his tiger-like eyes. Roar! The tiger's roar shook the heavens. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain had no time to think further, crossing his arms in front of his chest. The lightning spear crashed down. Boom! Amidst the deafening sound, a shockwave rolled. Snow and foam exploded, creating a visible shockwave that crazily spread outwards. Rocks shattered, trees were uprooted. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain's figure swayed, the ground beneath him cracking with deep scars. This woman had clearly just dissipated her true intent, exhausted. How could she, in the blink of an eye, summon such violent power of heaven and earth? After the first strike, Linyin did not pause. She raised her left hand, gently pressing down against the raging wind and snow. Howl! The wind and snow intensified, condensing beneath her palm into countless fine ice blades, sweeping towards the Lord of Kanglan Mountain. The Lord of Kanglan Mountain's tiger-like eyes widened, his aura surging again, both palms pushing forward. In front of him, several feet of air seemed to solidify, and those rushing ice blades lost their power and silently melted when they approached within 3 feet of him. Yet those ice blades were endless, coming in a continuous stream. Linyin stood amidst the wind, snow, and lightning, her golden vertical pupils devoid of emotion, merely controlling everything indifferently. It seemed she had become the sovereign of this wind, snow, and lightning. Sweat beads formed on the Lord of Kanglan Mountain's forehead. The manifestation of martial will into phenomena that influences the real world is indeed a threshold to a higher level. A typical martial artist entering this realm initially only manifests sword light or transforms their intent into beasts, slightly revealing their martial true intent, which is already a solid foundation. Further still, it is like his previous actions, relying on a hint of comprehension of the principles of heaven and earth, using the might of mountains and rivers to demonstrate the cycle of the seasons. His 3 transformations of the 3 origins and 9 evasions of heaven and earth, gathering the intent of Kanglan Mountain, seemed grand, yet was merely borrowing a thread of energy from the mountains and rivers. His cycle of life and death, demonstrating the flourishing and withering of the 4 seasons, was only a shallow imitation of the rules of heaven and earth. Such means, while appearing to invoke heaven and earth, were still borrowing, still imitative, separated by a layer. But this woman summoned the divine thunder of the 9 heavens, commanded the raging wind and snow. This was not borrowing, nor imitation. This was control. This was true mastery. Such a realm was beyond the reach of ordinary manifestations. With a thought, thunder fell. With a movement, the wind and snow chilled. Such means were approaching the Tao. You, the Lord of Kanglan Mountain's throat felt dry, looking at the sky, which no longer resembled a human Linyin. The human race could not master this path. You are a demon? Chapter 84. I return you a move. Linyin did not respond. She simply felt that this sensation was very strange. Thoughts wandered, and the wind and clouds changed accordingly. Summoning wind and rain, driving thunder and lightning. For her, it was as easy as reaching in her pocket, becoming a part of her body, an innate instinct. There was no need to think deliberately, no need to concentrate with effort. It was as if she was always meant to be this way. This feeling reminded her of the true dragons in the myths of her past life. Those that could turn rivers and seas upside down, swallowing clouds and spitting fog. At this moment, she seemed to have become such an existence. You gave me 3 moves earlier. Now, I return you 1 move. After this move, regardless of life or death, whether you wish to continue seeking revenge or leave, I will not stop you. As her words fell, she spread her arms wide. Boom! The clouds in the sky rolled more violently, and the thunder roared deafeningly. Dozens of thunderbolts brewed simultaneously, with lightning dancing like dragons and snakes, illuminating the entire sky in a pale white. The countless ice blades also surged violently, transforming into ice spears about 10 feet long. Cold and piercing, they hung in midair, their tips all aimed at the Kanglan Mountain lore below. In Linyin's golden vertical pupils, there was not a hint of emotion. Fall. One word. Dozens of thunderbolts and hundreds of ice spears howled down simultaneously. The Kanglan Mountain Lord let out a roar, and the few tattered brocade robes on him exploded. A sense of annihilation, an empty realm, erupted from him. But that empty realm of annihilation could only withstand a few breaths in the face of the violent power of heaven and earth before it shattered inch by inch. The Kanglan Mountain Lord let out an unwilling roar, his fist striking out, colliding fiercely with the falling thunder and ice. Boom! 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 Each collision shook the earth. Tiger blood splattered, staining the snow red. The Kanglan Mountain Lord staggered, retreating step by step, his tiger eyes already filled with bloodshot. His proud 3,000 years of cultivation, his manifesting realm, seemed utterly powerless before this woman's unfathomable supernatural power. After a few breaths, the thunder stopped, the snow ceased. The Kanglan Mountain Lord was drenched in blood, half kneeling on the ground, his tiger body trembling violently, gasping for breath. He struggled to lift his head, looking at Linyin, who hovered in midair, still surrounded by residual lightning, her golden vertical pupils coldly overlooking him. He suddenly recalled a certain secret of the demon clan. Ancient texts of the demon clan once recorded that when the chaos of heaven and earth first opened, a divine beast born of wind and thunder, covered in scales, with golden eyes that could captivate souls, was neither demon nor immortal, wielding heavenly punishment. Summoning wind and rain was merely a thought away. All things bowed down. Unresistible by force. Its form was uncertain, sometimes hidden in the abyss, sometimes appearing in the sky. When angry, the heavens would collapse. When joyful, the earth would crack. The Kanglan Mountain Lord's tiger eyes widened suddenly, staring fixedly at Linyin. The supreme power that commanded thunder and snow, the indifferent golden pupils that overlooked all beings. The terrifying momentum that could invoke the power of heaven and earth with a gesture. What was described was no different from the woman before him. You are a true dragon. Linyin did not answer. She slowly descended from midair, looking at the half-kneeling, trembling Kanglan Mountain Lord. She calmly spoke. 1 move has passed. Whether you stay or leave, it is entirely up to you. The Kanglan Mountain Lord did not respond immediately. He merely turned his head to look at the cold corpse of Xian Tuzhinjuan not far away. That face, once full of charm that made him willing to come from Kanglan, now had no vitality. A true dragon, if it were truly that kind of legendary existence, wielding heavenly punishment and commanding wind and thunder. What was the worth of his 3,000 years of cultivation? The vengeance for his wife's murder, he had to repay. But if he were to oppose heaven and the true dragon that wielded thunder, it would be like a mantis trying to stop a car, only to lose his own life without any benefit. He had promised Tuer to watch over Qingxiu to ensure her safety. Now, Qingxiu had been destroyed, and Tuer was gone. He had not even been able to send her off properly for the last time. The Kanglan Mountain Lord's tiger paw clenched tightly into the snow. Then, He stood up and slowly bent towards Yan Linyin. I lost. After saying that, he no longer looked at Yan Linyin. He picked up Xian Tu Jinjuan's corpse, turned, and walked away step by step. Wait. The Kanglin Mountain Lord's footsteps paused. Did Miss Yin change her mind? Yan Linyin calmly said, the demon core. The tiger demon's arms holding Xian Tu Jinjuan's corpse tightened suddenly. Then he extended a slightly trembling tiger paw towards Xian Tu Jinjuan's head. The demon core drew an arc and fell towards Yan Linyin. Yan Linyin raised her hand and caught it steadily. The demon core felt warm in her hand, and the pure demon power contained within made her spirit slightly invigorated. Thank you. The Kanglin Mountain Lord did not respond, merely remaining silent as he walked away with the corpse. This time, Yan Linyin did not speak again. She watched that figure completely disappear at the end of the vast snowfield. After a moment, she suddenly spoke. You all, how long will you continue to watch? The air remained silent, with only the sound of the wind whimpering. Yan Linyin slowly raised a hand, palm facing up. Above in the sky, the clouds that had already dispersed suddenly flashed with a few strands of lightning, and the sound of muffled thunder faintly echoed. Almost at the moment the thunder sounded, two figures, one tall and one short, appeared in the snow nearby without warning, both bowing and greeting. We were just passing through this place, with no intention to disturb. Miss, we hope to be forgiven. The tall figure spoke first, his tone respectful. Yan Linyin narrowed her golden vertical pupils, sizing up the two. The bloody scent of the area had not dissipated, and after such a shocking battle, ordinary people would have long been terrified and fled in panic. Yet, these two dared to claim they were just passing by. In her current state, neither human nor demon, she herself did not know what she truly was. If this were to spread, Yan Lingyin's golden pupils scanned over, and the tall figure's forehead was already dripping with cold sweat, his back soaked through. The shorter one beside him also hung his head, not daring to make sound. The feng shui of this place is indeed peculiar, able to attract two high-level beings to happen to pass by. The tall figure's heart skipped a beat, and he forced a smile. Mrs. Joking. We are merely wandering hermits, unworthy of the title of high-level beings. Wandering hermits? Even if the auras on the two of them were well hidden, now that Yan Linyin had become sensitive like a demon beast, she could easily discern their true identities. With just a slight probe, she could tell they were both warriors of the intent manifestation realm. Yan Lingyin's thoughts turned slightly, and she had already guessed about 70 to 80%. With her actions in Liangzhou, she had offended many people. These two were sneaking around, making it hard for her not to think more. The tall figure's forehead was now even sweatier, almost dripping down. He had already cursed the Shun family 1,000 times in his heart. No one told them that this woman was in the manifestation realm. Moreover, she was by no means an ordinary manifestation realm. That tiger demon earlier, with cultivation that could shake the heavens and earth, able to invoke mountains and transform seasons, was a terrifying existence they would encounter only once in their lives. But what was the outcome? In that woman's hands, he too met such a tragic end. Chapter 85. The person behind it, the tall man, was still lost in thought when suddenly the short man beside him knelt down on both knees and bowed his head. Please spare us, my lord. This matter has nothing to do with us. It was the Shun family. Everything was instigated by the Shun family. The tall man was dumbfounded, nearly choking on his breath, and shouted angrily, You. The short man paid no attention to him and hurriedly spilled all the details, speaking rapidly as if fearing that a moment's delay would cost him his life. It was the eldest daughter of the Shun family, Shun Huin. She said that you, my lord, were acting strangely in Liangzhou and might have ulterior motives. So she ordered us to investigate secretly. My lord, please understand, we were forced to comply. The Shun family is powerful, and Shun Huin is. We dared not disobey. Yan Lingyin's golden vertical pupils narrowed slightly. Shun Huin. She repeated the name in her mind. The town protector of the Demon Suppression Division in Liangzhou. Yan Linyin had only met this Shun town protector once before. She had forcefully made her participate in the battle at Heifeng Lake and ordered her to be the vanguard, thinking it was just because of old Master Chen's instructions. But now it seemed more complicated than that. She asked herself, since joining the Demon Suppression Division, she had had no interactions with this Shun young lady, let alone any enmity. Why would the other party target her? Yan Linyin disliked trouble, especially this unclear trouble that aimed to take her life. Shen Huin claimed she had ulterior motives. Did she explain what those motives were? And where was the wrongdoing? This? I don't know. The Shintown protector just instructed us that you were acting out of line and might cause great misfortune. Yan Linyin nodded, choosing not to ask further, and turned to leave. The tall and short men exchanged a glance, both seeing the thrill of having survived a disaster in each other's eyes. They were saved. Once she was far away, the short man was the first to support himself up from the snow, brush the snow off his knees, and let out a long breath. Phew, lucky I was smart to throw that Shin woman under the bus. I swear I won't get involved in the mess of the demon suppression division anymore. The tall man also relaxed, but just as he was about to say something, his expression suddenly changed, and his pupils contracted sharply. The short man sensed something was off, and curiously followed his gaze. In his line of sight, a multitude of ice spears appeared out of nowhere, tearing through the wind and snow, howling towards them. Linyin felt a shift in her thoughts and retracted her physical changes. The bone horns on her forehead slowly retreated, and the blood-stained marks quickly healed. Her golden vertical pupils gradually returned to normal black eyes. The battlefield in the distance had entered its final phases. Although Qingqiu was known as a small demon nation, after several campaigns, apart from that fox demon, the rest were not much of a threat. The overseas camp had suffered considerable casualties, but managed to clear out these demons. This left Linyin feeling somewhat helpless, as she had initially hoped to gain some longevity from this. Captain! Zhou Cheng limped over, injured but his face full of excitement. Seeing that Linyin was safe, he brightened up. What about that fox demon? Taken care of. Lucen also came over, grinning widely. Captain's might is impressive. I knew that guy was no match for you. Linyin did not respond. Zhou Cheng took an item from a lieutenant behind him and presented it with both hands. Captain, this is the sword that the fox demon dropped when it fled. The brothers picked it up. Linyin received it. The sword felt somewhat heavy in her hand, its scabbard dull, and the hilt deep, exactly the sword of Xian Tu Jinjuan, known as Lily Qianshi. She drew it out slightly. The blade flashed with a cold light, faintly echoing a mournful cry. It was indeed a good sword. Linyin said casually. She returned the sword to its sheath and strapped it to her waist, although she now used sword techniques as fusion materials. How could she neglect a good item in her possession? At worst, she could learn a sword technique after returning. What about the casualties? Zhou Cheng put away his smile and replied seriously, 37 dead, over 50 severely injured, not counting those lightly wounded. Linyin nodded. With 1,200 people breaking through Qingqiu, the casualties were considered light. Clean up, especially that treasure trove. Don't leave anything behind. Yes, Zhou Cheng responded and turned to relay the orders. Linyin stood in the snow, looking at the ruins of Qingqiu in the distance. This time, not only had she gained a number of excellent weapons and captured countless demons, but more importantly, she had finally stepped into the manifestation realm. Although this manifestation realm seemed a bit strange. After completing the calculations of the Tianma transformation, she had indeed entered the initial stage of manifestation. However, the performance of this technique left her feeling uneasy. As long as she did not operate the technique, she was no different from an ordinary person. But the horns on her forehead, her pupils turning vertical, controlling lightning and thunder, summoning wind and rain, she resembled a demon. Could it be I become a demon-human hybrid? The cold wind blew through Liangzhou City, and there was an inexplicable sense of ease in the streets and alleys. In the tea house, the storyteller clapped the wooden block to awaken the audience. Esteemed guests, do you know? Just after the new year, our Liangzhou has welcomed some good news. Someone in the audience chimed in. What good news? Qingqiu has been destroyed. At this, the hall erupted in an uproar. The younger ones looked at each other, puzzled about what Qingqiu was. However, several older men showed a look of nostalgia, raising their teacups to take a sip. Qingqiu, an elderly man with a white beard, shook his head and sighed. That was a gathering place for demons. I remember back in the day. The young men nearby suddenly realized. Oh, so it was a den of demons. The human memory is indeed limited. This statement holds true. As long as it doesn't happen to oneself, one wouldn't pay too much attention. Seeing the atmosphere heating up, the storyteller cleared his throat and continued. This demon extermination was led by our demon suppression division's overseas camp. Before he could finish, the sound of hooves suddenly echoed from downstairs. Everyone turned to look, only to see a dense crowd of black-clad cavalry slowly passing by, with no end in sight. At the forefront was a young woman, wearing a dark cloak. With a long sword hanging at her waist, her expression calm. It's her. It's that Deputy Commander Yin. Someone recognized her and whispered. The tea house instantly fell silent. Linyin rode her horse through the street, ignoring the gazes of the onlookers. She was currently pondering another matter. On the way back, she opened the panel and studied it closely. Finally, she discovered a clue. Current realm, Manifestation initial stage. Current martial arts. Tiamat transformation. First level dragoness intent. Traits. Sword heart clarity. When practicing sword techniques, comprehension slightly increases. And training speed accelerates. Demonization Xian shark tail. The end of the spine can transform into a bone tail, swift as a whip, stronger than fine iron, with sharp bone spikes at the tail tip containing water element power, greatly enhancing swimming capability. Tiamat transformation, first level, dragon S intent. She furrowed her brows in thought. In the past, martial arts training was typically sequential. Entry level, minor success, major success, perfection. But now, this Tiamat transformation seemed to calculate realms based on levels. What concerned her more were the last 3 words. Dragon S intent. Chapter 86 by Yujing from the forehead. Bone horns sprouted, and the pupils transformed into vertical slits, calling the wind and summoning rain, commanding thunder and lightning. That appearance was indeed somewhat similar to a dragon. Could it be? This Tianma transformation allows one to deduce a new change from demonic creatures with each level of cultivation. But why dragon? Could it be the demon Dan of the ocean covering true monarch? But the other party is just a small dragon. Can it really be considered dragon? Hiss, if that is really the case, then her golden finger is indeed somewhat terrifying. The sound of hooves echoed on the bluestone street, startling the crows foraging nearby. Over 1,000 lieutenants from the ocean-covering camp filed into the gate of the Demon Suppression Division. Such a spectacle naturally alarmed many people. The lieutenants from other camps craned their necks to look. Linyin dismounted, handed the reins to Zhou Chong beside her, and began counting the spoils. What needed to be submitted to the division was to be submitted, while the rest would be shared among her brothers. No need to leave any for her. Zhou Chong nodded, clearly accustomed to his leader's style. For the fallen brothers, besides the compensation from the division, allocate some more from the camp. And you take the brothers to help out more? Don't worry, I understand this matter. After giving these instructions, Linyin walked alone deeper into the camp. As the deputy commander, she naturally had her own small room in the camp. Pushing the door open, the room was simply furnished with a table, a chair, and a couch, and a few spare clothes hung on the wall. Linyin took off her blood-stained black outer robe and changed into a clean black outfit. The dagger at her waist, Lily Qianshi, she hesitated for a moment but still fastened it to her waist. Once she was ready, she headed towards the residence of the old man Shun. In the backyard of the Demon Suppression Division, the plum blossoms were blooming profusely. Chun Fengyun was in the courtyard, and upon seeing Linyin enter, he looked up. Back already? Yes, Linyin replied as she sat down across from him. The battle in Qingqiu has ended. Chun Fengyun nodded and poured her a cup of tea. How are the casualties? 37 dead, over 50 injured. Not too many, Chun Fengyun said as he lifted the teacup. You did well. After saying this, he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized Linyin from top to bottom. It was strange. With his obvious cultivation, he could not see through Linyin's aura. However, he was not one to pry. If the girl didn't say, he wouldn't ask. Linyin lifted the teacup. The tea tasted slightly bitter. After a moment of silence, she spoke. Sir, do you know about Kanglin? Kanglin? Why do you suddenly ask about this? Linyin set down her cup and spoke frankly. In the Battle of Qingqiu, I encountered a tiger demon who claimed to be the Lord of Kanglin. Lord of Kanglin? Linyin nodded and briefly recounted how she had encountered the tiger demon outside the Qingqiu Pass, how the demon introduced itself as the Lord of Kanglin, seeking revenge for its wife, the fox demon Xian Tujinjuan, and the final agreement of 3 moves. She omitted the part about her physical transformation and only mentioned that after taking the 3 moves, she left with the corpse of the fox demon. After listening, Chun Fengyun picked up a teacup but did not drink. He lightly rubbed the cup's wall with his fingers as if pondering his words. Do you know what lies to the east of the great Yi dynasty's territory? Linyin shook her head. She did not know much about the geography of this world. It is the boundless East Sea, Chun Fengyun continued, and on the coast, there is a mountain known as Kanglin Mountain. This mountain is the highest in the east, piercing the clouds, with snow accumulating year-round at its peak, rarely visited by humans. To ordinary people, it is just a magnificent and perilous giant mountain, but to demons, Kanglin Mountain is almost equivalent to a holy land. Linyin raised an eyebrow in confusion. Holy land? Ordinary demon nests, like Qingqiu, are mostly small demons gathering under a powerful demon, but Kanglin Mountain is different. The demons there, especially those with profound cultivation, number in the countless. And the top-tier powers are even more terrifying. All of this is because of the Baiyujing within. Baiyujing? Linyin gasped. Are these demons out of their minds? Dare to take such an arrogant name? Indeed, there's a great demon, the White Crane, who calls itself the Tong Dao Jun, and is builded by Yujing at the peak of Kanglan Mountain, widely accepting disciples. Regardless of race, as long as one has spirituality, they can join its sect. It emulates our human race by writing books, teaching, and resolving doubts. The demons of Kanglan Mountain all regard it as their Taoist master. Chun Fengyin sighed. Fortunately, this Tong Dao Jun has a relatively peaceful temperament, restraining its disciples and not easily descending the mountain to cause trouble, which counts as a form of peace. However, even so, Kanglan Mountain remains a forbidden area for our demon suppression division, and unless absolutely necessary, we must not tread lightly. Why? Because upon a single command from the Tong Dao Jun, countless demons will come to pay their respects. He paused and looked at Linyin, his eyes carrying deep meaning. The Demon Suppression Division, and even the entire Great Yi, would find it hard to contend against it. That Lord of Kanglan is one of the Tong Dao Jun's disciples. Since he has already left, this matter can be considered past. In the future, if you encounter demons claiming to be from Kanglan, avoid them if you can, and do not provoke them lightly. After hearing Chun Fengyun's words, Linyin felt a chill run down her back. A single command would summon countless demons. Such a method is truly terrifying. Although she has a golden finger, she is not reckless. Such a great demon's cultivation level must be profoundly exaggerated. Provoking them lightly is not bravery, it is courting death. Fortunately, she had no murderous intent at the time. Thank you for the reminder, sir. Chun Fengyin waved his hand. All right, it's nothing. Go back and rest. Linyin stood up, slightly nodded. You should rest early as well, sir. After saying this, she turned and left. Just as she exited Chun Fengyun's inner courtyard, she saw a few figures waiting not far away. The one at the forefront was Tu San. Seeing Linyin come out, Tu San and the others hurriedly approached. Linyin did not stop her footsteps but gave them a faint glance. What is it? Tu San wore a big smile. Speaking boldly, leader, we just flattened Qingqiu. And the brothers were thinking, should we go to the tavern for a few celebratory drinks? Go, 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 I have no time, you can go by yourselves. But don't forget the rules of the division. Yes, what the leader says is right. The brothers won't forget. Linyin did not say more and walked straight past them. After taking a few steps, she vaguely heard Tu San's lowered voice behind her. Sigh. Since the leader isn't going, brothers, shall we go to Zue Huayin tonight? I heard a few new top-tier performers from Yangzhou have arrived. Linyin paused. Where to? Tu San's old face reddened, stammering, leader, this is just the brothers wanting to relax a bit after working so hard. The surrounding men from the ocean covering camp also laughed awkwardly, not daring to respond. They naturally knew what Zue Huayin was. After all, the leader is a woman. What if she holds them accountable? Linyin had no expression, only reached out and gently patted Tu San's shoulder. I suddenly remembered. It seems I have nothing to do today. Chapter 87. 4 generations of 3 dukes. The experience of drunken flower shadow is better left unmentioned. The next day, Linyin got up early. As she passed the dining hall, she saw Yin Shouzai already seated. She initially intended to head to the demon suppression office, but seeing her father's eager expression, she hesitated for a moment and sat down instead. Glancing at the empty table, she frowned and asked, "Where's my brother?" Usually, at this time, Yin Qinghe would have risen early to have breakfast with her father. But today, he was nowhere to be seen. Yin Shouzai personally served his daughter a bowl of porridge and smiled. Your brother has taken a position in the government office and moved to the yamen yesterday. Taking a position? Linyin took the bowl of porridge, somewhat surprised. What position? He's in charge of the household department. Although it's not a high rank, at least he has a proper official title. Your brother has studied for many years, and it finally pays off. TSK. Why didn't he discuss it with me? You know your brother's personality. Linyin certainly knew. He was just too concerned about his pride, feeling embarrassed to rely on his younger sister. Men are such a hassle. She snorted lightly and chose not to respond, merely sipping her porridge leisurely. After breakfast, she hurried to the demon suppression office. For major tasks like the campaign against Qingqiu, the office naturally had to respond. However, Old Master Chun had told her that given her current realm and status, the Liangzhou Prefecture's demon suppression office could not offer any substantial rewards. They would report to the capital's headquarters, and it would take some time before the rewards were distributed. She had no objections. As for martial arts, the highest level available at the Liangzhou Prefecture's demon suppression office was merely the transformation intent level, and she had already robbed 3 of those techniques, rendering them useless to her. What about status? She was already a deputy commander. She couldn't possibly stand on old Master Chen's table and say something outrageous like, "Old dang. Get up. Let me sit in your place," could she? After all, old Master Chen had treated her reasonably well. As for wealth, she was certainly not lacking in that regard. Thus, she decided to enjoy the rare tranquility and had already resolved to take some time to relax. Upon entering the demon suppression office, she saw the men from the sea-covering camp training vigorously, their shouts echoing in the air. She couldn't be bothered to instruct each of them. She simply stood with her hands behind her back, watching coldly for a moment. Seeing no one slacking off, she left on her own. As she wandered around, she unknowingly found herself in the area of the Xianlang courtyard. It had been quite some time since she last visited this territory of Subai. The courtyard door was slightly ajar. So Linyin didn't hesitate and pushed the door open. "Lord Su, come out to receive guests." The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Then a low, suppressed curse followed by the dull sound of a teacup hitting the table could be heard. "Linyin, do you think this place is your backyard?" Before he arrived, his voice had already reached her. Subai appeared, looking haggard as he stepped out from the inner hall, still wearing his regular clothes. It seemed he'd stayed up all night. Linyin leaned against the doorframe, giving him a sideways glance, a faint smile tugging at her lips. "Deputy Commander Su, what great authority you have. Is it not okay for a mere deputy commander of the sea-covering camp to visit?" Subai's temples twitched as he sized her up, his gaze lingering on the sword sheath at her waist for a moment. "Did your skin grow thicker along with that official robe? Why do you speak so harshly?" Linyin replied nonchalantly, proceeding inside, familiar with the place as she found a seat and got to business. "I need your help." Subai poured himself a cup of cool tea, gulped it down, and suppressed the unnamed anger in his heart. "Let me state this first. If you want to borrow someone, then let's not discuss it." Linyin pouted, not caring about his wariness. "Lord Su, your family is grand. The Xianlang courtyard is strong, and I, a mere sea-covering camp, wouldn't dare touch your tiger whiskers." She paused and put on a serious expression. "Not borrowing people, just inquiring about someone." Seeing she wasn't there to borrow someone, Subai's expression instantly improved. "Who?" "Shen Huiyin. What do you want to ask her for?" "Nothing much. Just that I feel this Shantown protector seems particularly concerned about me. You know, I'm a timid person, afraid of accidentally offending a noble, which could lead to trouble later." "You timid? There's no one in this world with a bigger heart than you." Subai shot her an irritated glance, then said gloomily, "You've been in the demon suppression office for some time now. You should pay more attention to certain matters." Subai's voice was low and heavy. None of the higher-ups in the Liangzhou Prefecture's demon suppression office, including Commander Chun, several deputy commanders, and the town protector, are from Liangzhou. Linyin raised an eyebrow. "So you all have connections? Why do you have to put it so harshly?" Subai said in exasperation. Linyin waved her hand dismissively, calming him. All right. It's my turn now, you continue." Subai glanced at her, ultimately lowering his voice to continue. "That Shen Huiyin, like me, comes from the capital. She is the legitimate daughter of the Shun family in the capital." "The Shun family in the capital?" "So the Shun family in Liangzhou is just a branch." "Oh, so Shen Huiyin has a strong background?" "Stronger than that." Subai sighed, this time his voice carrying a genuine weight. "Do you know which families in the Day dynasty shouldn't be easily provoked, aside from the royal family?" Linyin thought for a moment and tentatively replied, "Founding heroes? Aristocratic families? Close enough. But there is a world of difference between aristocratic families. A common influential family might wield power in one prefecture, but on the scale of the entire day, they amount to nothing. But the Shun family in the capital is different. They have been in power for 4 generations with 3 dukes, and their students and former officials are spread throughout the court and the fields. Tell me, is such a family strong or not?" Linyin gasped, contributing a little to the future global warming of this world. "For generations with 3 dukes? Why does that sound so familiar? I've heard of it. Is it you, Yuan Benshu from another world?" Shen Huiyin is the most favored youngest daughter of this generation of the Shun family. She came to Liangzhou as the town protector under the pretense of gaining experience. But in reality, who knows? Gold plating? Perhaps. Subai rubbed his forehead. "In any case, you'd best keep your distance from this big Buddha. If she truly wants to target you, not just me, but even Commander Chung would have to think twice." After hearing this, Linyin fell silent for a moment. In her previous life, she had at least read a few years of books as a corporate worker, and she understood the weight of these 4 words far better than Subai imagined. This was not just a local tyrant of one prefecture, nor some powerful sect in the martial world. This was a colossal force rooted in the very marrow of the dynasty, capable of influencing the court and the fate of a nation. She had been thinking about stepping into the realm of the divine and acquiring the extraordinary technique of the heavenly demon transformation, perhaps finding an opportunity to deal with this woman Shenhui. Now it seemed that thought was somewhat naive. The Day dynasty had been established for so long, with hidden dragons and crouching tigers, and there would surely be no shortage of strong figures. Her current level of cultivation might allow her to dominate in Liangzhou, but if she truly went to the capital, she would be nothing. Moreover, her abilities required her to slay demons to continue growing stronger. But demons were not cabbages that could be found everywhere. As she traveled, the demons she had slain, apart from the pig demon from Nanlin, had relied almost entirely on the Demon Suppression Office. The most accurate and comprehensive network of demon information in the entire day was right here. This place was her livelihood and the foundation for her growth. Therefore, she was unwilling to leave easily. But since she wasn't leaving, and Shenhui was a problem, she had to find a solution. Chapter 88. Demon Disguise. Linyin came out from Su Bai's place, her mind still swirling with the 4 characters' 4 generations. 3 dukes. Should she directly confront the Shen family? That would be like throwing eggs against a rock. She wasn't a fool. But avoiding Shenhui was out of the question. She was inherently a suspicious person. A woman in a high position with a powerful background was watching her for no apparent reason from the shadows. As long as this woman lived, Linyin would find it hard to feel at ease. But what was the motive? They had only met once, and she hadn't even exchanged harsh words with her. Why would she hold a grudge against her? Upon returning home, Linyin went straight to her courtyard. "Miss, you're back. The hot water is ready." A maid softly reminded her from behind. The bathtub was steaming. Linyin sat in the tub, watching the steam blur her vision, her fingers unconsciously tapping on the edge of the wooden tub. As she looked at the scene before her, a figure suddenly flashed through her mind. Lu Hongxiu. She remembered that when she was in Qingping County, this captain of the Demons Subduing Division had come to seek her help while severely injured. Lu Hongxiu served Lord Zhao of Liangzhou, and that Lord Zhao had indeed been investigated by her, and something was found. Subsequently, Lu Hongxiu died. Shenhui only started to plot against her after the incident at the Zhao residence. Lu Hongxiu, Zhao Gongming, the North Lake water monster. Shenhui. Wait, what about the true monarch of the sea? In an instant, she recalled the strange scale she had found at the Zhao residence. At the time, she hadn't thought much of it, but now, could it be that the offspring of the true monarch of the sea was the North Lake water monster? This logic made sense. No, wait, there were still a few questions. If the North Lake water monster was indeed the offspring of the true monarch of the sea, why had it appeared in the dungeon of the Zhao residence? Shenhui, this young lady from the capital, the subduing officer of the Demons Subduing Division. Why was she involved? What was her motive? Could it be that Zhao Gongming was involved with this young lady from the capital? Would a legitimate daughter from a family of 4 generations of dukes really be interested in an official from Liangzhou? How did this all connect? Linyin irritably grabbed her damp hair. There were too few clues, and every hypothesis was built on shaky coincidences. What if? What if that scale wasn't from the North Lake water monster? What if the true monarch of the sea was just rambling incoherently? Or what if Su Bai, with his thick eyebrows and big eyes, was part of the same group? Linyin felt like her CPU was overheating. Just a note, it's actually the author's CPU that's overheating. Why did I have to write about the North Lake water monster at the beginning? I have to fill the pit I dug. Even if I cry. The water had cooled. Linyin stood up, droplets sliding down her skin. She grabbed a cloth nearby and dried herself off. No more thinking. The more she thought, the more it drained her energy. Behind all these chaotic matters, no matter what demons or conspiracies were hidden, there was only one thread to follow. Shenhui. As long as she figured out what this young lady truly wanted from her, or what she was afraid she might discover, then this tangled mess could be unraveled. She needed to find the most crucial clue. Linyin changed into a different set of clothes and looked up. The sky had darkened. A bold idea surfaced in her mind. Late at night, Linyin found a secluded, abandoned courtyard. The broken walls and overgrown weeds, with a cold moon hanging on the bare branches, illuminated the ground with frost. She took a deep breath, her thoughts stirring. At the base of her tailbone, there was a tingling sensation, followed by a faint sound of bones growing. A jade-like bone tail broke free from the confines of her clothing, stealthily extending out. Soon, 2 menacing bone horns emerged from her forehead. Her pupils gradually elongated into 2 indifferent golden vertical slits. To avoid exposing her identity, she took out a piece of black cloth from her bosom, tying it around her face to cover her mouth and chin. She approached the abandoned water tank in the courtyard, peering down. Whoa, what kind of monster is this? In this form, even her father wouldn't recognize her. Now, Everything was ready. All she needed was a sufficiently shocking opening line. She brewed her emotions, imagining herself as a supreme demon about to unleash a massacre, viewing human lives as mere grass. The corners of her mouth slowly curled into a sinister arc. A syllable barely escaped her lips before getting stuck. Linyin's face flushed red. Fortunately, the cloth on her face concealed it. The dignified deputy commander of the Demon Subduing Division, a powerful being, actually had to stoop to practicing a villain's laugh, truly heartbreaking to hear, tear-inducing to see. But for the sake of her plan, she had no choice. She had to endure. He. Laughter rolled out from her throat. At first, it felt a bit awkward, but as it continued, it became smoother and more frenzied. A few drowsy crows perched on the eaves were startled into flight, flapping into the night sky. In the shadows of the corner, a few scavenging wildcats arched their backs, letting out a shrill cry before darting away. Linyin gradually stifled her laughter. Shenhuin, since she was afraid that she might harbor ulterior motives. If she didn't do something, how could she justify this young lady's concerns? Shen Mansion, unlike the brightly lit festivities of other grand residences in Liangzhou, this place felt excessively quiet. Within the high walls, the guards in the corridors bore expressions devoid of life, like puppets. In a brightly lit study, Shenhuin sat alone at her desk, a scroll of books spread out before her, but she wasn't reading. She sighed softly. For some reason, she felt inexplicably uneasy tonight, as if something was about to happen. Knock, knock. A light knocking sound came from outside the door. Gumin, a dark figure pushed the door open. Miss, there is nothing unusual in the courtyard. I checked around and found no clues. Shenhuin shook her head. It's fine. It might just be the strong night wind. The figure nodded but did not leave. Standing by the door, she hesitated for a moment and said softly, Miss, about Linyin. What about her? My subordinate feels that there is something strange about her. Yes, how could she not be strange? She was able to return safely from Qingxiu. Shenhuin's fingers lightly tapped the desk, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in her eyes. Black Granny, tell me, what does a woman under 20 need to cultivate to the transformation realm? Exceptional talent, fortuitous opportunities, and guidance from a famous master. All are indispensable. Black Granny counted on her fingers. And Black Granny thought for a moment. Time. Even if one is a genius, they still need time to accumulate. Exactly. Shenhuin stood up and walked to the window. But that's what makes her strange. Clearly coming from an ordinary merchant family, without a famous master guiding her. And she's so young.